Transcendence and system. Beep, beep, beep. Standing by. Transformation. Complete. In a modest yet impeccably tidy room, an 18-year-old youth sat before his computer, engrossed in the adventures of Kamen Rider Foiz. Indeed, he is our protagonist, Yin Chun. He had watched this particular Kamen Rider series numerous times. Truly impressive, Kamen Rider. He always looks so dashing, Yin Chun mused as he watched the character, Kiba Kaido, engage in a fierce battle with Orphnock. A surge of excitement coursed through him. As the confrontation neared its climax, Kaido executed a devastating move, the Crimson Drill, obliterating Orphnock, who subsequently disintegrated into a pile of sand. Kaido then reverted to his original form. Just as Yin Chun prepared to click on the next episode, a black vortex suddenly materialized beside Kaido. Huh, is there a scene like this in Foiz? I don't recall it, Yin Chun pondered, perplexed by the swirling anomaly. Before he could contemplate further, the vortex expanded, emanating a powerful suction that began to draw him in. What's happening? He exclaimed, only to be entirely engulfed by the dark whirlpool. Ring, 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 the alarm clock blared. Yin Chun jolted awake, sitting up abruptly. It was merely a dream, he murmured, surveying his surroundings. Everything appeared normal. He groggily laid back down, soon drifting off again. Initializing, please wait. System activation in progress. Binding in process. Host did not respond. Default binding initiated. Binding successful, please wait. After 30 minutes, Yin Chun sat up, stretching lazily and blinking at the pristine white walls before him, then closed his eyes once more. Huh. Suddenly, it struck him. He opened his eyes wide, bewildered as he surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings. Where am I? How did I end up here? He exclaimed in astonishment, hastily throwing off the covers to get out of bed and investigate the situation. Binding of the system successful. System rebooting. Reboot successful. A series of electronic tones resonated within Yin Chun's mind. Who's there? He gasped, startled, scanning the room with a wary demeanor. Despite having read numerous novels, his early departure from school to enter the workforce had stripped him of any fanciful notions, leaving him utterly unprepared for the idea of transmigration. The full name of this system is Kamen Rider System. As this is the initial binding with the host, the system will provide a beginner's gift package for your perusal. Oh, there's a beginner's package. This system is quite remarkable. Wait, what? Yin Chun grimaced, grappling with the bewildering reality of being transported to an unknown realm. This is the Marvel Universe. The voice in his mind echoed once more. 3 months prior, this place was invaded by the monstrous beings from the world of Kamen Riders. Initially, a significant repairman discovered a passage leading to this realm, but due to its diminutive size and the uncertainties it harbored, they sought collaboration with Corporation X. Upon investigation, it was revealed that the passage could only be forcibly opened. However, the consequences of such brute force remained unknown to them, as did the nature of whatever lay beyond the threshold. The only certainty was that beyond this passage existed something they yearned for, yet could not wholly consume. Consequently, they extended an invitation to other monstrous entities from the Kamen Rider worlds, intending to utilize them as mere fodder. Predictably, as they anticipated, unforeseen complications arose while initially expanding the spatial passage, but these were all within their expectations. Yet, upon completion of the passage's expansion, the monstrous beings from the Rider world surged into the portal, eager to cross over. Suddenly, a mysterious and formidable force manifested, causing anomalies within the spatial passage and resulting in a violent explosion. Most of the monstrous entities present perished, leaving only a scant few drawn into this world. Upon investigation, the incoming beings included Undead from the Blade world, Orphnock from the Foiz world, Worm from the Kabuto world, Fangire from the Kiva world, Greed from the OOO world, and Blood from the Build World. 6 monstrous beings from various Rider worlds. Moreover, the arrival of these beings would alter the rules of this world. For instance, upon the entry of Orphnock, a portion of its inhabitants could transform into Orphnock upon death, albeit with a probability of merely 1 in 1,000 from their original world. Additionally, each monstrous entity possesses unique abilities. Worms reproduce. Greed can generate yummy, using coins. Undead are not truly dead, but can only be sealed away. Fangire coexist with humans, and Blood is not only powerful, but also possesses intellect surpassing that of humans. Oh, hey, then you should unbind yourself and seek another host. I shall not accompany you. Yun Chun remarked directly after hearing this. Naturally, these beings are no trifles. I am but an ordinary person, and even Kamen riders equipped with belts find it challenging to defeat them. What could I possibly employ against them? My flooded brain? Moreover, this is the Marvel Universe, where powerful villains appear sporadically. It is quite possible that within half an hour of sitting here, I might be swept away by unforeseen calamity. Oh, is that so? Are you certain you wish to unbind? If so, the system will detach from the host and seek another, the system remarked. Upon hearing this, Yin Shun was about to affirm his decision when the system continued. However, the energy consumed to bring the host here was significant. Thus, upon detachment, an expenditure of 100,000 points will be required as energy. However, the host currently lacks sufficient points, thus it must absorb all of the host's vitality as a means of sustenance to seek out a new host. Come, let us sit down and discuss this further. At this, Yin Chun immediately felt a sense of trepidation and responded with a sheepish grin. You mentioned that you are the Kamen Rider system, correct? How can you aid me in defeating these monsters? Can you provide me with a belt? Yin Chun inquired further. Since resistance was futile, he decided to enjoy the situation. Indeed, the system exists solely to eliminate these creatures that have appeared in the Marvel Universe, and it can certainly provide a rider belt for the host's use. However, it requires points. As long as you possess points, you can purchase a belt from the system's store. Moreover, you could also seek trustworthy individuals in this world in exchange for a rider belt from the system shop to assist you in vanquishing the monsters, the system elaborated. Oh, and there's a system shop as well? Does it contain all the rider belts? Yin Chun asked. Take a look for yourself. It contains not only rider belts, but a variety of other items, the system replied, subsequently opening the shop. Hiss. Yin Chun gazed at the wares in the store, wiping away drool. The shop featured belts from Kuga to Zio, yet only the images of their initial forms were illuminated. The subsequent forms remained dim. Without needing to be told, Yin Chun understood that one must first exchange for the initial form for them to become available. Wow! Upon seeing the prices, Yin Chun couldn't help but curse aloud. The Kuga belt's initial form cost 400 points, the All form 1,200 points, the Sublime All form 6,000 points, the Qinglong form 1,000 points, the Sublime Qinglong form 5,000 points, the Pegasus form 1,000 points, and the Sublime Pegasus form 5,000 points. Just to upgrade a single Kuga belt to its ultimate form required an exorbitant amount of points, leaving Yin Chun feeling utterly disheartened. By the way, isn't it possible to enhance the power of the Kuga belt on one's own to change forms? Why is there a need to purchase it? This can't be a watered-down version, can it? Yin Chun suddenly pondered and asked. Certainly not. This option is for the affluent and the inept. If you possess the capability, you may purchase the belt and enhance it yourself, the system clarified. Oh, I see. So, how does one acquire points? Yin Chun continued to inquire. Points are earned by defeating monsters. The stronger the monster, the more points you obtain, the system explained. Ah, forget it. Without points, looking is futile, Yin Chun replied with resignation. By the way, system, you mentioned a beginner's gift pack earlier. What does it contain? Yin Chun suddenly recalled and asked. Please, host, open it yourself, the system responded. With that, the system displayed a panel. Host, Yin Chun. Age, 18. Strength, 7. The maximum for a normal human is 12. Speed, 6. The maximum for a normal human is 12. Endurance, 6. The maximum for a normal human is 12. Items, beginner's gift pack 1. Points, 0. Open the beginner's gift pack, Yin Chun commanded. The gift pack is activated. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Foi's basic suit and a vial of advanced Orpheus Enos gene potion. Was this a belt? Inquiring about the Foi's basic suit, Yin Chun expressed his confusion and proceeded to open its description. Foi's suit, Foi's driver 1, Foi's phone 1, Foi's pointer 1, Foi's shot 1, Foi's edge 1, auto vagin 1. Note, a portion of the equipment's names cannot be translated into English. The Chinese terms denote the specific items. Remarkably, it comprises all the essentials of the initial Foi's belt and the auto vagin. Quite impressive, yet why are there only the initial components? He gazed at the description and images, initially thrilled, but then his curiosity prompted further questioning. The new player gift pack is randomized, hence the system cannot predict its contents, the system replied. I see. But what is this advanced Orpheus Enos gene potion? Is it akin to what the Beach Reaper and others injected? Yun Chun queried, opening the description for further insight. Advanced Orpheus Enos gene potion. It is a superior enhancement of the Orpheus Enos factor injected by the Meteor Academy students. It grants the user the eligibility to wield the Fui's world belt and enables the revival of ordinary individuals who have not exceeded 48 hours of death, while also enhancing the user's physical abilities to a certain extent. Chapter 2. The Gene Elixir. Ah, splendid! Exclaimed Yunchun, his excitement palpable as he perused the introduction. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a vial of advanced gene elixir from the system's spatial realm. Before him appeared a cylindrical container, its ends fashioned from gleaming metal and its center composed of transparent glass, encasing a liquid of a chalky hue. This is the gene elixir. However, isn't such a concoction typically administered via injection? Why is this one meant to be ingested? Will drinking it truly yield results? Yinchun pondered, a frown creasing his brow as he scrutinized the vial, feeling it diverged from his expectations. Do you question the oral medications prescribed by doctors when you fall ill? The system interjected. Is that truly comparable? Yun Chun queried, his embarrassment evident. Is it not? The system countered. Very well, I shall remain silent, Yun Chun replied, twisting off the cap and consuming the contents of the vial in one swift motion. To his surprise, the flavor was pleasantly tangy and sweet. He had anticipated something far more disagreeable, yet was met with this unexpected delight. Simultaneously, as he swallowed, he sensed the liquid transforming into a comforting warmth that cascaded from his throat into his abdomen, enveloping him in a soothing embrace that almost compelled a groan of pleasure from his lips. However, as a man, he found such a display distasteful and stifled his reaction. But this was merely the beginning. The warmth radiated from his belly, coursing through his veins to every extremity, transforming the initial comfort into an exquisite sensation that permeated his entire being. Unable to contain himself any longer, he let out a soft moan, overwhelmed by the sheer bliss. Yun Chun uttered a sound that stirred the imagination. At that moment, a foul odor wafted toward him. Glancing down at his attire, he observed numerous black, impurity-like particles clinging to the fabric, remnants expelled by his body. Stripping off his clothes, he examined his physique and indeed found his skin speckled with similar dark impurities. To his astonishment, the long-forgotten definition of his abdominal muscles reemerged. It had been a year since he had last seen them. After 2 years of labor, confined to a factory or home, his workouts had dwindled, replaced by a layer of flab. Yet now, after merely one session of enhancement, his abs had returned. Moreover, many minor ailments plaguing his body had vanished. The nagging discomfort in his right shoulder from prolonged computer use and the stiffness in his neck from sitting too long had completely dissipated. Not only that, but the world around him appeared in startling clarity. His vision, once blurred by excessive screen time, had improved remarkably. His nearsightedness had inexplicably been remedied and even enhanced. As he focused, he could discern the legs of a fly's corpse on a building's wall 10 meters away. Yun Chun felt his body fortifying in every aspect: strength, senses, vision, and hearing. 2 minutes later, the enhancement concluded. Yun Chun summoned his personal panel. Host: Yun Chun. Age: 18. Strength: 11. The limit for an ordinary person is 12. Speed: 10. The limit for an ordinary person is 12. Stamina: 10. The limit for an ordinary person is 12. Items: Initial Fui Suit 1. The increase was nearly doubled. Quite impressive. Yun Chun marveled at his own data. Perhaps a shower first. It was then that he became aware of his own odor, which was intolerable. Exiting the room, he surveyed his surroundings before stepping into the bathroom. There, he discovered a new set of clothes and promptly removed his own, placing them into a nearby trash bag to dispose of later. Turning on the shower, Yun Chun scrubbed himself vigorously, and during his bath, he noticed in the mirror that he appeared more handsome than before. Remarkable, he thought to himself. Upon leaving the bathroom, he picked up a broom to clean up the remnants of his earlier shower, then grabbed a mop and a bucket of water to wipe the floor. Satisfied that everything was in order, he flopped onto the sofa like a salted fish. Suddenly, a shrill scream from outside startled Yun Chun, who had been about to rest. What on earth? He quickly rushed to the balcony to gaze below. To his astonishment, he beheld a creature resembling a dog, grayish-white in hue, wreaking havoc all around. Is that an Ophine? Yunchun furrowed his brow, contemplating the monstrous being. This is not good. At that moment, something compelled him to shout, and he leaped from the second-floor balcony. Upon landing, he took a moment to steady himself before sprinting towards the Ophine. About 10 meters away, a girl, no older than 10, sat on the ground, crying in fear as the Ophine approached her, its attention now drawn to the child. Get away from her. Just as the Ophine was about to reach the girl, Yunchun arrived beside it, leaping into the air and delivering a flying kick to its side. Thud. The impact caused the Ophine to stumble several steps sideways before crashing to the ground. That was tough. Yunchun also collapsed, feeling the pain in his right foot from the enhanced strength. He remembered his purpose and glanced at the girl, unwilling to linger. Quickly, he rose, seizing a sizable piece of debris that had fallen from a building the Ophine had destroyed. Ignoring the pain, he charged once more at the creature, bringing the stone down hard upon it. Crash! The stone shattered upon impact, but it evidently had little effect, nearly slowing the Ophine's recovery slightly, far less effective than the previous flying kick. It is not to say that Yunchun, after enhancing his physical capabilities, has become immensely powerful. Rather, it was merely that Ophi had not focused his attention on Yunchun, resulting in his momentary instability and subsequent fall. The damage inflicted by Yunchun was minimal, merely leaving Ophi with a few bruises, and he would recover fully within half an hour. As the genetic serum primarily served to grant Yunchun the qualification to utilize the belt. At this juncture, Yunchun abruptly extended his leg, delivering a decisive kick to Ophi's head, causing him to topple once more just as he was attempting to rise. Without hesitation, Yunchun seized a steel rebar, still encased in a significant chunk of concrete, and relentlessly struck Ophi to prevent him from regaining his footing. With a series of frenzied blows, he shattered the concrete, bending and breaking the rebar, even injuring his own hand in the process, leaving it bloodied and gasping for breath. From start to finish, this fracas lasted a mere 5 seconds, during which Yunchun struck 7 or 8 times. Throughout this time, Ophi lay on the ground, devoid of leverage. Even if he had it, Yunchun's relentless assault rendered him incapable of rolling over or rising, forcing him into a passive state of suffering. Who is that little guy? He is incredibly strong, exclaimed a few daring onlookers nearby, witnessing the spectacle with astonishment. Quick, capture this on film. I'm certain it will make the headlines tomorrow. At that moment, a young man at the forefront hastily retrieved his phone, eager to document the clash between Ophi and Yunchun. Others in the vicinity, upon realizing the unfolding drama, also pulled out their phones, intent on capturing the action. You little brat, I will end you. In that fleeting moment of Yunchun's fatigue, Ophi, ignited by rage, flipped over and bellowed, launching himself at Yunchun with the ferocity of a wild dog pouncing on its prey. Fortunately, Yunchun's reflexes, significantly heightened by the genetic serum, kicked in as he swiftly rolled aside, evading Ophi's fierce assault. After rolling to stabilize himself, Yunchun glanced back at Ophi, then darted away in the opposite direction of the little girl. I will kill you. Ophi, realizing his attack had missed, turned back and yelled in fury, his eyes blazing as he chased after Yunchun, intent on tearing him apart. Damn it, he's getting away. The spectators exclaimed in frustration as they attempted to activate their cameras, only to find that Yunchun and Ophi had already distanced themselves. Wait, what about that little girl? We need to call the police. Someone finally noticed the girl and rushed toward her. Damn it, why is Ophi so fast? Yunchun muttered irritably as he glanced back at the rapidly approaching figure of Ophi. Not bad, it meets the requirements, thought the system. Observing Yunchun divert Ophi's attention to allow aid for the girl, and subsequently initiated a new task. Newbie task activated. Defeat Ophi. Reward, 200 points. The system's voice resonated in Yunchun's ears. However, Yunchun paid it no mind, his focus solely on fleeing swiftly and seeking an appropriate location for combat. Even if the system refrained from issuing tasks, Yunchun had no intention of letting the formidable Ophidian slip away. Damn it! How could it be moving so swiftly? At that moment, Yun-chun turned around, only to discover that Ophidian was a mere 3 meters away, nearly on the verge of catching up. While he had yet to find a battleground, gritting his teeth, he contemplated his predicament. Simultaneously, spurred on by the presence of Ophidian, Yun-chun's adrenaline surged, causing his body's various metrics to spike dramatically in a temporary frenzy. Just as he was about to be overtaken, Yun-chun abruptly halted, steadied himself, pivoted, and deftly maneuvered around the pursuing Ophidian, dashing towards the direction behind it, and soon entered a narrow alleyway. Upon witnessing this, Ophidian let out an enraged roar and swiftly turned to pursue Yun-chun. In the alley, as Yun-chun zigzagged left and right, he suddenly spotted the abandoned steel factory sealed with caution tape. Glancing back at the relentless Ophidian in pursuit, he charged inside without hesitation. Observing this, Ophidian followed suit, rushing into the factory as well. Chapter 3. Battle. Upon entering, Ophiuchus immediately lost track of Yun-chun. "You brat, come out. I shall kill you," Ophiuchus shouted in anger, kicking a nearby iron barrel. At that moment, Yun-chun was hiding behind a wall in front of Ophiuchus, gasping for breath, hearing the sound of his breathing. Ophiuchus smirked coldly and approached him with red eyes. As the footsteps drew nearer, Yun-chun revealed an excited smile and retrieved a silvery belt from his system space. With a camera labeled Fui's pointer hanging on the left and a flashlight labeled Fui shot on the right, the Fui's driver, Yun-chun fastened the belt around his waist and then produced a flip phone, Fui's phone. He flipped open the phone and pressed the number 5 3 times, followed by the enter key. Standing by, he closed the phone. "Transformation," he declared, inserting the phone into the belt. "Complete." From the belt, tubes emitting a red glow extended toward various parts of Yun-chun's body. A flash of red light enveloped him, transforming him into a knight resembling a shark, clad in black with red stripes, white armor on his chest, and yellow eyes. Fui's. What a powerful sensation! Yun-chun marveled at his armor. Feeling an overwhelming surge of strength, he stepped out from behind the wall, confronting Ophiuchus. "Kamen Rider Fui's, it's you. You've actually arrived in this world," Ophiuchus exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation upon hearing the transformation announcement. Mistaking Yun-chun for Kamen Rider Kaido due to their lack of prior encounters, he seethed with rage. "But even if you are Fui's, it matters not. I will defeat you, seize the belt for myself, and then I shall join the Lucky Clover." Ophiuchus sneered. "How I wish I were the Fui's you envision, but alas, I am not. However, I assure you, I am not significantly weaker. Defeating you will suffice," Yun-chun replied. With that, he removed the phone, flipped it open, and pressed the 106 key 3 times. Burst mode. He then bent the phone, transforming it into a handgun, and pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of yellow bullets towards Ophiuchus. Bang, bang, bang. As the gunfire erupted, the glowing bullets relentlessly rained down upon Ophiuchus, who finally reacted, frantically attempting to shield himself from the onslaught. Yun-chun advanced toward Ophiuchus while continuing to fire. Soon, the bullets ran out, and Yun-chun stood before Ophiuchus. Seizing the opportunity while Ophiuchus was still off guard, he delivered a powerful punch, sending Ophiuchus crashing to the ground. Another kick was launched toward Ophinuo, who deftly rolled away from Yun-chun's foot, rising to grasp a nearby iron block and hurling it at Yun-chun. To Yun-chun's surprise, he did not evade the projectile. Instead, he struck it with a fierce punch. The impact resonated with a loud thud, leaving an imprint of his fist upon the iron, which then flew back toward Ophinuo, who had intended to capitalize on Yun-chun's moment of vulnerability. The iron block collided with him, sending him crashing into several steel frames before he fell to the ground. Moments later, the remnants of the steel frames erupted, scattering debris and revealing Ophinuo, battered and bruised. In disbelief, he gazed at Yun-chun, unwilling to accept defeat. Clenching his fists, he charged at him with a furious roar. Observing Ophinuo's advance, Yun-chun remained unfazed. Removing the Fui's pointer from his belt and affixing it to his hand, he then extracted the crystal card from his phone's cover and secured it onto the camera. "Ready," he declared, flipping open the phone cover and pressing the enter key. "Exceed charge," he commanded, sealing the cover once more. A vivid red light emanated from the belt, coursing along the red stripes of his attire and into the camera. At that moment, Ophinuo closed the distance, unleashing a powerful punch. Yunchun, equipped with the camera, met the blow with his own strike. To their astonishment, instead of a cataclysmic explosion, there was only a soundless collision. How is this possible? Ophinuo stammered in sudden terror, as a strange symbol appeared upon him, igniting his body in an eerie blue flame. Witnessing this, Yunchun retracted his fist, and after a brief moment, the flames extinguished, causing Ophinuo's form to disintegrate into sand, scattering across the ground. Mission accomplished, rewards dispensed. Please check the system space. The voice of the system echoed. Yunchun removed the camera from his hand and detached the phone from his belt, pressing a button to unveil a flash of red light. He reverted to his original form. Is Ophinuo too weak, or is the belt too powerful? He pondered quietly, reflecting on how effortlessly he had dispatched Ophinuo in under a minute. This was merely a fortunate Ophinuo, who evaded the spatial explosion. However, his luck ended the moment you entered this realm, the system remarked. Hearing this, Yunchun smiled, stowing the belt and phone into the system space before turning to exit. Unbeknownst to him, a figure cloaked in yellow robes stood silently behind him, observing his departure. After leaving the abandoned factory, equipped with enhanced memory, Yunchun navigated his way back to the location where he had encountered Ophinuo. There, a large crowd had gathered around two police vehicles, with officers questioning witnesses about the earlier events. A young girl was cradled in the arms of a female police officer. Upon seeing this, Yunchun exhaled in relief, casting his gaze toward the spot from which he had emerged moments before. Before him stood a quaint two-story building. The ground floor housed a restaurant, accompanied by a garage adjacent to it. Is this my house? Yunchun inquired. Indeed, the system replied. Upon your arrival in this realm, a legitimate identity and residence were provided for you. You are currently recognized as a Chinese orphan who, through sheer determination, purchased this property and transformed it into a restaurant. You moved in just last week, and all your records in this world are impeccable, devoid of any discrepancies. There are also some items on the table in the upstairs living room. Feel free to explore them. Upon hearing this, Yunchun circled around discreetly and entered the restaurant unnoticed. Inside, he found 10 square tables, each surrounded by 4 chairs, with the kitchen nestled in the far corner. After a brief survey, he maneuvered past the tables and ascended to the second floor. Upon reaching the upper level, he discovered 4 rooms and 2 bathrooms. In addition to the living room, Yunchun glanced around the rooms and bathrooms. Each room was furnished with a bed, a desk, and a chair, nothing more. The bathrooms were a combination of shower and toilet facilities, equipped with a water heater, a toilet, and a wash basin as required. Next, Yunchun entered the bathroom to wash off the dust accumulated from the recent battle. While cleaning, he noticed that the gash on his palm, inflicted during his initial assault on Ophinor, had nearly healed. After freshening up, he proceeded to the living room, which featured 2 sofas arranged in a 7-shaped configuration around a table. In the corner stood a television console with a television atop it. Yunchun settled onto the sofa and examined the items the system had mentioned on the table. There lay a set of keys, a bank card, a small pile of coins, a mobile phone, a driver's license, a social security card, a property deed, and a document chronicling the entirety of his fabricated identity's life experiences. Yunchun picked up each item, scrutinizing them one by one. Host, in order to ensure a smooth continuation of your life, battles, and missions, there are certain matters the system must discuss with you, the system stated after Yunchun had perused all the items. What is it? Yunchun replied. Firstly, regarding the nature of this world, all beings here, including humans and everything else, are truly existent, endowed with emotions and lives. Please do not treat them as mere NPCs, as seen in games, simply because you have viewed films. Your original world is a rather unique existence, allowing you to witness events from the Marvel Universe through cinema. The system elucidated. I understand. Rest assured, Yunchun responded, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him. The system continued. Next, concerning your identity. Given the realities of the Marvel Universe and your current circumstances, it is advisable to keep your identity concealed until you have grown stronger. I understand, after all. The most terrifying aspect lies within the human heart. When confronted with formidable equipment, it is only natural for one to feel temptation. A single misstep could result in one's demise, often without any knowledge of how it transpired. Yun Chun remarked with a sigh. "Ah, my dear, I did not anticipate your understanding of such matters. Is this merely youthful exuberance, or do you speak from genuine sentiment?" The system teased in response. "Life is already difficult enough," Yun Chun retorted, a frown forming on his brow. "Indeed, to aid the host in their journey of growth. The system shall provide a 6-month novice period. During this time, the system will endeavor to offer the utmost assistance to the host. This includes the deletion, shielding, and modification of any videos that may expose the host's identity, as well as providing an ability for invisibility and a temporary doppelganger. Additionally, the system will grant the capacity to alter the host's voice during transformations, preventing any organization from connecting the host to clues overlooked by both the system and the host. Furthermore, the system will furnish an alibi during the host's combat, the system explained. "Wow, are you truly that powerful? You can even conjure invisibility and doppelgangers?" Yun Chun exclaimed in astonishment. "Ah, these abilities are not innate to the system. They are plugins integrated by the developers. Considering the various scenarios that may arise for the host, you will come to understand this in due time," the system replied. Chapter 4. A new task. Furthermore, to assist the host, during the novice period, the system will occasionally issue beginner tasks, which, upon completion, will yield corresponding points and rewards. Moreover, these tasks are optional. The host will not face any penalties for non-completion, the system stated. "Is that so?" Yun Chun remarked in confusion upon hearing this. "The system merely serves as an aid and cannot interfere with the host's decisions," it replied. "By the way, I've always had a question. Since you are the Kamen Rider system, and the tasks are designed to eliminate all invading monsters, why not simply provide me with a powerful belt? Wouldn't that make things easier? Or perhaps you could bring the original riders here to battle. Wouldn't that be simpler?" Yun Chun inquired. This question had been a persistent puzzle for him. "Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't you understand? Not even the author would agree with that notion, let alone the readers. If you were given a powerful belt right from the start, allowing you to defeat all the monsters effortlessly, what would be the point? Would readers continue to engage with the story? Most readers prefer to witness gradual growth, the slow upgrading of equipment, culminating in the eventual defeat of all foes. That's what keeps them invested," the system explained quietly to Yun Chun. "And as for the original riders, their arrival would hold little significance if they came immediately. They are meant to appear later, and they cannot linger here for too long. Otherwise, the narrative would lose its appeal. Do you understand?" the system whispered. "Oh, I see now. I understand," Yun Chun replied, realization dawning upon him. "Now that you comprehend, refrain from asking further," the system advised softly. "Understood," Yun Chun nodded in response. Just then, a rumbling sound emanated from Yun Chun's stomach. "Well, I suppose I should eat," he said awkwardly, placing a hand on his belly. It had been since the previous night that he had eaten, and after his earlier skirmish with Ofi Ino, it was no wonder he felt famished. Rising from his seat, he descended the stairs and made his way to the kitchen. He opened one of the several refrigerators provided by the system, glanced inside, and silently closed the door. He opened another, peered in, and again shut the door without a word. After a few moments, Yun Chun paused before the fourth refrigerator, resting his hand upon it. Lost in contemplative thought, "System, won't you at least send me some food?" he asked. "You have 5,000 in your account. Figure it out yourself," the system responded. Feeling somewhat helpless upon hearing this, Yun Chun ascended the stairs, gathered all the items the system had placed on the table, and handed over a document containing falsified information for the system to dispose of. He then took his keys, bank card, and some change, and ventured out for a meal. Upon stepping outside, he found that the police and crowd had dispersed, yet the previous fervor had not diminished. Many were still engaged in conversation. Fortunately, due to Ofi Ino's terrifying presence earlier, onlookers had not dared to approach Yun Chun closely enough to discern his features. Thus, his appearance went unnoticed by anyone. Yun Chun pondered for a moment before entering the adjacent garage. Upon confirming that no one was watching, he retrieved a motorcycle from the system's space. aptly named the Celestial Pegasus. He mounted the bike, donned a helmet, and revved the engine, setting off in search of a dining establishment. After a short while, he arrived at a buffet restaurant. Moments later, as he wiped his mouth with a napkin under the somewhat astonished gaze of the restaurant owner, Yun Chun exited the establishment, reigniting the engine of the Celestial Pegasus as he departed. I never anticipated that enhancing my physique would also significantly increase my appetite, he mused. Indeed, if one has a modest appetite, how can one sustain their bodily needs? The system replied matter-of-factly. However, I lack culinary skills. What use is a restaurant to me? Yun Chun inquired. You could always hire a chef to assist you, the system suggested. That makes sense, Yun Chun conceded with a nod, finding the system's reasoning quite valid. Meanwhile, a news broadcast captured his attention as he drove. Tony Stark, the owner of Stark Industries, has been missing in Afghanistan for over 3 months, and no trace of him has been found. Most believe he is dead, resulting in a significant drop in Stark Industries stock. What is your perspective on this matter? The words echoed from a large screen on the side of a building. Isn't this the plot of Iron Man 1? Yun Chun thought to himself. He recalled how Obadiah Stane, Tony's uncle, had conspired with the Ten Rings to eliminate Tony and seize Stark Industries. However, the Ten Rings, in their arrogance, spared Tony's life, hoping to compel him to manufacture Jericho missiles. With no choice, Tony feigned compliance, secretly crafting the Iron Man suit with the assistance of Yinsen. Ultimately escaping and beginning his journey as Iron Man suddenly, the system's electronic voice interrupted his thoughts. New mission initiated. Task: rescue Tony Stark within 48 hours. Reward: 500 points. Mastery of cooking and mastery of combat. Host: will you accept the mission? Certainly. I could use the points. However, I need to purchase a plane ticket to Afghanistan. And it seems you haven't prepared a passport for me. Acquiring one will take considerable time, which poses a challenge. Will I truly have enough time? Yun Chun expressed his concerns with a sigh. Very well, I shall assist you. Consider it a benefit for newcomers, the system replied after a moment's contemplation. Your passport and ticket have been stored in the system's space. Please check your inventory and follow the system's instructions to swiftly reach XX Airport for your flight to Afghanistan. Departing in 30 minutes. The system's voice resonated, accompanied by a luminous screen visible only to Yun Chun, revealing the quickest route to the airport. Thank you, he said with a smile as he glanced at the screen before closing it. He revved the motorcycle, ready to head towards the airport. Wait a moment. The system interjected suddenly. What else is there? Yun Chun inquired. To conceal your presence, the system suggests that you first return to your residence to create an alibi, and then proceed to the airport, it stated. Are you jesting with me, system? If I am to fabricate an alibi, what purpose do the plane ticket and passport serve? Once I board the aircraft, a record will undoubtedly be logged in the government system, rendering any alibi futile, Yun Chun replied, feeling somewhat deceived. Did you think the system had not anticipated this? Upon the completion of your mission, the system will erase all records of your entry and exit, ensuring no trace remains. The system clarified. Ah, I see. Very well, I understand now, Yun Chun responded, enlightenment dawning upon him, as he activated his vehicle and returned home. Upon arriving at his residence, Yun Chun parked his vehicle in the garage and proceeded upstairs. During this journey, several neighbors were engaged in conversation nearby, fortuitously solidifying his alibi. What should I do? Yun Chun inquired of the system upon reaching the second floor. Leave it to me, the system replied, and suddenly, a 2-meter blue magic circle materialized before Yun Chun. After the magic circle appeared, it shifted back half a meter before vanishing, and in its wake, a figure identical to Yun Chun emerged before him. Startled by the sight of his doppelganger, Yun Chun extended his hand, eager to make contact. Hello. I am Yun Chun, the owner of this restaurant. It is a pleasure to meet you, the other Yun Chun said, his eyes suddenly sharpening as he turned to face Yun Chun, smiling, which caused Yun Chun to take 2 steps back in surprise. What is happening? He asked the system, gazing at his clone. In order to create the most impeccable alibi, this clone will indeed be capable of movement and speech. Moreover, since it is a clone, all its thoughts and actions will mirror your own, allowing for seamless interaction. Additionally, it can synchronize all experiences directly to your brain, the system explained. How remarkable! This is truly extraordinary, Yun Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. Now, quickly transform. I will cloak you, and we shall commence the mission. Before I forget, let me elaborate on the invisibility ability. It will enable you to evade all forms of surveillance and detection, as well as muffle any sounds or disturbances you create. However, the sole drawback is that you cannot be touched by living beings or strong attacks, nor can you retaliate. Otherwise, you will lose your invisibility, the system cautioned. Understood. I leave everything in your hands, Yun Chuan replied, retrieving his belt and transforming. Subsequently, under the system's guidance, he entered a state of invisibility, vanishing from his residence. As Yun Chuan departed, the clone settled onto the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Once in an invisible state, Yun Chuan descended the stairs and, without causing any disturbance, swiftly drove his vehicle to the airport. Within a matter of minutes, he arrived at the airport, finding an unoccupied corner to conceal his vehicle. After a while, Yun Chuan successfully boarded the airplane and ordered a glass of juice, savoring the moment with great contentment. The journey was serene, with nothing amiss. Upon Yun Chuan's boarding, two young men arrived outside the residence. This must be the abode of the individual who battled that creature this morning, one of them remarked, his demeanor appearing rather gentle. It's quite enough. How could Mr. Coulson assign us this task? Does he truly believe he can vanquish that monster? How utterly tedious. The other man expressed with a hint of exasperation. Cross, given our standing, we must not entertain such a mindset. The gentleman interjected hastily upon hearing this. Indeed. Cross replied with a sense of resignation. Enough of the complaints. This is part of our assessment. Come, let us proceed inside, the gentleman urged. Subsequently, the two approached the entrance to the dining area and pressed the doorbell that led directly to the second floor. The doppelganger upstairs, upon hearing the doorbell, felt a twinge of curiosity, set down the cup he held, rose, and descended the stairs. Chapter 5. The Arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. Who are you? Upon reaching the ground floor, the doppelganger opened the door and inquired, gazing at the two individuals at the threshold. Greetings, I am Grace, and this is Cross. We are representatives from the Department of Homeland Strategic Intervention Execution Logistics. We wish to inquire about the incident this morning involving you and the unidentified life form, Grace stated with a composed demeanor. Hearing this, the doppelganger rolled his eyes, preparing to shut the door. Our department is affiliated with the FBI and has only recently been established. Here are our credentials. At this, Grace swiftly produced an identification card, the fluidity of his movements suggesting he was no novice to such encounters. The doppelganger hesitated, scrutinizing the two before accepting the credentials for examination. Please, come inside. After a moment of contemplation, he returned the card and opened the door wider, allowing them entry. With a sigh of relief, the two entered after him. Have a seat. The doppelganger gestured towards a table, then proceeded to the kitchen. The two promptly pulled out chairs and settled in, surveying their surroundings. A few moments later, the doppelganger emerged from the kitchen, bearing 2 glasses of water, which he offered to them before taking a seat himself. Thank you, they replied, placing the glasses aside. What would you like to ask? After a brief pause, the doppelganger inquired. If possible, we would like to start from the beginning, Grace responded. Both he and Cross retrieving pens, notebooks, and a recorder, preparing to document the conversation. Upon hearing Grace's request, the doppelganger took several seconds before turning his gaze to them, slowly beginning, at 9 this morning. I had just finished tidying up my room upstairs and was about to take a break when I suddenly heard screams from outside. I rushed to the balcony and saw a monstrous creature wreaking havoc. In front of it stood a little girl, the creature seemingly drawn to her, advancing in her direction. Fearing for her safety, I leapt from the balcony. At this point, the doppelganger paused momentarily. I engage in regular fitness training, he added, wearing an expression that suggested he was concerned they might not believe him. Please continue, Grace encouraged, diligently noting the doppelganger's account. Seemingly relieved to share his story, the doppelganger resumed. After jumping from the second floor, I sprinted towards her. He recounted the events leading to his departure with Ophelia and his near entry into the factory, relaying the truth without embellishment or omission. Were you not afraid while battling the creature to save that little girl? Cross interjected as the doppelganger paused. I don't know. When I saw the girl, I didn't think much of it, the doppelganger replied, appearing uncertain of how to articulate his feelings. I understand. Please, continue. Grace smiled encouragingly. Do you believe me? At that moment, the doppelganger hesitated, as if making a significant decision, his expression shifting to one of excitement as he looked at the two. Upon hearing this, Cross exchanged a glance with his companion, a hint of confusion evident on their faces. Grace then spoke, recounting, I was pursued by that monster and fled into an abandoned factory at XX. I hid inside, hoping to escape unnoticed, but he still found me, just as he approached. Intending to end my life, a figure clad in black and silver armor, adorned with crimson patterns, and sporting a peculiar belt, appeared before me, positioning himself between me and the beast. As he spoke, his excitement grew. Hearing this, Cross and his companion were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered looks. Upon the appearance of this individual, the monster seemed astonished, referring to him as Kamen Rider and expressing disbelief that he had arrived in this world. The armored figure regarded the monster, but had yet to utter a word when the beast declared it would not fear him, asserting its intent to defeat him, seize his belt, and recruit him into a group called the Lucky Clover. The one dubbed Kamen Rider responded, asserting that while he was not the person the monster spoke of, he was no less formidable, vowing to vanquish the creature. Consequently, a fierce battle ensued between Kamen Rider and the monster. As the tale unfolded, Cross suddenly emitted a sound, interrupting the narrative. Grace turned to him, noticing he had bent one arm, resting his elbow on the table, while his palm covered his mouth, trying to stifle a laugh. Suddenly unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter, quickly composing himself, though the joy on his face was unmistakable. What is so amusing? Grace inquired. I was reminded of a delightful matter, Cross replied. What delightful matter? Grace pressed. Upon completing this mission, I shall receive a promotion, Cross declared. Grace, unable to resist, joined in laughter, quickly restoring his composure. Leaning on the table with his elbows, hands covering his mouth in an effort to suppress his mirth. What are you laughing about? Grace directed at him. I too shall be promoted, he managed between chuckles. The two men could hardly contain their laughter, their bodies shaking as they covered their faces, striving to regain their composure. I speak the truth. I am not jesting, Grace asserted, his irritation rising. All right, Cross replied, but the two men erupted into laughter once more. Enough, Grace shouted, exasperated, slapping the table with considerable force, producing a loud noise. My apologies. Let us return to the matter at hand. You mentioned the armored figure. Was he handsome? Cross inquired, attempting to regain his seriousness. It is not merely a matter of handsomeness. He is of a rare breed. At the front of his belt, there is a flip phone that, when opened and bent, transforms into a weapon capable of launching energy projectiles. On the left side of the belt, there is presumably a digital camera, which, when wielded, possesses formidable power, capable of vanquishing that monster with a single blow. Meanwhile, on the right side of the belt, there appears to be a flashlight, likely endowed with special abilities as well. Regrettably, he only utilized the camera to defeat the creature that morning, and I was unable to witness the use of the flashlight. The doppelganger mused with a smile. Humph. Upon hearing this, Cross could not contain himself and burst into laughter once more. You have pushed me too far. I have endured this for far too long. At this point, the doppelganger slammed the table and shouted at Cross. I am on the verge of a promotion, Cross replied with a smile. You are clearly mocking me. You haven't ceased your laughter, the doppelganger retorted angrily. Sir, we have undergone rigorous training. No matter how amusing the situation, we shall not laugh, Cross stated. Perhaps your expression is somewhat unclear. Let us first investigate that abandoned factory you mentioned, and we may require your assistance again, Grace interjected hastily. In that case, I shall change into another outfit and accompany you, the doppelganger declared, rising and swiftly making his way toward the stairs. As the doppelganger exited their line of sight, the two erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Hearing this, The doppelganger turned back, took a few steps down, and looked at them. "Mr. Yin, are you ready?" Upon the doppelganger's sudden appearance, both men halted and instantly reverted to their original demeanor, gazing at him with puzzled expressions. The doppelganger continued upstairs. Once he vanished from view, the two men burst into laughter once more, particularly Cross, who could not stop stamping his feet and slapping the table. Unable to endure any longer, the doppelganger descended the stairs. As he reappeared, the two men quickly resumed their puzzled expressions, staring at him. The doppelganger approached with indignation, casually picking up a chair. "Sir, please remain calm," Grace implored. "Get lost," the doppelganger said coldly, raising the chair toward them. "All right, we shall leave immediately," Grace responded, hastily gathering items from the table and turning to flee with Cross. As they dashed out, their laughter echoed once more. After their departure, the doppelganger returned the chair to its original position and smiled at the doorway. "What a timely gift," he mused. At that moment, Yin-chun was en route to Afghanistan to rescue Tony, smiling as he read the synchronized messages from the doppelganger. Initially, he worried that merely showing his face in front of the neighbors might not suffice, but now that S.H.I.E.L.D. had sent personnel to inquire, it effectively absolved Yin-chun of any suspicion. Was this not a stroke of fortune? "This time, it seems we may not be able to secure our promotion directly," Grace remarked to Cross after they had run a distance. Not being promoted is of little consequence. It is truly amusing. The armored individuals, transforming their phones into firearms, and the camera possessing such formidable power that it can vanquish monsters. How delightful. Cross laughed so heartily that he struggled to catch his breath. "Well, let us first gather at Mr. Coulson's place," he suggested. "I wonder why he has not mentioned the whereabouts of the monsters," Grace remarked. "If he remains silent, we shall investigate gradually. Should we discover that he is deliberately concealing the monsters, the only recourse would be to imprison him, which is quite unfortunate," Cross replied. With that, the two made their way towards the abandoned factory where Yin-chun had previously engaged in battle with Ofino. A few minutes later, they arrived at the desolate factory. Just as the individuals conducting the investigation emerged, the two hastened towards them. "Mr. Coulson, what have you uncovered within?" Cross inquired of the group, his gaze resting on the apparent leader, a middle-aged man whose demeanor was gentler than Grace's, exuding an air of harmlessness that rendered him difficult to dislike. "We have gathered a fair amount of information, but it remains insufficient." "What about you?" Coulson responded. Chapter 6. The rescue begins. "I'm sorry. It appears we may have botched this," Grace awkwardly remarked upon hearing Coulson's words. "Is he in a foul mood?" "I recall from the dossier that he shouldn't be that kind of person," Coulson inquired with a hint of confusion. "No, his temperament is quite amiable. However, you might want to take a look for yourself," Grace replied, casting an embarrassed glance at the equally awkward Cross. She handed the notebook and recorder to Coulson. As he received the notebook and the recorder, Coulson furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at both individuals. "Let us return for now. I'll listen and organize the information on the way, then report to the director," he stated, putting the items away without directly looking or listening. Subsequently, everyone boarded the vehicle parked nearby and departed from the abandoned factory. 10 hours later, as Yin-chun was growing increasingly impatient, he finally arrived in Afghanistan and disembarked from the plane. "At last, we have arrived." Stepping off the aircraft, Yin-chun surveyed his surroundings, stretching and moving his body before saying, "System, do you have a location fix?" "Of course," the system responded. A luminous display appeared before Yin-chun, visible only to him, featuring a blue dot and a red dot. The red dot represented Yin-chun, while the blue indicated Tony Stark's location, accompanied by a route marked as the most direct. "That is quite a distance." Yin-chun sighed as he examined the route. He then found a secluded corner of the airport, summoned his vehicle, the Agile Pegasus, and pressed the accelerator, heading toward Tony's current location. After 5 hours and refueling 4 times, Yin-chun was nearing the terrorist stronghold where Tony was held captive. When he was approximately 150 meters from the base, he halted the vehicle, stored the Agile Pegasus, and transformed using his belt. Crouching low, he stealthily approached the terrorist compound. The guards are quite vigilant. How can I infiltrate without jeopardizing Tony's safety? Yin-chun pondered. utilizing Freeze's enhanced vision and X-ray capabilities to survey the interior of the terrorist base. After a moment of contemplation, he retreated a short distance, retrieved the agile Pegasus once more, grasped the handlebars, and twisted them, revealing the Fui's edge, which morphed into a crimson sword. He then pressed a button on the vehicle's fuel tank. In a spectacular display, the agile Pegasus contorted and transformed into a gleaming silver entity, with the rear wheels becoming jet thrusters for flight, and the front wheels morphing into a robotic shield capable of firing bullets akin to a submachine gun. Go and draw their attention. Eliminate as many as you can, Yunshun instructed, pointing toward the individuals within the terrorist compound. Upon hearing this, the agile Pegasus' eyes flickered momentarily before flames erupted from its back, propelling it into the air as it charged toward the terrorist base. Meanwhile, Yunshun swiftly ran in a different direction, circling around to the rear of the compound. With a resounding boom, the mobile Pegasus hovered above the base. Upon spotting the adversaries, it swiftly raised its rotating wheel, which began to spin rapidly, unleashing a barrage of bullets directed at the terrorists below. In an instant, the formidable firepower of the mobile Pegasus felled several of its foes, leaving the remaining terrorists scrambling for cover, their panic palpable. "Intruders!" cried the terrorists from other locations. Rushing towards the scene, their weapons trained on the mobile Pegasus as they squeezed the triggers, firing at it. However, the defenses of the mobile Pegasus were not so easily breached. The bullets merely left faint white marks upon its surface, without causing any significant damage. In stark contrast, the terrorists suffered further casualties under the relentless assault, their disarray evident. "What in the world is that? Someone, bring me a rocket launcher," bellowed the furious leader of the terrorists, who was observing the chaos through surveillance monitors. At that moment, a terrorist nearing the mobile Pegasus spotted a rocket launcher nearby. He seized it, took cover behind a barricade, and aimed at the mobile Pegasus before pulling the trigger. With a resounding boom, a projectile erupted from the launcher, trailing flames and smoke as it hurtled towards the mobile Pegasus, striking it, and resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent the machine soaring through the air. The sight elated the terrorists, some even daring to step out of their shelters, eager to witness the entity that had caused them such distress. Just as a few terrorists approached the mobile Pegasus, it suddenly rose, aiming its rotating wheel at them once more. The wheel whirled into action, unleashing another volley of bullets that tore through the bodies of the unsuspecting terrorists. Overwhelmed by regret, they watched helplessly as the bullets penetrated their forms, severing limbs and sending them crashing to the ground, their eyes gradually closing, some unable to find the piece of closure. Subsequently, flames erupted from the rear of the mobile Pegasus, propelling it into the air once more as it continued its relentless assault on the terrorists. Witnessing this, the remaining terrorists recoiled in fear, desperate to flee. The effects of the earlier rocket attack were not entirely in vain. The mobile Pegasus now bore dark scorch marks, with a noticeable dent in its chest. Following the impact, it prioritized eliminating the terrorists wielding rocket launchers, systematically dispatching them before turning its attention to those attempting to escape. Meanwhile, Yunshun, having drawn most of the terrorists away, effortlessly dealt with a few minor threats along the way while evading surveillance, ultimately arriving at the cave where Tony was held captive. As he approached, a nearby terrorist shouted in alarm, "Boss, we have an intruder outside the cave. Damn it. It's a ruse to draw the tiger from its den. He must be here to rescue Tony Stark. Everyone, follow me. We must intercept him and take him hostage. No one leaves unless we secure him." With this, the furious leader of the terrorists barked orders, seizing his submachine gun and dashing outside. Simultaneously, the other terrorists, who were en route to the mobile Pegasus, halted in their tracks and turned towards the cave where Tony was held captive. Those inside the cave, upon receiving the news, prepared to act. However, Yunshun had already appeared before them, dispatching them one by one with swift strokes of his sword, extinguishing their lives. It was not that Yunshun wished to evade the surveillance, but rather that the camera was directly focused on the entrance of the cave. Unless a new passage was opened, the commotion would be indistinguishable from a direct assault. Thus, Yunshun had no choice but to charge in. "What is happening outside? Is someone here to rescue us?" A man, clad in armor composed of various steel plates and adorned with a glowing circular device on his chest, looked towards the entrance, addressing another man beside him. This man, bespectacled and thinning-haired, was assisting him in donning the armor. I don't know. Hopefully it's a rescue. But we can't waste time, he replied, hastening his efforts. Indeed, the two men were none other than the future Iron Man, Tony Stark, and his savior, Ethan, who ultimately perished at the hands of the terrorists to buy Tony time. At that moment, they were donning the Mark I armor, designed by Tony for his own salvation. Just as Ethan was about to place the final helmet upon Tony's head, the door was violently kicked open, startling both men into stillness as they turned to face the entrance. There stood Yun-chun, his right hand wielding a beam sword and his left grasping the bloodied neck of a terrorist. With a flick of his wrist, the terrorist crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Who are you? Ethan stammered, frozen in place, swallowing hard with a visage of trepidation. I am the one here to rescue you. Hurry up, Yun-chun replied, but mid-sentence, he noticed his voice had transformed into that of a middle-aged man. Pausing for a moment, he recalled the system's capabilities and continued, turning back to the passage to prevent any disturbances. Quickly, continue, Tony urged Ethan, relief washing over them. All right, Ethan responded, finally grasping the urgency. Hastily placing the helmet, the last piece of armor, on Tony's head, completing the ensemble. Almost done. Then, Ethan swiftly approached the nearby laptop and pressed a few keys. Glancing back at Tony, saying, click, click. Just as Yun-chun neared the cave's entrance, a flurry of rapid footsteps echoed from outside. Yun-chun turned to see the furious terrorist leader charging towards him, flanked by a dozen of his subordinates. As Yun-chun emerged, the leader of the terrorists made a swift decision. He discarded his firearm and seized a rocket launcher from a nearby henchman, aiming it directly at Yun-chun before pulling the trigger. With a thunderous roar, the rocket soared toward Yun-chun, who, unable to evade in time, raised his beam saber defensively. The projectile collided with the blade, forcing Yun-chun several steps back before erupting in a fierce explosion, unleashing a powerful shockwave and flames. The blast reverberated throughout the cave, fracturing the rock face above and causing the entrance and a section of the passageway within to collapse entirely. Observing the cave's entrance crumble, the terrorist leader exhaled in relief and carelessly discarded the rocket launcher onto the ground. Chapter 7. The undead lion in the depths of the cave where Tony was imprisoned. He, clad in the Mark I armor, hunched over on the ground amidst a scattering of rubble. Are you all right? He inquired. Moments later, reassured of his safety, Tony rose to his feet. At that moment, Ethan, curled up nearby, emerged from the debris. Just as the explosive shell fired by the terrorist leader struck Yun-chun, Tony's iron armor was fully donned, and as the explosion reverberated, he instinctively shielded Ethan, lying flat against the earth. I'm fine. What on earth is happening outside? Ethan, sensing that all was well, stood up and glanced around. I don't know, but let's step outside. Stay behind me and watch for falling rocks, Tony replied, leading the way. Ethan followed closely behind as they made their way out. Upon reaching the passage, they discovered it was engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light. I'll grab a flashlight, Ethan said, retreating briefly to fetch one. He switched it on, illuminating the corridor. With the flashlight's glow, they surveyed the scene, revealing several bodies of terrorists strewn across the ground, alongside a cascade of debris. Understanding the gravity of the situation, they inhaled deeply and cautiously advanced towards the cave's entrance, with Ethan picking up a rifle from the ground and cradling it in his arms. Damn it, the entrance is blocked, Tony exclaimed in frustration after surveying the sealed exit. Where's Yun-chun? Ethan asked, scanning the vicinity but failing to locate him. Just then, a noise erupted from the blocked entrance, startling them both. Bang! Clatter! They turned to see Yun-chun, trapped beneath a pile of stones, struggling to free himself. The sound they heard was from him pushing aside the debris resting on his head. Relieved, they hesitated, wary of approaching too quickly, and watched silently. Meanwhile, Tony focused on Yun-chun's armor, deep in thought. After a brief struggle, Yun-chun finally emerged, brushing off the dust with the beam of Ethan's flashlight illuminating him. What happened? Before Tony could speak, Ethan asked. As you can see, the entrance collapsed. They intend to imprison us here, Yun-chun replied, glancing at the blocked exit. He then moved forward, shifting several stones to retrieve the beam saber buried beneath. Can we get out? Ethan inquired once more. Of course, Tony interjected before Yun Chun could respond, striding towards the entrance. What do you intend to do? Dig your way out? Yun Chun remarked as he observed Tony's approach. Unless you prefer to rely on the sword in your hand, Tony countered. Huh, leave it to me, Yun Chun chuckled, removing the flashlight from his belt and inserting a crystal card from his phone. Ready? Yun Chun crouched down, securing the flashlight to his foot, gazing intently at the opening before him, and retreated several steps. Observing Yun Chun, Tony felt a wave of confusion, pondering the significance of his previous actions and what he intended to do next. After stepping back a few paces, Yun Chun flipped open his phone and pressed the enter key. YXCDCHARG, energy recharge. To Tony's astonishment, a crimson beam of light emanated from Yun Chun's belt, coursing along the red stripes of his attire and into the flashlight on his foot. With a half-crouch, Yun Chun propelled himself towards the opening, leaping into the air as a drill composed of red energy manifested at his foot. He thrust the energy drill against the stone at the entrance. With a thunderous roar, Yun Chun's kick struck the rock, penetrating it. Moments later, a resounding explosion reverberated, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. As the smoke cleared, Tony took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the now completely breached opening. Yun Chun emerged, much to Tony's astonishment, having penetrated a barrier of considerable thickness, 10 meters. Outside, the onlookers were equally startled, hastily directing their weapons at Yun Chun, uncertain of whom they were confronting. The scene revealed the entirety of the base's terrorists congregated in this area, the ground strewn with bodies, victims of the combat against a mysterious figure who had appeared, battling the mechanized Pegasus. This adversary was a lion-like creature, its head and upper body gleaming gold, while its face and lower body were dark, with robust arms and fists. The lion-like creature held the upper hand, leaving the mechanized Pegasus on the brink of defeat. Unperturbed by the emergence of this beast, Yun Chun removed the flashlight from his foot, withdrew a crystalline card, and prepared for action. As the terrorists aimed their weapons, he charged forward with resolve. Harnessing the enhanced strength, speed, and defense granted by the Fui's armor, Yun Chun dispatched them with swift precision, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The leaders of the terrorists, gripped by fear, shouted in alarm. Upon hearing this, the remaining terrorists abandoned their weapons and fled. Ethan, stay hidden. Seeing the terrorists attempt to escape, Tony, fueled by a desire for retribution after enduring their torment, could not allow them to evade justice. He urged Ethan to remain concealed while he charged after them, launching his own attacks. Meanwhile, Yun Chun refrained from pursuit, for the mechanized Pegasus had already been vanquished, sent hurtling away by a powerful blow from the lion-like creature, transforming into its motorcycle form upon impact. A Kamen rider? After defeating the mechanized Pegasus, the lion-like creature turned its gaze towards Yun Chun, sneering quietly as it approached him. Regarding the lion-like monster, Yun Chun initially could not discern his type until he observed the belt around his waist, which confirmed his identity as an undead from the Blade universe. Specifically the Three of Spades. As the undead approached, Yun Chun brandished his sword and charged forward, ready for battle. In the fleeting moment of their impending contact, Yun Chun swung his beam sword, aiming to strike the undead. However, the undead executed a half-squat and tilted his head, evading the blade, and then delivered a powerful punch to Yun Chun's abdomen, sending him staggering several paces back. With an intense gaze, the undead lunged at Yun Chun, leaping into the air to deliver another blow. In response, Yun Chun swiftly raised his sword to shield himself, but the defense proved insufficient. The undead's fist collided with the sword, propelling Yun Chun backward even farther than before. What immense strength! Yun Chun exclaimed, regaining his footing as he regarded the undead with astonishment. The Three of Spades excels in power. It is advisable for the host to defeat him through speed, suggested the system. Is that so? Yun Chun mused, turning his attention to the approaching undead. Submit to me, and perhaps I shall spare your life, the undead sneered. To command my submission, you'll need to prove your capability, Yun Chun retorted with a smirk, charging forward with his sword in hand. Humph, so stubborn, the undead remarked coldly, clenching his fist as he advanced. Just as Yun Chun neared the undead, the latter prepared to strike. In a sudden maneuver, Yun Chun leapt over the undead's head. What? The undead exclaimed in surprise. Ignoring the undead's astonishment, Yun Chun seized the opportunity, delivering a decisive strike mid-air. Upon being hit, the undead staggered forward several steps, while Yunchun gracefully landed on the ground. Without missing a beat, Yunchun swiftly pivoted and charged again, aiming to slash at the undead. By this time, the undead had turned around, realizing he could not evade in time, and hastily raised his hands to defend himself. As Yunchun reached the undead, he unleashed a flurry of strikes against the undead's arms, forcing him to retreat, one blade slicing through the undead's hand and another piercing his body. With a pained expression, the undead stumbled backward, ultimately losing his balance and collapsing to the ground, emitting a cry of agony. His arms were marred with deep gashes, oozing a greenish blood. "Boy, I will have you dead." The undead glared at his bloodied arms, roaring as he rose to his feet and charged once more at Yunchun. As the undead charged forward, Yunchun employed the same tactic, rushing ahead and leaping into the air, aiming to land behind the undead. Unfortunately, this time his efforts proved futile. Just as Yunchun vaulted over the undead's head, poised to swing his sword mid-air, the undead abruptly pivoted, delivering a powerful punch that sent Yunchun flying into a nearby heap of iron barrels, causing his beam sword to fly from his grasp. With a disdainful snort, the undead approached the crumpled Yunchun, who was now entangled within the barrels, and yanked him free. Seizing Yunchun by the throat, the undead struck him with a forceful blow, propelling him against the mountainside before he crumpled to the ground. Sprawled on the earth, Yunchun coughed up a mouthful of blood, which trickled from the mouthpiece of Isfri's armor helmet, engineered to prevent liquid from infiltrating its circuitry. He had underestimated the cunning of an ancient creature that had lived for millennia. Even if its power was not formidable, its guile was undoubtedly exceptional. How could he have believed that such a being would be so easily rattled by mere injury? Clutching his chest, Yunchun gazed at the undead and spoke. The undead, regarding him with a chilling sneer, surged forward once more, leaping into the air with a clenched fist aimed at the fallen Yunchun. Seeing this, Yunchun swiftly rolled aside, narrowly evading the undead's fist, which crashed down into the ground, creating a sizable crater. With his attack thwarted, the undead charged at Yunchun once again. Chapter 8. Sealing the Undead Ready. As the undead charged forward, Yunchun realized that evasion was futile. Swiftly, he seized the camera from his belt, extracted the crystal card from his mobile device, and inserted it into the camera, securing it to his wrist. Exceed charge. He then flipped open his mobile device and pressed the enter key. A brilliant red light emanated from the belt, flowing into the camera he held. At that moment, the undead was upon Yunchun, delivering a powerful punch aimed at him. In response, Yunchun, with the camera-clad fist, struck directly against the undead's blow. The two punches collided with a thunderous boom, momentarily locking in a stalemate. However, Yunchun's attack proved superior, unleashing a torrent of energy upon the undead, sending it hurtling backward to the ground, where it rolled several times before coming to a halt. The undead lay on the ground, clutching its chest, spewing forth a stream of green blood, while the fist that had collided with Yunchun lay shattered and broken. How could this be? The undead exclaimed incredulously, staring at its own hand. In contrast, Yunchun was even more astonished, unable to fathom that the undead had withstood the full force of his free-shot punching unit, suffering merely a severed limb. Just then, Tony, clad in Mark I armor and pursuing the terrorists, returned to witness the confrontation between Yunchun and the undead. Moments earlier, Tony had attempted to eliminate the terrorist leader but was hindered by the weight of his armor, which prevented him from keeping pace, ultimately resorting to using a flamethrower to incinerate the weapons sold to the terrorists by Stark Industries. Observing this, Ethan hurried over to inquire about the situation regarding the terrorists. Ready. Yunchun noticed Tony but chose to disregard him, focusing instead on the undead, intending to seize the opportunity to strike while it was vulnerable. He removed the crystal card from the camera, stowed the camera away, and retrieved a flashlight, inserting the crystal card into it before strapping it to his foot. "Are you certain you wish to proceed?" The system interjected, cautioning that repeated use of lethal techniques in a short span would impose severe strain on the body. Noting that he had already utilized 2 attacks. "Do I have a choice?" Yunchun retorted, flipping open his mobile device and pressing the enter key once more. Exceed charge. A radiant red light surged from the belt, coursing along the red stripes into the flashlight. With determination, Yun-chun took a running leap, and a drill composed of red energy manifested at his foot. He propelled himself toward the undead, who had just regained its senses, wearing an expression of sheer terror. No, the undead cried out, only to be sent flying by Yun-chun's decisive kick, not a mere penetration, but a forceful expulsion. After the undead was flung outward, it crashed onto the ground, rolling several times before collapsing, the buckle of its belt snapping open to reveal a 3 inside, rendering it powerless to resist. Observing the undead's buckle come undone, Yun-chun finally exhaled in relief. Ha ha ha, what does it matter if you defeat me? I shall not perish. Once I recover, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will undoubtedly hunt you down and reduce you to mere fragments. The undead cackled. The rewards have been dispensed. Please check your system inventory, the voice of the system announced. Upon hearing this, both Tony and Ethan inhaled sharply. They had just witnessed Yun-chun penetrate 10 meters of stone with a crimson drill, and now, after the same attack on the undead, it was astonishing that it remained alive and even had the strength to speak. System, you must possess a card capable of sealing the undead, correct? Yun-chun recalled that the undead could only be sealed, not killed, and addressed the system. In the system shop, it is 50 points, the system replied. I will take one, Yun-chun said, pausing briefly before advancing toward the undead. Without uttering a word, Yun-chun retrieved the card he had just exchanged from the system space. The card in his hand bore crimson patterns on its reverse, while the front displayed ornate borders surrounding an empty square. No, you cannot do this, the undead exclaimed in terror upon seeing the card in Yun-chun's hand. Tony and Ethan exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend why the undead was frightened of the card. Ignoring the undead's pleas, Yun-chun flicked his wrist, sending the card flying to pierce the undead. As the card embedded itself, the undead's form dissolved like water, drawn into the card, emitting a final sound. Witnessing this, both men were left in astonishment. Once the card had completely absorbed the undead, it returned to Yun-chun's hand, which he caught effortlessly. Gazing at the card, Yun-chun noted that its front had transformed. The central square now depicted a lion, while the top left and bottom right corners displayed the number 3 and a spade, reminiscent of a standard playing card. After a brief glance, Yun-chun tucked the card away. He then disregarded Tony and Ethan entirely, striding towards the mechanical Pegasus. Watching Yun-chun, Tony felt compelled to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. He was bewildered by Yun-chun's identity, questioning how he possessed such powerful yet compact exoskeleton armor. Why did his robot transform into a motorcycle? Or conversely, why did his motorcycle morph into a robot? How did he know of their presence here? What were his intentions in rescuing them? These queries lingered in Tony's mind, leaving him to ponder whether he had fallen behind the times. Yun-chun approached the mechanized Pegasus, gently lifting it and inspecting its fuselage. The entire surface of the mechanized Pegasus was marred by burn marks, an inky blackness that was riddled with numerous shallow craters, densely packed and provoking a sense of claustrophobia. Even the fuel tank had sustained significant damage, creating a sizable dent. Witnessing this scene, Yun-chun covered his face, overwhelmed by a wave of exhaustion. System, is the mechanized Pegasus still operational? Yun-chun inquired. It can be operated, but only just, the system replied succinctly. Can you repair it? Yun-chun asked. Certainly. It will require 10 hours and 200 points. Do you wish to proceed with the repairs now? Additionally, for an extra 50 points, I could provide you with a new motorcycle, the system explained. By the way, while in transformation, you utilize the mechanized Pegasus as your mode of transport. Therefore, without transformation, it cannot be used, which conveniently helps avoid exposure. However, with Tony Stark present, the vehicle can only be used once. Thus, on the return journey, you will need to rent a temporary motorcycle and later acquire a permanent one. Is that acceptable? The system mused before turning to Yun-chun. You decide. I am not well versed in such matters, Yun-chun responded. Very well, I shall first take the mechanized Pegasus for repairs and arrange for a temporary rental for you. The system concluded. To Tony's perspective, the dialogue between Yun-chun and the system appeared to be a contemplation of the situation. Assuming Yun-chun's vehicle was inoperable, Tony was about to voice his thoughts when he witnessed the mechanized Pegasus vanish before him, only for another motorcycle to materialize in its place. leaving him momentarily dazed and causing his worldview to shatter. He stood there, lost in thought. Ethan, standing nearby, was equally bewildered, unsure of what to do, and could only remain standing in a daze. Observing the new motorcycle before him, Yun-chun nodded in approval and took a seat to test it. Afterward, he turned his gaze toward Tony and Ethan, retrieving his phone. Just as he was about to throw it, he abruptly halted, pocketing it instead. He then removed the freeze phone from his belt and looked at Tony. "Do you have any friends who could come to pick you up?" Yun-chun asked. "What are you planning to do?" Tony responded, finally processing Yun-chun's words. "If you wish to stay, that is also acceptable," Yun-chun stated, raising his phone and giving it a shake. "Aren't you here to rescue me?" Tony questioned. "Indeed, but I lack the capacity to facilitate your departure," Yun-chun replied. "Ethan, assist me," Yun-chun called out. Just as Tony moved to take the phone, he realized he was clad in Mark I armor and turned to Ethan. "Oh, right," Ethan said, snapping out of his stupor as he approached to help Tony out of the Mark I suit. Upon seeing Yun-chun's free suit, Tony deemed his own armor inferior. The proud inventor vowed to return and develop a new suit capable of surpassing Yun-chun's Fui's armor. A few minutes later, the two individuals finally removed all of Tony's armor, revealing a sweat-drenched Tony. "Here you go," Yun-chun remarked, tossing his Fui's phone toward Tony. Observing the removal of the armor, Tony swiftly caught the phone, holding it in his hand and examining it intently. Clearing his throat, Yun-chun coughed twice, subtly signaling to Tony. Otherwise, at this rate, they might be here until the year of the monkey. However, Tony was lost in thought, entirely oblivious to Yun-chun's hints. Once again, Yun-chun coughed, but Tony remained unresponsive. Ethan, standing nearby, was nearly unable to contain himself and was about to step forward. "If you don't need to make a call, then return my phone," Yun-chun exclaimed loudly. At that moment, Tony finally reacted, pressing the number keys to call his friend, Rhodey. Meanwhile, at the military base in Afghanistan, following Tony's disappearance, helicopters had been dispatched continuously to search for him, yet no useful information had been obtained. Rhodey, growing frustrated and on the verge of giving up, was in the command center, monitoring the incoming reports from the helicopters sent to locate Tony. Suddenly, Rhodey received a private call. Upon checking his phone, he noticed it was from a number with only 3 5s. Furrowing his brow, he pondered briefly before answering the call. "Hello, who is this?" Rhodey inquired. "Rhodey? It's me, Tony," came Tony's voice through the phone. "Tony, where are you? Are you all right?" Upon hearing Tony's voice, Rhodey's emotions surged, and he quickly asked. He then extended his hand to tap a nearby soldier, signaling him to trace the location of this number. The soldier immediately sprang into action, moving swiftly to fulfill the request. Chapter 9. Nick Fury. "I'm fine. I've made it out," I said to Tony, pausing momentarily. "I don't even know where I am. There's nothing here but sand. Can't you pinpoint my location?" Tony inquired. Hearing this, Rhodey glanced at the soldier beside him, who turned to Rhodey and shook his head. "I have no idea what's going on either. We can't track your number. Where did you get your phone?" Rhodey frowned. Where exactly am I?" Tony asked Yun-chun. "East in meters from the Afghan airport." Yun-chun attempted to respond but hesitated, realizing he too was uncertain of their location. "It's east in meters from the Afghan airport. Perhaps you should look around." Noticing Yun-chun's discomfort, Tony hesitated before speaking into his phone. "Hold on. I'll be right there." Upon hearing this, Rhodey ended the call, swiftly organizing the soldiers to arrange a helicopter towards Tony's direction. "All right, just wait a moment. It should be arriving soon." After hanging up, Tony reluctantly returned the phone to Yun-chun. "May I ask your name? And how do you know I'm here? What is your purpose in saving me?" Tony queried. "You may call me Kamen Rider. I happen to know your whereabouts, and while I certainly have motives for saving you, I have already acquired what I wanted. You owe me nothing. $500 million. Are you willing to sell your armor and motorcycle?" Upon hearing Yun-chun's words, Tony refrained from pressing further and shifted to another question, his demeanor turning serious. "Sorry, not for sale." Moreover, as Tony Stark, the most brilliant mind on Earth, with the highest IQ among humans, you are entirely capable of creating armor that rivals mine. You don't need mine. Yun-chun's breath quickened at this. His fists clenched tightly, and after several moments, he regained his composure, and looked at Tony, his heart bleeding internally. Of course, it would just take some time. Tony felt a pang of regret at Yun Chun's refusal to sell, but when he heard Yun Chun proclaim himself as the greatest intellect on Earth, his spirits soared. What was that creature earlier? Why was it drawn into your card? Tony recalled the monster he had encountered, inquiring further. That creature is an undead. True to its name, it cannot die. It can only be sealed away, and the card serves as the tool for its confinement. Moreover, it is not the only one of its kind. There are many, for your sake, as well as those around you and for the world. I believe it is imperative that you hasten the development of your own iron armor. Upon hearing this, Tony furrowed his brow. Considering your position, perhaps you should worry more about your company than those monsters. All the weapons being utilized by these terrorists originate from your production. You ought to investigate how they acquired them and who sold them. It's possible you might be betrayed before even encountering a monster. Yun Chun gazed at Tony and reminded him, it will happen, undoubtedly. Tony, with a somber expression, replied, it is hardly comfortable to nearly perish by the very weapons one has created. Are you injured? How is your condition? At that moment, Tony, controlling the blood flow from Yun Chun's armor, inquired. I am fine, Yun Chun responded. The person coming to fetch you has arrived. I must take my leave. Just then, through Fui's auditory device, Yun Chun seemed to perceive something and stated, I will start the motorcycle, swiftly departing before Tony could react. Hey! Upon witnessing this, Tony called out urgently, but alas, Yun Chun had already vanished, leaving him in a state of helplessness and confusion as he scanned his surroundings, finding nothing amiss. 2 minutes later, a thunderous sound echoed through the air. Finally, they have arrived. Upon hearing the noise, Tony looked up to see a helicopter racing towards them. Over here. We're over here, he exclaimed, waving excitedly at the aircraft. The helicopter descended a few meters away, and several soldiers disembarked, rushing towards Tony and Rhodey. Still riding that cheerful jeep? Rhodey panted, asking, will you accompany me next time? He then placed a hand on Tony's shoulder and embraced him. Tony smiled, but remained silent, his heart brimming with unspoken emotions. He proceeded to introduce Rhodey to Ethan. This is Ethan, who was imprisoned alongside me by those terrorists. Without his assistance, I would not have survived to see you. Tony gestured towards Ethan. Thank you, Mr. Ethan. Please return with us. We wish to express our gratitude. Rhodey extended his hand. During this harrowing time, they had been frantic in their search for Tony, and now that they had finally found him, their excitement was overwhelming. And they felt deeply compelled to thank the man who had rescued him. You're welcome, Ethan replied, somewhat nervously shaking Rhodey's hand. All right, let us go, Rhodey said, turning to lead Tony and Ethan towards the helicopter. Ethan began, but Rhodey interrupted. Your hometown has been completely destroyed, hasn't it? Hearing this, Tony understood the implication, turned to face him, and said, let us go together. He embraced Ethan, offering comfort. Meanwhile, Yun Chun had traveled a considerable distance before entering stealth mode, heading towards the airport. Throughout the journey, aside from refueling, he maintained his concealed state. Upon arriving at the airport, Yun Chun had a meal before boarding the plane. Once aboard, due to his injuries, he succumbed to a deep slumber. In the Trident building, Coulson approached the door of an office, holding a file folder, and knocked gently. Come in. A man's voice called from within. Upon hearing this, Coulson opened the door and stepped inside, closing it behind him. The room was sparsely furnished, featuring a desk, a computer, a chair, 2 sofas, and a table. Standing behind the desk by the window was Nick Fury, clad in a black coat, his dark skin contrasting with his bald head, and a black eye patch covering one eye. His expression remained impassive as he gazed outside. Director, here are the results of the investigation, Coulson announced, producing the file folder. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury turned around, pulled out the chair, and sat down. Coulson extended the folder toward him, waiting silently. Fury accepted the folder, opened it, and began to peruse its contents. What is your opinion on this individual? He inquired after a few moments, his tone devoid of emotion. It's preposterous. With our current technology, exoskeleton armor is merely a concept. However, based on the conditions at the factory and the pile of powder left behind after the demise of 3-18, I cannot fathom anyone capable of achieving this, Coulson replied. If his claims hold any truth, who could don exoskeleton armor and defeat 3 to 18? What are the odds? Nick Fury pressed on. If exoskeleton armor exists, there are 3 possibilities. First, it could be produced by an organization, but I have never heard of such an entity. Nor do I believe any organization could manufacture such a device, rendering this possibility unlikely. Second, it could stem from extraterrestrial technology. However, there has been no evidence of their visitation in recent years, and if they possessed exoskeleton armor, they would not remain so discreet, making this possibility slim as well. Third, it may have emerged alongside the unknown life forms from Zone X 3 months ago, yet there have been no records of exoskeleton armor sightings during this time. Unless the armor has only recently been repaired, or if it was manufactured within these 3 months, this seems the most plausible. Yet, if the wearer of the exoskeleton armor is indeed an unknown life form, what could be their motive for attacking 3 to 18? Regardless of the scenario, there is no evidence indicating that the wearer of the exoskeleton armor is that child, Coulson concluded. Prepare yourself. Take an artist with you, and you will meet with him personally, Nick Fury instructed after a brief silence. Understood, Coulson replied, then inquired, what should be done about Cross and Grice? Follow protocol. In the absence of significant contributions, they are prohibited from participating in promotion assessments for 2 years, Nick Fury stated. Very well, Coulson said, turning to leave. What is the status of 1-03? Nick Fury inquired suddenly. There have been no changes. The blood analysis has yielded no results or explanations, Coulson replied. What about Tony Stark? Is there still no news? Nick Fury asked again, this time with a hint of emotion in his voice. Yes. We just received word that Tony Stark has been located by an officer named Rhodes and is en route to the military base in Afghanistan, Coulson responded. I entrust you with the task of understanding how he returned, Nick Fury instructed. Understood. Once I have gathered the necessary information from that young man, I will head over, Coulson replied. What progress has been made in investigating the number and location of the unidentified entities leaving Area X? Nick Fury asked, his expression serious. The numbers are substantial. Currently, there are over 200 entities detected, not including those already eliminated, and more than 90% have integrated themselves into human society, concealing their presence, Coulson said gravely. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury fell silent, and after 2 minutes, he spoke slowly. Proceed with your tasks. Coulson said nothing further and turned to leave. At the military base in Afghanistan, Tony and Ethan were brought here by Rhodes, who soon provided them with some food to alleviate their hunger. Who exactly captured you? And how did you manage to escape? Rhodes asked Tony, observing the latter's calm demeanor even after such a long period of hunger, in contrast to Ethan, who was devouring his meal. I would rather not recount those harrowing days. The memories are too painful, Tony replied, feeling the knife in his hand and touching his chest. Very well, continue eating. I will arrange for medical personnel to assist you with an examination, Rhodes said, knowing Tony's temperament as he stood up to leave. Chapter 10. The press conference. I wish to take a shower first, then please help me find my belongings, after which I would like to rest a while, Tony remarked. Very well, Roddy replied with a sense of resignation, noting Tony's utter indifference towards his chest injury, as he turned and departed. I believe you ought to let the medical personnel examine you. The conditions were not optimal, and my surgery was not executed to the best of my ability. Ethan spoke after Roddy's exit. I am fully aware, Tony responded. At the entrance of Yunchun's residence, Coulson arrived with a skilled sketch artist, adept at rendering portraits based on verbal descriptions of the target's features, and rang the doorbell. Who are you? The doppelganger inquired as he descended the stairs and opened the door, eyeing Coulson and his companion. We are from Homeland Strategic Intervention, Coulson began, but before he could elaborate, the doppelganger interrupted, get lost, and attempted to slam the door shut. Wait, sir, we are here to apologize, Coulson quickly interjected, placing his hand against the door to prevent its closure. There's no need. Do not force my hand against you. Leave at once. The doppelganger replied sternly. Coulson, employing his exceptional eloquence, managed to calm the doppelganger after a brief yet tense exchange. Mr. Yun, it is not that we do not believe you. It simply seems too fantastical. According to the investigation of that factory, the circumstances indeed align with your account. Hence, we wish to gain further insight into the events and the armored individual, Coulson coaxed. Very well, come in. The doppelganger hesitated before conceding. Thank you. Coulson responded with a smile as he followed the doppelganger inside. The sketch artist, who had remained silent throughout the encounter, observed Coulson's persuasive skills with admiration, recognizing him as a truly elite operative. In the same room, the familiar table bore 2 glasses of water, a recorder, and a notepad. As they continued their discussion for half an hour, Mr. Yoon, could you describe the appearance of the individual known as Kamen Rider? Coulson inquired after the doppelganger finished speaking. Certainly, the doppelganger replied, beginning to articulate the features of Foy's. He described it from an observer's perspective, omitting certain details, while the artist diligently sketched. Is this how the person you witnessed appeared? The artist asked upon completing the drawing, presenting it to Yoon-chun for review. Indeed, that is correct. The doppelganger exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the portrait, though he quickly added, but he was taller and not as muscular. The artist noted these adjustments alongside the sketch, planning to refine it later. Thank you, Mr. Yoon. We shall take our leave now, the artist concluded as he and Coulson rose to depart. Take care. The doppelganger bid them at the door. Sighing deeply in the car, Coulson could not help but express his frustration. Agent Coulson, do you truly believe that what he claims is entirely fabricated? The artist inquired, gazing at Coulson. Do you genuinely think that there exists exoskeletal armor capable of being so diminutive, so slender, yet wielding such formidable power? Coulson replied. Such terrifyingly potent beings have emerged, thus. The existence of such armor is not beyond the realm of possibility, the artist reflected. Upon hearing this, Coulson regarded him with a hint of surprise before coming to a realization, stating, this notion is not entirely implausible. I nearly made a grave error. As an agent, having witnessed so many astonishing phenomena, I find it hard to believe in the mere existence of exoskeletal armor. I merely speculated. Its existence remains to be verified. The artist awkwardly added. Indeed, verification is essential. If it truly exists, it would not merely manifest once, Coulson remarked nonchalantly, as Yoon-chun disembarked from the aircraft. It was already the morning of the 3rd day since his arrival in this world. He sought a secluded corner, transformed, rendered himself invisible, and summoned his mechanized steed, making his way to his abode. Upon returning home, Yoon-chun entered the garage, stored the mechanized steed, and retrieved a motorcycle that bore over 80% resemblance to it. Placing it within the garage, the previous one had already been returned to the system. Subsequently, Yoon-chun ventured into the shop, ascended to the 2nd floor, commanded the system to retract his doppelganger, then took a shower and changed his attire before heading out to dine. After his meal, he procured some food and returned to his residence, placing it in the refrigerator. Due to his injuries, he ascended to his room and lay upon the bed to rest, awaiting his recovery while continuously processing the myriad experiences from the past 2 days since his arrival in this world. This rest persisted for an entire day. The following morning, at an airport somewhere, a private jet came to a halt, and as the cabin door opened, Tony, clad in formal attire and supported by Rhodey and Ethan, descended from the aircraft. Outside, a striking woman and a man dressed in a black suit awaited. These two were among the few closest to Tony. The woman, Pepper Potts, his secretary, housekeeper, caregiver, and beloved, and Happy Hogan, his bodyguard and chauffeur. Are you jesting with me? Get rid of it. Upon seeing the two, or rather, upon seeing the woman, Tony pushed Rhodey aside, intending to speak, only to notice medical personnel approaching with a surgical trolley, and he irritably addressed Rhodey. Upon hearing this, Rhodey sighed, gesturing for the surgical trolley to be taken away. Tony then proceeded to descend the plane slowly, advancing towards the woman, with Rhodey and Ethan trailing behind. With reddened eyes, she expressed her longing for her missing boss. Before the woman, Tony gazed at her with red-rimmed eyes, teasingly remarking, I'm quite pleased. I no longer need to seek employment. Pepper took a deep breath to steady herself and smiled, responding, Indeed, your vacation has concluded. Allow me to introduce my friend, Ethan. Without him, you might not be standing before me now. Tony gestured towards Ethan as he introduced him to Pepper. This is my assistant, Pepper Potts. He then turned to Ethan and introduced Pepper. Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for saving Tony. Pepper extended her hand with a smile. Hello. My pleasure, Ethan replied, shaking her hand. All right, let us head back, Tony announced, leading Ethan and Pepper to Happy's car. Ethan and Happy occupied the front seats while Tony and Pepper settled in the back. Where to, sir? The driver inquired. Take us to the hospital, Happy. Pepper interjected before Tony could respond. Not going, Tony retorted. Not going. Tony, you must go to the hospital, Pepper asserted seriously. I've said no. The doctor wants. Don't force me to go to the hospital. I've been confined for 3 months. Now, I just want to do 2 things. Eat a cheeseburger and... Before he could finish, Pepper interrupted, displeased. You are quite the lecher. Not that. I need you to help me arrange a press conference, Tony replied. Pepper, a press conference? Tony, yes. Pepper, what do you intend to do? Tony, drive. First let us grab a bite. Ethan quietly listened to their exchange. Unsure of what to say, acutely aware of the disparity in their statuses, environments, and experiences. Had it not been for this occasion, their paths would never have crossed, leaving Ethan to ponder his future in silence. Ethan, would you like something to eat? Tony inquired, turning to him. I'm fine with anything, Ethan responded, snapping to attention at Tony's words. All right then, Pepper, please assist me and Ethan with our order, Tony instructed. Of course, sir, Pepper replied. Happy, let us go, Tony said. Sure, Happy responded, starting the vehicle. Upon arriving at the entrance of the press conference venue, Happy halted the car. Oh, look who has arrived, a bald man, who had evidently been waiting for quite some time, approached to open the car door for Tony, and they all exited together. The man who opened the door was Obadiah Stane, who had once conspired with the 10 Rings to harm Tony and seize Stark Industries. He was also one of the few individuals, alongside Pepper and Happy, whom Tony felt close to. Obadiah embraced Tony, saying, I was just about to visit you at the hospital. I'm fine, Tony replied, unaware that this seemingly well-meaning individual was the very one who had nearly brought about his demise. At this moment, Happy approached with several large bags filled with cheeseburgers and handed them to Tony. Tony retrieved a cheeseburger from the bag and instructed Happy to pass the remaining ones to Ethan. Ethan accepted the offering and expressed his gratitude towards Happy. Where's mine? Obadiah inquired, directing his gaze at Ethan, perplexed by the sight of Tony treating someone with such familiarity. Oh, I haven't eaten yet. I forgot to buy one for you. Allow me to introduce my friend Ethan. Without his assistance, I might not have made it back, Tony said, gesturing towards Ethan, who appeared somewhat out of place amidst the unfolding events. Hello, I am Obadiah Stane, Tony's uncle. Thank you for rescuing him, Obadiah smiled, extending his hand, his demeanor betraying no hint of any other emotion. You're welcome, Ethan promptly shook his hand in return. Subsequently, Tony and Obadiah proceeded toward the podium, while Ethan, feeling ill at ease in such an atmosphere, remained in the car with Happy, waiting for their return. As Tony and Obadiah approached the stage, Pepper Potts paused, observing the 2 men. Miss Potts, good day. At that moment, an unannounced Coulson approached her. What is it? Pepper turned to inquire. May I have a word with you? Coulson asked. I'm not a journalist. I am Agent Coulson, he interjected, anticipating her reluctance to engage. I represent the Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics. Here, he said, producing his business card and offering it to Pepper. It's a bit convoluted, and we are currently addressing this issue, he continued, aware of Pepper's unspoken concerns. What is it that you need? Pepper glanced at the card and inquired. Chapter 11. The new Ophion, we wish to understand the circumstances surrounding Mr. Stark's escape, Coulson stated. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Might I ask you to wait? Upon hearing what she had anticipated, Pepper addressed Coulson. Very well, thank you. With that, she turned and departed. Everyone, please be seated. From here, I can see you, and you can see me. It will be more casual this way, Tony remarked as he settled beneath the podium, a hamburger in hand. The reporters, upon hearing this, complied by either sitting or crouching down. What does this gathering signify? Colonel Rhodes inquired as he approached Pepper. I am equally perplexed. I cannot discern his intentions, Pepper replied, furrowing her brow. I did not manage to bid farewell to my father. I wish to inquire about his views on arms production, Tony stated, placing the hamburger down with a serious demeanor. Did he ever experience conflict or wavering? Or was he, as the media portrays, merely a stalwart figure? I witnessed young soldiers being slain, perishing beneath the very weapons I intended to use for their protection, and I realized that I was becoming a part of this irresponsible world. Mr. Stark. A reporter raised his hand to ask a question. Please proceed, Tony replied. What transpired there? I awakened to a realization, Tony proclaimed as he rose and approached the podium. Beyond the manufacture of weapons, I can contribute more to the world. Therefore, I have decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division, effective immediately. At this announcement, all the reporters and Obadiah sprang to their feet in excitement. Until I find a new purpose for the company, one that aligns with what I believe is the right direction and serves the nation's best interests, he concluded, descending from the podium amidst a sea of astonished gazes. The astonishment of the crowd stemmed primarily from the closure of the largest arms division, but more significantly, it affected those who had invested in Stark Industries. The shutdown of the weapons division meant a potential loss of profit, even leading to bankruptcy for some. Meanwhile, Yunchun had risen. The injuries sustained within his body had largely healed, no longer impeding his combat readiness. This was largely due to his enhanced physique. Otherwise, he would have needed to recuperate in a hospital for a considerable time following such trauma. As for the severity of being struck to the point of bloodshed, I am unsure how to convey it accurately, so I merely noted it casually. After all, it doesn't seem as dire on television. After completing his morning routine, Yunchun was about to head downstairs when he suddenly recalled that he had yet to review the rewards for completing the mission to save Tony. Thus, he opened the system panel to examine it. Host: Yunchun age, 18 strength, 11, the human limit is 12, speed, 10, the human limit is 12, stamina, 10, the human limit is 12, points, 445 items. Initial Fui's Suit X1. Culinary Mastery, Combat Proficiency. The panel displayed a total of 445 points for Yunchun. Originally, it was supposed to be 700 points, however. Yunchun utilized 200 points for the Steed of Mechanism, spent 5 points to rent a temporary motorcycle, and acquired a new motorcycle for 50 points, leaving him with a total of 445 points. System: how do I use these two things? Yunchun inquired, gazing at the newly acquired mastery in cooking and combat. Simply click, the system replied. Upon hearing this, Yunchun promptly activated both proficiencies. Before long, the two skills transformed into luminous orbs of varying colors, swiftly penetrating Yunchun's forehead. Subsequently, an overwhelming influx of information regarding culinary arts and combat flooded his mind. The culinary skills encompassed stir-frying, roasting, deep frying, pan-frying, boiling, steaming, and more. If ingredients were at hand, Yunchun could effortlessly prepare dishes that were both visually appealing and delectable. Previously, he had been a complete novice, subsisting on instant noodles and takeout, leading to nutritional deficiencies. In terms of combat, he acquired foundational techniques involving punches, palms, elbows, kicks, and chops. Just observing is sufficient. My portrayal of battle is rather lackluster, he mused. Now, should Yunchun engage in combat with the Three of Spades again, he would undoubtedly fare far better than before, requiring only a single ultimate move instead of two. After taking a moment to absorb his newfound capabilities, he descended the stairs to address his hunger. Once downstairs, he retrieved the food he had previously purchased from the refrigerator and began preparing a meal. After dining, Yunchun returned to the upper floor, settled onto the sofa, and contemplated turning on the television to witness the state of the world following the invasion of the monstrous beings. As soon as he switched on the television, he was greeted by news of Tony Stark's closure of his weapons division, rife with derision directed at Stark Industries. As if everyone believed Tony could not survive without arms sales. Is he back? It makes sense. It has been several days. By now, he must be developing the iron suit, Yunchun remarked while observing the broadcast. Meanwhile, Tony had indeed commenced work on the iron armor, even incorporating research on Yunchun's Steed of Mechanism into his projects. Has he been suppressed? Yunchun pondered as he flipped through several channels, yet failed to uncover any valuable information. Thus, He switched off the television and picked up his phone to continue his inquiries. For the remainder of the evening, aside from meals, Yunchuan diligently searched for all pertinent information about this world, preparing for what lay ahead. It was not until 6:30 that he paused, descended the stairs to cook and eat once more. Upon reaching the kitchen, he discovered that he had consumed all the vegetables he had previously bought. Although he had purchased a considerable amount, his enhanced physique and the rigorous battles he had endured necessitated greater sustenance. Faced with this realization, Yunchuan reluctantly retrieved his motorcycle from the garage and set off to the market for groceries. "No, please, I was mistaken. Spare me," he lamented. At this moment, as Yunchuan traversed a grove, he was suddenly startled by a cacophony of terror. Pausing to gaze into the woods, he beheld a creature resembling a smaller, snow-white version of the transformed wolf-like Ophion. Before it stood a man, panic-stricken, collapsed upon the ground. In disbelief, Yunchuan pondered how swiftly Ophion had begun to alter the very fabric of this world, giving rise to a new breed of Ophion. Just then, the voice of the system echoed in his ears. "Task initiated." It proclaimed once more. "Objective: defeat the new Ophion and acquire information regarding it. Reward: 500 points." With no time to contemplate the system's announcement, Yunchuan hastily exited the vehicle, retrieved his belt and phone, and donned the belt. He swiftly pressed the number 5 3 times on his phone while sprinting forward. Beep, beep, beep. He then pressed the enter key, closing the device. Standing by, it announced. Transformation. Yunchuan inserted the phone into the belt. Complete. A flash of crimson light enveloped him, and he transformed into Kamen Rider Fleece. At that moment, an epiphany struck the system, and a magical circle materialized beside Yunchuan's motorcycle. From it emerged a doppelganger, which promptly mounted the motorcycle and sped away. "Why? What have I done wrong? Why must you treat me this way?" A woman's emotionless voice emanated from Ophion, who began to stagger toward the man. No. The man, realizing Yunchuan's presence, hastily scrambled to his feet and called out, rushing toward Yunchuan in a desperate plea for salvation. Observing this, Ophion's feet morphed into wolf-like appendages, and its stature increased. With claws extended, Ophion leapt ferociously toward the man. Just as it was about to seize him, Yunchuan leaped into action, delivering a powerful kick that sent Ophion sprawling. Ophion arched its body mid-flight, landing with both feet and claws, sliding backward for a brief distance before coming to a halt. "Well done. Kill her. Finish her off," the man exclaimed, turning his gaze toward Yunchuan and Ophion with fervor. Ignoring the man, Yunchuan focused on the advancing Ophion. In a flash, Yunchuan charged forward. As he neared Ophion, the creature leapt over him, pursuing the man behind. The man, terrified by Ophion's approach, scrambled to his feet and fled. Without hesitation, Yunchuan pivoted and pursued, grasping Ophion by the waist, spinning it around, and hurling it in another direction. Turning his attention back to the man, Yunchuan realized he had already retreated into the distance. Breathing a sigh of relief, he redirected his focus to confronting Ophion once more. Why do you obstruct me? What have I done wrong?" Ophino rose to her feet, realizing that the man had already fled, and glared at Yunchuan, her voice filled with indignation. "I am unaware of what he has done to you. But if he has inflicted any harm, it is the responsibility of the police to address it, not yours." She glanced at the large pit nearby along with the shovel, then observed Ophino's reaction and surmised the situation. If it were effective, we would not be in this predicament. Ophino shouted, charging directly at Yunchuan with a claw poised to strike. Seeing this, Yunchuan swiftly evaded her attack, seizing her hand, twisting and pulling her down, executing a shoulder throw that sent her sprawling. In midair, Ophino twisted and turned, landing gracefully on all fours like a cat, before leaping again towards Yunchuan. At this moment, Yunchuan leaned back, allowing Ophino to soar over him. He then straightened up, pivoting to face her once more. After landing, Ophino, fueled by rage, lunged forward again with her claws extended. Rather than retreating, Yunchuan chose to engage, just as her claws were about to make contact. He crouched low and delivered a powerful punch to her abdomen, sending her flying backward. With a gasp, Ophino collided with a tree. causing it to sway violently before she crumpled to the ground, kneeling in agony and crying out in pain. Chapter 12. The Battle. Damn that wretched woman. I never anticipated you to be a monster. I hope he doesn't dispatch you too swiftly. It would allow me to profit. Meanwhile, the man, having run a considerable distance, spoke as he retrieved his phone and scrolled through his contacts. He found it. With a surge of excitement, he exclaimed, "Ah," just as he was about to dial. He unexpectedly kicked a stone underfoot, tripping and tumbling to the ground. In the very spot where he fell, a sharp metallic object, driven into the earth by an unknown hand, lay in wait. The man, having braced himself with his hands, was unfortunately caught by the inertia and the length of the metal, which pierced through his eye and into his brain. He collapsed, trembling a few times before becoming still, a torrent of blood gushing from his head. On the other side, Yun Chun observed as Ophi Iner regained her footing, furiously charging towards him. Despite her initial portrayal as a victim, Yun Chun had no desire to engage in combat with her. He deftly dodged to the left and right while retreating, evading Ophi Iner's claws. Eventually, he found himself beside a tree and swiftly rolled aside, causing her claws to strike the trunk, splintering it. Ophi Iner pivoted and lunged once more at Yun Chun. "Calm yourself," he exclaimed, realizing that evasion was no longer a viable strategy. He seized her hand, shouting out. With a primal roar, Ophi Iner retaliated, delivering a brutal kick to his abdomen. As Yun Chun winced and loosened his grip, she raked her claws across his chest. The force of her attack sent him staggering back several steps before he collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, Ophi Iner leapt into the air, her claws poised to strike at him once more. In a moment of desperation, Yun Chun grasped her hand and executed a swift roll, pushing her away before scrambling to his feet. Noticing her attempt to rise, he charged forward, launching himself into a flying kick that sent her reeling. He then retrieved a flashlight from his belt. Yet, after extracting the flashlight, Yun Chun hesitated, his gaze fixed on Ophi Iner. She struggled to rise again, emitting a fierce growl as she stumbled toward him, but after a few steps, she collapsed, unconscious, reverting back to her human form. Mission accomplished. Defeat the new Ophi Iner and earn 300 points. With a sigh of relief, Yun Chun stowed the flashlight and approached her. Upon reaching her side, he discovered a woman clad in white garments with long hair. As he gently brushed her hair aside, her face was revealed. As Yun Chun gazed upon the visage of the young woman, he was utterly captivated. She appeared to be around 18 years of age, her complexion pale from excessive sorrow, rendered even more so by the harshness she had endured at his hands. Her lips, devoid of color, could not diminish her beauty. Her oval face, complemented by a delicately defined nose, formed a perfect harmony. Her slender figure and smooth, elastic skin could only be described as exceptionally exquisite, though one minor flaw remained. Observing her, Yun Chun found his heart racing inexplicably. "What transpired between you and him?" he murmured, recalling the man from earlier. Suddenly, a blaring horn startled him, prompting a hurried glance that revealed it to be his doppelganger. At that moment, the doppelganger, astride a motorcycle laden with an abundance of vegetables and meat, came into view. Relieved, Yun Chun scanned his surroundings, ensuring no one was watching before reverting to his original form. He gently lifted the young woman and approached the doppelganger, all the while casting vigilant glances around, as though abducting a virtuous lady. Upon reaching his doppelganger, the latter vanished. Yun Chun secured the young woman behind him on the motorcycle, her arms wrapped around his waist. After another cautious survey of the area, he ignited the engine and departed. Mere seconds after Yun Chun left, a peculiar creature resembling a lizard materialized atop a large tree, observing the direction of his exit. This creature then morphed into a middle-aged man who retrieved his phone and dialed. "Emergency services? I've discovered a man lying on the ground, covered in blood at XXX. Please hurry." He spoke urgently before hanging up. He then made another call. "Hello, police department? I've found a man on the ground at XXX, covered in blood. I've already summoned an ambulance," he said before disconnecting, extracting his SIM card, and tossing it into a distant pond. In an instant, he transformed back into the lizard-like creature and vanished into the woods. Throughout the journey, Yun Chun safely transported the young woman back to his establishment, laying her upon the bed in the room opposite his, once more admiring her face. Spring had arrived, ushering in the season of animal reproduction, with the air thick with the scent of hormones. At that moment, the system's voice resonated, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. Hearing this, Yunchun smirked. Host, you are engaging in perilous behavior. Do you not realize that a single misstep could expose your identity, rendering all our previous efforts futile? Exercise caution, the system cautioned. My apologies. Yunchun replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. With that look of infatuation on your face, are you considering keeping her? The system teased. Let's wait and see. Yunchun responded, rising to descend the stairs and commence preparing a meal. Minutes later, Yunchun prepared a large pot of beef noodles and carried it upstairs, only to find that the girl had not yet awakened. Thus, he began to eat alone. Meanwhile, the peculiar individual who had previously made a phone call to the police and then vanished reappeared at the entrance of an office in a grand building, transforming back into human form, and gently knocked on the door. Come in, a man's voice called out from within. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man opened the door and stepped inside. You mentioned discovering a promising candidate. Why did you not bring her back? Is it that she cannot adapt to her identity, or is there another reason? A middle-aged man seated behind a desk, engrossed in paperwork, inquired. I apologize, President. I was unable to make contact with her. The man replied, his head bowed and posture hunched. Oh, what transpired? The president continued to peruse his documents, seemingly indifferent. Just as I was about to report to you and prepare for the approach, the Kamen rider appeared. The middle-aged man explained. Which one are you referring to? The president finally lifted his gaze to look at the man. Please. The man responded. Proceed, the president instructed, setting aside the documents and leaning back in his chair. Just as I was ready to act, he appeared. But the one in costume was not Takumi Inui. Rather, it was a child of similar stature. Upon his arrival, he rescued the girl in question and engaged in battle with her. Ultimately, he was defeated, the man relayed. So did that child perish? The president asked. No, Fuiz did not kill her. Instead, he took her away. Moreover, he seems to possess the ability to create duplicates, suggesting he may not be entirely human, the man clarified. Relay instructions to the subordinates to maintain decorum, particularly the Clover organization, the president contemplated before issuing his command. Understood, the man replied, turning towards the door. However, he abruptly halted. Mr. Sorang, is there something you need? He queried. Before him stood a young man at the entrance. No, I was merely passing by. Sarang replied with a smile, casting a glance at the president before turning to depart. As Sarang exited, the man regarded him with a lingering gaze before leaving the office. Back in the apartment, Yin Chun, feeling somewhat bored, switched on the television. At 6:42, a man tragically lost his life due to an accident in the woods near the XXX district. Let us turn to our correspondent for further details. The host's voice emerged as the television flickered to life. Upon hearing this, Yin Chun halted his eating, captivated by the screen. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, he inadvertently expelled his noodles, some even escaping through his nostrils, leaving remnants clinging there. Yin Chun hastily set down his bowl and chopsticks, extracting the noodles lodged in his nostrils. He then took up a piece of paper to wipe himself before turning his attention to the report on the television. The broadcast displayed a corpse, its head obscured by a mosaic. Yet Yin Chun recognized the man as the one he had recently rescued from the pursuit of Ofei in awe, based on his clothing and physique. Observing the screen, Yin Chun found the situation rather peculiar. The man had not perished at the hands of Ofei Inua, but had met an untimely demise on the road. Indeed, as the saying goes, the king of hell claims you at the third watch. Who can spare you until the fifth? Yin Chun mused. Ah, but wait, this must be the domain of the Grim Reaper, he realized. Regardless, he shrugged off the matter, asserting, ultimately, I saved him. His unfortunate fate is of no concern to me. During their earlier confrontation, the girl's disdainful words and her evident hatred had left Yin Chun with a less than favorable impression of the man. Thus, he felt no sorrow at the news of his death. With that, Yin Chun lost interest in the television, turning it off and tidying up the table in his bowl before serving himself another helping of noodles. Meanwhile, in the room, the girl finally regained consciousness. Awakening in an unfamiliar bed, she felt a surge of anxiety. Clambering out, She donned her shoes, clutching her slightly dizzy head, and cautiously opened the door. Upon doing so, she was greeted by the sight of Yun Chun devouring his noodles with gusto. "You're awake," he remarked, noticing her as he bit off a strand of noodle and swallowed it. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of her stomach growling caught her attention, and feeling the warmth of embarrassment, she blushed. "Are you hungry? Come over and have some. That bowl is prepared for you," Yun Chun called out, lifting a nearby bowl, filling it, and placing it beside him before continuing his meal. In response to his invitation, the girl said nothing but silently approached, seated herself, and began to eat the noodles. The two shared a quiet moment together, savoring their meal in silence. Chapter 13. Conversation. A few minutes later, Yun Chun finished his noodles, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and quietly picked up his phone, awaiting the girl to finish her meal. After a few more moments, she finally set her bowl down. "What transpired earlier? Why were you pursuing that man?" Yun Chun inquired, breaking the silence. "He pushed me down the stairs and intended to bury me," the girl replied in a hushed voice. "Could you elaborate on the circumstances?" Yun Chun asked, intrigued. "He was my boyfriend. We grew up together in an orphanage, and we shared a close bond. However, we were adopted by different families and lost touch. Last year, I encountered him again. He treated me well, and after 2 months, we became a couple. It was only later that I discovered he was with me for my adoptive parents' wealth." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, and they turned red. Observing this, Yun Chun offered her a tissue. She accepted it, dried her tears, and continued, "He killed my adoptive parents for their fortune, deceived us of all our money, sold our house, and gambled away everything. When I confronted him, he pushed me down the stairs. I lost consciousness, and when I awoke, he was attempting to bury me. I don't understand how I ended up in that monstrous situation." She broke down in tears. "System, can you confirm the veracity of her claims?" Yun Chun asked. Though he felt a connection with the girl, he remained skeptical. Brainwaves, heartbeat, and emotional responses are all normal. It can be inferred that her statements are truthful. The system replied. Yielding to the details, Yun Chun passed her another tissue. "Why do you prevent me from killing him?" "Why?" she questioned, still weeping, refusing to take the tissue. "If I do not stop you, and you were to kill him, then what would you do afterward?" Yun Chun asked, gazing at her intently. "What can I do? I reported to the police, but he destroyed all the evidence. I have nothing left," she stammered through her sobs. "He is already dead. He met with an accident while fleeing," Yun Chun stated, observing her reaction. Upon hearing this, the girl ceased her tears and looked at him with reddened eyes. Yun Chun retrieved his phone, conducted a quick search, and handed it to her. After a moment's hesitation, she took the phone and began to read. A few seconds later, upon confirming the man's demise, she lowered her head and began to weep softly once more. Yun Chun chose not to disturb her, remaining quietly seated. "I'm sorry," she eventually murmured a few minutes later, placing the phone on the table. "Thank you. What are your plans moving forward? Will you cook? There's a newly opened Chinese restaurant downstairs. Since you have lost everything, would you consider working here with me?" Yun Chun asked, putting away his phone and looking at her. Upon hearing this, the young woman gazed at Yun Chun in astonishment, then lowered her head and softly murmured, "I can. My adoptive parents are of Chinese descent. They run a Chinese restaurant, and I have learned some skills. But is it really possible? Then I warmly welcome you to join us here. My name is Yun Chun, and I haven't yet asked for yours," Yun Chun replied with a smile. "Thank you. My name is Christine Jones," she said. "I live here alone, and there are a few rooms left. You may reside here from now on. Here is the key to the place. The business will commence the day after tomorrow, as the store downstairs is yet to be prepared," Yun Chun stated, handing her the key. "Thank you, Brother Yun," Jones replied gratefully as she accepted the key. "I will leave these dishes in your care and head out to purchase some daily necessities," Yun Chun said, rising to his feet and making his way downstairs. Watching him depart, Jones stood up, bowed deeply in his direction, and then took the dishes downstairs to wash them. After about 20 minutes, Yun Chun returned upstairs with his purchases. At this point, Jones had finished cleaning the dishes and was seated on the sofa, waiting. "Brother Yun," she called out upon seeing him return. "Here are these items for you. Once you have organized everything and freshened up, please take some rest. Tomorrow, I will take you shopping for the other things you may need," Yun Chun said, handing her several large bags. Thank you, Jones replied as she accepted the bags. Yunchuan looked at her, smiled quietly, and turned to return to his room. Jones, too, took her belongings back to her room to organize them. Once in her room, Jones began to arrange her things and discovered that they included a bed sheet, a comforter, a pillow, 2 cups, 2 pairs of slippers, a toothbrush, a tube of toothpaste, 2 towels, a mobile phone, a comb, and 2 sets of pajamas. Apart from the items for which she was uncertain of the size or suitability, Yunchuan had procured nearly everything she needed. Staring at the array of items, Jones felt a mix of surprise and bewilderment. After a few moments, she seemed to come to a decision and continued organizing. Once everything was in order, she took out a set of pajamas and went to the bathroom to freshen up. After completing her routine, she returned to her room to rest. Meanwhile, in his own room, Yunchuan lay on his bed and opened the system panel to examine his personal data. He noted that, aside from his points, no other information had changed. At this moment, his total points stood at 745. System, Yunchuan called out. What is it? The system inquired. Do you possess any items that could enhance my combat capabilities? I am concerned that my strength may not suffice, especially now that the new type of Ofine has begun to emerge, Yunchuan explained. Ah, well, do you not have the Spade 3 card? Perhaps I could utilize the system's forging ability to create a device that can be used with any belt to employ that card. It would require 200 points. The system pondered before responding. Then I shall entrust this task to you. But does the system truly have such functionality? Yunchuan asked. It appears that numerous functionalities within the system remain concealed, requiring the host to trigger them randomly, though the reason for this eludes me. The forging capability is indeed activated by the cards, the system elucidated. How long does it take to create a card-using device? Upon hearing this, Yunchuan felt a twinge of confusion, yet he refrained from dwelling on it and inquired of the system. 10 minutes. The system replied and fell silent thereafter. Upon hearing this, Yunchuan chose not to speak further, patiently awaiting the outcome. The card-using device has been placed into the system space. Please retrieve it. 10 minutes later, the system's voice resonated in Yunchuan's ear. Upon hearing this, he opened the system space and extracted the item. It was a rectangular object measuring 15.83, shimmering in silver, with a transparent front and a slot at the top for inserting cards. How do I operate this? Yunchuan queried the system while examining the card-using device. Simply insert the card into the slot and affix the device to a convenient location for wearing. Only one card may be used at a time, the system responded. After hearing this, Yunchuan inspected the device but chose not to experiment with it, opting instead to stow it away. System, what useful items do you think I could purchase with my remaining 545 points? Yunchuan continued, noting that he possessed only a single card that enhanced his punching power, which would not significantly boost his strength. He intended to invest all his points over the next few days to augment his combat capabilities. What are your thoughts? The system retorted, with those meager points, what do you expect to acquire? Don't even dream of a speed watch. The system paused abruptly. It seemed a thought had struck the system, which then stated, actually, I may have something in mind. What is it? Yunchuan inquired. At this juncture, the system displayed a panel featuring several images, each accompanied by the name and price of the items depicted. Item, Primitive Amazon Gene Optimization Potion Points. 100 description, a subpar item, too tedious to elaborate upon. Item, Amazon Alpha Gene Optimization Potion Points. 300 description, a potion optimized with the genes of Amazon Alpha, eliminating the original transformation ability while preserving self-healing, strength, and speed. Additionally, it enhances the ability to resurrect, but this is limited to ordinary humans. It is ineffective for other beings. Item, Amazon Omega Gene Optimization Potion Points. For 100 description, a potion optimized with the genes of Amazon Omega, purging the original transformation ability while retaining all other capabilities, including self-healing, strength, speed, and jumping prowess. It also enhances the ability to resurrect, yet this is restricted to ordinary humans. It is of no use to other life forms. Item, Lethal Amazon Gene Optimization Elixir Points. 350 description, erases previous transformation abilities while retaining self-healing, strength, and speed. Item, Amazon Neo Gene Optimization Elixir Points. For 100 description, an elixir optimized with the genes of Amazon Neo, eliminating prior transformation abilities while preserving combat capabilities. However, it carries the risk of losing control during significant emotional fluctuations. Do you really possess this? Yin Chun expressed surprise, as Amazons were not actually classified as Heisei Kamen Riders. Of course. Who do you think I am? I am your Kamen Rider system, after all. There is nothing I lack, the system replied with a hint of arrogance. Why do the retained abilities differ? And why is the original not worth mentioning? Yun Chun inquired, puzzled. Because the original is less effective than your previous Orphanog gene enhancement elixir, the system responded. I remember the combat capabilities of Amazons being formidable. Why is this optimized version only worth such a meager point value? Yun Chun suddenly asked, a realization dawning upon him. I can't believe you caught on. I shall generously enlighten you, the system said proudly, before its tone turned emotionless, because this is a defective product. Are you kidding me? Yin Chun exclaimed upon hearing this. Chapter 14. The broken egg cannot be deemed a mere defective product. Rather, it is an instance of optimization taken to excess. The use of this genetic elixir subjects the user to excruciating agony. In an effort to alleviate this suffering, it was developed with segmented enhancements. Thus, upon usage, the user experiences a diminished sensation of pain, albeit at the cost of receiving only a portion of the enhancement initially, while the remaining potency lingers within the user's body, awaiting activation through intense combat. Regrettably, the residual potency proves exceedingly difficult to stimulate. The sole beneficial revival ability is inferior to that derived from the Orpheus Enos genetic solutions. Yet it is prohibitively expensive, rendering it undesirable and relegating it to the status of a defective item, as the system elucidated. So, does that mean I've stumbled upon a hidden gem? Yin Chun inquired. Essentially, yes, the system replied. What extent of enhancement can be achieved with the initial segment? Yun Chun asked. It depends upon the user's physical constitution. The stronger the body, the more potent the enhancement. However, correspondingly, it becomes increasingly challenging to activate the subsequent residual potency. So, which variant do you prefer? The system responded. Which one do you recommend? Yin Chun asked. Gazing at all the elixirs displayed, Amazon Omega retains more abilities and possesses commendable attributes, the system replied. Then I shall choose this one, Yin Chun declared, finding the recommendation satisfactory. Very well, we look forward to your next visit, the system stated. With a deduction of 400 points. The item has been placed in the system's storage. Please check your inventory. Yun Chun retrieved the Amazon Omega Genetic Optimization Elixir, which appeared in a glass vial akin to the Orpheus Enos elixir previously used, albeit with a distinct crystalline green liquid inside. Yun Chun unscrewed the cap and gulped down the contents. It's a bit spicy. Why does it taste so unpleasant? Yun Chun remarked, inhaling sharply. Suddenly, a pained whisper escaped him. System, you claimed it was optimized. Why does it still hurt so much? Did you provide the wrong one? Yin Chun gasped, veins bulging with pain. Not at all. This is indeed the correct one. Rest assured, it will only last a few minutes. Just bear it. Perseverance is victory. The system reassured. As the agony intensified, Yin Chun struggled to articulate his thoughts, collapsing onto the bed, clutching the blanket, and biting down hard. Breathe. Push through. It will soon pass. Hold on, the system encouraged. Suddenly, the system's expression shifted to one of comical realization. If I had a physical form. Yin Chun nearly succumbed to exasperation at the system's antics, yet the pain rendered him incapable of dwelling on anything else. Keep going, it will soon be over. After a few minutes, under the system's insistence, the transformation was complete. Yun Chun, drenched in sweat, collapsed onto the bed, panting heavily. Indeed, his appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of a new mother. Congratulations, it's a boy, the system announced, adding to the theatricality of the moment. Get lost, Yun Chun retorted, exasperated. Indeed, the pain was worth it. After a few minutes of respite, Yun Chun finally regained his composure, sitting up and surveying his body with a sense of curiosity. However, he noted a peculiar difference from his previous experience. Aside from the perspiration, he observed nothing amiss, which left him somewhat perplexed. All the impurities in your body were expelled during the last session. There is nothing left. Had it not been for the excessive impurities previously, you could have achieved even greater fortification. Most of the last potion was dedicated to cleansing your body, the system explained. I see, Yun-chun replied thoughtfully. He rose from the bed and approached the mirror, scrutinizing his reflection. It seems there are no visible changes, he mused as he gazed at his image. Opening the system panel, he noted, host, Yun-chun age, 18 strength, 15, with the human limit being 12, speed, 18, with the human limit being 12, stamina, 20, with the human limit being 12, vitality, 50 ability, self-healing items. Fui's initial set X1. Undead card usage device X1. Undead card X1. To his astonishment, he realized that his attributes had significantly increased, with 2 new records added. System, I understand the ability. But what is vitality? Yun-chun inquired, glancing at the record of 50 vitality. Given your intellect, it is challenging to explain. Just know it is a beneficial enhancement. The system bantered. How infuriating, Yun-chun muttered. Never mind. Summon my doppelganger. I wish to venture out. After assessing his body, he addressed the system while gazing out the window. Well, my vision and hearing don't seem to have improved much, he reflected, observing the world beyond the glass. Suddenly, he lifted his foot, preparing to climb through the window and leap outside. Wait a moment. The system interjected. What is it? Yun-chun asked. Are you truly going to exit in such a manner? The system queried. Isn't it sufficient to leave a doppelganger behind? Yun-chun retorted. I was referring to you. You cannot simply go out like that, the system clarified. What should I do then? Yun-chun replied awkwardly. Of course, you must disguise yourself, the system stated, conjuring a small array of items that materialized before Yun-chun and cascaded downwards. Quick to react, Yun-chun caught the items and examined them. A pair of glasses, a black outfit, a mask, and a cap, which then vanished. A sheepish smile crossed his face as he began to change attire. Once clad in his new ensemble, Yun-chun's appearance was rather incongruous, even bordering on absurdity, yet he paid it no mind. After peering out of the window and confirming the absence of onlookers, he boldly leapt outside. How light I feel, he exclaimed, bouncing slightly after landing, then turning back to gaze at his residence. Let us give it a try. As if struck by a sudden thought, Yun-chun took 2 steps back before dashing towards the wall of his residence. Just as he approached, he leaped and, using both hands and feet, swiftly scaled the rooftop. Standing atop the building, he surveyed his surroundings, inhaled deeply, and with a burst of energy, leapt towards the adjacent rooftop, landing gracefully. Upon reaching this new height, Yun-chun was filled with exhilaration. With childlike glee, he gleefully shouted as he bounded from one rooftop to another, hopping from one building to the next. How childish, the system suddenly interjected with disdain. Startled by the system's abrupt voice, Yun-chun lost his footing momentarily. While his left foot had reached the rooftop, his right foot twisted awkwardly, and due to inertia, his legs were forced apart. A sharp crack echoed as disaster struck. Clutching his groin, Yun-chun spun around and plummeted from the 5th floor. System you, he stammered, his voice trembling with rage, before he crashed onto the ground. Then sprang back up, hopping and clutching himself, alternating between jumping about and rolling on the ground. At that moment, Yun-chun was a pitiful sight, bloodied and disheveled. His clothing tattered, yet his injuries visibly began to mend. System, Yun-chun continued to rub himself, his voice quaking. After several moments, he lay still on the ground, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Don't pretend to be dead. Weren't you just jubilant? Why have you ceased? The system taunted him, reveling in his misfortune. Yun-chun immediately sprang to his feet, ignoring the system's glee, and without checking for onlookers, discarded his tattered trousers to inspect his injuries. Thank goodness, I'm all right. I can still stand, he sighed in relief. What the hell do you want? Yun-chun shouted angrily. You dare to yell at me? How could you? I understand now. You've grown tired of me, Haven T you? The system feigned heartbreak. Very well, let us become 2 strangers, never to cross paths again. Don't cling to me. The theatrical system began its performance. I want to cling to you. Why don't you just leave? Yun-chun replied with a frown. Is it just a few minutes of pain? Isn't everything fine now? The system, hearing Yun-chun's nonchalant words, lost its dramatic flair. Damn you. It's easy for you to say, why don't you try it? Yun Chun was once again infuriated by the system. Do you not comprehend my good intentions? To make you aware of your remarkable self-healing abilities, I risk the need to find a new host to assist you. And you treat me this way? You wound my heart deeply. The dramatic system resumed its act. In order to avoid an early demise at the hands of the system, Yun Chun took several deep breaths to calm himself. Choosing to disregard the system, he lacked the desire to continue their banter and decided to head home. He turned to survey his surroundings and walked in a particular direction, opting for a discreet path, as if he were a thief. As Yun Chun traversed halfway along his path, he was suddenly startled by the sound of heavy panting emanating from a nearby, impoverished residential area, soon to be demolished for other purposes. Frowning, he paused, an unsettling premonition washing over him. Should he depart now, he would undoubtedly harbor regret in the future. Gazing at the dimly lit, dilapidated district before him, he contemplated for a moment, then retrieved his foe's flashlight, switched it on, and cautiously approached. Upon illuminating the area with his flashlight, the labored breaths abruptly ceased, only to resume shortly thereafter, though now significantly fainter. Yun Chun's vigilance heightened as he advanced toward the source of the sound. As he walked, he observed his surroundings, marked by the remnants of fierce battles, the intensity of which suggested that he would have been ill-equipped to partake in such conflict. At this juncture, he contemplated retreat. However, the persistent feeling within him surged once more, compelling him to press on with renewed determination. Just as Yun Chun neared the origin of the sound, a severely ravaged building nearly collapsed from the violence it had endured. A figure suddenly lunged forth, barreling toward him. Chapter 15. Block A. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Yun Chun swiftly rolled to the side, narrowly evading the impending attack. He quickly regained his footing and directed his flashlight toward the shadowy figure, only to find it lunging at him once more. With reflexes honed by instinct, he dodged again, causing the creature to crash violently into the adjacent buildings, shattering the wall as it barreled inside. In that fleeting moment, Yun Chun finally discerned the true form of the monster. It was an abomination, a creature adorned in brown, with silver-white armor encasing its legs, chest, shoulders, and arms. A belt encircled its waist, while two horns protruded from either side of its head, reminiscent of a scarab. The creature bore numerous deep wounds, oozing green blood, a clear indication that it had recently engaged in a fierce battle. The outcome, however, remained uncertain. To his astonishment, it was an undead, possibly one of the most formidable among its kind. Rising to his feet, Yun Chun retreated hastily, stowing away his flashlight and donning the foe's belt. With a few swift taps on his phone, he transformed. A flash of crimson light enveloped him, and he emerged as foes. In this moment, fueled by a potent fighting spirit, the red stripes of photon blood vessels coursed with energy, illuminating his form and igniting his eyes with a golden glow. Mission assigned: defeat the undead. Reward 800 points. As Yun Chun completed his transformation, the system's voice echoed in his mind, just as the shadowy figure charged at him again, delivering a powerful punch. Clenching his fist, Yun Chun crouched low and leapt with fervor toward the undead. Their fists collided midair with a thunderous sound, propelling both combatants backward, crashing to the ground. Impressive. Yun Chun quickly rose, the pain in his fist a stark reminder of the encounter. The monster too regained its footing, yet instead of charging, it maintained its distance, eyeing Yun Chun warily. You must recognize my identity, young one, the undead declared. Leave this place, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, once I recover, your demise is inevitable. I apologize, but you are one of my targets. With your injuries so severe, I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Yun Chun retorted, charging forward. Humph. Then prepare to meet your end, the undead replied, also rushing toward him. As they approached one another, Yun Chun abruptly halted, leaning slightly backward, pivoting on his left foot while unleashing a powerful kick aimed at the undead's chest. The impact sent the undead staggering several steps back. Seizing the moment, Yun Chun charged again. The undead, despite its pain, steadied itself and advanced, executing a swift low sweep with its right leg, striking Yun Chun's foot and sending him tumbling down. As the thunderous sounds echoed, just as Yun Chun was about to collapse, undead spun around, grasping his neck. Rising to his feet, and unleashed a barrage of punches to Yun Chuan's chest, each strike delivered with all the might he could muster, rendering Yun Chuan utterly defenseless. Subsequently, Undead hurled Yun Chuan upwards, and as Yun Chuan was about to descend, he leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick to Yun Chuan's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Undead unleashed his full strength, sending Yun Chuan soaring through the air and crashing into a building, shattering through 2 walls in the process. Both Yun Chuan and Undead simultaneously coughed up blood. For Undead, it was the result of aggravating his wounds, while Yun Chuan had been severely injured by Undead's relentless assault, forcing him to revert from his transformation and succumb to unconsciousness. Fortunately, Yun Chuan had injected himself with the Amazon Omega Gene Optimization Serum. Otherwise, this blow could have compelled the system to seek a new host. Undead, too, was in a precarious state, remaining stationary and gradually losing his combat effectiveness as he attempted to recuperate. However, it was evident that Yun Chuan had the upper hand, as the Amazon Omega Gene Optimization Serum was rapidly mending his injuries. Undead's immortality did not equate to a robust recovery capability. This analysis was predicated on the assumption that Yun Chuan would awaken within the hour. Should he remain unconscious beyond that, the system's desperate pleas echoed in his mind. Half an hour later, as Yun Chuan lay in a stupor, he heard a rather exaggerated wail near his ears, slowly stirring him from his unconsciousness. At last, "You have awakened, host. If you were to die, how could I possibly survive?" The system exclaimed upon seeing Yun Chuan's eyes flutter open. "What has happened to me?" Yun Chuan inquired, feeling a sharp pain in his chest and the unfamiliar surroundings beneath him. "Host, you haven't lost your memory due to Undead's assault, have you?" The system responded, astonished. "I remember now," Yun Chuan stated, recollecting the events. "What has become of Undead?" He pressed further. "Like you, he has lost his combat ability." The system replied. "That is reassuring. There is still time." Yun Chuan sighed in relief, awaiting the restoration of his strength to exact revenge on Undead. After a few moments, Yun Chuan sensed he was ready, gradually rising to his feet, retrieving his belt from the ground, and emerging from the ruins. He gazed at Undead, who was crouched and clutching his chest, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. In stark contrast to Yun Chuan, Undead was taken aback. He was acutely aware of the severity of Yun Chuan's injuries, and now witnessing his swift recovery left him utterly astonished. "I am standing, and you remain unable to move. It is clear that I have emerged victorious," Yun Chuan declared. As Yun Chuan spoke, he fastened his belt and took out his phone. He turned around, enduring the pain, and charged towards the Undead. Observing Yun Chuan's advance, the Undead could only extend its hand in a futile attempt to block him. At that moment, Yun Chuan's assault landed. A flying kick struck the Undead's outstretched hand, forcing it to stagger backward. Yet, Yun Chuan did not relent. He continued his relentless assault with punches, elbow strikes, kicks, and knee attacks, unleashing a torrent of blows upon the Undead. After a flurry of strikes, the Undead collapsed to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Unfortunately, the buckle on Yun Chuan's belt appeared to be frozen, refusing to release. Standing still, he clutched his chest, panting as he gazed at the stubborn buckle. Feeling a mix of helplessness and a glimmer of fortune, the superior Undead had been formidable. Prior to its ascent in power, facing them head-on had been impossible. Now, encountering a nearly defeated Undead felt like a stroke of luck. It was truly time to bring this to a close. Yun Chuan retrieved a flashlight, declaring, "Remove the crystal card from the phone and insert it here." Ready. He secured the flashlight to his foot, flipped open the phone, and pressed the enter key. Exceed charge. A beam of crimson light emerged from the belt, coursing through the photon veins within Yun Chuan's body and into the flashlight at his foot. He charged towards the Undead, leaping into the air, where a drill manifested at his foot. With the drill aimed at the Undead, he executed a powerful kick. Bang! The Undead was sent flying, much like the previous Spade 3, crashing against the wall of the house without breaking through, merely slumping to the ground. The deep red drill unleashed all its power, penetrating the Undead from within and defeating it. At that moment, the buckle on the Undead's belt finally released. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been distributed. Yun Chuan landed gracefully, taking a deep breath as he noticed the buckle had finally opened, feeling a wave of relief. He purchased an empty card from the system and approached the Undead, tossing it towards him, which pierced his body and absorbed him within. After the card had consumed the undead, it returned to Yun Chun's hand. So, it was a square A. No wonder it was so powerful. I wonder who was responsible for reducing him to this state? Yun Chun contemplated as he examined the card in his hand. The undead depicted on the card transformed into a brown shovel-shaped worm, with a green square at its center. After stowing the card away, Yun Chun activated his invisibility and, albeit with difficulty, made his way back to his residence. Upon returning home, Yun Chun once again entered the room through the window. Upon returning to the room, Yun Chun removed all of his garments and entrusted the system with their destruction. He then picked up a clean outfit and gently opened the door, peeking outside. Upon discovering that Jones was absent from the living room, Yun Chun quietly stepped out and made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. After completing his ablutions, he returned to his room. Instead of succumbing to slumber immediately, Yun Chun sat on the bed and took out Cube A for inspection. System. How many points is Garen S. belt worth? Yun Chun inquired of the system. Recalling the formidable strength of Cube A and contemplating the substitution of Garen for Fui's to enhance his combat prowess. Indeed, esteemed guest, it is precisely 800 points. Would you like to acquire it? The system responded eagerly. Wow, you must have calculated that well, Yun Chun remarked. Please, do not jest. So, will you purchase it or not, esteemed guest? The system replied with a tone that was quite off-putting to Yun Chun. Bye. Spare me your distasteful remarks. Yun Chun retorted, a shiver running down his spine. Very well, esteemed guest, it will be placed in the system's space. We welcome your next visit. The system cheerfully replied. Upon hearing this, Yun Chun examined the Garen belt. Oh, by the way, host, I nearly forgot to mention that your fusion coefficient with Cube A is rather low. What purpose do you have in acquiring Garen S belt? Are you planning to deliver it elsewhere? Do you have a suitable candidate in mind? The system inquired. Feigning ignorance, just as Yun Chun was about to utilize the Garen belt. System, you are infuriating, Yun Chun said, a vein throbbing on his forehead in annoyance. Host. What troubles you? Why insult me? The system replied, stifling laughter. Damn it, Yun Chun muttered, stowing away the Garen belt and Cube A before lying down on the bed, pulling the covers over himself to sleep. What is the matter, host? The system continued. Leave me be, Yun Chun replied curtly. Chapter 16. Yummy. The following day at 7 o'clock, Yun Chun opened his eyes, surveyed his surroundings, and took a deep breath. His body had fully recovered. After stretching languidly, he remembered his promise to Jones to accompany her for some shopping. Thus he refrained from lingering in bed. Rising from his slumber, he opened the door and stepped outside. Yun-gu, you're up. Upon opening the door, Yun Chun was greeted by Jones, who was ascending the stairs with a tray of food, calling out to him. Oh, you woke up so early, Yun Chun remarked, noticing that Jones appeared quite revitalized. Yes, I've prepared breakfast. Yun-gu, you should wash up first. And then come taste my cooking to see if it suits your palate, Jones replied with a smile. It smells delightful. It must be delicious, Yun Chun responded cheerfully, making his way to the bathroom to freshen up. Were you waiting for me? There is no need to do that. Please eat without me next time, Yun Chun said after completing his grooming. He noticed that Jones had not yet begun her meal, patiently waiting for him. He approached and took a seat. Not at all, Jones replied, scooping a bowl of congee and handing it to Yun Chun. Thank you, Yun Chun said, accepting the bowl and utensils. No, I should be the one thanking you, Jones laughed. Do join me. We can shop together afterward, Yun Chun suggested, beginning to eat. Jones responded, also starting her meal. As they dined, Yun Chun observed that Jones was still wearing the outfit she had donned the previous evening when he brought her home. However, the stains and dirt had been thoroughly cleaned, likely washed and dried last night, then put on again this morning. Yet, Yun Chun chose not to comment, wishing to avoid any awkwardness. After more than 10 minutes, they finished their meal. Jones cleared the dishes and went downstairs to wash them, while Yun Chun remained upstairs, idly playing with his phone as he waited. Indeed, having a woman around the house was quite pleasant, Yun Chun mused with a smile, feeling the shift in the atmosphere. After a while, once Jones had finished tidying up, she returned upstairs. Are you ready? Yun Chun inquired, observing her. Yes, Jones replied. Then let us go, Yun Chun said. Rising to his feet, he led Jones downstairs, out the door, and into the garage, where he retrieved his motorcycle. He picked up the new helmet he had purchased the previous night and handed it to Jones. "All set," she said as she donned the helmet and mounted the motorcycle. Suddenly, she froze, blushing, and grasped the metal bars on either side of the bike, saying, "I'm ready." Noticing her grip on the bars, Yun-chun felt a twinge of regret but said nothing as he revved the engine. "I'll wait for you outside." Yun-chun brought Jones to the women's clothing store. Coming to a halt, he produced some money and offered it to her. "Okay." Jones hesitated for a moment before accepting the money and stepping into the store. When Jones emerged, Yun-chun took her to various other places to procure items, including utensils and ingredients needed for the shop opening the day after tomorrow. They continued shopping until the motorcycle could hold no more, at which point they returned to the store. "The items have been entrusted to you for organization. I shall step out once more. Should any matters arise, do not hesitate to call me," Yun-chun said to Jones after they placed the items in the store. "All right, take care," Jones replied with a gentle wave of his hand. Subsequently, Yun-chun restarted the vehicle and departed, intending to wander about in search of any peculiar individuals, while instructing the system to continuously monitor all connected cameras in the vicinity for potential anomalies. Watching Yun-chun leave, Jones closed the door, took a deep breath, and began to tidy up. After Yun-chun exited, he pondered briefly, found an unoccupied corner, transformed, summoned a clone through the system, and rode his ordinary motorcycle to explore the area, while he himself activated his stealth mode with the agile steed, also meandering about. "Host, a peculiar entity has been detected." The system's voice suddenly echoed in Yun-chun's ear just moments after his transformation and a few minutes of wandering. A map projection materialized before him. Upon hearing this, Yun-chun promptly halted, examined the map, confirmed the location, and swiftly turned the vehicle towards the direction of the anomaly, accelerating to full throttle. A few minutes later, as Yun-chun approached the designated spot marked by the system, he beheld a creature entirely clad in green, wielding two scythe-like appendages and sporting several pairs of insect-like claws on its abdomen, with two antennae protruding from its head. It was busily scattering a pile of verdant banknotes over itself, which were immediately absorbed upon contact with the creature. Nearby, two police officers, having arrived earlier, were taking aim at the entity and firing their weapons. However, the bullets merely ricocheted off the creature's form, failing to inflict any harm whatsoever. "What manner of creature is this? I have no recollection of it," Yun-chun mused as he maneuvered his agile steed. "Never mind, it is best to eliminate it." Despite his confusion, he did not hesitate. Accelerating towards the creature, he collided forcefully with it. As he approached a secluded area devoid of surveillance and with few onlookers, the system deactivated Yun-chun's invisibility, ensuring his appearance was not overly conspicuous. With a resounding crash, Yun-chun's agile steed struck the creature, sending it hurtling away, rolling several times upon the ground, and releasing numerous silvery coins that scattered across the surface. "Who is that?" gasped the onlookers in astonishment, quickly retrieving their phones to capture the moment. The two police officers, initially bewildered, stowed their weapons after witnessing Yun-chun's impact, reporting via radio before beginning to disperse the crowd. Yet, the innate human fascination with spectacle rendered their efforts somewhat futile. "It appears to be a yummy from OOO, a dark manipulator. I wonder if greed is present. If so, it could pose a problem. I must act swiftly to eliminate it." After sending the creature flying, Yun-chun paid no heed to the ordinary bystanders but instead focused on the coins scattered on the ground, confirming the creature's identity. Subsequently, Yun-chun halted the vehicle, alighted, and, seizing the moment, charged towards the creature that had just risen. Leaping into the air, he delivered a flying kick that sent the monstrosity crashing into the bank, coins cascading from its person and scattering across the floor. Fortunately, the bank was now devoid of patrons. The system lured him with a task: defeat Yummy, the Shadow Wielder. Reward: 200 points. After the battle, gather the coins, for they can be exchanged for points. Indeed, that is splendid. Not only will I vanquish him for a reward, but the coins he drops can also be traded for points, Yun-chun exclaimed, his excitement palpable. But how shall I collect them with so many scattered about? He pondered. Rushing into the bank, Leave that to me. You need not concern yourself, the system replied. Very well, then. Before he could finish his sentence, several energy blades radiating a green luminescence suddenly shot out from the bank, striking him and causing Yun Chun to stagger back, collapsing onto the ground. At that moment, the creature emerged from the bank, appearing unscathed. Yun Chun quickly rose, empowered by the Amazon Omega Gene Enhancement Potion, his body devoid of any injury, should there have been any. He could mend them in mere seconds. Strengthening the body proves advantageous. Recovery is instantaneous, he marveled. Of course, products from the system are guaranteed to be of the highest quality, the system replied with a hint of pride. Seeing Yun Chun back on his feet, Yummy charged forward, brandishing a knife to strike. Yun Chun promptly intercepted, blocking the blow at the wrist, preventing the attack. With a swift tug, he drew Yummy closer, delivering a series of punches to his abdomen. Thud, thud, thud. Coins fell from Yummy as Yun Chun struck. Following this, he unleashed a powerful kick that sent Yummy crashing against the exterior wall of the bank, landing heavily on the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Observing this, Yun Chun retrieved a camera, affixing it to his wrist, and extracted the crystal card from his mobile device, inserting it into the camera. Ready, he announced, then flipped open his phone and pressed the enter key. Exceed charge, he declared, sealing the device once more. Witnessing Yummy's futile attempts to rise, Yun Chun dashed forward, delivering a formidable punch. Yummy, caught off guard, was struck with immense force. Boom! Yummy erupted, coins exploding from within him, while a profound symbol etched itself into the wall behind. Task completed. Rewards have been issued. The system's voice resonated. Now, Yun Chun's combat prowess had ascended to an entirely new echelon. What once required considerable effort to confront such creatures could now be resolved in under 2 minutes. System, what is the next step? How shall we gather the coins? Yun Chun inquired. Leave it to me, came the response. As the system concluded its declaration, a powerful suction emerged around Yun Chun, drawing coins one by one into the depths of the system's space. The onlookers, caught in the swirling wind, struggled to keep their eyes open and were enveloped in a cloud of dust, obscuring their vision and diminishing visibility. Seizing this opportunity, Yun Chun activated her cloaking mechanism and, aboard her agile steed, departed from the scene. Are you not going to avenge your creation, Yummy? A considerable number of coins have accumulated this time. Can you truly bear to let them go? Remarked one of the 2 men observing from a nearby building, dressed in yellow. Forget about it. They are merely ordinary coins, easily obtainable at any time. It is unwise to expose ourselves too soon, replied the other man, clad in green. I am simply curious as to the true identity of that masked rider, the man in yellow remarked. Whoever he may be, we must swiftly locate our core coins. The 3 I misplaced remain unaccounted for. Once I retrieve them, that fellow will surely face his reckoning, the man in green asserted. Chapter 17. The fortuitous 4-leaf clover, by the way. Where has Gammer gone? I haven't seen him today, inquired the man in green attire. Presumably, he has ventured off with the last remaining core coin of Mizuru in search of her, replied the man clad in yellow. Did you not inform him that the core coins of Mizuru have been destroyed, leaving only that one? The man in green pressed. I did, yet he remains unconvinced. There is little I can do, the man in green responded with resignation. How infuriating. Had I known, I would have declined that invitation. I have lost 2 of my coins and misplaced 3 others, the man in green exclaimed, anger flaring within him, though the memory of the explosion still haunted him. You are fortunate to have 4 remaining. I am left with merely 3, 3 destroyed and 3 lost. Gamaru, that fool, has seen 3 perish and 4 vanish. And my ordinary coins are dwindling as well. Now, he can only inhabit the body of a child. As for Mizuru, only 1 remains. And I cannot ascertain whether that last one retains any consciousness. Now, it is just the 3 of us struggling to survive. While Ankh is rather fortunate for not being present this time, remarked the man in yellow, reflecting that for him, survival was the only concern that mattered now. In the location where Yun Chun and Yummy were engaged in combat, the wind gradually diminished after several seconds, and simultaneously, Yun Chun and all of the coins vanished completely. What happened to that person and the coins? The onlookers queried, scanning the surroundings in vain, their confusion palpable. However, unlike these ordinary individuals, a video of the recent battle between Yun Chun and Yummy, along with accompanying analytical data, manifested before all those of higher status in this world. In that moment, Yun Chun officially entered the consciousness of the elite, becoming a part of this world's historical narrative. At S.H.I.D.L.D. Coulson held a dossier, his brow furrowed as he hurried towards Nick Fury's office. Knock, knock, knock. Coulson rapped on Nick Fury's door. Come in, Nick Fury instructed. Upon hearing this, Coulson opened the door and strode directly inside. At that moment, Nick Fury sat behind his desk, repeatedly watching the footage of Yun Chun's battle. Lost in contemplation. How did he arrive, and how did he depart? Nick Fury queried. Investigations from all nearby cameras revealed that he had emerged from a blind spot on the battlefield, with no traces of his presence within a 1-kilometer radius. We have dispatched personnel to broaden the investigation. As for how he departed, it remains uncertain. He may have mingled with the crowd after the winds rose. However, the number of individuals present at the time matches perfectly, and they are also under scrutiny. Additionally, the motorcycle he used upon his arrival has similarly vanished following the cessation of the winds, with all surveillance in the vicinity failing to capture any sight of the vehicle. The origins of the wind are also under investigation, Coulson reported. And what of the child? Where was he at the time of the incident? Nick Fury inquired. He purchased groceries at the nearby mall, where his image was captured by every surveillance camera in the vicinity. After departing from his residence, his route posed no issues. As Coulson remarked, did he engage in any unusual activities over the past couple of days? Nick Fury inquired further. This encompasses all his records from the last 2 days. Coulson stated, handing over the documents he held to Nick Fury. Nick Fury accepted the materials and began to peruse them. Last night, he returned from the nearby woods with a young woman. He noted, the identity of the woman had been investigated. She was an orphan, adopted by a Chinese couple who operated a restaurant. Recently, however, her adoptive parents had been murdered by a man who had lived in the same orphanage with her during her childhood, and all their assets had been deceitfully taken. The perpetrator, who had killed her adoptive parents and stolen their wealth, was found dead last night in the woods adjacent to the child's residence, Coulson elaborated. How did he die? Nick Fury asked. It was an accident. According to the investigation, it appears he was being pursued by something, causing him to trip over a stone and fall, resulting in a sharp metal object piercing his head, leading to instantaneous death. Additionally, signs of a struggle were discovered near a tree that had been broken by a large creature, although the struggle did not seem particularly violent. Furthermore, a freshly dug pit and a shovel were found at the site, from which the deceased's fingerprints were retrieved. Bloodstains were also present near the pit, and DNA testing revealed it matched that of the young woman he had taken. The deceased's vehicle was parked nearby, and traces of the woman's blood were likewise found inside. Coulson continued, where was the child at the time of the deceased's demise? Nick Fury asked again. At a nearby mall, also purchasing groceries, Coulson replied. Isn't it a bit too coincidental that events unfolded in succession after his arrival there? Nick Fury remarked, turning to Coulson to inquire, do you have any hypotheses? The matter concerning the masked rider may indeed be unrelated to him. Yet the woman could very well be a newly emerged Type 3 unknown life form. Prior to the deceased's death, investigations suggest he had encountered the woman, with bloodstains belonging to her, found at the location of their meeting. My conjecture regarding the deceased and the girl he took is as follows. Before 6 o'clock last night, the woman sought out the deceased, who then pushed her down the stairs, resulting in her immediate death. Upon discovering her lifeless body, the deceased dragged her into his car and drove her to the woods with the intention of burying her. While digging the pit, the woman regained consciousness and transformed into a Type 3 life form. Subsequently, the deceased, now in a state of panic, was pursued by her. At that moment, someone intervened, confronting the woman and engaging in combat. Ultimately, the woman was defeated and lost consciousness, reverting to her original state. The individual who fought her may have assumed she was dead or had other reasons to leave. Meanwhile, after the woman was subdued, the deceased continued his flight, resulting in a tragic accident. After the demise of the victim, the police received an emergency call, However, upon their arrival at the scene, they found no trace of the caller, and attempts to trace the number yielded no information. Prior to making the call, the individual had also dialed for medical assistance. Thus, it was conjectured that the caller might have been the one who struggled with the woman, potentially the enigmatic Kamen Rider. Coulson remarked. Before the police arrived, a child, after purchasing groceries, happened upon the woman in the nearby woods and brought her back. Coulson concluded his speculation. Is the location of the battle easily discernible at night? Nick Fury inquired. Indeed, there are streetlights, and it is in close proximity to the concrete road, Coulson responded. Hearing this, Fury posed another question. What are your thoughts on this Kamen Rider? Based on current behavior, he is unlikely to be a malevolent individual or one of the unknown entities. Though further observation is warranted, Coulson replied. He instructed, deploy all resources to locate the Kamen Rider. Have our agents embedded in major corporations and industries investigate any clandestine projects they may be harboring. Additionally, reach out to the two children. Understood, Coulson acknowledged before departing. After Coulson's exit, Nick Fury gazed at the photographs of Yun Chun, Jones, and Foy's, lost in contemplation. He then retrieved a stack of images, placing them on the table as he pondered deeply. The contents of these photographs depicted the site where Yun Chun had triumphed over Block A. In another office several floors above Nick Fury's, a somewhat handsome middle-aged man sat in a chair, watching videos of Yun Chun's battles on his computer, deep in thought. In Tony's villa, he was in the underground laboratory, observing videos of Yun Chun's fights, along with all the files and footage about the monsters that his artificial intelligence, Jarvis, had infiltrated from the network. Zone X? Tony said, his expression serious as he recalled Yun Chun, pondering. Who are you? What organization do you belong to? And how much do you truly know? Behind Tony lay various components of steel armor, meticulously arranged. In a discreet bar, a strikingly beautiful woman stood at the counter, pouring drinks for three men of varying demeanor, one of whom was the previously encountered Solon. It appears that the lost Freeze belt has indeed arrived in this world. I wonder who the wearer will be, Solon remarked with a cold smirk as he gazed at the video on his phone. Oh, it appears you possess a certain interest in the Foy's belt. Upon hearing this, the woman at the bar glanced at Sorlang and, with a smile, pushed a drink towards him. Indeed, I am intrigued. After all, what does it truly signify when our Ofino's possessions circulate among others? Sorlang picked up the drink, sneered, and downed it in one gulp. It seems you are contemplating action, are you not? A man beside him remarked with a chuckle. Certainly, Sorlang replied. However, I recall the president issuing a directive forbidding us from acting recklessly. The man continued. When has our fortunate Clover ever been under the control of that old fool from the gorge? Moreover, I shall decide my course of action without the input of a newcomer like you. Sorlang shot a cold glance at the man. Do not misunderstand. I have no intention of meddling in your affairs. I merely inquired. The man responded with a grin. It is best to keep it that way, Sorlang stated, rising to his feet and turning to leave. As Sorlang departed, the woman and the man exchanged smiles. Mr. Mijia, what is your opinion on this Kamen Rider fleece? The man inquired, turning to the black gentleman beside him. I have no interest in your matters, Mijia replied, his expression impassive. Ah, Mr. Mijia, you remain ever so consistent. The woman remarked with a laugh. Then, Miss Shania, might you share some insights regarding this Kamen Rider? It seems Mr. Sorlang holds him in high regard, and I too wish to learn more, the man said. Chapter 18. Gamaru, of course, little Banki, Yamaya said with a smile as he looked at Banki. The Foy's belt, utilized by Kamen Rider Foy's, was initially crafted by our company, Smart Brain. It was designed exclusively for the use of Ophion, serving as one of the king's protective artifacts. Unfortunately, the former president of the company pilfered all the belts and handed them over to several humans infused with the Ophion factor, turning them against us, Ophion, and the king. Although we later reclaimed a portion of the belts, some remain unaccounted for, including Foy's. Are these belts exceedingly powerful? Banki inquired. Certainly. The king met his demise at the hands of 3 Kamen Riders, wouldn't you agree? Yamaya replied. Then why did the former president steal the belts to empower humans against us? How many belts have we managed to recover, and how many are still out there? Banki pressed on, his curiosity unyielding. The motivations of the former president are unclear to me as well. In total, there are 5 belts. One is in the possession of Mr. Solong, though I cannot say what it is. As for the remaining 3, I have no knowledge of how many the president has reclaimed or lost, Yamaya said with a hint of resignation. What a pity, Banki remarked upon hearing this. Indeed, it truly is a lamentable situation, Yamaya sighed in agreement. Upon returning home, Yun-chun opened the door to the shop and stepped inside. Brother Yun, you're back, Jones exclaimed upon seeing him. Who is that? Yun-chun was about to respond when he noticed Jones sitting at a table, opposite a young child of about 11 or 12, who was munching on a chicken leg. Perhaps he was lost. I spotted him squatting at the entrance earlier. And when he wouldn't speak, I brought him in and offered him some food, Jones explained while glancing at the child. Oh? Yun-chun approached with curiosity. Host. This individual is one of the greed that has entered this world. Eliminate him, the system suddenly interjected. What? Yun-chun halted, his gaze fixed on the child, his pupils narrowing quickly. Then let me take him to the police station. His family might be worried about him. Yun-chun swiftly composed himself, ensuring Jones did not sense anything amiss, and approached him. That sounds good. I appreciate your help, Brother Yun, Jones replied as he stood. All right, little one. Do come back to play next time, Jones smiled at Gameru. Yes, let us go, Yun-chun said, taking Gameru's hand. Can you take me to find Mizuru? The childlike Gameru suddenly produced a blue core coin and looked up at Yun-chun with expectation. Of course, let us seek her out right away. Yun-chun responded with a smile. Gameru displayed an innocent smile. Yun-chun grasped Gameru's hand and led her outside, where they both mounted a motorcycle and rode off in a singular direction. After a brief passage of 10 minutes, Yun-chun brought Gameru to a secluded grove. Is Measure here? Gameru inquired as they disembarked. What are you truly intending? Yun-chun demanded, casting a piercing gaze at Gameru. A task has now been issued. Task: defeat Gameru. Reward: 500 points. I merely wish to locate Measure. Where is she? Did you not promise to guide me to her? Gameru suddenly burst into tears. Yun-chun retrieved a belt and transformed, declaring, Reveal your true form, or you shall have no chance. Suddenly, Gameru cried out, her right hand morphing into a robust, black, monstrous arm. Gameru lunged forward, brandishing the monstrous arm and attempting to strike Yun-chun with a clenched fist. What is happening? Yun-chun seized Gameru's hand in bewilderment, for within the greed, Gameru was the mightiest. How could she appear so feeble now? With a sudden tug, Yun-chun attempted to lift her, delivering a punch to her abdomen, but unexpectedly, Gameru's hand slipped free, and the child collapsed against Yun-chun. Measure. I have come to find you. Bereft of her youthful form, Gameru's arm seemed to lose its support, transforming into a pile of coins that clattered to the ground, accompanied by a blue orca core coin that fell alongside it. In truth, she had long been aware that Measure had been reduced to this solitary coin and had never sensed Measure's consciousness within it. Yet, she persisted in deceiving herself into believing that Measure was still alive. Task completed, reward dispensed, echoed the voice of the system. Yun-chun glanced at the coins scattered upon the ground, which numbered only a scant few. Aside from Measure's blue orca core coin, there were 2 additional core coins, 1 white rhinoceros and 1 black elephant, along with 10 ordinary coins. Curiously, beneath the ordinary coins lay a green locust core coin and a yellow tiger core coin. System, what is the meaning of this? Yun-chun inquired with confusion. Rejoice. For these greed lost some core coins and ordinary coins during their traversal, and some have been misplaced. Hence, you could so easily vanquish one. Moreover, this greed likely lacks the capacity to generate yummy to replenish ordinary coins, which accounts for its weakness. Now, shall we sell these ordinary coins to the system? The system responded with enthusiasm, having effectively eradicated a greed. And what of this child? Yun-chun asked, cradling the small child in her arms. He must have suffered severe injuries in the past, likely to the brink of death. It was only due to Gameru's attachment that his physical deterioration ceased. Thus postponing his demise, the system replied, Is there any way to save him? Yun-chun asked anxiously. No, even the items in the mall would be ineffective. The potency of the medicine is too strong for him to endure. He may not even have the chance to recover before he succumbs. The system responded with resignation. What about the Afinoki gene serum? I recall it has the ability to bring someone back to life. Surely that must work, Yunchun said, a hint of frustration evident in his voice. Despite being in this world, becoming a Kamen rider, and having taken many lives, he had witnessed death countless times. Those he had slain were all deserving of their fate, and he had shown no mercy. However, this child was different. He should have been enjoying his time at school. Yet now he could only watch helplessly as the boy slipped away. Yunchun found himself unable to accept this. No. His body likely did not receive any energy while Gameru was possessing him. Even if the Afinoki gene serum were to be used, without the strength to sustain his life, it would be futile. He is far too fragile, the system explained. Yunchun pondered for a moment, placing the boy gently on the ground, retrieving 3 of the other core coins, leaving only Gameru's core coin and a common coin, which he then placed in the boy's hand. He recalled the Kamen Rider 000 he had watched before arriving in this world. In that series, Gameru, aside from initially resurrecting and killing a few police officers, had not harmed anyone else. Even the Yumi were born from their own desires, showing a strong dependence on the water-type Mizuru, often by her side. He was the only greed who had fully awakened twice. The first time, he gave everything to Mizuru for her to absorb. The second time, he sought vengeance for Mizuru, only to have his core coin destroyed by the dinosaur greed, Makoto. Unlike the other greed, who were arrogant, cunning, volatile, ruthless, and nihilistic, his desires were almost entirely manifested in Mizuru. In his final moments, he even gifted his beloved candy to her. Yunchun perceived him as a child simply yearning for love. What do you intend to do? The system suddenly shrieked. Spare me the chatter, Yunchun retorted. Not only is Gameru just a simple child, but I must also revive this boy to save him. How can you treat me this way for the sake of 2 outsiders? You heartless creature. Just the other day, you professed your love in bed. Yet now you shout at me the moment you step out. How can you justify this? Woe is me. The system began its lamentation. Knowing that Yunchun's resolve was not easily swayed, yet it could not let go of its grievances. With a rustling sound, the coins in the boy's hand began to levitate, merely attaching themselves to him. System, please give me several of the common coins that have yet to be converted into points, Yunchun instructed the system. You wretched scoundrel. You come running when you need me, yet wave me away when I am of no use. Now that you require my assistance, I refuse to heed your call. The system, displaying its theatrics, released 10 ordinary coins at Yunchun's feet. Mua, the system chimed, you are the best. Yunchun picked up the coins, offering a word of comfort to the system. Subsequently, he placed the ordinary coins into the hand of the young boy, who was adorned with the Gameru coin. The coins began to merge slowly, and within moments, they reverted to their original form. The boy, no, he should be referred to as Gameru, opened his eyes. Where is Mizuru? Upon awakening, Gameru immediately sought out the last core coin belonging to Mizuru, disregarding Yunchun. Yunchun produced Mizuru's coin and handed it to him. Mizuru. Gameru clutched the coin, bursting into heart-wrenching sobs. Let us go. Perhaps she still has a chance at resurrection, Yunchun consoled him. Is that truly the case? Upon hearing Yunchun's words, Gameru lifted his gaze, ignoring the earlier actions of Yunchun, and with tears in his eyes, asked, Are you not also creations of humanity? Perhaps if we forge a few more coins for her, she might be revived. How can we know unless we try? Yunchun averted his eyes. For though he spoke thus, the technological disparity between the 2 worlds was profound. This coin was an alchemical creation, and he was unfamiliar with anyone possessing such alchemical skills. He even questioned whether such individuals existed in this realm. Very well, as long as you can bring Mizuru back to life, I will comply with your every request. Gameru insisted, grasping Yunchun's garment with urgency. Chapter 19. Gameru, do you know who this child you are currently inhabiting is? Yunchun inquired. I do not know. I merely found him beneath a large stone, where a multitude of humans were assaulting an individual from an unknown world. Mizuru's coin was also discovered there, Gameru replied, his words perpetually revolving around Mizuru. Is that the reason the child is in such a state? Upon hearing this, Yunchun's fists clenched tightly. Let us return. But you must not reveal your true form in front of Jones. I am currently unable to address the matter of Mizuru. Yet I shall endeavor to find someone who can forge coins for her, Yin Chun stated, gazing at Gameru. Very well, as long as you can resurrect Mizuru, I shall comply with your wishes. She bears a striking resemblance to Mizuru, and I would never harm her, Gameru reiterated. Let us depart. With that, Yun Chun ushered Gameru into the vehicle, directing it towards their destination. Remember, you can no longer be called Gameru. Your name is now Grime. When others inquire about your name, simply respond with this, Yun Chun instructed during the journey. Gameru nodded silently. Yun Chun initially intended to enact a full charade by taking him to the police station for inquiries, but reconsidered, fearing the potential embarrassment should the child's parents still be alive. Brother Yin, did you not take him to the police station? Upon their return to the store, it was noon, and Jones was preparing a meal. Seeing Yun Chun return with Grime, he expressed his puzzlement. His parents have passed away, and due to certain special circumstances, I have decided to adopt him, Yun Chun explained. Upon hearing this, Jones regarded Yun Chun with a look of confusion. Look, the police have already prepared these documents for me, Yun Chun said, sensing he could not deceive Jones. Feeling somewhat awkward as he presented the temporary documents prepared by the system. It is not that I do not believe you. I am simply perplexed, Jones quickly assured him. Then, Brother Yun, you may converse with Jones for a moment. He suddenly halted, turning to Grime. Little brother, what is your name? I am Grime, the child responded. Very well, Grime, why don't you and Brother Yun wait upstairs for a while? Once I finish the meal, I shall bring it up for you, Jones said, affectionately ruffling Grime's hair. Could you give me some more of that thing? Grime looked at Jones, inquiring. The chicken leg? Of course, Jones replied, initially taken aback, but then acquiescing. Thank you, sister, Grime expressed his gratitude. Now, Brother Yun, you and Grime should head upstairs and wait for a bit, Jones instructed. Turning back to Yun Chun. Thank you for your assistance, Yun Chun smiled in response. It is my duty, Jones replied with a grin. Subsequently, Yun Chun led Grime upstairs. Have a seat, Yun Chun gestured, inviting Grime to sit on the sofa. I recall you greed lacked the sense of taste when incomplete, didn't you? At that moment, Yun Chun pondered and inquired. I am unsure, but after possessing this individual, I developed a taste. That food is exceptionally delectable, replied Gyurimu. Reminiscing about the chicken leg Jones had just offered, salivating at the thought. Is that so? Yun Chun suddenly recalled that Ankh also seemed to have acquired a sense of taste after inhabiting his brother, Izumi Shingo. Soon after, Jones approached, carrying food. All right, it's time to eat, she announced, placing the dishes upon the table. Without a moment's hesitation, Gyurimu excitedly grabbed a chicken leg and began to feast. Don't forget to express your gratitude. Sister Jones prepared this for you, Yun Chun reminded him, observing Gyurimu devour the meal. Gyurimu paused, then quickly responded, Thank you, sister. You're welcome, Jones smiled. Both Yun Chun and Gyurimu chuckled at the interaction. Brother Yin, you should eat as well, Jones urged, directing her gaze at Yun Chun. Oh, right. You should eat too, Yun Chun replied with a grin. Indeed, Jones affirmed, and they both commenced their meal. Jones even served a bowl of noodles, placing it before Gyurimu. After finishing one chicken leg, Gyurimu was about to discard the bone carelessly when a thought struck him. He examined the bone and then disposed of it properly before reaching for another piece. Observing this, Yun Chun felt relieved, recognizing that Gyurimu possessed some common sense. Wait a moment, that chicken leg is fried. Consuming too many is not good for a child's health. You should stick to the noodles, Jones promptly cautioned Gyurimu. Indeed, the noodles are also quite tasty, Yun Chun added, finally realizing the situation. Really? Is there something more delicious than a chicken leg? Gyurimu questioned, still incredulous. As the chicken leg was the first food he had tasted since possessing the child, which he deemed the epitome of flavor. Being greed, he had no need for sustenance. And prior to this, he had been preoccupied with searching for Mizuru, hence he had never eaten before. This neglect had left the body he inhabited weak and frail. Certainly, there are many things far more delightful than chicken legs. You will discover this in time, Yun Chun said with a smile, feeling increasingly sympathetic towards Gyurimu. As agreed, endowed with immense power yet devoid of taste and smell, the world appeared to him in shades of gray and blur, while the sounds he perceived were merely cacophonous. Upon hearing this, Girimu set down the chicken leg, picked up a fork, and began to eat with difficulty. After taking a bite, Girimu's eyes widened with excitement as he continued to eat. Slow down, take your time, don't choke, Jones advised, observing Graham as he indulged in his meal. Yun-chun was suddenly struck by the thought of a potential solution to the troubles posed by greed, one that could be resolved without bloodshed. However, upon seeing Jones present, he chose to remain silent for the moment and quietly continued his meal. You must refrain from eating more. You might overindulge, he remarked. After finishing his own meal, Yun-chun was astounded to witness Graham, having devoured 2 bowls of noodles, still yearning for more. He hastily intervened, snatching the bowl from Graham's hands. I still want to eat, Graham exclaimed, his expression one of impending tears as he protested. More? Can your stomach handle it? You must digest first. You can eat again tonight, Yun-chun replied. Oh, will there still be some left for tonight? Graham inquired, feeling a peculiar yet satisfying sensation in his stomach, a discomfort that was not truly painful. Rest assured, there will be more tonight, Jones chimed in cheerfully. Very well then, Graham conceded. Jones, seeing this, smiled and wiped Graham's mouth and hands, gathering the dishes to wash them downstairs. Graham, who else came with you? Yun-chun inquired as Jones departed. Yuva and Kazari are still around. Aang did not come, and with Mizuru in this state, it's just the 3 of us left. Graham replied, his tone tinged with disappointment. Graham, good things are meant to be shared. How could you possibly enjoy such delicious food all by yourself? Why not let Yuva and Kazari have a taste as well? After all, you are all greed. You possess what they do not. What do you think they would feel about that? Yun-chun reasoned, attempting to persuade him. Then could you give me a little to take to them? Graham suggested. Not to worry. Simply tell me their location, and I shall deliver it to them, Yun-chun promptly replied. Oh, all right. They are unbeknownst to him. Graham had unwittingly divulged the whereabouts of Yuva and Kazari to the crafty Yun-chun. How many core coins do they have left? Yun-chun continued. Yuva has 4 remaining. 3 were lost, and 2 were destroyed on the way here. Kazari has 3 left. All were lost and destroyed as well, Graham recounted without a hint of caution. Then why didn't you give those 2 to them? Yun-chun asked, producing 2 core coins. They refused to take me to find Mizuru. So why wouldn't he give them anything? Graham replied, clearly displeased. Oh, then let us focus on the noodles. Yun-chun waved his hand dismissively. Host, your heart is quite dark, even deceiving children. He. The system chortled mischievously. How could this be called deception when it concerns eliminating monsters? Yun-chun retorted with a grin. You're so naughty, host, the system teased. Mutual sentiment. He. They both chuckled conspiratorially. What is happening? I truly desire this moment. Suddenly, Graham yawned, rubbed his eyes, and spoke, yet he could not articulate what he wished to do. If you are tired, simply lie down and close your eyes to sleep, suggested Yun-chun, gently stroking his head with a smile. Sleep, you say? Graham responded with confusion, then lay down, closed his eyes, and fell into slumber. It would be more comfortable to sleep in the room, observed Yun-chun. He lifted Graham into his arms, carried him to a bed in a room, tucked him under a blanket, and then quietly exited, closing the door behind him. At that moment, Jones approached, accompanied by a young man. The young man had a handsome face and was clad in seemingly old yet clean attire. Brother Yun, he has come seeking employment. Jones informed Yun-chun. Greetings, manager. May I inquire if you are hiring? The young man asked as he stepped forward. We are considering it. Are you interested? Yun-chun inquired. Indeed. May I ask what tasks I could undertake? The young man queried. Can you cook? Yun-chun asked. I can. Though my culinary skills are rather average, the young man replied, somewhat bashfully. That is acceptable. You may handle the washing of dishes, serving plates, and cleaning vegetables while she prepares the meals. What is your name? Yun-chun gestured towards Jones. Certainly. My name is Hank Smith. When does the establishment commence operations? Hank inquired. Our shop will open the day after tomorrow. Please come then. The salary will be XXX per month. Does that suit you? Yun-chun responded. Thank you very much, Hank replied, visibly excited. I shall take my leave now and return to work the day after tomorrow. With that, Hank expressed his gratitude to Jones and turned to depart. With the shop opening the day after tomorrow, both individuals would not have to toil so hard. Yun-chun remarked with a smile to Jones. Indeed, Jones replied, sharing a smile in return. Chapter 20. The end of greed, by the way. Brother Yin, where is Grim? At that moment, Jones, not seeing Grim, inquired of Yun-chuan. He is asleep in the room, Yun-chuan replied, gesturing towards a door. Oh. Then I shall continue washing the dishes, Jones said, turning to head downstairs. Yun-chuan then returned to his chamber. Upon entering his room, Yun-chuan summoned his doppelganger through the system, then transformed himself to become invisible, leaping out of the window. He summoned his mechanical Pegasus, directing it towards the location of the remaining 2 greed. Now, a mission has been issued. Task: resolve all greed-related troubles. Reward: 1,200 points. As Yun-chuan drove along the road, he was startled by the points awarded by the system, taking a deep breath. This is customary. For each monster vanquished in a world, the system rewards the host with substantial points. Moreover, had there been more than 2 greed remaining, the reward for their forms would have been even greater, the system explained, sensing Yun-chuan's astonishment. Excellent, Yun-chuan remarked upon hearing this. By the way, host, regarding the location Grim mentioned, I infiltrated the nearby cameras and discovered that both greed have since departed, heading in different directions. The system continued. What? Where have they gone? Yun-chuan paused, inquiring. In these 2 directions, the system displayed a map panel before Yun-chuan. On the map, there was a yellow dot, a green dot, and a red dot. Below the map, it provided details. The yellow dot represented Kazuri, the green dot represented Yuva, and the red dot represented himself. Then I shall pursue Kazari first, Yun-chuan mused, activating his mechanical Pegasus to head in Kazari's direction. Moments later, Yun-chuan found himself in a bustling square, where Kazari was on the hunt for new prey. At that moment, Kazari appeared to have spotted a target, stealthily trailing a well-dressed woman adorned with heavy makeup. Observing this, Yun-chuan quietly followed, intending to strike when they reached a less populated area. For engaging in combat amidst a crowd was unwise. He could not risk collateral damage. The previous instance had been a matter of urgency. Moreover, Kazari could not possibly create Yummy in such a crowded space. Otherwise, he would attract the attention of the S.H.I.E.L.D. or military forces. Given his current state, he could not evade capture for long. Finally, Yun-chuan trailed Kazari as he entered a large building. The woman approached the elevator, waiting for it. At this point, Kazari scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of onlookers, and produced a common coin. Suddenly, a slot resembling that of an automatic vending machine appeared at the back of the woman's head, unbeknownst to her. With a resounding crash, Yun-chun finally made his move, dashing forward and leaping into the air, delivering a powerful flying kick that sent Kazari hurtling away, scattering ordinary coins from his body across the ground. At that moment, the woman finally reacted, letting out a startled scream as she turned to see Yun-chun standing beside her, while a shadowy figure knelt in the distance. Onlookers also turned their gazes toward the scene, their faces etched with astonishment. Kamen Rider, Kazari exclaimed in disbelief, realizing he had been discovered. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang to his feet and fled, running as fast as he could. Having witnessed Yuva's Yummy being dispatched by Yun-chun so effortlessly the day before, he knew that with only 3 core coins remaining, he would merely be an easy target for the Kamen Rider. There was no point in confronting him directly. Seeing Kazari's abrupt retreat left Yun-chun momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure and pursued him, with a resounding thud. After Kazari had escaped a short distance from the building, Yun-chun caught up, grasping his hair and yanking him upward with a swift motion, flipping him over his head before executing a devastating shoulder throw that sent Kazari crashing to the ground. As Kazari struck the earth, a cascade of coins tumbled from him once more, further weakening him. "It's that person," onlookers murmured, their excitement palpable as they quietly gathered closer, pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Observing this, Yun-chun furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of irritation, realizing that passive submission would only hasten his demise. Kazari roared in defiance, extending his claws and lunging forward. Ignoring the ordinary spectators, Yun-chun deftly evaded Kazari's strikes, sidestepping with agility until he finally crouched low and delivered a powerful punch to Kazari's abdomen, forcing him to stagger backward. Concerned that hesitation could lead to unforeseen complications, Yun-chun advanced, seizing Kazari and unleashing a flurry of punches that drove him further back until he collapsed onto the ground, with only 3 coins remaining. Kazari's combat prowess paled in comparison to the undead Yun-chun had previously encountered, rendering him utterly defenseless against the relentless onslaught. "I haven't wronged you. We have no enmity. Why do you wish to kill me?" Kazari shouted in fury as he struggled to rise, uninterested in engaging in conversation with the most cunning of the greed. Yun-chun approached, removing the camera from his belt and strapping it to his hand, then extracting the crystal card from his phone and inserting it into the camera. "Ready," he declared, flipping open the cover on his phone and pressing the enter key. Exceed charge. A brilliant red light coursed from the phone along the crimson stripe into the camera in his hand. At this moment, Yun-chun had approached Kazari. His fist clenched around the camera and struck with force. "No," Kazari exclaimed, a symbol manifesting upon his form. With a resounding crash, Kazari exploded, scattering coins in every direction, creating a gentle shower of currency. Yun-chun disregarded the ordinary coins, instead crouching down to collect 3 yellow core coins from Kazari, examining them briefly before stowing them away. "System, it's your turn," he declared, glancing at the crowd around him, who were eagerly capturing his image with their phones. "All right, no problem. Leave it to me." The system responded. With a familiar gust of wind, coins began to swirl into the space before Yun-chun, stirring up a cloud of dust that rendered the onlookers unable to open their eyes. "Now, it's Yuva's turn," Yun-chun announced, entering a state of invisibility as he surveyed Yuva's position before departing from the scene. Where did he go? As the tempest subsided, Yun-chun and all the coins vanished, as if nothing had transpired at all. "Host, Yuva has already produced a yummy." The system's voice suddenly resonated in Yun-chun's ear as he traveled down the road. "What?" Hearing this, Yun-chun furrowed his brow and accelerated to maximum speed toward Yuva. Upon nearing Yuva's vicinity, he spotted a yummy causing chaos. Glancing at the creature, he decided against engaging in battle, recognizing that the host's desire producing this yummy was monetary, thus requiring little concern. Yun-chun halted his vehicle and stealthily approached the building where Yuva was hiding. Finally, he arrived at Yuva's concealed location and moved closer. "Who?" Yuva turned, alerted by the sound of Yun-chun's footsteps. "Kamen Rider, it's you." Upon seeing him, Yuva seethed, recalling how just the previous day he had lost one of his own yummy and now dared to confront him again. "Die." Yuva transformed back into his monstrous form, acting impulsively without considering the disparity in their combat prowess, and lunged at Yun-chun with a clawed swipe. Yun-chun deftly sidestepped Yuva's attack. When Yuva launched another claw strike, Yun-chun evaded again, countering with a kick to Yuva's abdomen that forced him to stagger back. Seizing the opportunity, Yun-chun advanced and delivered a punch to Yuva's face, sending him crashing into a nearby chair. "You bastard!" Yuva growled angrily, charging at Yun-chun once more with relentless swipes. Yun-chun skillfully evaded, while Yuva grew increasingly agitated. At that moment, Yun-chun seized another opportunity and delivered a powerful kick to Yuva's chest. With a resounding thud, Yuva was sent flying through the glass window, crashing onto the ground outside, startling the panicked civilians who were fleeing. "I want you dead." Yuva struggled to rise, bellowing as he concentrated, causing Yummy's body in the distance to explode into a multitude of coins that soared towards him, merging with his being. After assimilating all of Yummy's coins, a surge of green energy coursed through Yuva, augmenting his strength. Observing this, Yun-chun leapt from the upper floor and charged at Yuva. As Yun-chun rushed forward, Yuva let out a furious roar and charged in response. Yun-chun leapt into the air, both feet aimed at Yuva. However, Yuva remained grounded, merely retreating several steps. Upon landing, Yun-chun surged towards him once more. Yuva steadied himself and roared, extending his claws towards the advancing Yun-chun. In a swift motion, Yun-chun clenched his fist and, just as Yuva's claws were about to strike, he countered with a powerful blow to Yuva's arm, deflecting it aside before delivering a kick to Yuva's chest that sent him tumbling to the ground. Subsequently, Yun-chun leapt into the air, his knees bent downward, and descended forcefully upon Yuva. In a quick reaction, Yuva rolled aside, evading Yunchun and causing him to crash onto his knees, leaving two shallow impressions in the earth and fracturing the ground beneath him. At that moment, Yuva rose and swiped at Yunchun with a claw. Yunchun swiftly leaned back to evade the assault, grasping Yuva's outstretched claw and forcefully lifting himself up, tossing Yuva aside. After throwing Yuva away, Yunchun stood tall and charged once again, leaping into the air to deliver a flying knee strike that collided with Yuva's face, sending him hurtling backwards, scattering coins across the ground, before finally crashing down. Chapter 21. Coulson's return. Subsequently, Yunchuan retrieved a flashlight, removed the SIM card from his phone, and inserted it into the flashlight. Ready. Yunchuan secured the flashlight to his foot, opened the phone's lid, and pressed the enter key. Exceed charge. A beam of crimson light emanated from the phone, coursing along the red stripes into the flashlight at Yunchuan's foot. At that moment, Yuva had risen once more, and upon realizing the disparity between himself and Yunchuan, he contemplated fleeing. He turned, trembling, and began to retreat, coins cascading from his person with every step. Observing this, Yunchuan dashed forward, leaping into the air as a spiraling drill, composed of red energy, materialized at his foot. With the drill aimed directly at Yuva, Yunchuan delivered a powerful kick. The impact caused Yuva to emit a cry of agony as he was pierced through. I refuse to accept this, Yuva gasped, looking at Yunchuan, and then a symbol appeared upon his body, leading him to explode, scattering coins across the ground. Mission accomplished. Congratulations, host, on completing a significant task. Rewards have been issued, echoed the system's voice. Upon hearing this, a smile crept across the corner of Yunchuan's mouth within his armor, and he approached the site of Yuva's explosion to collect 4 core coins. Finally, he had resolved a considerable nuisance. Holding the green core coins, Yunchuan sighed in relief. At that moment, the system began to act autonomously. A fierce wind arose, stirring dust and collecting the coins strewn across the ground. As before, Yunchuan seized the opportunity presented by the gust, activating his invisibility and departing the area. System, how many points do I have now? Yunchuan inquired as he made his way back. Congratulations, host. You currently possess a total of 2,645 points, of which 600 points were exchanged for coins, the system responded. Upon hearing this, Yunchuan felt a surge of excitement. Host, would you like to purchase something to celebrate? The system suggested enticingly. Bring me an acceleration watch. Yunchuan replied with a smile, having long desired it. Now that fortune had smiled upon him, he could not resist the opportunity. Very well. Congratulations, host. Purchase successful. Total, 1,200 points. The system chimed with delight. What? An acceleration watch, is that expensive? Yunchuan exclaimed in disbelief. Of course. Did you think it was as cheap as cabbage? The system retorted. How about an additional belt? It can be discounted. The system continued to tempt. Having just received his points, Yunchuan was reluctant to spend nearly half of them on a belt. However, this underscored the formidable nature of the acceleration watch, a rare form that had never faltered in the realm of Kamen riders. At last, on the 5th day of Yunchuan's arrival in this world, he had successfully eliminated a significant threat posed by the greed. As Yunchun made his way back to his residence, Coulson drove his beloved flamboyant pink vintage convertible, Laura, and came to a halt at the entrance of the shop. I apologize, sir, but we do not commence business until the day after tomorrow. If you seek a meal, I suggest you try elsewhere, Jones remarked as he returned from disposing of the garbage and spotted Coulson. No, I am not here to dine. I am in search of Mr. Yun, Coulson replied with a smile. Ah, my apologies. Please, come inside, Jones quickly responded, opening the door and ushering Coulson in. As Coulson entered, a man clad in black, bearing a bow and arrow, and donning a Bluetooth headset, stood in a nearby building, observing Yunchun's shop. Many others in the vicinity also cast their gazes upon the establishment. Brother Yun is upstairs. Allow me to escort you, Jones said after leading Coulson inside. Miss Jones. One moment, please, Coulson interjected hastily. Is there something you need? Jones inquired. Here is my business card, prior to meeting Mr. Yun. I would like to ask you a few questions. Coulson presented his card to Jones. Mr. Coulson, what inquiries do you wish to make? Perhaps we could sit down and discuss, Jones replied, glancing at the card before returning it to Coulson. She then proceeded to the kitchen, poured a glass of water, and returned to offer it to him before taking a seat. Thank you. Carlson accepted the water, placing it to the side. The matter is this. Last night, we discovered the body of a man who had met with an untimely demise in this vicinity. Our investigation revealed that he had committed numerous illegal acts, and you and your adoptive family were among his victims. We also found that you had reported him to the local police multiple times, but without evidence. Thus, we would like to ask you some questions that may assist you in obtaining compensation and restitution. If you are amenable, Carlson inquired, locking eyes with Jones. Go ahead. Jones replied, her pupils narrowing slightly as she bowed her head and spoke softly. At that moment, upstairs, the doppelganger had just exited a room and was about to descend the stairs when he suddenly heard Carlson's voice from below. He paused, listening intently. Meanwhile, Yun Chun, who was on his way, sensed everything his doppelganger was experiencing and furrowed his brow. I believe this should be articulated by you. Please recount the transgressions he committed against your family, Carlson urged. All right, I understand. Jones took a moment to collect herself before beginning to recount everything she had discussed with Yun Chun the previous night. She also mentioned how Yun Chun had brought her back, omitting her transformation into Ophanor and the altercation with Yun Chun. Initially, when Jones spoke of Yun Chun bringing her back, both the doppelganger and the recently returned Yun Chun were taken aback, nearly rushing down the stairs. Thankfully, Jones had concealed certain details, allowing both the doppelganger and Yun Chun to breathe a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Yun Chun swiftly deactivated his cloaking and transformation, emerged from the room, and recalled his doppelgangers, standing there to listen intently. I apologize for bringing up painful memories. Upon our return, we shall thoroughly investigate this matter and ensure justice for your family, he said. Below, Carlson, having heard Jones's account, responded, It's quite all right. With reddened eyes, Jones replied softly, I apologize. Please allow me to meet Mr. Yun. I wish to gather further details, Carlson requested. Certainly, please follow me. Jones composed herself and led Carlson upstairs. Upon hearing this, Yun Chun hurriedly approached the sofa, seated himself, and began to fidget with his phone. Brother Yun, this gentleman is seeking you, Jones announced as they ascended, directing her gaze toward Yun Chun. What troubles you? Yun Chun was about to respond when he noticed the distress in Jones's eyes. He stood and approached her, disregarding Carlson momentarily. Brother Yun, I am fine. I merely recalled a sorrowful memory, Jones replied with a smile. I apologize, Mr. Yun. This is my fault for prompting Miss Jones to revisit her grief, Carlson interjected, stepping forward with an apology. Brother Yun, you two converse. I shall return to my room. Jones stated, turning to leave. What is it you wish to discuss? Yun Chun, observing Jones retreating with tear-stained eyes, regarded Carlson coldly. I wish to inquire about the events surrounding your escorting Miss Jones home last night, Carlson replied. Have a seat, Yun Chun said icily, turning back to the sofa. Thank you, Carlson responded, taking a seat. Last night, as I passed through the woods, I found her lying on the ground and brought her back. What else do you wish to know? Yun Chun stated coldly after Carlson sat down. At that moment, Graham suddenly sensed something, awoke, descended from the bed, and opened the door, stepping out of the room. Graham, you are awake, Yun Chun exclaimed, turning to see him. Who is this child? Carlson inquired, looking at Graham and directing the question to Yun Chun. This is my adopted child. Is there a problem? Yun Chun replied, silently cursing the author in his mind. Thank you, Mr. Yun. I shall take my leave now. Please convey my apologies to Miss Jones, Carlson stated after a few minutes of inquiry, rising to depart and turning to head downstairs. Throughout Carlson and Yun Chun's conversation, Graham had been observing Carlson intently. After Yun Chun escorted Carlson out of the establishment, he addressed the system. System, the author's suggestion is for me to temporarily conceal my identity, correct? Indeed, is there an issue? The system responded obediently in a hushed tone. I have only been in this world for a few days, and he has already placed Jones and Graham by my side, while also arousing the suspicions of S.H.I.E.L.D. Are you certain I can effectively conceal my identity? Yun Chun said through gritted teeth, a furrow forming on his forehead. Ah. Are you not pleased that the author has placed Jones by your side? The system timidly inquired. Of course, I am overjoyed, but is this truly without consequence? Yun Chun responded, initially elated, but soon furrowing his brow with concern. It should be fine, as the author has orchestrated it, the system awkwardly replied. You call this fine? The entire book has undergone significant revisions, Yunchun exclaimed. The system felt a twinge of embarrassment, at a loss for words. Upon noticing the system's silence, Yunchun reluctantly ascended the stairs once more. What is the matter? As he returned upstairs, he spotted Graham at the stairway, gazing at him with curiosity. That individual seems to possess my core coin, Graham remarked. What? How did this happen? Upon hearing this, Yunchun hurried over to inquire further. Chapter 22. The second core coin of Mazaru while in slumber. I felt the presence of my core coin upon him, Graham remarked. Hand it over. Upon hearing this, Yunchun pondered briefly before responding, and then he retreated to his room. Observing this, Grime wore a perplexed expression but chose to disregard Yunchun, settling onto the sofa in a daze. Once inside his room, Yunchun transformed, becoming invisible, and leapt through the window. Subsequently, he summoned his mechanical steed and pursued the direction in which Coulson had departed. 2 minutes later, Yunchun caught up with Coulson. Noticing that 3 other vehicles were trailing behind Coulson's car, each containing individuals armed to the teeth, likely agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., unfazed by their presence. Yunchun opted not to reveal himself immediately. Instead, he circled around, positioning himself in front of Coulson's convoy, where he finally dispelled his invisibility. The sudden appearance of Yunchun, just 5 or 6 meters away, prompted Coulson to halt his vehicle. Following Coulson's stop, the trailing cars also came to a standstill. Upon spotting Yunchun, the agents swiftly armed themselves, disembarking their vehicles and taking aim at him. Fortunately, the area was deserted. Otherwise, the commotion would have been considerable. At that moment, Coulson exited his vehicle, shielded by an archer standing protectively behind him. Relax, I merely wish to acquire something from you, Yunchun stated. Seated atop his mechanical steed, without dismounting. What could you possibly want from me? Coulson inquired, eyeing Yunchun with curiosity. Just a few coins of various colors. Yunchun replied. Hearing this, Nick Fury, who was monitoring the footage relayed by Coulson, furrowed his brow in perplexity. Is this what you mean? Coulson asked, producing 2 core coins, 1 white and 1 blue, from his pocket. Observing this, the man beside Coulson regarded him with confusion, while Nick Fury's frown deepened. Indeed, hand them over. Yunchun responded, momentarily taken aback upon seeing the blue core coin. He then extended his hand and added, Could you enlighten me as to what these are? Coulson, reluctant to simply surrender them, queried Yunchun. What do you desire them for? Desire, Yunchun replied coolly. Desire? Coulson echoed, clearly puzzled. You need not concern yourselves with the details. They shall no longer pose a threat, yet the remnants they left behind must not remain in the hands of ordinary individuals. As Yunchun spoke, he dismounted and began to approach. Stop, the archer commanded suddenly, nocking an arrow and drawing his bow, aiming directly at Yunchun. While the other agents tensed, poised for an imminent assault. I have no intention of engaging in combat with you, Yunchun stated, observing their readiness. He pressed a symbol on the fuel tank of his mechanical steed. In an instant, the steed contorted and transformed into a robotic form. Witnessing this, Nick Fury's remaining eye narrowed, as if he had made a significant realization. Do not let them leave until I have what I need, but do not harm them. Yunchun commanded the mechanical Pegasus. At his words, the wheels behind the mechanical Pegasus erupted in flames, lifting it into the air. Hand me the coin. It is for the best of all, Yunchun declared as he approached. Upon witnessing this, everyone on Coulson's side grew tense, fully aware of Yunchun's formidable combat prowess. Nevertheless, Coulson refrained from directly handing over the coin, awaiting Nick Fury's orders. Should Fury command them to protect the coin, they would fight Yunchun to the bitter end, even at the cost of their lives. Give it to him, Nick Fury finally ordered as Yunchun drew nearer. Here you go. Coulson sighed in relief as he spoke to Yunchun, tossing the coin over. Yunchun reached out, caught the coin, inspected it briefly, then tucked it away, preparing to depart as the mechanical Pegasus descended. May I inquire about something? Coulson asked Yunchun. I know what you wish to ask, perhaps another time. We will meet again, Yunchun replied nonchalantly. Are you human? Coulson inquired. I am human, Yun-chun responded as he approached the mechanical Pegasus, pressing the symbol on its chest, reverting it to motorcycle form before mounting it and preparing to leave. Wait, Coulson called, contemplating briefly before hastening over to produce a business card, which he extended to Yun-chun. Observing Coulson's gesture, Yun-chun accepted the card, stowed it away, then revved the engine and departed. Return, Nick Fury instructed Coulson and the others as the situation concluded. Which coin should I choose? Back in the shop, Yun-chun dismissed his invisibility and transformation, pondering his next move. He contemplated bestowing the core coin upon Grimm, yet he hesitated to give both, fearing Grimm might resort to creating Yummy to resurrect Mizuru. Even giving just one seemed fraught with complications. After some deliberation, Yun-chun approached the door, opened it, and stepped outside. Upon exiting the room, he found Grimm sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in an animated show on the television, likely turned on by Jones, who was nowhere in sight. Grimm, has Jones come out yet? Yun-chun inquired. She went downstairs to cook, Grimm replied. Considering this, Yun-chun made his way downstairs. Arriving in the kitchen, he found Jones preparing a meal. Jones, he called out. Brother Yin, are you hungry? Just a moment. It's almost ready, she responded, turning to look at him. No, take your time. I merely wanted to check if you were all right, Yun-chun replied. I'm fine, Jones assured him with a smile. Well, that's a relief, Yun-chun said, visibly easing. Well then, Brother Yun, please wait upstairs for a moment, Jones said once again. All right, I appreciate your trouble, Yun-chun replied, not wanting to disturb her, and ascended the stairs anew. After Yun-chun departed, Jones gazed at the staircase, her smile vanished, her lips pressed together, lost in contemplation, before she quickly regained her composure and resumed her cooking. Upon returning upstairs, Yun-chun observed Graham, utterly captivated by the television, and called out, Graham, what is it? Graham replied without turning his head. What do you think this is? Yun-chun inquired, presenting Mizuru's blue octopus core coin and his white gorilla core coin, smiling softly. Graham reluctantly turned around, only to be rendered speechless the next moment, staring blankly at the core coins in Yun-chun's hand. Give it to me, Graham exclaimed, springing up and rushing towards Yun-chun, wrapping his arms around Yun-chun's thigh. Startled, Yun-chun did not anticipate such a vigorous reaction. I recall you mentioning that Mizuru's core coin was down to just one, right? Yun-chun asked Graham. I am uncertain. I distinctly remember that during the explosion, I turned to look at Mizuru's position, where there were only 8 core coins, 7 of which were obliterated. I assumed that the one remaining had been destroyed previously. Graham lamented, his eyes fixed longingly on the blue octopus core coin in Yun-chun's hand. Do you desire this? Yun-chun teased Graham. I do, Graham replied, sounding quite pitiful. Then how do you plan to resurrect Mizuru? Do you possess any ordinary coins? Yun-chun queried. I could ask Yuva and Kazari for some. Graham hesitated before responding. But when I sought them out, they had already departed, which means you cannot find them. How do you intend to procure them? Yun-chun refrained from directly stating that Yuva and Kazari had met their demise at his hands. He lacked the courage to do so. Graham remained silent, gazing at Yun-chun with a forlorn expression. All right, I can grant you this. But you must heed my instructions. You are not to leave the house indiscriminately, nor seek out Yuva and Kazari for ordinary coins. Can you promise me that? Yun-chun said, his demeanor turning serious. He intended to stabilize Graham's emotions with Mizuru's core coin, fearing his impulsive departure, even with food and entertainment available to occupy him. Yun-chun was unwilling to take the risk. What about the ordinary coins required to revive Mizuru? Graham questioned. I will devise a plan for that, Yun-chun replied. All right. But you must ensure that you find the ordinary coins, Graham insisted, his gaze fixed intently on Yun-chun. Rest assured, Yun-chun assured him, before handing over both Mizuru's core coin and Graham's core coin. After acquiring the core coin, Graham inhaled his own gorilla core coin without a second glance. He then took Mizuru's core coin and joyfully bounced back to the sofa, eagerly examining the one he had previously held. Mizuru, if we can just find an ordinary coin. You shall be revived, Graham exclaimed with excitement, addressing the 2 core coins. How ungrateful of you. Is Mizuru truly superior to me and Jones? Yun-chun remarked unhappily, observing Graham's exuberance. Deep down, he understood that it was Mizuru who had accompanied Gameru throughout the past 8 centuries. though the sentiment may not have been genuine, to Gamoru. The authenticity of feelings mattered little. I wish to resurrect Mizuru, but I also hold affection for you and Sister Jones, Graham replied, his tone sincere. The title Sister Jones was something Yun Chun had taught Graham, who initially encouraged him to call Yun Chun Brother Yun Chun. However, Yun Chun adamantly refused. Unable to accept being called brother by someone who appeared as a child yet was, in truth, 800 years old. Ah, I see you have a penchant for food. Yun Chun remarked without hesitation, exposing Graham's preference. I do enjoy food, but I cherish you and Sister Jones even more, Graham declared, his heart steady and his demeanor unflinching. Witnessing this exchange, Yun Chun smiled and settled onto the sofa, lost in contemplation. Chapter 23. The Wrathful Cloud System. You previously mentioned the possibility of transferring the belt to another person, allowing them to assist in eliminating the monsters, correct? Yun Chun inquired within the confines of her mind. Indeed, what is it? The system responded. What happens to the points once they defeat the monsters? Yun Chun asked. Ah, esteemed guest, an excellent question. Allow me to elaborate. The system began its explanation. Our esteemed establishment offers 2 packages for the delivery of the Kamen Rider belt. The first package allows you to hand over the belt without spending a single point. When the belt's owner defeats a monster, you will receive 1/3 of the points earned, while 2/3 will go to the system. This arrangement will continue until the points accumulated by the system reach 3 times the original price of the belt. However, one condition applies. The belt owner must accumulate points from defeating monsters that equal the original price within 2 months. Failing to do so will result in the system deducting the original price's worth of points directly from your wallet, and you will permanently lose the right to use that belt, leaving its usage solely to the owner. Although you retain the freedom to decide and change the user of the belt, the second package entails you purchasing the belt outright for another person. In this case, every time the belt owner defeats a monster, you will eternally receive 2/3 of the points earned, with 1/3 allocated to the system. Moreover, you will maintain perpetual usage rights, allowing you to freely decide and change who may wield the belt. Furthermore, as long as the belt was gifted by you, you possess absolute ownership rights. Remember, ownership, not merely usage rights. Even if the first package's user fails to meet the conditions for the original price points within 2 months, you can reclaim the belt from the system space if the user does not adhere to the requirements you set. The system continued, in essence. Regardless of whether I possess the right to use the belt, should the user fail to comply with my stipulations, I can reclaim the belt from the system space. Moreover, irrespective of the package chosen, I retain the freedom to change or determine who may utilize the belt, correct? Yun Chun queried. Precisely. But your stipulated requirements must fall within a reasonable realm that the belt user can accept and fulfill. Otherwise, the user does not violate any rules, and the belt cannot be reclaimed arbitrarily under compliant circumstances. Additionally, the chosen user must meet the belt's inherent usage conditions. For instance, the Garen belt requires the user to achieve the highest fusion coefficient with block A to be operable, or else they cannot utilize the belt, the system reminded. I see. But why is it that both packages allow you to accrue points when the belt user defeats monsters? Yun Chun remarked. Such details are of little consequence. The system replied. You cunning merchant, Yun Chun retorted indignantly. Therefore, do you intend to gift the Garen belt? Have you selected a recipient, perhaps someone from S, H, I-E, L-D? The system inquired. Perhaps, Yun Chun replied. Why didn't you send him out earlier? The system inquired. I was still contemplating, Yun Chun replied. He had indeed considered giving the belt to S, H, I, E, L, D, but the moment Carlson arrived and upset Jones, he could not simply hand it over. Subsequently, Yun Chun disregarded the system and resumed his contemplation. Brother Yun, Graham, it's time for a meal, Jones announced a few minutes later, bringing lunch. Thank you, Sister Jones, Graham said excitedly as he tucked away the core coin of Mizuru, eagerly awaiting his meal. Soon, Jones had served Yun Chun and Graham their portions. Thank you, Yun Chun expressed to Jones, and the 3 began to dine together. They presented a heartwarming scene, reminiscent of a family of 3, albeit with Yun Chun and Jones being somewhat younger while Graham was older. After the meal, Yun Chuan and Jones settled on the sofa, accompanying Graham as he watched television. Brother Yun, I think we should open for business tomorrow since everything is already prepared, Jones suggested thoughtfully. That sounds good. We can indeed start tomorrow. As for Hank, there shouldn't be too many customers coming for lunch, so he can come the day after. Besides, I forgot to get his number, Yun Chuan replied after some consideration. All right, Jones responded. They continued to enjoy television with Graham. In the following hours, Yun Chuan did not venture out to seek out creatures, and since none appeared, he took half a day off to rest peacefully. In an abandoned factory, Sorlin appeared before a throng of Ophion. Among them, only a few stood upright while the others lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in apparent agony from a recent battle. So, it is you, Sorlin sneered at the standing Ophion. What would you have us do, Mr. Sorlin? Eliminate that recent nuisance, the one called Kamen Rider? One of the Ophion queried. Precisely. I need you to create a ruckus somewhere to draw him out, and then kill him. Bring me back his belt. Should you succeed, I shall reward you handsomely, Sorlin replied with a smirk. Mr. Sorlin, do you perhaps overestimate the Kamen Rider? Just one man, and you require so many of us? Another Ophion spoke up. I do not wish for any unforeseen complications, do you understand? Sorlin retorted. Rest assured, Mr. Sorlin. Leave it to us. Besides, we were eager for some chaos ourselves, the first Ophion answered. The next day, how's it going? Yun Chuan asked Jones as he descended the stairs after finishing his meal, observing the sparse gathering of patrons. It's fine. Not too many people right now, Jones replied. Upon hearing Yun Chuan's words, Jones chuckled and replied, All right, I leave it to you. Looking at Jones, Yun Chuan responded, Very well, Brother Yun. Subsequently, Yun Chuan returned upstairs, deciding not to intervene as the situation below was still manageable. His intention was to entrust everything to Jones temporarily, allowing him to live and work here with peace of mind. Back upstairs, Graham had not yet awakened. Yun Chuan entered his room, summoned his doppelganger using the system, and retrieved his belt. Transforming, he entered a state of invisibility, preparing to patrol outside in search of the troublesome creatures. As a Kamen Rider, riding a motorcycle daily felt somewhat sluggish. Perhaps it was time for a faster mode of transport? As he drove, thoughts of the airborne rider system available at the mall crossed his mind. Would you care to purchase one, dear customer? The system chimed in, attempting to market the belt. Get lost, you unscrupulous merchant, Yun Chuan retorted without hesitation. Come on, the lowest is just over 1,000 points. Buy one, dear customer, the system urged eagerly. I want to buy it. I can't afford it, Yun Chuan replied resolutely. Having previously acquired 2 points from defeating greed and spending 1,200 points on Fui's acceleration watch, he now had only 1,445 points left. It was insufficient to purchase a new flying belt, and he deemed it unnecessary to enhance his combat capabilities at this juncture. The remaining points should be reserved for crucial uses. He wouldn't frivolously spend them on a belt. Uff, poor fool, the system scoffed at Yun Chuan. Regardless of the system's derision, taunts, or sales pitches, Yun Chuan remained steadfast in his refusal. Creature spotted, the system suddenly announced, projecting a map before Yun Chuan. Upon hearing this, Yun Chuan promptly halted, scrutinizing the projection to ascertain the creature's location. With determination, he swiftly revved his vehicle and headed towards the creature's appearance. Minutes later, Yun Chuan arrived at the scene, where he beheld a white new Orphanok amidst the ruins of numerous buildings and injured civilians. Piles of sand littered the ground, remnants of humans turned to dust by the Orphanok, with some even disintegrating before Yun Chuan's eyes. In an instant, cries of despair and screams filled the air. Witnessing this horrifying sight, Yun Chuan's heart raced as his eyes blazed red. This was the first time he had witnessed such a massacre since arriving in this world. Previous encounters with monsters had been swiftly quelled before any significant damage occurred. At last, Yun Chuan erupted, letting out a frenzied roar as he furiously accelerated towards the Orphanok, colliding with it and sending it flying. He dismounted the vehicle, abandoning it, and charged directly at the airborne Orphanok. Are you the Kamen Rider? I've heard you're quite formidable. Let me test that, the Orphanok sneered. Having regained its footing. As a power-type Orphanok, even in its nascent state, its defenses and strength surpassed those of a typical Orphanok. At long last, the two individuals collided with one another. Yun Chun, filled with resentment, summoned all her strength and delivered a powerful punch. The impact resonated loudly as their fists met, and in an instant, Alfei Inoue was sent flying, rolling several meters before finally coming to a halt. How is this possible? I am Alfei Inoue, a powerhouse. How could I possibly lose in strength to you? Alfei Inoue seethed with anger, attempting to rise. However, Yun Chun charged at her, leaping into the air. In mid-flight, she bent her legs, concentrating all her force into her knees before crashing down upon Alfei Inoue. Seeing this, Alfei Inoue swiftly rolled to the side, narrowly evading Yun Chun's attack. With a resounding thud, Yun Chun crashed to the ground, her knees creating a crater and sending fissures rippling across a 3-meter radius. By this time, Alfei Inoue had managed to stand, her demeanor slightly faltering as she gazed at Yun Chun. Nevertheless, she charged forward. In response, Yun Chun quickly regained her footing, and as Alfei Inoue threw a punch, Yun Chun deftly struck the inner side of her wrist, deflecting the blow. Following this, she delivered a kick to Alfei Inoue's body. Just as Alfei Inoue was about to be sent flying once more, Yun Chun swiftly grabbed her hand with her left, pulling her back and unleashing a barrage of punches to Alfei Inoue's abdomen. Ugh! Alfei Inoue cried out in agony, her cries echoing. Ultimately, Yun Chun seized her with both hands, lifting her into the air before executing a powerful kick that sent Alfei Inoue crashing to the ground, rolling several times. Alfei Inoue managed to turn over, lying prone on the ground, struggling to rise but finding herself unable to do so, resigned to remain there. Are you going to make a move? Alfei Inoue shouted weakly towards a distant direction. Chapter 24. Siege. At that moment, Yun Chun charged once more, leaping into the air with his knees bent, and came crashing down upon his adversary. With a resounding thud, he finally struck Offenor. Blood spurted from Offenor's mouth as he was forced 10 centimeters into the ground, the earth around him fracturing under the impact. Stop! Several Affiners approached, the foremost one speaking with an air of arrogance. Yet Yun Chun paid him no heed. Mounted atop Offenor, he unleashed a barrage of punches against his chest. Roaring with fury, realization dawned upon him that this was a trap specifically laid for him, igniting a deeper rage within. If not for him, perhaps there would have been fewer casualties. He continued his relentless assault on Offenor's face, battering him back into his human form. Hey you, are you so full of yourself that you disregard us? The leading Offenor remarked, visibly displeased at Yun Chun's indifference. Unperturbed, Yun Chun seized the neck of the now human Offenor, yanking him from the ground. Spare me. I don't want to die. The bloodied Offenor gasped, struggling for breath. I may spare you, but who will spare them? Yun Chun replied coldly, thrusting his hand through the Offenor's chest. No, was the last cry of Offenor as his body went limp, eyes wide open in death. Defeating Offenor awarded Yun Chun with 300 points and new data on the Offenor, granting him an additional 200 points. Kill them all. The leader of the Affiners, now enraged, could no longer tolerate the disrespect. As a high-ranking Offenor, it was the first time he had been ignored and witnessed the death of his subordinate before his eyes. He unleashed a blue energy projectile toward Yun Chun and charged forward with his followers. Yun Chun deftly tilted his head to evade the energy blast and discarded the lifeless body of Offenor to the ground. Then, he summoned the mechanized Pegasus from the system space and retrieved it to his side. Grasping the handle, he twisted and pulled out the energy blade. Pressing the button on the fuel tank, he transformed the Pegasus into its robotic mode. Kill them all, leave none alive, Yun Chun commanded, racing forward. At that moment, the foremost enemy charging at him was a grayish-white tiger-type Offenor from the Fui's world. Behind it were various Affiners, including butterfly, eagle, fox, spider, bear, and ox types, with 2 being the original grayish-white Affiners and 5 being the newly transformed white Affiners from this world. Upon receiving Yun Chun's command, the mechanized Pegasus took flight, activating its machine guns and unleashing a hail of bullets upon the Affiners. To orchestrate such a grand scheme, all to eliminate me, Yun Chun thought, seething with anger as he charged into the fray. On the other side, within the subterranean laboratory of Tony Stark, he gazed with fiery eyes at the footage of Yun Chun engaged in combat against the creatures known as Ophion, his fists clenched tightly, veins prominently visible. A visage of agitation etched across his face. Subsequently, Tony focused on the Iron Man suit components before him, resuming his relentless development work. Where is the SHIELD team? Have they not yet arrived? Nick Fury inquired, observing the battle footage of Yun Chun. They have just received clearance and are en route, replied a female agent seated at a nearby computer. In the Clover Bar, the trio sat by the bar, their phones in hand, transfixed by the video of Yun Chun's battle. So Long lounged at the bar, watching Yun Chun on the screen with a cold smirk. It seems the Kamen Rider is doomed this time, remarked Banshee with a chuckle. At this, So Long refrained from comment, merely smiling. At that moment, Banshee glanced up and exchanged a knowing look with Yamaya, both exhibiting enigmatic smiles before shifting their gaze to Mijia, who met their eyes expressionlessly before averting his gaze. In the office of the Kaitazumi, he sat before a computer, his expression impassive as he quietly observed Yun Chun's battle. Opposite him stood the chameleon Ophion, awaiting any potential commands, while a laptop on the desk similarly displayed the footage of Yun Chun's confrontation. Meanwhile, Yun Chun struck a bull Ophion with his sword, his right hand twisting clockwise to slash at two more Ophions charging from the side, forcing them to retreat a few steps before he resumed his assault on the bull Ophion. He delivered a swift kick, sending the bull Ophion flying, then pivoted to attack another Ophion that had just risen, striking them repeatedly and driving them back. Yun Chun retrieved the crystal card from his phone and inserted it into his sword, causing the beam saber to emit a crimson glow, enhancing its power. He then turned and cleaved the bull Ophion that sought to attack him, slicing it in half, the creature collapsing lifelessly to the ground, its form severed and blood pooling around it. Eliminating an Ophion grants 300 points. At that moment, the two previously downed Ophions surged towards Yun Chun from behind. He swiftly rolled forward but was a step too late, receiving a combined blow to his back from the two Ophions. He managed to mitigate some of the force, slightly reducing the damage endured. Quickly regaining his footing, Yun Chun charged forward, swinging his sword at one of the bear Ophions. To Yun Chun, ordinary Ophions, as long as they were not in excessive numbers, were merely a trivial challenge, two being just the right amount. Yun Chun first felled an Ophion, then swiftly delivered a kick to another spider Ophion attempting to launch a sneak attack, sending it staggering backwards. His strategy was to eliminate them one by one. He pivoted and thrust his weapon towards a bear Ophion trying to rise, piercing through its body. With a swift upward motion, he cleaved its upper half in two, instantly dispatching two Ophions. For slaying an Ophion, he was rewarded with 300 points. At that moment, a white butterfly Ophion breached the defenses of the mobile Pegasus and soared towards Yun Chun, delivering a kick that sent him flying. He landed beside the spider Ophion he had previously knocked down, which seized the opportunity to relentlessly kick at him. Yun Chun deftly rolled away, evading the Ophion strikes. Just then, the butterfly Ophion returned, joining the spider Ophion in their assault on Yun Chun. Caught in the crossfire of two Ophions, he was unable to evade their attacks and was sent hurtling through the air, utilizing the momentum of his flight to distance himself from the Ophions. Yun Chun quickly crouched and rolled aside, avoiding their renewed onslaught. Rising to his feet, he leaped and swung his sword at the butterfly Ophion, which attempted to evade by flapping its wings. However, it was a moment too late, as Yun Chun's blade struck its wing, causing the butterfly Ophion to shriek and plummet, losing its ability to fly. Just as Yun Chun prepared to deliver a finishing blow, the spider Ophion charged at him, forcing him to turn and engage in combat. Exceed charge. Yun Chun flipped open his phone, pressed the enter key, and a beam of red light surged from the device, coursing along the red stripes into the sword in his hand. With a single stroke, he effortlessly dispatched the spider Ophion. For this, he was rewarded with another 300 points. After eliminating the spider Ophion, Yun Chun glanced back at the butterfly Ophion, only to find it had already fled, leaving him no choice but to direct his attention towards the other three Ophions battling the mobile Pegasus. How is this possible? Sorang exclaimed, astonished at how Yun Chun had systematically defeated so many of his carefully selected subordinates. What a pity. It seems, Mr. Sorang, your plans are destined for failure. Banky remarked with a smile. Not yet. The remaining 3 are my strongest Ophions. Fuiz is already at his wit's end. He cannot possibly contend with the others, absolutely not. Sorang replied through gritted teeth. Observing Sorang's frustration, both Banki and Shania exchanged knowing smirks, while even Mijia tapped his fingers lightly on the table, lost in thought. Sorang, however, remained oblivious, completely engrossed in the unfolding battle. Remember to keep them clean. Make sure to record everything, said Xiaojuan at this moment. Understood, President, replied the chameleon Ophion, turning to exit and arrange the recording. Shortly after, it returned, resuming its position to watch the video while awaiting further orders. Traitor. Upon witnessing the swift departure of Butterfly Ophanor, Tiger Ophanor exclaimed in fury, "Worry about yourself instead." As Yun Chun spoke, he drew his sword and lunged toward Tiger Ophanor. Unfazed by the assault, Tiger Ophanor parried with his own blade, forcefully pushing Yun Chun back several paces. In that moment, Fox Ophanor stealthily struck from behind, clawing Yun Chun and sending him tumbling toward Tiger Ophanor, who decisively struck Yun Chun with his weapon. Ugh! Yun Chun cried out in agony as he fell to the ground. Aren't you supposed to be formidable? Come on. Tiger Ophanor taunted, reveling in the moment. Observing Yun Chun's injury, Mechanical Pegasus attempted to rush to his aid, but was thwarted by Eagle Ophanor, who blocked his path. Mechanical Pegasus fired at Eagle Ophanor, yet the ammunition was swiftly exhausted. Ha! Now, let us see who can rescue you. Tiger Ophanor laughed maniacally, sensing the diminished threat. Is that so? Yun Chun retorted, unsheathing his phone from his belt and manipulating it into the shape of a firearm, pressing 106 followed by the enter key. Burst mode. He activated the rapid fire setting, unleashing a barrage of energy bullets upon Tiger Ophanor, who staggered backward and eventually fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Chun grasped his sword and charged at Fox Ophanor, who, caught off guard, was struck by Yun Chun's blade. With relentless determination, Yun Chun continued to slash at Fox Ophanor, ultimately bringing him down. However, having already employed the Crimson Blade strike, he found himself unable to use it again in quick succession. Moreover, without a sword replenished with energy, he struggled to inflict significant damage upon the now formidable Fox Ophanor, leaving him with a sense of regret. Chapter 25. The Emperor's Belt of Heaven. At this moment, the eagle, Ophion, had defeated the mechanized Pegasus, causing it to collapse to the ground, reverting back to motorcycle mode. The eagle launched an attack on Yun Chun, swooping down with the intent to strike him with its claw. Swiftly, Yun Chun pivoted, crouched low, and pressed the number 103 on his mobile phone, followed by the enter key. Single mode. The device transformed into single fire mode. A continuous stream of energy struck Ophion, inflicting significant damage. Once the energy bullets of mode 103 were exhausted, Ophion plummeted to the ground, landing squarely on the Fox, Ophion, who was just attempting to rise. Meanwhile, the Tiger, Ophion, had regained its footing and charged angrily towards Yun Chun. Yun Chun swiftly returned his phone to his belt, seized his camera, removed the crystal card previously affixed to his sword, and inserted it into the camera, securing it to his hand. Ready. He flipped open the phone and pressed the enter key. Exceed charge. A beam of red light surged from the phone, coursing along the crimson stripes into the camera. Yun Chun threw a punch at the advancing Tiger, Ophion, who attempted to block the immense force with a knife. With a resounding clash, the Tiger's blade shattered under the impact of Yun Chun's strike, sending the remaining force crashing into the Tiger, propelling it away but not inflicting severe harm. Do you know why we must eliminate these individuals? The Fox, Ophion, who had managed to rise, inquired from behind Yun Chun. Upon hearing this, Yun Chun turned to face him. Ha ha ha, we did it to draw you out, the Fox boasted with a mocking laugh. If it weren't to lure you, we wouldn't have needed to kill them, would we? Ha ha. The Fox cast a knowing glance at the Tiger, who had just gotten back on its feet. The Tiger, comprehending the intent to employ psychological tactics, began to stealthily approach Yun Chun from behind. The host system, realizing the psychological maneuver at play and fearing for Yun Chun's emotional stability, felt a surge of anxiety and cried out, but the words remained unspoken. Is that so? Without me, would you cease your slaughter? I suspect you would only escalate it. Yun Chun retorted with a cold smirk. While the sight of so many lives lost weighed heavily on his heart, he would not succumb to despair so easily. Hearing this, the system exhaled in relief. Though they have perished, I will hunt down each of you responsible for their deaths, one by one, to avenge them, Yun Chun declared resolutely. With that, he swiftly turned and struck the approaching tiger, Ophion, with his sword, exerting 200% of his strength, sending the tiger hurtling away. You have no other tactics left, do you? Continuing this fight will only lead to mutual destruction. Let us cease hostilities for the benefit of both you and us. What say you? The fox, Ophion, remarked that they were all injured. Even if they ultimately defeated Yun Chun, they would still suffer a bite from him. Upon hearing this, the eagle, Ophion, took to the skies, intimidating Yun Chun. System, you previously mentioned that you possess the flying night belt, correct? What is its nature? Yun Chun inquired, gazing at the soaring eagle. Indeed, it is the Emperor's belt from the world of Foes, priced at 1,600 points, the system replied. Purchase it immediately, Yun Chun declared without hesitation. Very well, the system responded, noting his resolve. How do you know I lack other techniques? Yun Chun retorted, producing the acceleration watch he had previously acquired and donning it. I promised to avenge them, and I shall keep my word. He swiftly removed the crystal card from the watch and inserted it into his phone. Complete. The chest armor of Foes suddenly opened, revealing the internal electronic panel, which began to cool down. The phone attached to the belt emitted a blinding flash of light. The red stripes on Yun Chun's body flickered and transformed into a silvery hue, while his eyes turned crimson. He pressed the button on the watch. Start up. The watch emitted a powerful buzzing vibration, and the space around Yun Chun began to warp, causing the world he perceived to slow down. He dashed toward the fox, Ophion, delivering powerful punches to him, then kicked him toward the tiger, Ophion. Leaping into the air, a red light emerged from his foot, morphing into a crimson drill. Yun Chun propelled himself forward, driving the drill into the fox's body, igniting it with an ethereal blue flame and a symbol. The residual force of his kick struck the tiger, Ophion, sending him flying. Yun Chun leaped again, unleashing the deep red drill toward the tiger, Ophion. With a resounding impact, the tiger, like the fox, was engulfed in the same ethereal blue flame and symbol. 3, 2, 1 timeout. Yun Chun reverted to his original form. Defeating Ophion rewards 350 points. Defeating Ophion rewards 400 points. The tiger, Ophion, crumbled into ashes, while the fox, Ophion, transformed back into human form, revealing a gaping hole in his chest. The eagle, Ophion, still in shock, witnessed the demise of both. Realizing the situation, he fled without a second thought. In his accelerated state, he was invisible to the naked eye. He had no understanding of what Yun Chun had accomplished. And with both the tiger and fox having perished in an instant, he knew he could not last much longer. Now it's your turn, Yun Chun declared, observing the escaping eagle as he deactivated his transformation. At the moment when Yun Chun shed his transformation, a thick shroud of black mist enveloped him, concealing his figure entirely from the onlookers, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Within the depths of the dark fog, Yun Chun retrieved a white belt akin to Fuize's from the system space, which also featured a slot for a mobile device. He then produced a white phone, flipped it open, and pressed the keys in sequence. 315. Beep, beep, beep. He subsequently pressed the enter key. Standing by, he closed the lid, inserted the phone into the belt. Complete. From an external perspective, the belt extended tendrils of blue light to various parts of his body, forming a luminous humanoid framework. A brilliant white light erupted, dispelling the black mist, revealing Yun Chun transformed into a figure clad entirely in white, with a purple circle adorning his chest and eyes. His body bore numerous stripes similar to Fuize's, yet in a distinct blue hue, and significantly more in number, presenting him as the Kamen Rider, Emperor of the Sky, Saiga. Witnessing this transformation, everyone was struck with astonishment, utterly unprepared for the revelation of Yun Chun's additional armor. The most shocked were Suolong and Xiaozuan, who could hardly fathom that Yun Chun even possessed the Saiga belt. President, what should we do? Should I take matters into my own hands? The chameleon Ophi Inuo inquired of Xiaozuan. Wait, Do not act unless you are absolutely certain of success. We may still require him. Let them proceed, Shiatsuan replied. Understood, Chameleon Ofi Inu acknowledged, turning to exit and make another call. Inside the bar, damn it, Sualong exclaimed, furiously hurling his phone to the ground. Observing Sualong's frenzied state, Banji and Shania exchanged amused glances, saying nothing. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the phones of the three, except Sualong's, chimed in unison. Hearing this, they picked up their devices, only to hang up simultaneously. Whose call was that? Sualong asked, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. The president's, Banji replied with a smile. What did he want with you? Sualong inquired. Banji chuckled, remaining silent, and then the trio stood up together, transforming into their Ofi Inuo forms. Banji became the King Cobra Ofi Inuo. Shania transformed into the Cobra Ofi Inuo. And Mijia took on the guise of the Tiger Ofi Inuo. Although Mijia was the Tiger Ofi Inuo, he differed greatly from the one defeated by Yunchuan. Mijia was more robust and towering, nearly 2.5 meters tall, with tightly packed muscles, resembling a tank-like figure that would instill fear in any ordinary person merely by sight. Have you all pledged allegiance to Shiatsuan? Sualong seethed, transforming into a monkey Ofi Inuo. After transforming into Saiga, Yunchun summoned the wings of heaven, an immense flying apparatus that adorned his back, with dual control levers at either side. Grasping the levers firmly, he crouched and leaped into the air, as the underside of the wings of heaven expelled a plume of white smoke, propelling Yunchun skyward in pursuit of the eagle. Ophion. In mid-air, Yunchun targeted Ophion and pressed the lever, unleashing a barrage of bullets from beneath the controls aimed directly at the eagle. Sensing the incoming projectiles, Ophion swiftly evaded, veering to the side before turning back to launch feathered bullets at Yunchun. With a deft maneuver, Yunchun evaded the feathered assault and retaliated with relentless attacks. Ophion found little opportunity to counter, forced instead to continuously dodge, yet still sustaining several hits to its wings. As they circled back to the battleground, Yunchun resolved to end the confrontation decisively. He pressed a button on the lever, activating the booster rifle mode. Cannons emerged from either side of the wings of heaven, transitioning into bombardment mode. The cannons roared, emitting cerulean flames as energy projectiles were unleashed towards Ophion. Injured from earlier strikes, Ophion could not evade in time and was struck, plummeting towards the ground. Yunchun activated Exceed Charge, tapping a sequence on his phone, which sent a beam of blue light coursing through the blue stripes into his right foot, illuminating it entirely. A blue drill, akin to the deep crimson variant wielded by foes, materialized. Releasing the control levers, Yunchun executed a powerful kick towards Ophion. The blue drill piercing through the eagle's form before landing on the ground. As Ophion ignited in an ethereal blue flame, a symbol emerged, only to dissolve into dust moments later. Having vanquished Ophion, Yunchun was awarded 400 points. He descended to the ground, surveying the casualties below, a heavy heart weighing upon him. Chapter 26. The box amidst a cacophony of noises, clattering, pattering, and thudding, clouds of sound emerged from afar. Yunchun turned to observe several combat helicopters hovering above and multiple tanks rolling on the ground, surrounded by a throng of soldiers hastily advancing towards his location. It was evident that military personnel had arrived. Upon witnessing this, Yunchun immediately activated his cloaking ability, summoned the wings of heaven, and ascended into the sky, departing from the scene. By the time the aircraft, tanks, and soldiers reached the area, they discovered that the battle had already concluded, and Yunchun had vanished, leaving them in a somewhat awkward state. Subsequently, the soldiers regained their composure and promptly redirected their focus towards rescuing the injured. Host, are you unharmed? The system inquired as Yunchun soared through the air. I'm fine. Didn't I mention that even without me, they would continue to kill, perhaps even more so? If I were to crumble under such circumstances, what would become of my role as a Kamen rider? I might as well find a block of tofu to throw myself against, Yunchun replied. That's a relief. The system exhaled in relief. Please assist me in locating a temporary storage space. What do you intend to do? The system asked, puzzled. Just help me find one, Yunchun insisted. Very well. The system conceded, commencing its operations. Done. Please check, it announced as a map projection appeared before him. Provide me with the details of all the incoming monsters. Additionally, I need the operational guidelines and capabilities of the Garen driver, along with the usage regulations. Also, procure 10 blank cards and secure a box to contain the Garen driver. Block a card, 10 blank cards, and the 2 sets of information, Yunchun instructed, glancing at the map before setting off towards the indicated location. Understood, the system acknowledged. Now aware of Yunchun's intentions. A few minutes later, Yunchun arrived at the designated spot, an unoccupied old villa. He flew inside, landing in the garden. Without entering the villa, he retrieved a box and placed it in the flower bed. Next, Yunchun took out his phone along with Coulson's business card and dialed the number inscribed on it. Apologies, Coulson, who was currently reporting to Nick Fury at SHIELD, was interrupted as his phone rang. He glanced at Fury and remarked, "It's nothing. Director, there's a peculiar number calling," he added. Examining the incoming call, 315. He paused momentarily before turning to Fury and saying, "What?" At this, Fury looked at him, somewhat puzzled. Coulson extended the phone to Fury. "Go ahead and answer it," Fury replied, not taking the phone but merely glancing at it. Hearing this, Coulson answered the call and switched to speaker mode. "May I ask who is calling?" Coulson inquired, a faint suspicion brewing in his mind. "I have placed an item in the flower bed of the XX Villa's garden. Come and retrieve it yourself." Upon connecting the call, Yunchun stated before abruptly hanging up, activating his celestial wings and departing. Yunchun felt no concern that the item would be taken by others, for he knew he could reclaim it at any moment. "Hello, Mr. Knight," Coulson uttered, only to hear the line go dead. He glanced at his phone and then at Nick Fury. "Natasha, please come to my office." Nick Fury commanded without waiting for a response. He picked up his phone and made a call, saying, "You and Natasha need to head over together. This must remain confidential. No fourth party should be informed." "Understood," Coulson replied, awaiting further instructions. A few minutes later, a knock echoed through the office. "Enter," Nick Fury replied. "Director, is there a mission?" A striking woman clad in a black bodysuit with long, chestnut hair entered, addressing Nick Fury. "You and Coulson are to retrieve an item. It must remain undisclosed to any fourth party," Nick Fury instructed. "Understood," Natasha acknowledged, casting a glance at Coulson before they both departed. Back at the shop, Yunchun deactivated his invisibility and transformation, contemplated for a moment, and then exited his room. Outside, Graham was still engrossed in the television. Yunchun quietly descended the stairs, glanced at the still empty shop, and observed Jones managing things with ease before returning upstairs. "Graham, please inform Jones not to call me until lunch. I wish to rest," Yunchun instructed. "Sure," Graham replied without turning, seemingly oblivious to the request. Yunchun then returned to his room to rest. After all, battling 8 orphan demons simultaneously, even with the Amazon Omega Gene Enhancement Elixir, was no easy feat. Meanwhile, Coulson and Natasha arrived at the location where Yunchun had previously left the box. With swift efficiency, they opened the iron gate outside the villa and entered. They circled around and made their way to the rear garden, scanning their surroundings until they finally spotted a box nestled in a flower bed. They opened the box, conducted a brief inspection, and then secured it before returning to SHIELD headquarters. In the basement of the office building in the village of Gorge, So Long, having lost an arm and covered in wounds, was bound to a wall of solar metal. Beside him stood Micah and Banky, while Gorge stood before him. "Gorge, I will kill you," So Long vowed. Soren gazed at the village of Xia, roaring as he spoke. "Mr. Soren, we have fulfilled our duty to the Xia village. We shall take our leave now," Banky remarked with a smile as he glanced at both the village and Soren. "Thank you for your trouble," Xia village replied with a smile. "It was our obligation," Banky stated as he turned to depart, with Mijie glancing back at Xia village before following suit. "You two traitors, I shall never forgive you," Soren cried out helplessly. Observing him, Xia village pondered for a moment, then instructed his subordinate before making his exit, choosing not to execute Soren directly. Within a clandestine base of SHIELD, Nick Fury, Coulson, and Natasha materialized. "Director, we have retrieved the items," Coulson and Natasha announced as they placed a box upon the table. Do we need to leave? Natasha inquired. No, we do not. Nick Fury responded as he opened the box, revealing its contents: a Garen driver, a blockade card, 10 empty cards, 2 USB drives, and a sheet of paper. Nick Fury picked up the paper and began to read. The document bore a series of computer-printed lines stating, "This is the Garen driver. The number of monsters is overwhelming, and I cannot eliminate them all alone. Therefore, I can lend you the Knight system. However, the Knight system must not be employed in battles other than the eradication of monsters without prior permission. Otherwise, I will reclaim the Knight system. You may test my resolve." After reviewing the contents of the paper, Nick Fury glanced at his two companions and handed it to them. They took the paper, briefly examined it, and placed it back on the table, redirecting their attention to the other items within the box. Nick Fury picked up the Garen driver, the blockade card, and a few empty cards for closer inspection. Is this the armor of the Kamen rider? Natasha questioned, gazing quizzically at Coulson. I am uncertain, but it appears to be so. Based on previous battles, the armor seems to originate from the belt he wears at his waist. Coulson replied. After scrutinizing the Garen driver, Nick Fury set it aside and took the 2 USB drives, inserting one into the nearby computer to access its contents. Upon insertion, the computer screen displayed an interface containing 6 folders. The first folder was titled Source of Monsters, the second, Orphnok, the third, Undead, the fourth, Worm, the fifth, Fongire, the sixth, Greed, and the seventh, Blood. Observing the multitude of folders, Nick Fury furrowed his brow, an unsettling premonition stirring within him, a sentiment echoed by Coulson and Natasha. Nick Fury hesitated for a moment before opening the folder containing information on the first type of creature. Inside, he found only 3 brief paragraphs. Each type of creature originated from an Earth in a parallel universe. For reasons unknown, they congregated and arrived in this world. Upon reaching this realm, they were met with a cataclysmic explosion, resulting in the demise or severe injury of the majority. Upon reading this, the 3 individuals furrowed their brows, for the explanations in the document seemed utterly nonsensical to them. Subsequently, Nick Fury closed this file and opened the folder pertaining to the second entity, the Ophion. Ophion, a form of evolution of humanity from one of the parallel Earths, a product of humanity's resurgence after experiencing a near-extinction event. Typically, they retain their human appearance, yet can transform at will into beings endowed with traits of flora and fauna, exhibiting exceptional combat prowess. This transformation embodies the latent combat form existing within the subconscious of humanity. Each individual's exterior is predominantly gray, symbolizing death and extinction. During transformation, their pupils turn gray. Patterns representing their respective traits emerge on their faces, and their bodies undergo a metamorphosis. When an Ophion converses in human language, the shadow at their feet reveals the upper half of a pale, naked human figure. Some more powerful Ophions can exert considerable strength even in their human form, making the defeat of a typical Ophion seem child's play. The majority of Ophions, however, become intoxicated by their power, losing their humanity while covertly attacking humans in an attempt to increase their ranks. Believing coexistence with humanity to be impossible and aiming to create a world solely inhabited by Ophions. Yet, there are those who desire to coexist with humans or aspire to live as humans. When an Ophion nears death, they are enveloped in blue-white flames, transforming into ash as they embrace their end. When struck with a powerful blow, they instantaneously disintegrate into ash amidst a blue explosion. Additionally, as they approach the limits of their lifespan, their bodies occasionally exhibit signs of ash-like decay, collapsing entirely into ash upon death. The extreme nature of their evolutionary process renders their bodies unable to endure. Unless the Ophion king emerges, extinction is inevitable. However, upon arriving in this earth, the ruler of the Ophion realm had already perished, which is why the Ophions sought refuge in this world to ensure their survival. Chapter 27. The origin of the oddities. The newly manifested Ophion, upon arriving in this world, exerted a profound influence, infecting humanity within it. A segment of this world's populace transformed into Ophion upon death, Yet these infected beings differed from the original Ophion. Their exterior shimmered a pristine white, and their powers were immensely amplified. Furthermore, the Ophion of this realm would not succumb to the frailties of evolution, which often curtail lifespans. When vanquished by formidable forces, instead of disintegrating into ash, they reverted to human form, lapsing into unconsciousness. There exists but a solitary method to halt the emergence of the new Ophion: the annihilation of all foreign Ophion. Only then would their proliferation cease. Yet those who have already become Ophion shall remain so until death, forever trapped in their new existence. Note: Ophion is the weakest among the 6 peculiar entities that have come to this world. Upon reviewing the documents, Nick Fury and his companions fell into contemplation, their expressions grave. The revelation that Ophion was the weakest left humanity's prospects in dire straits. Moments later, Nick Fury closed the Ophion dossier and opened the file on the undead. Undead, the origins remain shrouded in mystery. Totaling 54 entities corresponding to the 4 suits of playing cards: spades, diamonds, hearts, and clubs, with 13 entities in each suit, ranging from ace to king, alongside 2 jokers. Except for the jokers, each undead serves as an ancestor of a distinct race, including humanity, the heart too. Every 10 millennia, these 54 undead engage in an intense battle of extremes, with the victor gaining the power bestowed by the sealing stone, leading their race to dominion over Earth, while the vanquished are sealed by the sealing stone, awaiting the next extreme battle in 10,000 years. However, should the final victor be a joker, the world faces annihilation. The combat prowess of the undead varies. The mightiest include the aces, jacks, queens, kings, and the 2 jokers, collectively referred to as the superior undead, each possessing formidable capabilities. The undead are ageless, immortal, and indestructible. When defeated, they do not perish but enter a state of stasis, during which their waist belt buckle automatically releases. The only means to subdue them, aside from the sealing stone, is to utilize the cards left behind after their sealing is undone. In the undead's original realm, 1 decade ago, the Heart 2, a human undead, emerged victorious in the extreme battle, becoming the progenitor of humanity, guiding them to rule Earth and thrive. Now, after another 10 millennia, the seals on the 54 undead have been lifted, initiating a new cycle of extreme battle. Yet, for reasons unknown, the sealing stone, which serves as the arbiter, has failed to manifest, leaving the defeated without confinement and rendering this conflict utterly meaningless, causing all undead to lose their purpose until an unknown force intervened and arrived in this world. Next, there are 5 tables that document the various types of undead, detailing their numbers, races, abilities, and appearances. The trio scrutinized the files within the folder, casting glances at Garen's belt, Cube A, and the empty cards. The cards that seal the undead must possess additional functions, Natasha remarked while perusing the contents of the undead folder. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury and Coulson remained silent. After a further examination of the data, Nick Fury closed the undead folder and opened the subsequent folder on the aberrants. Aberrants possess the ability to kill their target and then mimic the traits and appearance of the victim. Their mimetic capabilities extend beyond merely adopting human forms. They can completely replicate memories as well. The most distinctive feature of aberrants is their dual forms, pupa and adult. Regardless of the number of aberrants, their pupa form remains identical, revealing their true appearance only upon molting into adulthood. Once in their adult state, aberrants can utilize a special ability known as clock-up, which allows them to act at speeds imperceptible to the human eye. However, the number of adult aberrants is exceedingly rare, from 100 aberrants. Only 1 will undergo metamorphosis into adulthood, and their larval forms are not significantly more formidable than ordinary humans, easily eradicated by conventional firearms. They are termed aberrants due to their numerous insect-like characteristics. Upon reaching this point, the atmosphere grew heavy among the 3. The mere ability to mimic and replicate memories was already terrifying, but the prospect of hyperspeed movement presented a dire threat to humanity. With a grave expression, Nick Fury took a moment of contemplation before shutting the aberrants folder and proceeding to the next, which contained information on the vampires. Vampires, These beings represent the apex of the 13 demon clans of the original world. Similar to traditional vampires, the vampires differ in that they feed on the life energy of humans, which can be described as souls or lifespans. The more life energy they consume, the stronger they become. During the act of feeding, they summon two massive light-infused fangs to pierce the necks of living beings, siphoning their life energy. Their targets are always humans. Unlike regular vampires, they can operate during daylight and consume human food. Typically, they possess lifespans ranging from 300 to 500 years or even longer. Once they have drained a human's life energy, the victim perishes, and even if the vampire is slain, the stolen energy cannot be reclaimed. Upon death, their bodies shatter into fragments reminiscent of stained glass from a cathedral. In non-combat scenarios, they typically assume human appearances, revealing their true forms only in battle. The vampire clan is hierarchically structured, with ordinary vampires akin to commoners in human society, lacking significant responsibilities, often living among humans and forming social relationships, including those who may fall in love with humans or contribute to human evolution. Upon the demise of a Fangire, the energy within may transform into a formidable Fangire creature, akin to the pawn in the realm of chess. The four elite members of the Fangire lineage, known as the Fangire Four, represent the nobility among their kind, distinguished as the most potent of their race. Their prowess far surpasses that of ordinary Fangires, with each possessing a unique role corresponding to the chess pieces: king, queen, bishop, and rook. The king, a bat-like Fangire, reigns supreme as the monarch of all Fangires, wielding the authority to command the entire race. The queen, embodying a pearlescent shell, is tasked with the eradication of any Fangires who harbor affection for humanity or contribute positively to humankind. The bishop, resembling a butterfly, serves as the strategist among the ranks, overseeing the lifestyle and welfare of the Fangire clan. Lastly, the rook, manifesting as a lion, occasionally acts as enforcer, being the most leisurely of the cadre. Dismayed by the lack of excitement compared to the insectoid Fangires, Nick Fury closed the Fangire folder and opened the subsequent Greed folder. Greed, 8 centuries prior. Scientists in the original world inadvertently forged artificial life by condensing the powers of various creatures into coins. Initially, they produced 10 coins devoid of any will. Each scientist selected 1 coin from the 10, but upon reaching the incomplete number of 9, an insatiable desire emerged to fulfill the void. This desire evolved astonishingly, granting it will and life. These entities came to be known as greed. Lacking the 5 senses of humanity, greed cannot satiate their desires and must assemble 9 core coins to attain their complete forms, enabling them to experience all that humanity can. However, upon achieving this complete state, they are likely to succumb to a frenzy, threatening to consume the world. Once alive, the will of a greed concentrates within a single core coin. Should this core coin be lost, the will can awaken upon contact with another core coin, prompting a quest for the remaining coins. Yet, to manifest physically, greed require a substantial number of ordinary coins. Otherwise, they remain mere animated coins. To acquire these ordinary coins, greed exploit human desires to create yummy. The yummy produced by greed enhances themselves and increases their ordinary coin count by fulfilling the desires of their hosts. The creation of yummy necessitates the implantation of a cell coin into the human's head. Each greed generates distinct yummy. Those with green core coins produce insect-like yummy, initially appearing as white, incomplete mummies, lacking any abilities or thoughts, merely amplifying desires, occasionally disregarding even the commands of their originating greed. When their desires intensify to a certain extent, they shed their original mummified appearance, acquiring extraordinary abilities and wisdom. The yummy produced by greed possessing a yellow core coin belongs to the feline parasitic type, akin to the pupal form. However, it initially resides within the host. This type of yummy does not detach from the host until it matures, at which point it will consume the host. The yummy created by greed with a white core coin is classified as a weight-based rapid growth type, manifesting as a complete entity upon creation. The yummy associated with a blue core coin is of the aquatic nesting type. At its inception, it takes the form of a nest, positioning itself in a specific location. and incessantly devours the desires within the hearts of humans, proliferating continuously. This type of yummy is challenging to eradicate without destroying its nest. The yummy with a red core coin belongs to the avian nurturing type, which, in order to fulfill the desires of its host, confines them and assists in the realization of their wishes, capable of locating the host even if they attempt to flee. The yummy with a purple core coin is of the dinosaur dependency type, created through inorganic materials, solely embodying the desires of the greed that produced them, transforming directly into a complete entity. Initially, even if the complete entity is defeated, it yields only a single cell coin, but over time, it can generate a substantial number of cell coins. Moreover, the dinosaur core coin possesses the ability to nullify desires, thus easily obliterating the core coins of other greed. There also exists a variant wherein one greed, apart from the dinosaur type, absorbs the core coins of other greed, acquiring corresponding abilities, resulting in a yummy that embodies multiple maternal attributes, with a growth pattern reminiscent of the pupil type. You have heard him mention that all greed have been eradicated, correct? Nick Fury, gazing at the greed data, asked Coulson without turning his head. Indeed, Coulson replied. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury glanced again at the greed data before shutting it down and opening the subsequent and final folder, labeled Blood. Chapter 28. The Ace of Spades. Upon opening Blood's folder, the three individuals widened their eyes, unable to quell their astonishment. The contents of this folder were inscribed in a glaring crimson hue, containing only a few brief segments. Blood, the Hunters of Stars, existing solely for the purpose of annihilation and the destruction of all that resides upon their planetary domain, have even brought ruin upon the very worlds they inhabit. Possessing profound intelligence and formidable combat prowess, they are alarmingly scarce in number. Endowed with a vitality reminiscent of the undead and a capacity for camouflage akin to that of aberrant insects. Prior to acquiring the absolute power to obliterate a planet, they conceal themselves, orchestrating chaos among living beings, inciting them to turn against one another and disrupting the natural order. Once their strength is sufficient, they will eradicate everything in a single stroke. Such simple, yet profound statements left the three in a state of lingering unrest. But we still have the Night System. It should be capable of addressing them, shouldn't it? Natasha remarked, glancing at her companions. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury retrieved a USB drive, replacing it with another before inserting it. Within it lay a solitary folder titled Rider System. As Nick Fury opened it, he discovered merely two segments, one a card combination chart, the other detailing methods to assess fusion coefficients, accompanied by an image. Garen, created to combat the undead. This Night System was developed based on Joker's abilities, utilizing block for transformation. It excels in firearms combat, employing card types for battle. Usage restriction: only those with the highest fusion coefficient with block A can fully unleash the ultimate power of Garen's armor. Coulson, contact a Kamen Rider. I need to inquire about certain matters, Nick Fury pondered aloud. Understood, Coulson replied, picking up his phone to dial 315 and reaching out to Yunchun. Meanwhile, in Yunchun's shop, he was roused from slumber by the abrupt ringing of his phone. Groggily, he retrieved the device and glanced at the screen. System, modify my voice. Yunchun instructed upon recognizing Coulson's number. Certainly, the system responded, executing the command. Hello. Yunchun answered as he connected the call. Mr. Ryder. This is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I wish to ask you a few questions, Nick Fury stated as the call was established. I've compiled all the information within. What else do you wish to know? Yunchun replied, his impatience evident. I would like to inquire about the 6 types of aberrations. How many of each have crossed into this world? Nick Fury questioned. I am uncertain about Ophino, the aberrant insects, the vampire, and blood. However, I am aware that all the undead have arrived. Of the 4 most powerful vampires, 2 have come. One is a bishop, the other a war chariot. For greeds arrived. One was immediately obliterated, while the remaining 3 were also eradicated by me. All the core coins imbued with their will are now in my possession, and I shall ensure they never resurrect. As for the few that remain scattered, they pose little threat, Yunchun remarked. Do you have any trace of them? Nick Fury inquired. None. Yin Chun replied. Given the existence of a night system to combat the undead, is there not also a night system to deal with other monstrosities? Nick Fury asked. Indeed. But I only possess the 2 sets you have seen. Instead of asking me these trivialities, you should swiftly seek out the individual with the highest compatibility with Block A. Yun Chun suggested, abruptly ending the call, aware that he possessed limited knowledge. He then put away his phone and resumed his slumber. Observing the disconnected call, Nick Fury felt a wave of exasperation as he was met with a furrowed brow. Return and compile the information on these creatures. Disseminate it to all agents above level 6, and then search for someone capable of utilizing the Garen driver. Natasha, why don't you give it a try? Nick Fury turned to Natasha and said, Very well. Taken aback, Natasha responded, before picking up the driver and card from the table. She inserted the card into the slot on the right side of the driver and positioned it before her abdomen. A series of brown cards emerged from the left side of the driver, encircling Natasha's waist before connecting on the opposite side. Suddenly, the cards contracted and transformed into a belt, securing the driver around Natasha's waist. Transformation, Natasha exclaimed, pulling the buckle on the right side of the belt. The driver rotated, revealing a cube on its front, followed by a luminous blue wall, adorned with a shovel-shaped insect, soaring 2 meters high. Erupting forth from the belt and advancing 2 meters ahead of Natasha. Approaching the radiant wall, Natasha attempted to pass through, only to be repelled upon contact, causing the wall to vanish. Steadying herself, she gazed at the dissipated wall, letting out a sigh of disappointment, a sentiment echoed by the 2 others nearby. Coulson, why don't you give it a shot? Nick Fury directed towards Coulson. Upon hearing this, Coulson attempted the same, only to achieve results akin to Natasha's. Observing this, Nick Fury refrained from trying himself and departed with the 2 back to S.H.I.E.L.D. As for Yun Chun, he awoke only in the evening, opening the door just as Jones was about to knock. Brother Yun, are you all right? Jones hastily inquired upon seeing Yun Chun. I'm fine, just a bit weary. Yun Chun replied with a smile, noticing Jones' concerned expression. Is dinner ready? At that moment, Yun Chun caught the enticing aroma of food wafting from the table, his stomach growling as he glanced past Jones, asking, Yes, it's ready. Come and eat, Jones replied with a grin. Subsequently, the 2 of them walked over together and took a seat. At that moment, Graham was already in the midst of a hearty meal, his cheeks stuffed to the brim. Observing this scene, Yun Chun and his companion exchanged a resigned smile and began to eat as well. A little while later, the 3 finished their meal. Graham still appeared to be overly full, while Jones descended to wash the dishes, and Yun Chun maintained a visage of boredom. After some time, Jones returned upstairs, having completed the dishwashing, with money and a ledger in hand. Brother Yun, here are today's profits and the account book, he said, handing them to Yun Chun. Oh, Yun Chun responded, taking the ledger to peruse. Today marks our first day of business, and the earnings are still modest, Jones remarked. No worries. Just keep the money and ledger safe for now. After all, I want TB in the shop often. You and Hank will have to handle the groceries. So just remember to keep the accounts, Yun Chun said with a smile as he handed the ledger back to Jones. All right, Jones replied, momentarily taken aback before responding further. At S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury and Coulson arrived at a cell located in the depths of the base. Within the confines of the cell, several soldiers were diligently clearing away an inexplicable haze of smoke. Once you're done, throw in another 20, Nick Fury instructed as he approached. Understood, Director, the soldier replied. Though puzzled, they complied with the command, urging their comrades to expedite the cleanup, while also calling for 20 more grenades to be brought in. After a while, the smoke was cleared, revealing a cage that surprisingly contained an undead. This undead had its waist restraint undone, body marred with wounds, and was continuously bleeding green ichor, lying there defenseless amidst the charred black marks that adorned the surrounding cage and floor. Once the area was cleared, the soldiers resumed throwing grenades inside. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed, and minutes later, after the grenades were exhausted, the soldiers began clearing the smoke once more. Insert this into them, Nick Fury commanded. producing one of the 10 empty cards given to him by Yun Chun and handing it to a nearby soldier. "All right," the soldier replied, perplexed. As he took the empty card and utilized a long clip to insert it into the cage, placing it against the undead. When the card made contact with the undead, a surge of green light emanated from the connection point, and the undead was subsequently absorbed, transforming into a card depicting a silver-white longhorn beetle, adorned with a red spade emblem and the word change emblazoned on the left side. Witnessing this, the soldiers were left in awe. The creature that had withstood their relentless assaults was now effortlessly resolved. Even the typically stoic Nick Fury showed a flicker of astonishment in his single eye. The soldier opened the cage door, stepped inside, and retrieved the card from the ground, presenting it to Nick Fury. "Is this a spade, eh?" Gazing at the card, Nick Fury pondered, hoping that everything that had just transpired would not escape your lips. He tucked the card away and addressed the soldiers before turning to leave with Coulson. The following day, Yun Chun awoke and stepped out of his room. Graham, with a lollipop in his mouth, was sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in a cartoon. One might easily mistake him for a mere child. Beside him on the table sat a glass of milk, accompanied by a plate of eggs and 2 slices of bread. Yun Chun smiled, choosing to ignore Graham as he proceeded to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. A few minutes later, Yun Chun returned to the living room, picked up the 2 slices of bread, and wrapped them around the eggs, indulging in his meal. "Have you eaten?" Yun Chun inquired. Regarding Graham, "I have, and I'm quite full," Graham replied, resembling an ordinary child who wakes up to eat, watches television, and continues to snack until Jones sends him off for a bath and bedtime. After finishing his meal, Yun Chun took his plate downstairs, where Hank had already arrived, carrying a plate towards the guests. "Manager, you're awake," Hank exclaimed. "Yes, you're here?" Yun Chun responded. "Indeed," Hank smiled in reply, then continued on his way to the patrons. Today, the number of guests was still modest, yet significantly improved from the previous day. Yun Chun entered the kitchen, handed the plate to Jones, exchanged a few words with her, and then ascended the stairs. In the ensuing days, perhaps due to Yun Chun's remarkable feat of single-handedly subduing those peculiar individuals, he had not encountered any strange beings for over half a month. The system had also failed to detect their presence, allowing Yun Chun to relax into a state of idleness. Meanwhile, at SHIELD and Tony Stark's end, SHIELD, identified the 2 individuals with the highest fusion coefficient for Block A during the second week, none other than Grace and Cross, who had initially sought out Yun Chun. Additionally, Tony Stark had developed Mark II and Mark III, the latter of which was even more formidable than Yun Chun had envisioned, boasting enhanced firepower. After their creation, Tony ventured to Afghanistan and the Middle East, initiating a thorough cleansing of the terrorists in those regions. Chapter 29. The Battle of Yun Chun and Tony on the afternoon of the 18th day post the 1 against 8 challenge. Yun Chun awoke in his bed. Unable to endure another day of idleness in the shop, he resolved to rise, freshen up, and venture out for a stroll. At that moment, Jones ascended the stairs with food in hand. Upon entering the living room, he noticed that only Graham remained, engrossed in the television, and placed the food on the table. "Brother Yin still not up?" Jones inquired of Graham. "Not sure. I haven't seen him emerge," Graham replied, taking a bite of the chicken leg that Jones always prepared. "Stop staring at the screen. It's not good for your eyes," Jones remarked as he made his way towards Yun Chun's room. Just as he neared the door, Yun Chun opened it, and they collided. Although Jones was an Ophion, Yun Chun had undergone even more formidable enhancements, causing Jones to stumble backward. Quick to react, Yun Chun stepped forward and caught the falling Jones. "Are you all right?" Yun Chun asked, steadying Jones. "All good, Brother Yun, you're awake," Jones exclaimed. "What's the matter?" Yun Chun inquired, releasing his grip on Jones's waist, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Nothing, the meal is ready. I wanted to wake you," Jones said, turning to point at the plates on the table, but before he could finish, he added, "Oh no, Graham, why did you eat Brother Yun's portion?" It turned out that while Jones and Graham were conversing, Graham had swiftly taken both of their chicken legs. As Jones turned to confront him, Graham dashed back to his room and locked himself inside. Fuming, Jones rushed to knock on Graham's door, calling out, "Graham, come out. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Only an idiot would come out, Graham retorted from within, seated on a chair and munching away, his demeanor increasingly resembling that of a human after watching so much television and mimicking its scenes. Moreover, under Jones's care, Graham had transformed from a mere skeleton into a small, chubby figure. Just wait, you better not come out, Jones shouted. Not coming out, not coming out. If you dare. Come in, Graham taunted, sticking out his tongue. Ah, never mind. I can always make another batch. It's no trouble, Yin Chun said, his irritation dissipating as he smiled at Jones. All right, brother Yin, wait for me a moment, Jones replied before heading downstairs to prepare fresh food. Yin Chun observed Graham's room and the departing Jones, shaking his head with a smile before heading to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. By the time Yin Chun finished, Jones had returned with a fresh assortment of dishes. Brother Yin, it's time to eat, Jones announced as Yin Chun emerged. Yes, good. You should eat as well, Yin Chun replied, and together they began their meal, while Graham remained in his room, staring at the 2 chicken bones in his hands, feeling a mix of daze and regret. After finishing his meal, Yin Chun transformed into Saiga, rendered himself invisible, and leaped out of the window, donning the wings of paradise. He ascended into the sky, intending to wander about and see if any reckless individuals dared to cause trouble. A few minutes later, as he soared through the air, he failed to notice the sudden emergence of a red and gold figure flying ahead, an individual who also could not perceive the invisible Yin Chun. With a resounding crash, the 2 collided midair, sending them both hurtling backward. The impact disoriented them, and despite their flight systems still operating, they spun wildly before regaining their composure and locking eyes with each other. Is that you? Yin Chun exclaimed, having been rendered visible by the collision. The other, surprised, responded. It's you. What are you doing here? I see you've donned your armor. Yin Chun recognized the figure and realized his mistake. Indeed, the one who had collided with Yin Chun was none other than Tony Stark. Of course, I am Tony Stark, he declared with pride. He then scrutinized Yin Chun, inquiring, Is there a problem with me flying over my own home? But you, what brings you here? Are you investigating me? This is your home, Yin Chun asked, glancing down at a villa perched by the seaside. Certainly, Tony affirmed. I was merely passing by. I shall take my leave, Yin Chun stated, preparing to depart. Wait. Let us engage in battle. I wish to see how formidable your new armor is, Tony interjected, blocking his path. Are you certain? Yin Chun regarded him thoughtfully before responding. Very well. Tony, eager for the challenge, replied, Then I shall not hold back. Yin Chun gripped the control stick and flew toward Tony, raising his foot to deliver a kick to Tony's chest. Tony did not evade but instead extended his hand to block, eager to test the strength of Yin Chun's Saiga armor. With a thud, Yin Chun's foot connected with Tony's hand, sending him flying. In a swift motion, Yin Chun soared closer, lifted his foot, and aimed a powerful strike at Tony's head. However, by that time, Tony had stabilized himself, seized Yin Chun's foot, and spun around, hurling Yin Chun away. Then, Tony's armor shifted, revealing a series of small missiles that locked onto the airborne Yin Chun. Meanwhile, Yin Chun regained his balance. Observing the incoming missiles, he gripped the control stick and fired blue energy blasts in retaliation. As Yin Chun's energy projectiles collided with Tony's missiles, they erupted in a series of explosions, drawing the attention of numerous civilians and a military base in the city. What is happening? Inquired a general at the military base, having received a report and now approaching the large screen to observe the unfolding spectacle. The Kamen Rider is engaged in battle with the individual who previously dismantled several terrorist bases in Afghanistan, his subordinate reported. Commander S.H.I.E.L.D. is on the line. Just as the commander was about to respond, a soldier beside him interjected. Hello. The commander approached and answered the call, saying, What? Understood. After a brief exchange, he hung up the phone and remarked, As long as they do not wreak havoc in the city, let them be. He then turned to the soldier who had spoken earlier. Yes, sir, the soldier replied. Meanwhile, all the missiles launched by Tony were intercepted and destroyed by Yin Chun's energy projectiles, creating a thick cloud of smoke between the two. Yet, the smoke did not hinder either combatant as they charged into it, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. Is this aircraft manually controlled? Tony inquired. noticing that Yun Chun was relying solely on his feet. "Is there a problem?" Yun Chun replied. At this, Tony remained silent, smiled, and unleashed a powerful palm blast directed at Yun Chun. Yun Chun deftly maneuvered the wings of heaven, narrowly evading Tony's palm blast. However, was that the only shot Tony had? With both hands extended, palms facing Yun Chun, he continuously fired palm blasts. Yun Chun skillfully dodged left and right in the air, all while firing blue energy projectiles towards Tony and intercepting his blasts. Observing the seemingly endless barrage of energy projectiles from Yun Chun, Tony ceased firing his palm blasts, realizing his energy reserves were not as abundant. Once Tony halted his attacks, he swiftly maneuvered, dodging Yun Chun's energy projectiles, each narrowly escaping their trajectory. Subsequently, Tony accelerated, intending to flank Yun Chun and strike at his wings of heaven. As he increased speed, Yun Chun found it increasingly difficult to target him. Recognizing this, Yun Chun ceased firing energy projectiles and pursued Tony instead. With Yun Chun now in pursuit, Tony was forced to evade in the air, engaging in a high-speed chase. As Yun Chun drew closer, Tony was astonished by his speed, unaware that had Yun Chun been more proficient with his belt, he would have been even more formidable. Simultaneously, Tony realized he needed to devise a strategy quickly or risk defeat. At that moment, inspiration struck Tony. He continued to fly while glancing back at Yun Chun. Just as Yun Chun was about to close the distance, Tony executed a surprising maneuver, pivoting his body around his axis and, as Yun Chun drew near, kicked the wings of heaven behind him. The force of the kick sent Yun Chun plummeting downward in a steep dive. Seizing the opportunity, Tony charged toward Yun Chun, concentrating his energy into his palms before unleashing a brilliant beam of light aimed directly at him. As Yun Chun steadied himself, he swiftly noticed the beam of light approaching. He promptly activated the wings of heaven with all his might, narrowly evading the radiant strike unleashed by Tony. Observing Yun Chun's successful maneuver, Tony felt a pang of regret and dove toward him with fervor. As the distance between them dwindled to less than 100 meters, Tony directed one of his palms toward Yun Chun, unleashing a barrage of palm cannons. Simultaneously, he recklessly launched every type and model of missile remaining in his arsenal. Upon witnessing the missiles, Yun Chun prepared to pull the trigger, but in that instant, Tony shifted his hand, targeting one of the missiles with his palm cannon. The missile struck by Tony erupted in a series of violent explosions, triggering a chain reaction among the others. This sudden detonation forced Yun Chun to halt his trigger pull and swiftly redirect his movements. Ultimately, all the missiles detonated, engulfing the area in a thick cloud of smoke. Amidst the smoke, Tony's eyes widened in astonishment as he scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, he looked up to find Yun Chun hovering above him, adorned with a ghostly blue drill at his foot, aimed directly at him. Realizing the imminent danger, Tony concentrated all the energy of his armor into his palms, activating the palm cannon at maximum power, transforming it into a robust golden beam that surged toward Yun Chun and his deep blue drill. The palm cannon's beam collided with Yun Chun's drill, momentarily halting him. However, with a surge of determination, Yun Chun exerted his strength and, mere seconds later, launched another kick toward Tony. As Yun Chun, drill in tow, approached for the strike, Tony attempted to utter a warning, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as Yun Chun's drill made contact. Chapter 30. What to do if you accidentally eliminate Tony in the Marvel Universe. Yun Chun's drill collided violently with Tony's armor, propelling him downward with tremendous force. During the descent, the drill relentlessly ravaged Tony's armor, piercing into his flesh. In this moment, despair washed over Tony, while Yun Chun suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Taken aback, he hastily activated his wings of heaven in a futile attempt to halt their descent, but it was too late. As the drill forcefully penetrated approximately 15 centimeters into the area beneath Tony's chest, above his abdomen, Yun Chun finally managed to bring his body to a stop and ascended into the air. However, by this time, Tony's life was gradually slipping away. Simultaneously, he plummeted towards the ground at an alarming speed, crashing onto the beach and rolling several times, blood gushing from his wounds and fragments of his damaged armor scattering around him. After rolling for several rounds, he finally came to a halt, with only a few remnants of armor clinging to his form. Lying on the ground, He gazed up at the cosmos, his mouth agape, utterly motionless. Before he ultimately succumbed to the void of death, Yunchuan descended, his face a mask of terror as he beheld the lifeless Tony. Faced with the reality of Tony's demise, Yunchuan felt utterly helpless. System, the Ophelian genetic serum can revive humans, right? I need a vial, he implored, suddenly recalling something vital. One vial costs 2,000 points, but your current points are insufficient, the system replied, devoid of any concern for Yunchuan's panic. Why is it so expensive? Yunchuan stammered, bewildered. The resurrection of humans without side effects is, of course, costly. Moreover, even with the Ophelian serum, there is no guarantee of revival. The wounds are too extensive, and the rate of recovery cannot keep pace with the loss of life, the system explained. Then what other options do you have? Yunchuan exclaimed, anxiously pacing in circles. How about the Amazon gene optimization serum? The system suggested. Yes, Yunchuan exclaimed, suddenly recalling its existence. Cheeky, the system teased. Enough with the jokes. This is urgent. Give me the serum. Yunchuan shouted in frustration. You startled me, apologize. Or you won't receive it. The system retorted, unfazed by Yunchuan's distress. Will you give it to me? Yunchuan demanded, clenching his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. Fine, the system relented. The Amazon Alpha Gene Optimization Serum has been added to the system space. Please retrieve it. Without delay, Yunchuan hastily took out the serum. Observing it as a vial of crimson liquid, he uncapped it and, after a moment's contemplation, poured the liquid into the gaping wound on Tony's body. The serum merged with his blood, flesh, and organs. Within 3 seconds, the wounds and damaged organs on Tony's body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. After more than 30 seconds, Tony abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up while clutching his chest and letting out a painful cry. At that moment, he caught sight of his blood-soaked hands and the crimson-stained armor he wore. Yet, before he could succumb to panic, agony overcame him, and he collapsed onto the ground, still grasping his chest. Observing this scene, Yunchuan exhaled in relief. A few minutes later, Tony lay on the ground, no longer crying out in pain, but gasping for breath. Are you all right? Yunchuan inquired, gazing at Tony. What have you done to me? Tony rose, still clad in his armor, though the chest plate had been utterly shattered. I accidentally killed you, so I had to resurrect you, Yunchuan replied. Upon hearing this, Tony looked at Yunchuan in astonishment, then glanced down at his chest. Despite the blood, it was intact. Since you're fine now, I shall take my leave, Yunchuan said, preparing to activate his wings of heaven, only to find he could not do so. This is bad. Do you need my assistance to repair it? Tony asked, observing Yunchuan. No need, Yunchuan responded, removing the wings and summoning his mechanized steed, mounting it effortlessly. What kind of technology is this? Tony asked, regarding the mechanized steed with intrigue. Such technology is beyond the capabilities of this world's current advancements, Yunchuan hesitated before stating, activating the steed and disappearing from view. Watching Yunchuan vanish, Tony clenched his fists, then surveyed the shattered pieces of armor strewn about, feeling a wave of frustration. Jarvis, are you there? Tony then located his helmet and picked it up. I am here, sir. Are you all right? Jarvis inquired. I'm fine now. Please summon Happy and Ethan, Tony instructed. Certainly. Sir, Jarvis responded, springing into action. Please repair the wings of heaven, Yunchuan said to the system as he traveled. Understood. The system promptly replied, commencing the repairs. Meanwhile, Tony, after waiting helplessly for a while, was joined by Happy and Ethan, who arrived in a vehicle. What happened to you? They exclaimed in surprise, with Ethan quickly checking on Tony. I'm fine. Please help me take the armor back, Tony directed, pointing to the pieces on the ground. Ignoring Tony's words, Ethan inspected Tony's body and, upon confirming he was indeed unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief. Tony is fine, Ethan assured Happy. I told you, let us load the pieces, Tony said with exasperation. The three then sprang into action, loading the fragments into the trunk of the vehicle before heading back to Tony's villa. Meanwhile, Yunchuan, feeling no inclination to continue his shopping, returned to the store, where night had already fallen. Yunchuan exited the room and observed Graham enjoying his meal. So, Jones has forgiven you? Yunchuan inquired, directing his question at Graham. Humph, with my charm. A little coaxing and she easily forgives me. She's quite gullible. Graham retorted disdainfully. Oh, is that so? At that moment, Jones emerged from behind Yun-chun. Well, I'm full, Graham declared before making a swift escape. However, this time, Jones was prepared and would not allow him to flee so easily. Let you revel in your triumph. Let you revel, Jones said, playfully swatting Graham, who had been caught with his pants down. No, I promise I won't do it again. Graham cried out in distress. Do you think I would still believe you? Jones continued to administer playful blows to Graham's backside. All right, let us spare him this time. It's time to eat. Yun-chun said with a smile. Considering it's for you, brother Yun, I'll let you off this time. But should you repeat this, I shall make your backside swell. Jones remarked, releasing Graham upon hearing Yun-chun's words. The dishes today are quite sumptuous, Yun-chun noted as he surveyed the table. Not really. It's about the same as usual, Jones replied with a smile. The three then commenced their meal. Meanwhile, Tony and his companions returned to the villa. Tony headed straight to the bathroom to take a shower. After finishing, just as he was about to step out, he caught sight of his reflection in the mirror. Halting in surprise, gazing at his reflection, Tony noticed that his skin had become fairer. The dark circles from sleepless nights spent crafting the iron suit had vanished. The bloodshot veins in his eyes were gone, and his little belly had transformed into well-defined abs. Upon further inspection, Tony realized the changes in his body were substantial. He felt lighter, his eyes sparkled, his thoughts were clearer, his strength had increased, and many of his previous scars had disappeared. With that, Tony dried off, changed into fresh attire, and emerged from the bathroom. Ethan, could you assess how my body is faring? Tony called out to Ethan, who was enjoying his dinner in the living room, before making his way to the underground laboratory. Noticing Tony's transformation, Ethan set down his meal and followed him. How did you come to the basement? Ethan observed Tony's unusual appearance, staring at him in astonishment. Please check me over, Tony instructed as he reclined on a medical chair. Upon hearing this, Ethan promptly began his examination. After several minutes, Ethan reported, according to the tests, your metabolism has increased over tenfold, all internal injuries have healed, your bones are denser, your muscles are more resilient, and your strength and constitution have ascended to a whole new level. It seems you may have even acquired a special ability. Ethan spoke to Tony with awe. A special ability? Tony queried, puzzled by Ethan's revelation. Indeed, it appears you possess a regenerative capability. What exactly transpired? Ethan asked. Am I still human? Tony hesitated before inquiring. Aside from my improved physique, I haven't noticed anything else unusual. Ethan was momentarily taken aback and said, let us continue our meal. Upon hearing this, Tony ascended the stairs. Observing this, Ethan wore a puzzled expression but refrained from voicing his thoughts and followed suit. Just as they settled down, Tony's phone began to ring. He retrieved his mobile device and, upon seeing it was Pepper, answered the call. Meanwhile, Ethan picked up his food and resumed eating. However, just as Tony brought the phone to his ear, a sound resembling the scraping of metal echoed from behind. Instantly, both Tony and Ethan's faces drained of color, their veins visibly pronounced. The food in Ethan's hand fell to the floor. In that moment, a hand seized Tony's phone. It was Obadiah. Calm your breathing. Relax. Obadiah instructed as he gently reclined Tony's head against the sofa's backrest, revealing a small object to him. Do you remember this little contraption? Alas, it was not approved by the government at the time, but it certainly has its applications for temporary incapacitation. Obadiah moved from behind Tony to face him, removing the earpiece. I once contemplated your demise, and I was quite apprehensive, fearing I might eliminate a golden goose. With that, Obadiah grasped a silver claw-like device and inserted it into the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest, twisting it before extracting the reactor itself. Chapter 31. The Iron Overlord, how magnificent! Obadiah exclaimed as he gazed upon the arc reactor, addressing Tony. Tony, this is your 9th symphony. Behold it. This will be your legacy, the very core of the latest generation of weaponry. How unfortunate that you dragged Pepper into this. I truly wished for her survival. With that, Obadiah secured the arc reactor and turned his attention to Ethan. By the way, Mr. Ethan, I sincerely thank you for saving Tony. Otherwise, I would have lost this final golden egg. Obadiah chuckled, giving Ethan a gentle push that sent him sprawling against the sofa's backrest. Good luck to you both, he said with a smile, picking up the case containing the arc reactor and departing, leaving the two men in despair. Meanwhile, Pepper, noticing Tony's silence, sensed that something was amiss. She relayed her findings to Colonel Rhodes, urging him to locate Tony. Wait for me, Tony said, as he, having received an injection of Amazon gene optimization serum from Yun Chun, felt his body recovering more swiftly than Ethan. He began to drag his numbed body toward the basement, intent on using the previously replaced arc reactor to power the Mark IV suit that Jarvis had just constructed in the underground lab, in a bid to rescue Pepper. Once in the basement, Tony crawled on the floor towards the table where the arc reactor was placed. He attempted to rise, but his body remained paralyzed, leaving him in a state of temporary despair. Suddenly, a mechanical hand grasped the arc reactor and presented it to him. Good boy, Tony thought, rekindling his hope. He seized the case containing the arc reactor and hurled it to the ground before inserting the reactor into the gaping hole in his chest. At that moment, the self-healing abilities of the Amazon serum began to take effect, allowing Tony to slowly rise and steady himself against the table as he made his way toward the Iron Man suit. Tony! Rhodes arrived at Tony's villa, calling out, and upon seeing Ethan, pale and slumped against the sofa, rushed over. Ethan, what happened? Where's Tony? In the basement, Ethan rasped, struggling to speak. Wait for me, Rhodes replied, dashing toward the basement. Tony, what's wrong? Upon entering, Rhodes found Tony, still somewhat weak, attempting to reach the Mark IV suit. He quickly approached and supported Tony, inquiring, Where's Pepper? She's fine. 5 agents are accompanying her, Rhodes assured him. That's certainly insufficient, Tony remarked, instructing Jarvis to suit him up in the Iron Man armor. Wow, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen, Rhodes exclaimed, witnessing the suit for the first time up close. Not too shabby, Tony replied nonchalantly. Help me clear the skies, Tony commanded as he soared into the air. Whoa, Rhodes exclaimed, watching Tony take flight without a word of explanation regarding the unfolding chaos. Come back another time, he muttered, exasperated. Roddy turned to glance at Mark II, which was being used for testing, and inquired, How long do you think the arc reactor of Mark III can last? Meanwhile, Tony, soaring through the air, posed the question to Jarvis. Energy levels are at 48 and still declining. This arc reactor was never designed for prolonged flight, Jarvis replied. First, call Pepper, Tony instructed. Tony, are you all right? She asked. I'm fine. Obadiah, Pepper began, but Tony interjected. I know. Just get out of there quickly. I'll be there soon. Just as Pepper was about to say more, Obadiah, clad in an armored suit far larger than Tony's Iron Man suit, appeared before her, startling her into taking a few steps back. Where do you think you're going? You have no value left, Obadiah taunted, raising his machine gun towards her. Just as Obadiah was about to pull the trigger, a loud roar echoed as Tony arrived, crashing into Obadiah and sending him flying into a wall. In Yun Chun's shop, the trio had finished their meal, and Jones was downstairs washing dishes. Host, I've detected a situation. The system's voice suddenly resonated in Yun Chun's ear. What happened? Has the monster appeared? Yun Chun asked anxiously. No. It's a battle between Tony Stark and Obadiah. Would you like to join in and lend a hand? The system suggested. Location? Yun Chun inquired, rising from his seat and moving towards the room. Here, the system responded, projecting a map before him. Is the Wings of Heaven repaired? Yun Chun asked, retrieving the Emperor of Heaven belt and transforming. Yes, it just needed a part replaced, the system informed him. Hearing this, Yun Chun activated his invisibility, leaping out of the window to the outside, donning the Wings of Heaven, and swiftly heading towards Tony's location. As Yun Chun departed, he opted not to deploy a clone, deeming it unnecessary after being observed by S.H.I.E.L.D. for so long without any misconduct. And given the current shortage of personnel due to the monster incidents, it was improbable they'd keep a constant watch over him, which emboldened Yun Chun. I absolutely adore this suit, Tony remarked as Obadiah, with a sneer, commanded the Ironmonger to seize a car. Concentrate energy to the chest, Tony instructed, unleashing a beam of energy from his suit's core that struck the Ironmonger, propelling it away. Immediately, Tony rushed over to catch the car. Energy levels have dropped to 19, Jarvis cautioned. After setting the car down, the terrified woman inside inadvertently floored the accelerator, driving the vehicle towards Tony, who became ensnared beneath it, being dragged along as sparks flew from his back. With a sudden exertion, Tony lifted the rear of the car, freeing himself from underneath. However, as he rose, he was struck by a punch from the approaching ironmonger, sending him flying. At that moment, Yunchuan arrived and caught Tony. "Hey, thanks." Tony sighed in relief upon seeing Yunchuan. "Could you do me another favor?" He jumped to the ground, realizing that this was not the time for arrogance. A task was issued: defeat Iron Overlord. Reward: 400 points. "All right," Yunchuan replied, gazing at Iron Overlord. He grasped the control stick and was about to pull the trigger to fire an energy projectile, but upon noticing the crowd, he hesitated, fearing injury to innocents. Instead, he maneuvered the wings of heaven and charged towards Iron Overlord. As Yunchuan soared closer, Obadiah launched a punch directly at him. Anticipating the strike, Yunchuan deftly dodged and retaliated with a kick aimed at Iron Overlord. The blow sent Iron Overlord staggering back several paces, crashing into a car and crushing it. Fortunately, with no one inside, Yunchuan then flew in again, and seeing that the area was clear, he gripped the control stick, ready to fire. Just then, Obadiah seized a car and hurled it at Yunchuan. He nimbly evaded two vehicles but could not avoid Obadiah's stealthy punch. The impact sent Yunchuan flying. Witnessing this, Tony rushed over, targeting Obadiah and unleashing every low-energy weapon at his disposal. The projectile struck Obadiah, creating a shower of sparks. "Is this all you've got?" Obadiah taunted as the smoke cleared, emerging unscathed. He then fired a missile at Tony. Tony dodged just in time, and the missile detonated against a nearby building, shattering two walls. Cries erupted as vehicles collided uncontrollably. "I can't use ranged attacks. Flying is of no use," Yunchuan remarked as he detached the control stick from the wings of heaven, transforming it into two canes. He retracted the wings and charged at Obadiah. As Yunchuan approached, Obadiah swung another punch, attempting to knock him away. Yunchuan swiftly sidestepped the blow, delivering a strike to Obadiah's foot with one of the canes, leaving a deep dent. The material of Obadiah's battle suit was not particularly sturdy, and it was unsurprising that Yunchuan could easily breach his defenses. With relentless strikes, Yunchuan battered Iron Overlord's foot, dismantling its armor. Obadiah, now hindered, shifted his damaged foot back and retaliated with a powerful kick, sending the unprepared Yunchuan flying once more. In midair, Yunchuan adjusted his body and plunged the cane into the ground, stabilizing himself before charging at Obadiah again. "Stop him!" Obadiah pointed at Yunchuan, seemingly addressing someone unseen. Simultaneously, another missile was launched at Tony. Flames erupted beneath Tony, propelling him into the air. "Did you think you were the only one who could fly?" Obadiah sneered, flames igniting beneath him as he ascended. Yunchuan surged towards Obadiah, determined to prevent his ascent. "We cannot allow you to pass." At this moment, two figures burst forth, obstructing Yunchuan's path. "Who are you?" "Step aside immediately," Yunchuan halted. Fixing his gaze upon the duo, his anxiety directed towards the already soaring Obadiah. "Apologies, but for our survival in this world, we cannot allow you to pass," they replied. Their faces suddenly adorned with vibrant, fragmented patterns, transforming into two fanged fiends. New mission: defeat the fanged fiends. Reward: 800 points. Fanged fiends? I wasn't seeking you out. Yet you have the audacity to confront me. You shall not escape my wrath. With that, Yunchuan brandished his cane and struck at the fanged fiends. After all, he had already lost precious time. The Iron Overlord had ascended, and with two fanged fiends still before him, there was no way he could leave. Suddenly, the situation shifted once more as an individual emerged from the side, grasping Yunchuan's hand directly. "Who are you?" Yunchuan inquired, furrowing his brow as he regarded the one who had seized him, his demeanor wary. He had not anticipated the strength of this unexpectedly formidable fanged fiend, who, without the need for transformation, had thwarted his advance. Although he had not exerted his full power, neither had the adversary transformed. If this matter were not resolved adeptly today, Yunchuan dared not contemplate the potential consequences. Chapter 32. The enigmatic vampire. Let us offer them a chance for apology. It is my fault. My discipline was lacking. The man declared. Host, this vampire's combat prowess approaches that of an elite. Perhaps we should flee, for you cannot contend with him at present. The system interjected unexpectedly. Sir, the two vampires exclaimed in unison, astonished. With a resounding slap, the man sent both vampires crashing to the ground. Apologize, he said coldly. One of the vampires attempted to rise and protest, but was swiftly silenced by the other. We beg your forgiveness, they both bowed in unison. What do you intend to do? Yun-chun inquired warily. My apologies. This matter is on me. Please allow me to spare these two. Here is my card. Once this situation is resolved, we can discuss any reparations, the man stated, presenting a card with an air of dignity. I had no intention of intervening on their behalf. They obstructed me of their own volition. Do you truly believe I would acquiesce? Despite knowing he was outmatched, Yun-chun maintained his defiance, embodying the spirit of a warrior. Moreover, if this vampire truly wished him harm, he would have perished long ago rather than engage in this civil discourse. In that moment, Yun-chun's demeanor could aptly be described as tenacious. Nevertheless, I must take them with me, the man asserted firmly, though his expression remained composed. With that, he placed the card in Yun-chun's hand, relinquished his grip, and departed with the two vampires in tow. Perhaps you should concern yourself with your friends, the man remarked as Yun-chun attempted to impede his exit. What transpired? Let us rewind a few minutes prior. Sir, what exactly do John and Mike wish for us to witness? A muscular man queried a bespectacled scholar-like figure as they traversed the path. I am uncertain. They merely indicated that they may have found someone capable of sheltering us from the bishop's pursuit, someone who can ensure our survival in this world, the scholarly man replied. Yet, I cannot shake this ominous premonition. Who in this world possesses the ability to assist us? The scholar continued. Are we truly unable to return? I regret listening to the bishop. I wonder how they are faring, the robust man lamented. Perhaps, I have yet to discover a means of return. Though the king is tyrannical, he is unlikely to renege on his promises. We are down to but a handful of our kin. Now, we must refrain from provoking trouble and suppress our predatory instincts as before. If unable to control them, we should seek out those deemed outcasts by humanity, the gangs, and exercise caution to avoid detection by the bishop's agents, the scholarly man advised, noting the perilous nature of this world since his arrival. Upon first arriving with otherworldly beings, they had been encircled by a legion of soldiers, who ruthlessly eliminated over 1/8 of their number, despite the fact that the creatures had sustained injuries from the explosive portal. Later, some members of the clan were discovered to have consumed human flesh, and they were unexpectedly besieged by a group of unknown assailants who wielded weapons of indeterminate nature and swiftly dispatched them. Now they tread carefully, venturing outside with trepidation. A mere deviation from the behavior of ordinary humans could result in them being targeted. Several clan members fell victim to this fate, inadvertently caught in a gunfight, sustaining multiple bullet wounds yet surviving. However, after a few days, the numbers dwindled from over 50 clan members to merely 30, with the fallen being predominantly the weaker ones, leaving only the elite remaining. Ultimately, he resolved to no longer follow the bishop in opposing humanity, quietly departing with those who shared his reluctance to ally with the bishop. This prompted relentless pursuit from the bishop, instilling fear that rendered them unable to step outside. Very well, sir, the muscular man replied. By the way, sir, why are all these people retreating? The muscular man inquired. I do not know. Perhaps it is just another instance of humans engaging in mutual destruction. Let us not concern ourselves with them and continue on, the bespectacled man remarked indifferently. Having been in this world for quite some time, he had witnessed such occurrences multiple times. It was all too commonplace. Upon reaching the battlefield, they beheld two of their clan members recklessly provoking a masked knight, leading to the ensuing spectacle. Humph! Yun-chun coldly scoffed, glancing upwards at Tony, who was descending from above. He rushed forward to catch Tony, who was devoid of energy. Thank you. Could you assist me in removing my battle suit? Tony requested, beginning to discard his accessories. Are you certain you wish to do so hastily? Yun-chun replied, eyeing the area behind Tony. Tony began to inquire, only to be abruptly shoved aside by Yun-chun as a fist came crashing down where he had just stood. The Iron Overlord, having missed his strike, immediately retaliated against Yun-chun with a punch. Unyielding, Yun Chun responded in kind, and with a resounding thud. The Iron Overlord staggered back, his fist shattered. At this juncture, Obadiah perceived Yun Chun as a formidable adversary and resolved to eliminate Tony, whom he deemed a pressing threat. He lunged toward Tony, seizing him and squeezing with great force. Nearly all of Tony's weapon systems were incapacitated. He could only deploy a flare, momentarily blinding Obadiah and causing him to inadvertently release his grip. Pepper, activate all switches on the arc reactor and initiate an overload, quickly. Tony called out to Pepper. Seizing the opportunity, Tony leapt behind the Iron Overlord and dismantled his display system. Yun Chun also charged in, striking Obadiah with his staff, shattering the Iron Overlord's other leg. Unable to maintain his balance, the Iron Overlord toppled onto the glass rooftop and fell. At that moment, Pepper successfully activated the switch, unleashing a blue light as all equipment entered overload, beginning to collapse with electrical surges. A surge of energy erupted, striking the Iron Overlord and piercing through him. Soaring into the sky, Obadiah's body collided with the massive arc reactor. With a thunderous explosion resonating through the air, Yun Chun swiftly grasped Tony's hand, urging him to flee to another location. Within mere seconds, the very spot they had just vacated was obliterated, the entire building collapsing in ruins. Perfect. Tony raised his arms in triumph. The mission accomplished. The reward has been dispensed. Thank you, he remarked, turning to Yun Chun. Upon hearing his words, Yun Chun remained silent. Retrieving the wings of heaven, securing it upon his back. Gripping the control stick, he crouched, leaped into the air. And with a plume of white smoke emanating from the base of the wings, he soared away, disappearing as the smoke dissipated. Tony watched with a smile as Yun Chun departed. Tony! Tony! At that moment, Pepper rushed over, calling out. Are you all right, Tony? She inquired. Do I appear to be in distress? Tony replied, opening his arms wide. Pepper immediately enveloped him in a warm embrace. It's all right now, Tony comforted her, returning the embrace. A few minutes later, on the second floor of Yun Chun's restaurant, a white humanoid figure flew in from the balcony, materializing in the living room. As the smoke cleared, Saiga emerged. Who are you? Jones abruptly stood up, his face adorned with the white markings of Ophion, fixating his gaze on Saiga with intensity. The sudden voice startled Yun Chun. It's me, he quickly responded, dispelling his transformation. Ah, Brother Yun, it's you. When did you come out? Jones's face returned to its usual beauty, filled with curiosity. While you were washing dishes, Yun Chun replied, stowing away the Emperor of Heaven belt. Haven't you gone to sleep yet? He then asked, glancing at the time. I was just about to turn in, Jones replied. Oh. Then you should hurry and get some rest, Yun Chun encouraged. Yes, Brother Yun, you should rest early too. Jones smiled as he made his way back to his room. While that little rascal, Graham, had long since fallen asleep. Seeing Jones retreat to his room, Yun Chun felt at ease, and considering the late hour. He turned off the living room lights and returned to his own chamber. What on earth do those vampire fiends intend to do? Lying in bed. Yun Chun pulled out the card given to him by that man, pondering. Forget it, I shall confront whatever comes my way. Shaking his head, he thought. System. How many points do I currently possess? Yun Chun suddenly inquired of the system. You currently have 895 points. Would you like to redeem something, esteemed guest? The system responded. So few? Did I not just defeat 8 Ophions and the previous Obadiah? Yun Chun remarked. The Saiga belt costs 600 points. 10 blank cards amount to 500 points, and the Amazon Alpha Gene Optimization Potion is priced at 400 points, the system clarified. How much is the Kiva belt? Yun Chun asked. That you need not consider. The belt itself is nearly 2,000 points, and you must first possess the Vampire King's magical powers to utilize it. The system explained. Do you have any suggestions? Yun Chun found himself at a loss for methods to enhance his strength. I suggest you consider modifying Freeze. Your points are just sufficient, the system advised. Is that so? If I wish to alter Freeze's photon blood to the most powerful blue, and transform all the Sun God metals into Moon God metals, how many points would that require? Yun Chun inquired. Upon encountering that Kadra-level vampire, he felt his current strength was somewhat lacking, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. He contemplated augmenting his power, but purchasing a new belt would yield minimal enhancement, as the more effective options were beyond his financial reach and could not be utilized immediately, leaving him in a state of resignation. Regrettably, the most potent photon blood is not blue. It is the golden hue of the Earth Emperor, followed by silver, with blue being third. Modifying to blue photon blood costs 600 points, while changing to moon god metal also requires 600 points. There are two types of modification fees, one at 200 points and another at 600 points, totaling either 1,400 or 1,800 points. Which option do you prefer? Additionally, please note that Fweeze's appearance will undergo some changes post-modification. Are you certain you wish to proceed, esteemed patron? The system inquired. Is it truly so expensive? And why are there two different modification fees? Yun-chun pondered, perplexed. Chapter 33. The Transformed Fees. Dear guest, your modifications are essentially equivalent to purchasing an entirely new belt. With such a minimal charge, you ought to be counting your blessings, the system remarked with a hint of discontent. Furthermore, the two types of modifications differ significantly. The 200-point option merely alters the materials and photon fluid, while the 600-point variant, allow me to keep some suspense. Rest assured, this upgrade is unequivocally worth every bit of its cost. Very well, let us proceed with the 600-point modification, Yun-chun contemplated, feeling a pang of regret, yet knowing he had no alternative at this juncture. What direction would you prefer for the modification? A focus on strength, speed, or perhaps defense? I would advise against the speed option, as you already possess an acceleration watch. Shall we consider a strong defense or a hybrid model, perhaps an average one? The system inquired. Is there truly a choice in the modification direction? Yun-chun asked, bewildered. Indeed, your current Fweeze is classified as an average model, while Saiga is a hybrid. Strength, speed, and defense are all balanced in the average category. The system replied matter-of-factly. Let us enhance strength, defense, and speed in a ratio of 4:2. Yun-chun concluded after a moment's thought. Understood. It will take approximately 2 hours. The system confirmed. By the way, you mentioned the appearance would change. What will it entail? Yun-chun suddenly inquired. Well, the most noticeable change will be the red stripes transforming into blue ones, increasing in number. Additionally, the armor will be reinforced, exuding a greater sense of power. The weaponry will also undergo alterations. You shall witness it for yourself, the system elaborated. And after acquiring the burst mode driver, will it still be usable? Yun-chun sat up abruptly, asking with urgency. Of course, it can be utilized, though adjustments will be necessary, and it will incur a higher cost. Moreover, should you wish to further enhance Fweeze, the burst mode driver will also require subsequent modifications, the system explained. That is reassuring, Yun-chun remarked before reclining once more. Perhaps due to the prolonged wait, he gradually succumbed to slumber. Ding. Modification complete. Please check your updates. The system's voice echoed, but alas, Yun-chun was already lost in sleep. How frustrating. After all this time spent on modifications, you choose to doze off, the system lamented in disbelief. Meanwhile, now tell me, what transpired? How could you be foolish enough to provoke a Kamen rider? The bespectacled man seated before the two individuals posed the question with an impassive expression. I apologize, sir. We merely sought someone to help us evade the bishop. I believed he could assist us, but it appears I was mistaken, one of them replied weakly. This is the individual you claimed would aid us in evading the bishop's pursuit? The man gestured towards the television, where a disfigured body, barely recognizable as Obadiah, lay exposed. And you dared to provoke a Kamen rider? This is your definition of evading the bishop's wrath? Had I not intervened, you would not only have perished, but also attracted a far greater enemy. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? The man slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising in exasperation. The two individuals stood there, rendered speechless, unaware of how they had summoned the audacity to provoke him, even in the knowledge that he was a masked rider. Sir, we cannot place all the blame on them, for their intentions were noble, remarked the muscular man beside them. The man with piercing eyes said nothing, merely turned his head and gazed silently at him. The muscular man felt a twinge of anxiety under that intense scrutiny. Hesitant to speak further, we must find a way to quell the anger of the masked rider, the man with piercing eyes declared, rubbing his forehead. You two should leave at once, he shouted, visibly irritated by their presence. Hearing this, the two fled as if granted a reprieve from a dire fate. Yunchun slept soundly until 8 o'clock the next morning. Stretching luxuriously and twisting his body, he let out a soft groan. Having completely forgotten about the modifications he had requested from the system the previous night. Rising from his bed, he opened the door and made his way to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. A few minutes later, he emerged to find, as usual, the little chubby Grime engrossed in the television, while breakfast remained untouched on the table. Jones had already descended early to join Hank in managing the restaurant. Have I forgotten something? Yunchun pondered, seated on the sofa, absent-mindedly staring at his bowl. Host, do you not see that bowl resembles the freeze belt you asked me to modify last night? The system suddenly interjected. Yunchun paused mid-bite, momentarily stunned. He quickly finished his meal, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and returned to his room, locking the door behind him. Grime looked on curiously as Yunchun entered his room. With a few firm pats on his chest, Yunchun swallowed the food that had lodged in his throat. He took a few deep breaths to compose himself. You mentioned that Foi's has been modified. What does it look like? He inquired eagerly. Indeed, see for yourself. The system replied, presenting the Foi's belt into Yunchun's hands. Impressive. The belt's colors have transformed beautifully, Yunchun remarked, observing the white and azure-hued belt and transformation phone in his grasp. Let me give it a try, he said, fastening the belt around his waist. He flipped open the phone and pressed the button 3 times, followed by the enter key. With a sound reminiscent of the Kaiksa belt, the transformation sequence commenced. Transforming. Inserting the phone into the belt. Complete, echoed the voice as blue tubes extended from the belt, enveloping his entire body. A radiant blue light illuminated the space, and Yunchun transformed into a modified version of Foi's, akin to his previous form. Compared to before, Yunchun now stood at 2 meters tall. With a physique that was even more robust, the armor seemingly thickened, while the only alteration in color was the photon veins, which had turned blue. The photon vessels within the body have increased in number and transformed into a captivating shade of azure, distinct from Saiga's stripes, which are merely blue. The modified Foi's, however, gleams with a deep cerulean hue, exuding an imposing aura. Broad shoulder plates adorn each side, while a robe resembling an apron encircles the waist, secured by a belt. This robe is embellished with azure stripes along its edges. Yet, rather than creating an unbalanced appearance, it harmonizes beautifully with the overall silhouette. One might envision a muscular butcher with an exposed torso, or perhaps a more developed version of Zorro from 2 years hence. On the arms, 2 white gauntlets grace the wrists and elbows, while the feet are similarly equipped with white greaves at the ankles and calves. The chest armor is predominantly white. Reminiscent of its predecessor, yet it features a spherical frieze core at the center, pulsating with a vibrant blue photon blood. The head maintains a familiar form, though the eyes have transitioned to a haunting cerulean hue, and the horns have enlarged slightly. A grand sword, interspersed with hues of azure and crimson, rests at the left of the belt, while a firearm reminiscent of a shotgun occupies the right. Truly magnificent. This is exceptional value, Yunchun exclaimed in awe, admiring the armor. Indeed, as a product of the system, it is nothing short of exquisite. You might wonder where that extra 400 points went, replied the system with pride. This armor is entirely forged from moon god metal, and the photon blood has been enhanced by the system, rendering it 50% more powerful than ordinary blue photon blood. The vessels coursing with photon blood have also undergone transformation, constructed from a superalloy that rivals moon god metal in resilience. The robe is likewise crafted from moon god metal, offering formidable defense against potent assaults. The core of Foi's red photon blood has been altered to a deep blue, further strengthening the chest armor, which is now composed of 5 layers of moon god metal 114, surpassing the protective capabilities of the robe. The sword is fashioned from the sun god metal previously exchanged by Foi's, combined with a portion of moon god metal, and like the beam sword, it can be loaded with crystal cards, channeling the photon blood to unleash devastating techniques. The helmet is constructed entirely from moon god metal and a specialized hard plastic. The functionalities remain similar to Foi's, capable of activating the deep crimson, the cerulean drill, without the need for the flashlight-like device. Simply pressing the number 9 and enter on the mobile will suffice. The immense impact feature also requires no camera. Pressing 3 and enter will activate it. Furthermore, I have upgraded the ability to transform the mobile into a firearm, reconstructing a new gun entirely. The burst mode has been enhanced from a 3-shot burst to a 10-shot barrage of energy projectiles. 103 Single Mode. The single-shot energy compression attack mode has now been transformed into a 3-round burst mode. Merely pressing the number on the body of the gun suffices. The ordinary mode, without pressing the number, still allows for the use of infinite standard energy bullets. The acceleration mode has also been enhanced. Due to the reinforcement of the armor material, it can be utilized for 35 seconds. Of course, this is contingent upon your physical endurance. Currently, you can only maintain it for a maximum of 20 seconds. Exceeding this limit will result in an immediate shutdown of the acceleration mode. As for the rest, you may experience it for yourself, the system elaborated. System, I adore you, Yun-chun exclaimed with excitement. Get lost, you nauseate me, the system retorted. After deactivating the transformation, Yun-chun eagerly exited the room. Are there any strange beings nearby? Yun-chun inquired of the system, eager to test out his armor. I'm sorry, there are none. The system replied. Well, that's unfortunate, Yun-chun noted, feeling a slight disappointment. Get up. I want to watch television too, he said to Grime. No. I want to watch Batman, Grime responded. Hurry and hand over the remote, or I'll let Jones deal with you, Yun-chun threatened. Humph, you scoundrel, villain. With that, Grime dashed back into the room. Chapter 34. The Battle of the Vampire. Yun-chun, unabashed, picked up the remote control and began to change the channel. In the midst of her channel surfing, she unexpectedly caught a glimpse of Tony's figure, prompting her to halt her hand. She was aware that the flamboyant Tony was about to declare his identity as Iron Man, and having been present that day, she pondered how he would respond. With that thought, she poured herself a glass of water and took a sip. It had been quite some time since the last press conference. Well, I suppose I shall read from the script, Tony remarked as he retrieved the notes provided by Coulson. Before he could finish his sentence, a reporter interjected, Mr. Stark, do you truly believe we will take your word for it? Your miraculous bodyguard's sudden appearance? I understand this may sound surreal. You are free to question the official statement. But Tony was interrupted yet again as Rhodey leaned in. Stick to the script, Rhodey advised. All right, I am Iron Man, Tony declared flamboyantly. The reporters erupted in a frenzy. Then, Mr. Stark, what of the identity of the masked rider? Was that also fabricated by you? The same reporter inquired. As no one had broached the subject of the vampire, for when it had appeared, the crowd had fled in terror, leaving no witnesses. At this point, Yun-chun became engrossed, eager to hear Tony's response. I do not know who he is, nor do I recognize him, Tony replied curtly before making his exit. Was it truly that simple? Watching Tony leave, Yun-chun felt a pang of confusion. After contemplating for a moment, she switched off the television and reclined on the sofa, at a loss for what to do with her boredom. As if struck by an idea, she retrieved the phone number the man had left her the previous day. System, what was that vampire about yesterday? You mentioned he was at a cadre level. Which cadre could that be? Surely it wasn't a bishop? Yun-chun inquired, struggling to recall any references to a cadre among the vampires. I did not mean cadre level. Rather, their combat prowess is akin to that of a cadre. According to system records, they do not resemble bishops or kings. They prefer coexisting with humans, the system explained. Are there truly benevolent beings among the invaders of this world? Yun-chun found it hard to believe that those who invaded other realms could possess good intentions. According to the records, they were likely treated as expendable assets. In the Kiva world, they made significant contributions to human society, which came to the attention of the king. Initially, he intended to eliminate them. But upon receiving an invitation from Deshoka, and with few followers by his side, the bishop suggested utilizing them to explore this world. Waste not, want not, the system elaborated. But what do they ultimately seek? Despite hearing all this, Yun-chun remained perplexed about the motives of the vampires from yesterday, who had inexplicably intervened in her affairs only to leave just as mysteriously. Then why not call and inquire? The system suggested. That seems to be the only option. Yun-chun replied after a moment of thought, taking out her phone and dialing the number. "Hello, is this the night?" As the call connected, before Yun Chun could utter a word, the voice of the man on the other end inquired, "It's me. What did you mean last night?" Yun Chun replied coldly, "What do you mean?" The man, with sincerity, apologized. "I am sorry for my failure to manage them and for their disturbance. It was not their intention. If possible, could we find a time to discuss this? I am willing to offer compensation." "Time and place," Yun Chun stated. "Thank you. Let us talk before the conversation is cut short." Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed. "I apologize. Perhaps next time," the man said hurriedly before hanging up. "Hello?" Yun Chun called out upon hearing the line go dead. "What was that explosion about?" he inquired. "They were likely found by the bishop," the system replied calmly. "Can you locate their position?" Yun Chun asked, intent on investigating further, pondering the possibility of recruiting them. Yes, indeed, recruiting, he thought. For he believed that if they managed to evade the bishop, they must possess some strength. Here, the system responded, projecting a map before Yun Chun. He retrieved the celestial emperor's belt, transforming into Saiga, cloaked in invisibility, and leaped from the balcony, summoning the wings of heaven to soar towards the marked location on the map. Minutes later, Yun Chun arrived in a bustling district. Observing below where a once vibrant area had devolved into chaos, torn by two factions of strange beings. Surrounding them were numerous soldiers attacking these bloodthirsty creatures. However, bullets merely grazed their skin, inflicting no damage whatsoever. The dominant faction had dispatched merely two of their kind to stall the soldiers effortlessly. Witnessing the futile harassment of the soldiers by the two bloodthirsty beings, a commanding officer bellowed to his subordinates, "Switch to rocket launchers and obliterate those two." Not wishing to descend directly into the fray, Yun Chun sought a hidden corner to change into foes. "All traitors must perish," a butterfly-like bloodthirsty creature declared to a red horse-like counterpart. "Why must we go to such extremes? We can never return," the red horse-like creature gasped. "I suggested to the king that you be spared, but not to coexist with humanity. Since returning is impossible, I shall take the throne and rule this world," the butterfly-like creature proclaimed, exhaling golden powder towards the horse-like creature. Boom. Upon contact, the powder exploded, sending the horse-like creature sprawling to the ground. The humans of this world are not to be underestimated. Opposing them leads to dire consequences. Surely you understand that. The horse-like creature struggled to rise, addressing the butterfly-like entity. What of it? With our prolonged existence as vampire-like beings, as long as we control a faction of humans endowed with formidable technology, we shall inevitably dominate this world, the butterfly vampire stated coldly. Having spoken, the butterfly vampire lunged towards the horse vampire, delivering a punch. Just as the fist was about to strike the horse vampire, an elephant vampire charged in, intercepting the blow and staggering backward a few steps. "Old elephant," the horse vampire began to speak to the elephant standing in front of him, but was interrupted. "I'm fine. Quickly, take them and flee. I will hold off the bishop and his minions," the elephant declared. "Not a single one shall escape." A voice echoed nearby, as a lion, fresh from defeating a cat and reducing it to a kaleidoscope of fragments, rushed forward. A barrage of blue and red energy bullets erupted, striking the lion and butterfly, forcing them back a few paces. "Who dares?" Both the lion and butterfly exclaimed in unison, their anger palpable. "Go ahead. I will handle this." Yun Chun descended and addressed the horse and elephant. "Thank you," the horse and elephant replied, momentarily taken aback, before hastily retreating with their subordinates. "Don't even think about escaping," the lion roared, attempting to pursue them, but Yun Chun fired another energy bullet, prompting the lion to dodge. By the time he sought to continue the chase, it was too late. "Damn it, what are you waiting for? Chase after them," the lion bellowed at his subordinates. Hearing this, the lion's followers swiftly pursued, including the two that had been harassing the soldiers. Yun Chun did not intervene. Having detained two of the higher-ranking officers was sufficient. If the horse and elephant could not withstand the rest, there was little he could do. "I never expected you to collaborate with the masked rider," the butterfly remarked with a cold smirk. Yun Chun said nothing and continued his advance. "Kill him," the bishop commanded, and both he and the lion charged forward. Observing the two attackers, Yun Chun pressed the 106 on his firearm, switching it to burst mode, aimed at the butterfly and lion, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets struck the butterfly and lion with astonishing speed, causing them to stagger backward. The butterfly regained his balance and unleashed a stream of golden explosive powder towards Yun Chun. Sensing the impending danger, Yun Chun executed a roll to avoid the powder. Before he could land, the lion charged in, delivering a kick that sent Yun Chun flying, colliding with the powder. The powder erupted, engulfing the surroundings in smoke. Provide cover for that individual. Direct all weapons at those two imbeciles and annihilate them. The officer commanded, ordering his men to focus their fire on the butterfly and lion. Seeing the missile from the rocket launcher approaching, neither the butterfly nor the lion attempted to evade. Instead, they reached out, seized it, and hurled it back. Run! The officer shouted, urging his men to escape. But it was too late. The missile was nearly upon them. Bang! Bang! From within the smoke, 2 energy bullets struck the missile. Get down! The officer yelled. Bang! The missile detonated, erupting into a tremendous blaze. Humph! Observing that the explosion had spared the group, the bishop coldly huffed, directing his gaze toward the smoke. Yun Chun emerged unscathed from the haze. Upon witnessing Yun Chun's emergence, the bishop unsheathed his sword and lunged at him, with the lion poised to launch a surprise attack. As the bishop struck, Yun Chun retracted his firearm, drew the massive sword from his left belt, and retaliated, parrying the bishop's assault. At that moment, the lion charged forward, delivering a powerful punch toward Yun Chun. Anticipating this, Yun Chun forcefully deflected the bishop's sword and swiftly kicked the lion, retreating a few steps to evade the bishop's renewed strike. Damn it, it worked last time. The furious vampire officer cursed, perplexed as to why the missile had failed against Yun Chun. He was unaware that this time, the vampires were not the same as those previously encountered. These two were among the strongest subordinates, second only to the king and queen. 2 mere missiles could hardly be effective against them. Keep attacking. If we cannot kill them, then harass them, the irate officer commanded. Aim for their eyes. He ordered again. Bang, bang, bang. The soldiers took aim at the eyes of the 2 vampires. Damn it. The butterfly and the lion could only shield their eyes with one hand while striking at Yun Chun with the other. Chapter 35. Tony's Dilemma. Yun Chun brandished his sword, cleaving upwards at the butterfly, sending his blade flying. With a swift kick, he followed through and then turned to strike at the lion. At that moment, the lion abandoned its defense and seized Yun Chun's sword-wielding hand, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Yun Chun bent his left leg upward to block the lion's fist while deftly dropping his sword from his right hand, catching the falling blade with his left, and striking at the lion once more. He then executed a kick, sending the beast tumbling beside the butterfly. Damn it! The bishop seethed in anger, agitated by the soldier's interference. Cover me. I will deal with those humans first, he instructed the lion. Understood. With that, the 2 parted ways, one rushing toward Yun Chun, the other charging at the gun-wielding soldiers. This is bad, Yun Chun remarked, noticing the lion closing in. He leaped into the air, landing behind the lion, and fired several energy blasts at the bishop. Bang, bang, bang. The energy projectiles struck the bishop, exploding upon impact and sending him sprawling to the ground. At that moment, the lion had turned back, landing a punch on Yun Chun's back, sending him flying. By now, the soldiers had all fled the scene. Yun Chun picked himself up, flipped open his phone, and pressed the number 9. Ready, he declared. He then pressed the enter key. Exceed charge. A brilliant blue light emanated from his belt, coursing through the ethereal blue stripes and illuminating his right foot. Yun Chun straightened his right leg, positioning himself to kick, and suddenly launched his foot toward the lion. A beam of azure light shot from his foot, transforming into a blue drill that pierced the lion, rendering it immobile. Following this, Yun Chun retracted his foot and sprinted toward the lion. Just a few meters away, he leaped into the air, aiming a kick at the drill embedded in the lion. Yun Chun struck the lion with all his might, while the lion summoned its strength to resist. The struggle intensified until the lion raised its hand, clenched its fist, and swung at Yun Chun. Bang! The force of the blow sent Yun Chun flying, while the lion itself knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Yun Chuan was propelled directly toward the bishop, and using the lion's force to his advantage, he drew his sword mid-air, swiftly extracting the azure crystal card from his phone and inserting it into the blade. "Ready," Yun Chuan announced again, flipping open his phone and pressing the enter key. Exceed charge. A radiant blue light surged from his belt into the enormous sword he wielded, causing it to emit a brilliant azure glow. Yun Chuan raised the colossal sword and swung it towards the bishop. In response, the bishop exhaled a golden powder towards Yun Chuan. But as the powder met the energy radiating from Yun Chuan's sword, it disintegrated. Seeing his powder ineffective, the bishop lifted his own sword to counter Yun Chuan's massive blade, attempting to thwart the impending assault. Clang! The two swords collided with a resounding crash. The sword of the bishop was shattered, and Yun Chuan's blade struck the bishop directly. However, it did not completely vanquish him, merely sending him flying into a building, which subsequently collapsed. Turning back to deliver a finishing blow to the lion, Yun Chuan found, to his dismay, that the lion had vanished, compelling him to advance toward the bishop's location. At that moment, the bloodied bishop emerged, declaring, "Next time, I shall not let you escape." With those words, he transformed into a blue speck of light and disappeared. Observing this, Yun Chuan furrowed his brow, disheartened that his heavily modified freeze, enhanced with so many points, had proven ineffective against these two high-ranking blood vampires. "Be grateful. Had they not been injured, you might not have triumphed over them at all," the system interjected, as if sensing Yun Chuan's thoughts. "What? They are injured?" Yun Chuan exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed. Otherwise, with your combat prowess, I would have let you flee long ago. The Ma blood vampire and the ivory blood vampire are similarly formidable. Their strength nearly rivals that of the cube you battled previously," the system explained. Yun Chuan inhaled sharply at this revelation. Just then, the soldiers returned, but upon seeing Yun Chuan, they dared not approach. Instead, they stood silently, awaiting orders from their commander. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the officer's phone rang, drawing Yun Chuan's attention as he turned to look. The officer answered the call, recognizing it was from a superior. "General, what are your instructions?" he inquired. "Capture that individual and seize his armor," the superior began, but the irate officer abruptly shouted, "Go eat shit. Get lost," and hung up the phone. "Move out," the officer commanded his soldiers as they departed. His superior was none other than General Ross, who habitually bullied the Green Giant. This volatile officer had long been dissatisfied with General Ross's methods, which disregarded the lives of soldiers, focusing solely on the enhancement serum for the Green Giant. He had reported Ross's behavior numerous times, but none of his complaints had been taken seriously. Now, Ross wanted them to capture Yun Chuan. Setting aside the fact that Yun Chuan had rescued them, it was clear that they could not contend with him. Their weapons barely scratched the blood vampires, while the two blood vampires had succumbed to Yun Chuan in mere moments. In this light, it was evident that his men were merely fodder to Yun Chuan. Furthermore, unlike the blood vampires, Yun Chuan posed no threat to them. The officer, not being a fool, could not possibly engage in such a futile endeavor. Casting a glance at Yun Chuan, he led his soldiers away. Yun Chuan's enhanced hearing had allowed him to catch the conversation on the phone. Initially, he had expected the officer to follow orders, but he was pleasantly surprised by the officer's audacity in rebuking his superior. However, it was likely that the officer would face repercussions for his insolence. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, Yun Chuan set off in pursuit of the locations where Ma and Xiang had departed. Upon arriving in a different district, the two factions continued their fierce altercation. However, the side led by the bishop had significantly weakened due to the absence of two key officers. Meanwhile, despite sustaining injuries, the horse and elephant maintained a combat prowess that rivaled that of the officers. Yet, they found themselves hindered by an instigator, Tony, who prevented them from swiftly confronting the bishop's vampire minion. Puzzled by Tony's unexpected presence, Yun Chuan refrained from voicing his confusion and instead unsheathed his sword, launching an attack on the vampire. After modifying foes, Yun Chuan was displeased to find that he had yet to eliminate a single creature in this initial skirmish. Frustrated, he inserted a crystal card from his phone into the sword, which emitted an ethereal blue luminescence. With renewed vigor, Yun Chuan charged forward, striking a vampire with his blade. The creature exploded into a kaleidoscope of fragments, from which a luminous orb floated into the air. Defeated a vampire, rewarded with 400 points, the system announced. Perplexed by the orb, Yunshun inquired how to proceed. This is a valuable item. Once collected, it can be utilized. Simply grasp the orb, the system replied. Is that all? Yunshun questioned, extending his hand to seize the orb. Congratulations, you have gained 1 life energy, the system's voice echoed. Witnessing Yunshun's effortless defeat of a vampire, the onlookers halted their actions, gazing in astonishment. What is this? Tony exclaimed, recognizing that Yunshun had vanquished a vampire with his modified Fei's armor. The target is that vampire, Yunshun informed Tony, brandishing his sword and charging at another vampire. The creature, seeing Yunshun approach, hastily raised its sword in defense, but it proved futile. Yunshun effortlessly knocked the weapon aside and delivered a fatal blow. With another vampire defeated, the system chimed in, defeated a vampire, rewarded with 400 points. Observing Yunshun's ease in dispatching the vampire, Tony felt a surge of determination. He unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at a vampire, but it took a dozen shots before he succeeded, leaving him somewhat disgruntled. As the remaining vampires witnessed their comrades fall so swiftly, one of them shouted in panic and fled. Yunshun chose not to pursue. His objective for the day lay elsewhere. He collected the life energy from the defeated vampire, stowed away his weapon, and approached the horse. Hey, what are you planning to do? Tony exclaimed, alarmed at Yunshun's approach towards a vampire. I have matters to discuss with them, Yunshun replied nonchalantly. As he approached, the creature transformed into a humanoid form. Thank you, the bespectacled man said, his complexion pale. Could I trouble you to find a place where I can speak with them? Yunshun turned to Tony and inquired, is there somewhere suitable? It's a minor matter. I have a residence here, just the 3rd house behind the 5th street. You may go there. I will head there first, Tony responded, eager to uncover Yunshun's reasons for keeping these creatures. Thank you, Yunshun replied. Subsequently, Tony ascended into the air, first making his way to his residence in the vicinity. You may proceed, Yunshun remarked, surveying the desolate surroundings before entering a state of invisibility. Upon witnessing Yunshun's disappearance, the vampire-like individuals exchanged glances, and under the guidance of the bespectacled man, they ventured towards the location indicated by Tony. System, erase all footage that captured them as vampires, Yunshun instructed the system upon becoming invisible. Understood, the system responded. Initiating its task. J-A-R-V-I-S. Delete all videos recorded in that vicinity, Tony commanded from his aerial position. Certainly, Sir. J-A-R-V-I-S. Affirmed, proceeding to execute the order. A few minutes later, the group arrived at a building that bore a slight resemblance to Yunshun's own home. Observing the structure, Yunshun found himself perplexed. It did not align with Tony's aesthetic. Come in, Tony called from the doorway, still clad in his iron armor, addressing the vampires before turning to enter the premises. Chapter 36. The 8 of Spades and the 9 of Diamonds. In truth, this was a property Tony had just purchased, having casually mentioned the location before arriving first to acquire the house at an exorbitant price, 5 times its worth. The landlord had only just departed. Upon recognizing Iron Man, he had intended to offer the property as a gift. However, Tony was not one to seize an opportunity at another's expense and promptly paid the 5-fold amount. Upon hearing this, the vampires exchanged glances before stepping inside, with Yunshun following closely behind. Upon entering the house, they found the interior rather unremarkable in its layout. Once everyone had gathered within, Yunshun deactivated his invisibility, glanced outside to confirm their solitude, and then shut the door. At the sound of the door closing, all the vampires and Tony, clad in his suit and seated on the sofa, turned to notice Yunshun. Let us introduce ourselves. What is your name? How did you come to clash with the bishop, and what is your true aim? Yunshun inquired as he approached. I am Jack, he replied. Our arrival in this world was never our intention. We disapprove of the bishop's methods, so I led those who share my sentiments away from him, only to be pursued. Thus, I have joined you. This is the core coin of the greed you defeated, which I offer as both compensation and gratitude, Jack proclaimed, placing 4 circular objects upon the table. Greed? Tony queried, a note of confusion in his voice. Creatures from other worlds who came with us, Jack explained. Where did you acquire these? Yunchun asked, momentarily taken aback by the objects. We discovered them upon our arrival in this world. Beyond this, I cannot think of anything else that might pique your interest, Jack replied. Very well, then all matters between us are settled, Yunchun stated, pocketing the core coins. This action left Tony beside him somewhat perplexed, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. We wish to accompany you. Would that be acceptable? Jack ventured, looking earnestly at Yunchun. Your strength is not inferior to mine, and there are so many of you. Is there truly a need to follow me? At present, I am alone and cannot assist you, Yunchun responded, reflecting on his initial desire to recruit them, only to realize he was currently solitary with no leverage to convince these vampires. Consider it an investment, Jack said with a hint of resignation. At present, I am unable to assist you. What are your plans moving forward? Yunchun inquired. Perhaps we shall continue evading the bishop, Jack suggested. Aside from combat, do you possess any other abilities? Yunchun pressed. In our original world, we were all researchers, Jack replied, momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. Really? Yunchun exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. We have replicated the first-generation Ixis system of the Supreme Blue Sky, boasting greater power than the original. Before arriving in this world, we had already begun work on the second generation, nearing completion, but we lacked the core energy, Jack elaborated. As Jack spoke, a sense of pride enveloped him. Will you take them in? The Ixis system is no less formidable than my previous V's armored knight system. The technology used to create the Ixis system might offer you some inspiration and guidance for your own steel armor. Upon hearing this, Yunchun turned to Tony and remarked, It is indeed a possibility, but I hope they won't act recklessly and harm others. Otherwise, I won't be able to shelter them. Tony paused momentarily, contemplating before responding. Rest assured, we are not like the clergy. We do not embody those bloodthirsty fiends. Jack replied, Very well then. I have a laboratory in a secluded area that you may use. It is well equipped and remote enough to avoid disturbances. Additionally, I can offer you some protection, but I will require all the data on the Ixis system. Tony agreed. That is acceptable. Jack smiled and continued. Since you have reached an agreement, you may follow him. Here is my phone number, 555. Contact me whenever you need assistance, although I may not always be able to help. Upon witnessing the conclusion of Jack and Tony's discussion, Yunchun interjected, All right, thank you. Jack replied, Here is what you requested. I will leave them in your care. Yunchun handed Tony a USB drive and pointed at Jack's group, saying, What is this? Tony accepted the USB drive and inquired, You will find out soon enough. I must take my leave, Yunchun stated, vanishing into stealth mode as he departed. This is my number, and here is the address of the laboratory. I will arrange for someone to pick you up shortly. I have other matters to attend to, so I must go. Tony observed Yunchun's retreating figure before glancing at the USB drive in his hand. He then provided Jack with his own phone number, saying, Thank you, sir. Jack responded with a smile, You are welcome. Tony then turned and departed, while Jack and the others remained in the house, engaging in conversation. After several minutes, Happy arrived with a few vehicles, escorting them to the laboratory. Meanwhile, Tony returned to his villa, descended into the underground research facility, and connected the USB drive to his computer to inspect its contents. Upon inserting the USB, Tony discovered that the data mirrored the information Yunchun had provided to SHIELD, detailing monstrous entities but with greater specificity. It recorded the complete extermination of the greed and noted the arrival of only the clergy and 2 high-ranking officials of the blood-sucking fiends. Additionally, it included methods for producing soul metal and luna metal. As he delved deeper into the information regarding the monstrous beings, Tony's astonishment grew, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of despair. Meanwhile, after departing, Yunchun sought a hidden corner to change his armor into Saiga. Donning the wings of heaven, he took flight, heading back to the store. Suddenly, while soaring through the skies, he spotted 2 indistinct black humanoid forms in a secluded area below, exclaiming in confusion, What is that? He then directed his course toward the intriguing figures. What is happening? How could there be 2 undead here? Yunchun, having landed on the ground, gazed at the two dark humanoid figures before him with a look of bewilderment. The two undead lying before him appeared to have been thoroughly defeated, their bodies smeared with greenish blood and marked with numerous claw prints. Yunchun glanced around, seeing no one, utterly perplexed as to who could have vanquished them. Could it be a trap? The system inquired. Yet, I do not see anyone nearby, Yunchun replied. Never mind, I shall collect them first. For now, cloaked in invisibility. Even if it is a trap, my enemies will not detect my presence, he asserted confidently, producing 2 empty cards and tossing them towards the undead. The cards embedded themselves into the 2 undead, and with a swift pull, both were drawn into the cards, which then returned to Yunchun's hand. Sealing undead, gained 300 points. Sealing undead, gained 300 points. To his astonishment, he had drawn the 8 of spades and the 9 of diamonds. Who could possess such prowess to effortlessly dispatch 2 undead of near superior rank? Staring at the cards, Yunchun exclaimed in surprise. The 8 of spades represents magnetic hyperelongation, capable of repelling metals, while the 9 of diamonds signifies duplication. Even Yunchun himself might struggle to confront 2 simultaneously. Could this truly not be a trap? Even Yunchun began to doubt it, having not encountered an undead since rescuing Tony. Who would have thought that merely stepping outside could yield such remarkable finds? After confirming that it was not a trap, Yunchun felt a surge of excitement, laughing as he activated his wings of heaven and took flight, departing the scene. Unbeknownst to Yunchun, on the other side, a strikingly beautiful woman, adorned in a wild yet coldly elegant manner, flicked her hand and emerged from the alley not far from where Yunchun had collected the 2 undead. Hey, gorgeous, alone tonight? A local thug leered as he approached her. Get lost, she retorted, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying, crashing onto a car, rendering him unconscious. Beep, beep, beep. The car's alarm blared, yet the woman paid no heed to the fallen thug and continued on her way. At S.H.I.E.L.D., Agent Coulson, armed with documents, made his way toward Nick Fury's office. Director, the materials have been organized, Coulson stated, handing the files to Nick Fury. Upon receiving the documents, Nick Fury began to peruse them. It appears that the Kamen Rider has adopted a new form, having teamed up with Tony Stark in the bustling downtown area to battle the vampires. These vampires have split into 2 factions. The Kamen Rider and Tony Stark successfully repelled one faction and departed with the other. Investigations reveal that Tony Stark has temporarily acquired a house in the vicinity, engaging in undisclosed discussions with one faction of the vampires. Minutes later, Tony Stark departed ahead of schedule, followed by another brief interval when his driver, Happy, whisked them away to a secluded private laboratory belonging to Stark. What of the Masked Rider? Nick Fury inquired. After repelling a faction of bloodsuckers, he departed and has not been seen since, Coulson replied. Inquire with Tony Stark regarding his perspective and dispatch someone to surveil that laboratory, Nick Fury commanded. Understood. Coulson acknowledged before turning to leave. Once Coulson had exited, Nick Fury donned a pensive expression, lost in contemplation. He was utterly bewildered by the enigmatic dealings of Yunchun and Tony. When Yunchun returned to the shop, the hour was quite late. You're back, Brother Yun. Dinner is ready, Jones remarked, having begun to close the shop. Thank you for your efforts, Yunchun replied with a smile. Not at all. Could you kindly summon Graham to wash up for dinner? Jones requested. Of course, Yunchun responded before ascending the stairs. Graham, come down to wash up for dinner. Yunchun called out as he entered the living room, where Graham was engrossed in a television show. All right, coming, Graham exclaimed, instantly invigorated by the prospect of a meal. Sighing as he observed Graham's physique, Yunchun remarked, Ah, what is it? Graham inquired, noticing Yunchun's gaze upon him. Never mind, let us just go eat. Yunchun replied, looking at Graham. Chapter 37. The lottery function. Upon descending the stairs, Jones had already set the table with a feast. Wow, my favorite drumsticks, exclaimed Graham, his eyes sparkling with delight. First, wash your hands, Jones admonished seriously as he noticed Graham reaching for the chicken. All right, Graham replied, dashing toward the kitchen. The 3 of them gathered around the table and began their meal. Starting tomorrow, you need to lose weight, Yunchun remarked, observing Graham as he incessantly stuffed food into his mouth. And Jones, you must keep an eye on him. Look at what you've turned him into. He only knows how to eat, sleep, and watch television, Yun Chun directed at Jones. From now on, Graham's meal should be adjusted to 2/3 of his usual portions, Yun Chun contemplated aloud. Absolutely not. That's far too little. Graham protested, momentarily neglecting his meal. It's more than enough. What does a child need with such a large quantity? Yun Chun replied nonchalantly. Additionally, I'll buy you a treadmill tomorrow. You need to run for half an hour daily, Yun Chun continued, indifferent as he ate. Jones, help me. Graham, feeling overwhelmed by Yun Chun's strictness, turned to Jones with a pleading look. Since Brother Yun has said so, I suppose there's nothing I can do, Jones said playfully with a smile. Humph. You're a bad person, Graham grumbled as he resumed his meal. After finishing dinner, Jones headed off to wash the dishes, while Graham lost interest in watching television. And Yun Chun reclined on the sofa. System, is there a way to improve transformation methods? Yun Chun inquired. What? The system responded, perplexed by his question. I currently possess 2 belts, and switching between them during battle is quite cumbersome. Is there a way to enhance this? Yun Chun clarified. Oh, for that. You simply need to forge them, the system replied. How do I forge them? Yun Chun eagerly asked upon hearing there was a solution. It depends on what you want. Do you wish to retain the belts after forging? Or do you want to forge them into a single belt? The system inquired. What is the difference? Yun Chun probed. Retaining the belt means that after forging, you can simplify and expedite your transformation methods while keeping the belt for later use. This way, when you grow stronger, you won't need to switch belts hastily. You can transform in front of others, showcasing your prowess, the system explained, fully understanding Yun Chun's nature. The other option allows you to use one belt to assume multiple knight forms, akin to the Decade belt. However, I wouldn't recommend this route, the system added. Without a doubt, I choose the first option. What is life for if not to impress others? Yun Chun declared with conviction. Very well, it will cost you 300 points. Please take out your phone and leave the rest to me, the system instructed. All right, Yun Chun replied, producing his phone and placing it in his hand. Just wait a few minutes, the system said as it took the phone. A few minutes later, the system reappeared, placing a mobile phone and what resembled a Bluetooth headset into Yun Chun's hands. What is this? Yun Chun inquired, gazing at the Bluetooth device with curiosity. I have forged it. Now you simply need to utter the name of the armor in the transformation command to transform. Moreover, I have modified the phone to be one that does not require charging, the system replied. Does that mean I only need to speak the name of the armor and shout transform? Yun Chun asked. Precisely, the system responded proudly. Excellent, splendid, Yun Chun exclaimed in admiration. Ding. The forging function has been utilized more than 3 times. The system's lottery feature has been unlocked. Huh. Yun Chun thought he had misheard. Congratulations. The lottery function has been activated, the system announced with a chuckle, though there was a hint of mischief in its tone, the reason for which need not be elaborated. Haha. Yun Chun erupted into exuberant laughter, having long desired the lottery feature. Previously, he had believed it non-existent, leaving him quite disheartened, but now he was ecstatic. My goodness, this is madness. Graham, who had been lamenting the days to come, was startled by Yun Chun's raucous laughter, fearing he had lost his sanity, and took a step back to regard him. Noticing Graham's reaction, Yun Chun smiled at him. Graham, caught off guard by Yun Chun's gaze, recoiled further, leaning against the sofa. Trembling slightly, realizing he had lost his composure, Yun Chun took a deep breath to regain his composure and walked into the room. System, please introduce the marvelous items available, Yun Chun said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Ahem. First, the lottery function is divided into 4 tiers: basic, intermediate, advanced, and elite, the system announced after clearing its throat. Furthermore, the items obtainable from each tier are as follows. From the basic tier, you may acquire everyday items such as clothing, tissues, and the like. There are also skills mastery items, akin to your previous cooking proficiency, including driving mastery, marksmanship, swordsmanship, and martial arts. Additionally, there are ordinary knight auxiliary items, such as empty cards for swords, discs for the Phantom Beast, weapons from Kiva's Blue Sky Society, and auxiliary memory devices from W, as well as OO's canned robots, among other peculiar items that even the system cannot identify. You may also have the chance to win a free intermediate lottery entry, each lottery ticket costs 100 points. With 3 free draws per week, and the probability of winning is 100%, with draws being stackable. Items that even the system cannot identify? Yunshun pondered, somewhat perplexed by this revelation. Indeed, the system is unaware of these items and their origins. Should you be fortunate enough to win one, you may discover what it is. The system replied. As for the intermediate tier, it includes night belts, with most belts categorized here, as well as night motorcycles, similar to Fuize's transformable Pegasus, along with other ordinary items. In need of a special belt and genetic elixirs, there exist nightly artifacts, such as transformation memory devices, eye-souls, force transformation switches, and other components for upgraded forms. Additionally, there are peculiar items akin to those found in ordinary lotteries, available in all tiers of draws. Each draw costs 1,000 points, with 2 free uses weekly and an 80% chance of success, while the remaining outcomes yield nothing and the chances may accumulate. The system elaborated. What? There's a chance of drawing nothing? Yun Chun inquired incredulously. Of course, otherwise, how could you directly become the world's best? The system retorted disdainfully. For the advanced tier, there are belts of greater prowess not found in the intermediate category, such as Agito and other formidable ones. A portion of the remaining nightly upgrade items is also included, costing 3,000 points per draw, with 1 free use weekly and a 60% chance, while the rest result in nothing, and the chances can accumulate. The top tier is truly remarkable. All items cannot be directly purchased through the system. It includes the complete set of all night belts, and upon drawing one receives all the necessary items to upgrade it to its final form, save for a few exceptional cases. For instance, Kiva's Castle Dragon is separate from the Kiva belt, containing all Kiva's items, including the Golden Little Dragon and 3 monster minions needed for the ultimate upgrade, along with the Demon King's sword. There is also Den-O's train, similarly distinct from the Den-O belt, which includes 5 anti-pads, the Imagine, and so forth. Moreover, there are unique items, such as the Pandora's Box panel. Additionally, one may directly utilize the Knight's ultimate form without the prerequisite forms, though it necessitates formidable physical prowess and has a limit on usage. Once the usages are exhausted, it disappears. Lottery opportunities cannot be obtained through points. They can only be acquired by completing special tasks and include 1 free use per month, with a 40% chance of success, while the rest result in nothing, and the chances may accumulate. Thus, the system concluded its comprehensive introduction. 666. Yin Chun exclaimed. System, I wish to use my free lottery chance, Yin Chun stated. Very well, the system replied, immediately summoning a blue panel with 4 options: ordinary, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. Yun Chun clicked on the ordinary lottery, and the panel transformed into rows of cards, each adorned with various designs, belts with swords, scrolls, garden plates, and more. Yun Chun pressed the Start Lottery button atop one of the cards, and the cards instantaneously flipped over, their backs glowing red, beginning to shuffle, changing positions at a speed too swift to discern. After 10 seconds, the cards ceased their movement. Humph, to traverse among billions, my luck is undeniably exceptional. Witness my royal fortune, Yun Chun proclaimed with pride. Casually, he selected a card, and a bright light illuminated as the card turned over. Congratulations. You have obtained a peculiar item, an annoying dog flower. The system's prompt resonated. What on earth is this? Upon hearing that name, Yin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. You may peruse the introduction yourself. I find it difficult to articulate, the system awkwardly replied. Yun Chuan took out the card he had just drawn and glanced at it. It depicted a sunflower planted in a pot, with a white dog's head situated at its center. Upon gazing at the canine visage, Yun Chuan felt an inexplicable surge of impulse, wishing to strike it. Name: Annoying Dog Flower. Combat Power 0 Trait: Immortal Ability, Extremely Annoying, Infuriating Remarks. Young man, have you ever felt the sensation of being driven to hypertension by Li Zhao? Perhaps not, but an opportunity now lies before you. Give it a try. The maximum time this creature takes to infuriate someone to death is 13 hours. Please note, for the safety of yourself and the world, refrain from using it against the Hulk. Upon reading this, Yin Chuan suddenly felt a spark of interest. It had indeed caused someone's demise and could not be employed against the Hulk. He continued to read on. Usage: within 100 meters of the target. Simply utter the target's name while holding the card. After contemplating the introduction, Yin Chuan decided against using it for the time being and stored it away. Subsequently, he clicked on another card, and a bright light illuminated as the card flipped over. Congratulations! You have obtained Pterosaur Type Can Robot 4. This must be from the OO world. What is its function again? Yin Chuan pondered, scratching his head as he examined the open card. Much like the flower, it depicted a purple can and a small purple pterosaur. Name: Pterosaur Type Can Robot. Ability: emits ultrasonic waves to attack enemies. Usage: simply open it. It seems I truly have the fortune of a lucky sovereign. Quite splendid indeed. Yin Chuan exclaimed with excitement upon realizing his favorable luck and clicked on the last free opportunity for a regular draw. Chapter 38. The Sorrowful Jones. Congratulations! You have received a cup of infinitely pure water. Observing the introduction, Yin Chuan felt a twinge of confusion and opened the card to examine it. It depicted a cup brimming with water. Name: a cup of infinite pure water. Function: never-ending supply. The cup can be restored up to 5 times if destroyed. Remark: Nongfu Spring is somewhat sweet. Mother no longer needs to worry about my water supply. Yin Chuan found it somewhat redundant and hard to describe this item. Never mind. Let us try the intermediate draw, he said, rubbing his hands together. However, his hand slipped, returning him to the previous screen, prompting him to click on the intermediate lottery once more. Like the ordinary lottery, there were rows of cards, but some were empty, devoid of content. Yin Chuan recognized these as the void cards. It's time to showcase some real skill. He clicked to begin the draw, and as expected, the cards flipped over. Their backs transformed to a vibrant yellow as they shuffled. With a casual flick, he selected a card. Congratulations! You have obtained the card of the Earth Emperor, Orga. Wow! Such luck! I truly am a lucky one. Yin Chuan exclaimed with excitement. Wake up! Don't be delusional. It's a card, not a belt, the system interjected, dousing his enthusiasm. Huh? Isn't the card a belt? Yin Chuan asked, bewildered. Of course not, the system replied. Name: Earth Emperor Orga. Card ability: summons the Earth Emperor Orga to assist in battle. Usage count: unlimited duration of each use. Situational cooldown time: 2 hours. Remark: only by using the DN transformation gun can one summon the Earth Emperor Orga for assistance in battle. Young man, how can you grow stronger without spending? Come on, purchase a DN transformation gun for just 2,000 points. Another redundant item, Yin Chuan remarked, exasperated. Ignoring the card, as he could not afford the DN transformation gun, he clicked on another card. Congratulations! You have obtained a peculiar item, the Sorrow of the Egg. How is this even included? Without needing to ponder, Yin Chuan instinctively crossed his legs, recalling the sensation from last time. Not wishing to dwell on it, he accidentally returned to the previous screen and selected the advanced lottery option. Clicking to start the draw once more, the cards flipped, revealing blue backs as they shuffled. Yin Chuan hesitated briefly before randomly selecting a card. Congratulations! You have obtained one use of the 4th type Amazon's transformation function. Amazons only have 2 types, don't they? Yin Chuan pondered in confusion, examining the card. It depicted a fierce purple Amazons, resembling the form of Yu before he acquired his belt. Adorned with a belt akin to those of Ren and Yu, but with purple eyes. Title: Transformation of the 4th category Amazons function: to convert corpses into Amazons that are utterly obedient to commands. Remarks: the transformed Amazons possess no emotions, lack pain sensation, and are tireless. As long as their energy is sufficient, they shall continue to battle indefinitely, serving as true machines of slaughter. The more formidable the corpse was in life, the more powerful it becomes post-transformation. Is this a directive for me to commit homicide? Yin Chuan pondered, bewildered. Foolishness, the system retorted disdainfully. How many perish in this place daily? Simply select one at random. Let us put that aside for now. I wish to see if I can draw something exceptional from the top-tier rewards. Yin Chuan deftly shifted the topic. With a casual click, he selected a premium lottery card. Congratulations! You have received nothing. How can this be? Yin Chuan expressed his disappointment. Oh well, it was merely one attempt at a blank draw. I remain a fortunate one. Perhaps next time. He reflected, feeling he should be content. Why not use some points for a few more tries? The system tempted. Perhaps I shall indulge in a few more attempts. Yunchun decided, acting on his impulse, and opened the ordinary lottery, spending 200 points for 2 more draws. Congratulations! You have received a towel. Congratulations! You have received 10 pounds of strawberries. Had I known, I would have stopped while I was ahead, Yunchun remarked, staring at the towel and strawberries in bewilderment. Oh, well, I suppose I have received quite a bit for free, he reassured himself. At that moment, Yunchun gazed at the strawberries, contemplated briefly, and then took them out, stepping into the living room. Jones, would you like to have some strawberries? Yunchun smiled at Jones. Jones, lost in thought, was startled by Yunchun's sudden voice. Is there something on your mind, Brother Yun? Jones regained his composure and inquired. Would you care for some strawberries? Yunchun asked, holding them out. Oh, sure, Jones replied. I'll go wash the strawberries. Please wait a moment, Yunchun said, taking the strawberries to rinse them. All done. A few minutes later, Yunchun placed a dish of washed strawberries on the table. The two began to eat in silence. Jones, is something bothering you? Noticing that Jones had been acting strangely, Yunchun asked. Oh, I'm fine, Jones responded. Snapping back to reality. Brother Yun, the strawberry season has passed. Where did you get these? He shifted the topic. Oh, a friend gave them to me. He must have cultivated them by some means, Yunchun explained. Oh, Jones replied, and once again, silence enveloped them as they continued to enjoy the strawberries. Feeling the awkwardness, Yunchun turned on the television, intending to alleviate the tension. This morning at approximately 10:30, an extraordinary confrontation involving monstrous beings occurred in the bustling city center. Eyewitness accounts, bolstered by captured videos and photographs, reveal that the creatures belong to the same species but have divided into 2 factions, engaging in a fierce struggle. The reasons for which remain enigmatic. The morning news was broadcasting this very incident when the military swiftly arrived at the scene, only to find that bullets and missiles had no effect on the creatures. Shortly thereafter, Kamen Rider made an appearance, sporting a new design, and directly repelled the monsters with gunfire, seemingly protecting another group of retreating creatures. What could be the reason for this? What kind of monsters are they? To date, the government has not issued a definitive statement. Iron Man, Tony Stark, is scheduled to hold a press conference tomorrow. Could he possibly shed light on the origins of these beings? We shall continue to follow this story closely and urge citizens to exercise caution while traveling. The host concluded the report. System, weren't you supposed to delete all the videos? How are there still some remaining? Yunchun furrowed his brow as he watched the news and inquired. It is possible that they were transmitted before deletion, but rest assured, Jack and the others' identities remain undisclosed. The system responded. Brother Yun. Just as Yunchun was about to speak, Jones suddenly called out. What is it? Yunchun turned to her, asking, Can you tell me what kind of monster I have become? Am I destined to lose my sanity like those creatures, wreaking havoc endlessly? And will you eliminate me just as you do with them? Jones lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she asked, her voice trembling. Since the day Yunchun rescued her, and she learned of her ex-boyfriend's demise and her transformation into a monster, her heart had gradually closed off, fostering feelings of inferiority. Recently, she had witnessed the monsters rampaging outside, committing acts of violence, while Yunchun's reports detailed his efforts to eliminate these threats. That is not true. You are different from them. They have lost their humanity, consumed by their power, which is why I must eradicate them. Moreover, not all monsters are malevolent. Some are good and do not deserve to be harmed simply for their nature. Yunchun quickly reassured her, sitting beside her. Then what am I? Why have I become like this? Jones gazed at Yunchun, tears streaming down her cheeks as she implored. You are an Ophion, transformed by the infection from an Ophion from another world, which is why you appear as you do, Yunchun explained, his heart aching for her. Is there still a possibility for me to recover? Jones looked at Yunchun with hopeful eyes, asking earnestly, seeing the glimmer of hope in her eyes. Yunchun lowered his head. Upon noticing his reaction, Jones's body began to tremble, tears cascading down her face as she wept silently. Do not worry. I am here for you. Whether human or otherwise, what matters most is the heart. As long as your heart remains human, everything will be all right. I will also help you find a way to recover, Yunchun comforted her, embracing Jones. Embraced by Yunchun, Jones nestled against his chest, weeping sorrowfully, her tears soaking into his clothing. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and eventually, Jones, perhaps exhausted from her tears, succumbed to slumber in his arms, her body still occasionally trembling. Observing this, Yunchun gently lifted the convulsing Jones and carried her toward her room, laying her softly upon the bed, covering her with a blanket, and tenderly wiping away the tears from her eyes. Do not worry, I am here, and I shall remain by your side forever, Yunchun whispered reassuringly, caressing her face with a gentle yet resolute touch. Subsequently, he quietly exited the room, closing the door behind him. System, is there truly no solution? Upon returning to his room, Yunchun furrowed his brow and inquired of the system. Oh, my host, there is genuinely no remedy. If she had not yet awakened, it would have been simple to extract the energy. However, she has been awakened for quite some time now, fully integrated. It is utterly impossible. You must resign yourself to this reality, the system replied with a tone of resignation. Sighing deeply, Yunchun picked up his phone and dialed Hank. Hello, who is this? Hank answered on the other end of the line. It is I, Yunchun. I wish to inform you that the store will be closed for a day tomorrow. Wages will remain unchanged, allowing you all some respite, Yunchun conveyed to Hank. Oh, it is the store manager. Thank you for taking the time to call. Hank responded with enthusiasm. Do not mention it. That is all, Yunchun replied. All right. After exchanging pleasantries, Hank ended the call. Brother, who was that on the phone? A little girl in Hank's home asked, gazing up at him. It was the store manager calling from my workplace, informing me that we have a day off tomorrow. So I can play with you. Are you happy? Hank affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. Oh yay. I can play with my brother tomorrow. I am so happy, the little girl exclaimed joyfully. Seeing her delight brought a smile to Hank's face as well. Chapter 39. The Aixa built the following day, at Tony's villa. Coulson arrived at the door and pressed the doorbell. Mr. Stark, Coulson is here for you, Jarvis informed Tony, who was engrossed in the study of his Iron Man suit. What does he want? Let him in, Tony replied, furrowing his brow as he made his way upstairs. Hello, Mr. Stark, Coulson greeted as he entered, noticing Tony coming down. Please, have a seat. What brings you here? Tony inquired, settling into a chair. Thank you. I would like to discuss the matter of the vampires you took away yesterday, Coulson stated as he took a seat himself. Ah, so that's the reason for your visit. Indeed, I have reached an agreement with the Kamen Rider. He performs tasks for us while we provide him with shelter. Is there an issue with that? Tony explained. Mr. Stark, they are vampires, Coulson remarked, his brow furrowing at the thought. I have a better impression of them than many humans, and even the Kamen Rider trusts them. Why shouldn't I? Tony said, pouring himself a glass of water and downing it in one gulp. Did the Kamen Rider also participate in this matter? Coulson asked. Indeed. Is there a problem with that? Tony replied. May I inquire what you and the Kamen Rider wish for them to assist you with? Coulson probed. Apologies, but that is a trade secret. If there is nothing else, I must attend to my work. Feel free to see yourself out, Tony stated, standing and heading towards the laboratory below. When Jones awoke, it was already past 10 in the morning. How did I end up in bed? Did Brother Yun carry me in? Jones recalled the events of the previous night, feeling a twinge of melancholy before recollecting Yun Chun's words, which helped him regain his composure. Oh no, it's almost 10:30. I need to open the shop, Jones exclaimed, glancing at the clock in alarm as he quickly got out of bed. As he opened the door, Yun Chun was ascending the stairs. You're awake. Hurry and brush your teeth and wash your face. I've already prepared breakfast, Yun Chun said with a smile upon seeing Jones up. I'm sorry, Brother Yun, I overslept. Jones apologized. No worries. Today I've given you all a day off to rest. I spoke with Hank about it last night, Yun Chun replied. Thank you, Jones said, feeling a bit bashful. I've placed the meal on the table. You can eat directly after you're done washing up, Yun Chun smiled at Jones. All right, Jones responded, turning towards the bathroom. As Jones went to freshen up, Yun Chun also returned to his room to organize the findings he had not yet reviewed from yesterday. He pulled out a card depicting 2 eggs, one of which was cracked, revealing its yolk within. Title: The Sorrow of Egg Ability. to evoke the sensation of a shattered egg within a living being. Remark, by uttering the target's name within 100 meters. Regardless of race or gender, any living creature, ineffective on plants, will experience the discomfort akin to that of a broken egg. Oh my, how astonishing, Yunchun gasped, surprised that even race and gender could be disregarded. He then produced several other cards he had not previously examined, but their contents, images, and descriptions were rather mundane. A strawberry was merely a common strawberry, and a towel, just an ordinary towel. Brother Yin, your treadmill has arrived, Jones called from outside, knocking on the door. Earlier, before Jones had awakened, Yunchun had stepped out to purchase a treadmill, which was now being delivered. Very well, Yunchun replied, opening the door and descending the stairs to receive the package. In the astonished gaze of the deliveryman, he hoisted the treadmill and carried it upstairs. Is it truly necessary to do this? Jones asked, witnessing Yunchun's determination to bring the treadmill home. Of course, that little chubby fellow eats and sleeps all day. It's only a matter of time before his health deteriorates. A bit of exercise will do him good, Yunchun stated matter-of-factly. At that moment, the door to Graham's room creaked open slightly, revealing half of his head and a pair of sorrowful eyes fixed intently on Yunchun. Sensing something, Yunchun turned to look at Graham's room, immediately locking eyes with Graham's mournful gaze. Useless. From today onward, you shall run for half an hour daily. Otherwise, you shall not dine, Yunchun declared resolutely, gazing at Graham. Graham remained silent, merely continuing to stare at Yunchun with a look of grievance, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. All right, let us reduce it to 20 minutes, Jones quickly interjected, noticing Graham on the verge of tears, rushing over to comfort him. Upon hearing this, Yunchun chose not to speak, recognizing the value of a gradual approach. You are the best, Sister Jones, Graham exclaimed joyfully, shedding his previous expression of distress. Yunchun turned to fix his gaze on Graham. Humph, Graham huffed in response to Yunchun's attention. Yunchun, incensed, picked up a slipper, ready to swat him. All right, hurry and go run. At noon, Sister Jones will prepare your favorite chicken drumsticks, all right? Jones hastily shielded Graham from Yunchun's impending strike, urging him to get on the treadmill. Very well, Graham replied reluctantly, making his way toward the treadmill. Humph. He huffed once more as he passed by Yunchun. Yunchun, infuriated, felt as though the dog card he had drawn earlier could not compare to the annoyance caused by this little rascal, reaching out to strike him. Hey, stop. Jones quickly grabbed Yunchun's hand at this moment. Don't stoop to a child's level, she advised, holding onto his hand. This little rascal will surely drive me to my demise, Yunchun remarked, observing Graham already on the treadmill, and, influenced by Jones's words, he reluctantly set down the slipper. Seeing the two individuals in such a light, Jones couldn't help but smile, feeling gradually uplifted and contemplating that perhaps this way of life wasn't so bad after all. Spending each day in the shop, preparing meals and engaging in light conversation without the need to venture outside seemed rather appealing. For the subsequent fortnight, the peculiar individual did not make an appearance, allowing Yunchun to accompany Jones while also overseeing Graham's weight loss journey. As Yunchun was upstairs monitoring Graham's progress, the sudden ringing of his phone interrupted the calm. Hello, who is this? He inquired, having transformed with the assistance of the system. Upon hearing the change in Yunchun's voice, Graham cast a puzzled glance in his direction. Yunchun shot him a stern look, silently urging him to continue. Humph. Graham pouted in response, letting out a soft huff before resuming his run. Mr. Knight, it's me, Jack. The first form of the IXA system has been developed. Would you like to come and take a look? Jack's voice resonated from the other end of the line. All right, I understand. Thank you. I will come to see it shortly. Yunchun contemplated for a moment before deciding to check it out, casually hoping to see if the peculiar individual had appeared. Graham, upon hearing this, became somewhat excited. Don't celebrate too soon. You have 5 more minutes. I'll wait for you to finish your run before we head out, Yunchun remarked, having discerned Graham's eagerness. Graham dared not respond, recalling the previous incident where he had been penalized with an additional 10 minutes for retorting to Yunchun. Reluctantly, he continued his workout. 5 minutes later, Graham completed his run, and Yunchun released him, descending the stairs. I'm stepping out for a moment. The shop is in your hands, Yunchun announced to Jones and Hank. All right, take care, they replied. Once outside, Yunchun found a secluded corner, transformed into Saiga, cloaked himself, and took to the skies for a patrol. Just a few minutes after his departure, a middle-aged man with a gentle demeanor, donning a yellow hat and glasses, exited the newly opened milk tea shop next door, carrying several cups of tea as he made his way toward Yunchun's restaurant. Hello, is the owner present? The man inquired as he entered the establishment. Greetings. The owner just stepped out. Is there something I can assist you with? Jones responded, observing the man approach. I am the proprietor of the new milk tea shop next door. This is a small token of appreciation. I hope you enjoy it, the man said with a smile, handing the tea to Jones. Thank you so much. Please, come in and have a seat, Jones replied, accepting the drinks. No. I have matters to attend to at my shop. I'll be on my way. You all keep busy, the man chuckled as he took his leave. Shortly thereafter, Yunchun arrived at the laboratory prepared by Tony for Jack, landing gracefully and disengaging his invisibility as he entered. Meanwhile, in the distance, Hawkeye, who had been monitoring the location for the past few days, promptly reported to Nick Fury. Continue the surveillance, Nick instructed. Understood, Hawkeye affirmed, resuming his watchful eye. You've arrived as well, I see. Upon entering, Tony was already present within, gazing at Yunchun as he spoke. Just arrived. How are things progressing? Yunchun inquired. Jack mentioned that the first form of Ixa has been developed, and the requirements for the user have been significantly reduced, Tony replied. At that moment, Jack approached, carrying 3 boxes. He placed each box on the table, opened them one by one, and turned them around to showcase to Yunchun and Tony. This is the Ixa Rider system. Simply wear the belt around your waist, press the button on the side of the gauntlet, and insert it into the belt. This encompasses all its data and specifications, Jack elaborated, simultaneously presenting 2 documents to each of them. The 2 men accepted the documents and began to peruse them. So, you summoned us here to provide us with the belts? Yunchun questioned Jack, glancing at the documents. Indeed, over the past half-month, we have produced 3 units. And if you wish, you may take them all, Jack stated. 1 is sufficient for me. I do not require the documents, nor do I possess the capability to create. Yunchun replied, closing one of the Ixa system boxes and stowing it away, subsequently returning the documents to Jack. With this documentation, 1 is all I need, Tony concurred, taking a set and securing it alongside the documents. By the way, I believe that if you wish to survive in this world, relying solely on this may not suffice. Yunchun suddenly remarked. What do you mean? Jack inquired, intrigued. I think it might be beneficial for you to collaborate with another organization, Yunchun suggested. Chapter 40. The Peculiar Investigation Function Shield? Tony interjected upon hearing this. Indeed, their influence is vast, and their power substantial. They could be of great assistance to you. However, I advise against direct contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. Instead, you may engage with them through him, Yunchun remarked, pointing at Tony. Don't involve me. I prefer to steer clear of them. It would be better if you approached them, as you are likely quite familiar with them, Tony responded firmly. That is also a possibility, Yunchun conceded. After all, one is beholden to the hand that feeds them. Having procured their Ixa belt, it would be simple for Yunchun to offer them a life-saving suggestion. Then we shall entrust this to you, Sir Knight. What must we do? Jack inquired. Naturally, we must present a gift. Yunchun indicated towards the final belt resting on the table. Could you assist us, Sir Knight? Jack asked, the realization dawning upon him. Of course, they are currently out in the field, as you are likely aware, Yunchun replied. Furthermore, regarding the bishop and lock, my current combat prowess pales in comparison to theirs. It would be prudent for you to develop a knight system of your own, Yunchun advised. We are aware of that. However, aside from a few that are underpowered, Ixa is of little utility to us. Additionally, creating new armor poses challenges in terms of materials and energy, Jack lamented. This outlines the methods for material creation and energy sourcing. I can assist you only to this extent. Yunchun pondered before producing the crafting method for the sun god metal and acquiring a small vial of yellow photon blood from the system, which he handed to Jack. Thank you immensely, Jack exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before accepting the items. Mutual assistance is key. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to reach out. However, I hope the enhanced forms of IXA will not be neglected, Yunchuan added. Understood, Jack replied with excitement. What is that? Tony queried, eyeing the vial of photon blood in Jack's hand. An energy source, though unsuitable for human use, Yunchuan clarified. Very well, I shall take my leave then, he said, picking up the box containing the belts and departing. I too will take my leave, Tony declared, following Yunchuan out. Once outside, Tony ascended into the sky, while Yunchuan, clutching the box, made his way towards Hawkeye's location. As Yunchuan approached, Hawkeye grew tense. This is a gift from them. Their arrival in this world was not by design. I can vouch for them in this matter. Finally, Yunchuan reached the base of Hawkeye's tree, placing the box down. With that, he turned and vanished into invisibility, leaving Hawkeye without a single glance. Return the items, Nick Fury's voice echoed in Hawkeye's ear. Understood, Hawkeye replied, sighing as he gathered the box and made his way back to S.H.I.E.L.D. System, do you not possess the capability to detect the location of the peculiar beings? Soaring through the skies, Yunchuan inquired of the system, noting the complete absence of any peculiar individuals lately, which hindered his ability to carry out his tasks. Before he could finish his thought, an unexpected voice resonated. Keyword detected, investigation function activated, an electronic voice announced. Indeed, there are, the system replied nonchalantly. Please commence your performance, Yunchuan exclaimed with enthusiasm. Rather than providing a direct response, the system displayed a panel, revealing a map adorned with various symbols, each representing different entities in distinct hues. The investigation function for peculiar individuals is activated by the keywords spoken by the host. Instructions: 1. The investigation function can only identify types of peculiar individuals that the host has previously encountered and that are recorded in the system. It cannot detect unfamiliar types. 2. Different shapes on the map represent various types of peculiar entities, while different colors denote their respective levels. The Ophiuchus is represented by a circle, the vampire by a triangle, and the greed by a cross. For further details, please refer to the upper right corner. 3. To prevent the host from recklessly endangering themselves, the investigation function will only reveal entities whose levels do not exceed that of the host by more than one tier. Once activated, all levels will be represented as danger levels. The host's current level is 4. 2. Thus the entities detected will not surpass a level of 5. 2. Unless a high-level entity appears within 1,000 meters of the host. 4. Should the host utilize the investigation function to eliminate a peculiar entity, the system will automatically deduct 1/3 of the points from the eliminated entity. The introduction concludes. Another fee, Yunchuan remarked grimly upon hearing the system's words. All explanations are at the system's discretion, the system replied coolly. Yunchuan cursed quietly, shifting his gaze to the map. So many, he stammered in shock. The map was densely populated with symbols, nearly covering the entire panel, predominantly comprised of circular symbols representing the Ophiuchus, which accounted for almost 70%. System, what is happening? Yunchuan asked anxiously. Take a closer look. The majority of Ophiuchus symbols are white and green, so there is no need for excessive concern. Maintain your composure. The system replied calmly. White and green. Yunchuan expressed his confusion at the system's words. See for yourself, the system replied, uninterested in further explanation. Yunchuan glanced at the upper right corner, where a box displayed the color-coded levels and their meanings. Yellow, danger level 3 to 4. Blue, danger level 4 to 5. Silver, danger level 5 to 6. Purple, danger level 6 to 6. 5. Gray, danger level 6. 5 to 7. Red, danger level 7 to 7. 5. Black, danger level 7. 5 to 8. Special color. Currently exclusive to Ophiuchus. White, unawakened. Green, awakened but has not killed. Relieved, Yunchuan sighed, grateful that the majority were essentially unawakened Ophiuchus. What should we do about these white and green ones? Yunchuan inquired. The white one allows for the direct purchase of an Ophion gene separation device to extract the Ophion genes from within them. As for the green one, I am uncertain. It depends on your perspective, the system remarked indifferently. Upon hearing this, Yunchuan pondered for a moment, glanced at the map, and proceeded towards the nearest white Ophion. System. How many points is the Ophion gene separation device? Yun Chun inquired while soaring in the air. Precisely 300 points. Let us acquire one, my young friend. The system responded. Ah, fine. I suppose I'll take one. Yun Chun sighed, realizing his points were running low. All right. It has been placed in the system space. Please check, the system announced. Yun Chun retrieved the newly purchased Ophion gene separation device and examined it. It resembled a square, transparent bottle, standing 16 centimeters tall, with a length and width of 8 centimeters. The bottle featured two straw-like protrusions at the opening and a button on its body. How does one operate this? Yun Chun queried while gazing at the device. Simply aim the opening at a target within 10 meters of an unawakened individual possessing Ophion genes and press the button. The system replied. Let us give it a try then, Yun Chun stated as he descended, approaching an unawakened Ophion man while remaining invisible, aiming the bottle's opening at him before pressing the button on the device. At that moment, a white luminous powder, visible only to Yun Chun, emanated from the Ophion and was drawn into the gene separation device. After 5 or 6 seconds, the device ceased its absorption. The man staggered slightly, clutching his head and shaking it before continuing on his way, while the bottle now contained a swirl of white luminous powder inside. Successfully separated an Ophion. The system will automatically deduct 1/3 of the points. Congratulations, host, you have earned 10 points, the system announced. Only 10 points? Yun Chun was taken aback by the meager sum. Indeed, without engaging in battle to eliminate the Ophion, what more points could you expect? The system replied. And what are these specks of light? How should they be dealt with? Yun Chun inquired, puzzled by the glowing particles in the bottle. These are Ophion genes, capable of enhancing human physicality. However, they must first be transformed into a liquid form within the separation device and subsequently purified by the system before use. Otherwise, utilizing unrefined Ophion enhancement liquid may result in the user losing control and rationality. Purification is complementary, and using untransformed, undissolved Ophion genes will lead directly to becoming an Ophion. The system explained. What a remarkable item! Yun Chun exclaimed with delight as he gazed at the device. Be advised, the stronger the physical prowess desired, the more Ophion gene solution will be required. Given your current physical condition, do not expect any improvements without collecting at least 20, the system warned, dousing Yun Chun's excitement with cold reality. How does one quantify that? Yun Chun asked. Based on your physical attributes. The system displayed Yun Chun's personal panel. Host. Yun Chun age. 18 strength. 15. The limit for an average individual is 12. Speed. 18. The limit for an average individual is 12. Endurance. 21. The limit for an average individual is 12. Vitality. 51 abilities. Self-healing items. Initial Fui's modification set 1. Saiga set 1. Undead card usage device 1. Undead cards 3. Cat core coins 5. Insect core coins 6. Weight core coins 2. Ophinor gene separation device 1. Annoying dog flower card 1. Endless pure water 1. Earth Emperor Orga summoning card 1. Ori cavalry summoning card 1. Eggs sorrow card 1. Endless sunflower seeds packet 1. These were obtained from lotteries over the past half month. The rest are largely useless trinkets. After 5 attempts, Yun Chun was nearly driven to the brink of destruction and frustration. Chapter 41. The police arrive. Consider your strength, at the very least. You will require 20 units to achieve a slight enhancement, and for speed, 24 units. In other words, to elevate any physical attribute, you must add 1/3 to the existing count of that attribute, the system elucidated. Is it truly so many? Yun Chun was taken aback. Of course. The more formidable you become, the more arduous the enhancement. Is this not common knowledge? The system replied with an air of certainty. This is vexing, Yun Chun lamented. Never mind, I should first address these dormant awakenings. With that, he grasped the device and continued on his path. After an hour and a half of running about, Yun Chun had managed to absorb only 10 units, amounting to a mere 100 points. By this time, it was noon, and feeling famished, he decided to resume his efforts in the afternoon. He then summoned his wings of heaven and soared back toward the shop. Upon returning, he found the establishment bustling with patrons, likely due to the lunchtime rush. There are quite a few people here. Allow me to assist you. Yun-chun announced as he entered the kitchen, addressing Jones and the other colleague. You've returned. Why not? Brother Yun, go have your meal first, and we shall manage here. Jones suggested. No need. I can wait a while longer, Yun-chun replied with a smile. Thus, the trio busied themselves until they finally concluded their tasks around 1:30 in the afternoon. Phew, today is particularly crowded, Yun-chun remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Indeed. It seems the new milk tea shop next door has drawn quite a crowd. The flavor is delightful, and they coincidentally arrived just in time for lunch. Jones explained with a grin. By the way, when you left this morning, the owner of the milk tea shop stopped by, bringing some drinks. I placed them upstairs. Hank and I tried them, and they were quite good. You should go have a taste, Jones added unexpectedly. Oh, I must certainly try it, Yun-chun responded, removing his apron and heading upstairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, Yun-chun slipped off his shoes, intending to fetch the milk tea from the living room. Just then, he spotted Graham lounging on the sofa, both hands clutching strawberries, his head resting on the table, and his mouth occupied with 2 straws, one inserted into a cup of milk tea, enjoying his snack contentedly. Graham tossed a strawberry into his mouth while reaching for the last cup of milk tea. Without uttering a word, Yun-chun, with a stern expression, picked up a slipper from the floor and approached Graham. As Graham savored his treat and contemplated acquiring another cup of milk tea, he suddenly sensed a shadow looming over him. He lifted his head to find Yun-chun glaring at him, holding the slipper. Is it delicious? Yun-chun inquired, a frown forming on his brow. Before Graham could respond, he sprang up and dashed toward his room. However, Yun-chun would not grant him an escape. He swiftly lunged forward, swinging the slipper toward Graham's backside. The sharp crack echoed, bringing a sense of delight to Yun-chun's heart. Ah, Graham yelped, clutching his rear as he collapsed onto the sofa. Yun-chun seized him and placed him across his lap. With a series of playful smacks, Yun-chun struck Graham several times, though not with excessive force, merely reddening his backside. This time, without Jones to shield him. Who could save you now? Yun-chun said coldly. In the past, every time he sought to discipline Graham, Jones had intervened, thwarting his efforts. This time, he was determined to teach him a thorough lesson. Help! Help! Sister Jones! Graham cried out in desperation. However, the only response he received was the sound of Yun-chun slapping his own backside. Humph! Let us see if you dare to provoke me again. Yun-chun paused to say, pushing Graham aside and taking a seat nearby, leaving Graham sprawled on the sofa, lost in quiet contemplation of his existence. Yun-chun picked up the untouched milk tea that had evaded Graham's grasp and took a sip. Delicious, indeed. No wonder the business thrives, he remarked, finishing the entire cup. With contentment, Yun-chun stretched and licked his lips. It seemed he could occasionally visit the milk tea shop next door. This was his first encounter with such delightful tea. At that moment, Jones returned with food in hand. Graham, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I was swamped downstairs, she said, placing the dishes on the table. Brother Yun, it's time to eat. Jones smiled at Yun-chun. Hey, Graham, what's the matter? She inquired, noticing him motionless on the sofa. Perhaps he is just tired from playing. Yun-chun replied without lifting his head, unwilling to disclose that he had been the cause of Graham's current state. Upon hearing Yun-chun's words, Graham lifted his head, casting a mournful gaze at him. Brother Yun, you didn't actually hit Graham, did you? Jones asked, frowning at Graham's expression. How could that be? Am I that sort of person? What do you think, Graham? Yun-chun threateningly looked at Graham. Humph. Graham turned away, presenting his back to Yun-chun. All right then. Let us eat quickly, Graham. There's your favorite chicken leg here. I'll head downstairs first, Jones tempted before departing. As Jones left, Graham said nothing, gingerly rising from the sofa while clutching his backside, limping toward his room. If you're not going to eat, I shall devour it all, Yun-chun teased, lifting the chicken leg while watching Graham retreat. Humph. Graham turned his head to glare at Yun-chun, letting out a cold huff before continuing to his room. Noticing Graham's indifference, Yun-chun decided to cease his teasing and continued with his meal, planning to resolve the matters concerning the dormant Ophinos afterward. You scoundrel, winky face. I will make you pay, Graham muttered, pulling out Jones's phone. Although Jones was usually too busy to play with it, Graham often used it. He dialed the emergency number and held the phone to his ear, awaiting a response. Hello, How may I assist you? A policewoman answered on the other end. Oh, I need to report a crime. Someone is abusing a child, mistreating me, an 11-year-old boy. Graham sobbed into the phone, overwhelmed by his emotions. What? Where are you now? We will come right away. The police officer, upon hearing this, was enraged by the revelation of child abuse. I am here. Please hurry, Graham cried, divulging the address of the store. We will be there shortly. The officer concluded the call and proceeded with her team towards Yun Chuan's establishment. Let us see how you handle this, Graham muttered. At that moment, Yun Chuan remained blissfully unaware of the trap set by Graham, engrossed in his meal. After a while, Yun Chuan finished his food, wiped his mouth, stretched, and prepared to step out for more of the Orpheus Inoki essence. Just then, Jones approached, flanked by 2 police officers. Jones, what is happening? Yun Chuan inquired, glancing at the officers behind Jones. Who is Yun Chuan? One of the officers asked. I am. Is there something wrong? Yun Chuan replied, puzzled by the officers calling his name. You are reported for child abuse. Please accompany us, the officer said with a disdainful expression. What? Child abuse? I haven't done anything, Yun Chuan protested, feeling unjustly accused, as he had hardly encountered any children. Indeed, our manager is not that kind of person. You must be mistaken, Jones interjected in Yun Chuan's defense. Please come with us. If you're innocent, we will clear your name, the officer stated coldly. Fine. Yun Chuan reluctantly agreed, compelled by her words. Who called the police? The officer then asked. She's in the room. I'll fetch her, Jones hurriedly replied. Officer, could it be that little rascal who reported this? I am innocent. Yun Chuan suddenly realized, addressing the officer. Any matters can be discussed at the station. The officer dismissed his words. Just then, Graham emerged, glancing between the officer and Yun Chuan, secretly reveling in the situation, though soon enough, his own troubles would come to light. Child, is this the person who abused you? The officer inquired as Graham approached with Jones. Yes, that's the one. Graham pointed at Yun Chuan, feigning distress. Graham, Yun Chuan shouted angrily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I'm scared. Officer, Graham clung to the officer's leg, trembling. Be quiet. Everything will be discussed at the station. Take him away, the officer ordered, observing Graham's feigned fear and Yun Chuan's ire, concluding that the situation was more than it appeared. I will walk myself. Yun Chuan glared at Graham and declared. Graham, intimidated by the glare, clung tighter to the officer's leg. Disgraceful, the officer muttered under her breath, casting another glare at Graham. The officer's words fueled Yun Chuan's anger further. Brother Yun, Jones called out worriedly as he watched Yun Chuan and Graham being taken away by the police. Rest assured, everything is fine. It is merely a misunderstanding. Yun Chuan reassured Jones with a smile, offering her a comforting glance. Whether it is indeed a misunderstanding, we shall ascertain, the police officer interjected. Having said that, she escorted Yun Chuan and Graham downstairs and into the police vehicle. What happened to the manager and Graham? Hank inquired of Jones. Upon witnessing Yun Chuan and Graham being taken away by the police, I am uncertain. I can only hope they are safe, Jones replied, her voice tinged with concern. Fear not, young one. We shall assist you, the police officer gently assured Graham in the car. Graham responded to the officer's words, his heart brimming with joy. Yun Chuan, however, remained silent, casting a fierce glare at Graham, who refrained from explaining, knowing the police would not believe him. Chapter 42. Kamen Rider Aixa in the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hawkeye returned with the box given by Yun Chuan, entering Nick Fury's office. Director, Hawkeye called out, placing the box upon the desk. I have brought it. Nick Fury replied, rising from his seat to approach the opposite side of the desk. He opened the box and examined its contents. Inside lay the Aixa belt, gauntlets, and an instruction manual, which Nick Fury picked up to peruse. This belt has a low restriction. Do you intend to utilize it? Nick Fury inquired, glancing at the manual before handing it to Hawkeye. I believe this belt would suit the rapid response team's Rumlow better than myself, Hawkeye replied. Is he currently in the facility? Nick Fury asked. Yes. I just saw him a moment ago, Hawkeye responded. Then summon him. Let him transform using this belt and test its various functionalities, Nick Fury instructed. Understood, Hawkeye affirmed. turning to leave. Upon arriving at the police station, several individuals exited the vehicle and made their way inside. Is that you, Mr. Yun? At that moment, Carlson approached, recognizing Yun Chun with a hint of confusion. The police officer led Yun Chun and Graham into the station, guiding them to the interrogation room. This child has just reported that you have mistreated him. Is there any truth to this claim? The officer inquired, holding some documentation. I merely, how have I mistreated you? Yun Chun stammered, casting an angry glare at Graham. Bang. What? Do you intend to coerce him into providing false testimony? The officer slammed the table, addressing the tense atmosphere. Young man, please explain how he mistreated you. Then, turning to Graham with a softer tone, she continued. What did he do? He hit me on the backside, very hard, and wouldn't he let me eat. He made me. Graham began to sob. All right, little one, it's okay. The officer, seeing Graham in tears, hurried to comfort him before turning her cold gaze back to Yun Chun. Do you have anything further to say? I only encouraged him to lose weight. Look how plump he is. He has been indulging excessively every day. If I do not impose a diet and encourage exercise. What do you think would happen, officer? I am truly wronged, Yun Chun lamented. Is that true? The officer, sensing a possible misunderstanding, turned her attention to Graham. Well, he did hit me, and it hurt quite a lot. Sister, you must stand up for me, Graham cried out. Upon hearing this, Graham realized he was in trouble. He hesitated for a moment before crying out, I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused. In response, the officer, exasperated, rested her forehead against her hand and addressed Yun Chun. It's all right. Can we leave now? Relieved, Yun Chun replied, Thank you. That's fine. The officer stood up and confirmed, Yes, all is well. Please, don't. Sister. He will kill me, Graham exclaimed in terror, clinging to the officer and weeping. This is a misunderstanding. You must not harm him upon our return, the officer said, furrowing her brow at Yun Chun. Of course, I am a law-abiding citizen, Yun Chun replied with a smile. All right, Graham, let us depart. Yun Chun approached Graham and forcibly pulled him away from the officer, smiling, though to Graham, that smile appeared devilish. Subsequently, Graham was led out of the interrogation room by Yun Chun. Ah, Mr. Carlson, you are here as well? Yun Chun called out upon spotting Carlson conversing with a police officer. Oh, Mr. Yun, I'm here to retrieve information. What brings you here? Carlson responded with a smile. At this moment, a man beside Carlson, who appeared to be the chief, was startled. What is going on? The chief inquired of the officer. It's nothing. Just a misunderstanding, Yun Chun quickly interjected. Oh, that's good to hear, the chief sighed in relief. Well then, Mr. Carlson, we shall take our leave. With a smile, Yun Chun added, I appreciate it, Mr. Carlson. Not a problem, let us go, Carlson replied, exchanging a few words with the chief before leading Yun Chun away. Just wait. And I will show you what true cruelty is, Yun Chun coldly remarked to Graham before they got into the vehicle. Graham trembled at these words. The three then entered the car together. System. Could you provide a copy of the locations of the unawakened Ophthanor and those who have awakened but have not committed murder to S-H-I-E-L-D, so they can assist in extracting the genes of the unawakened Ophthanor and dealing with those who have not yet taken a life? Yun Chun pondered, glancing at Carlson. Of course, the system replied. How many points would it require to copy all the information and locations of the unawakened Ophthanor? Yun Chun inquired. Simply copying it is free. Would you like to proceed? Surprisingly, the system, perhaps feeling a sense of obligation, did not charge him this time. Wow, it's free? When did you become so generous? System? Yun Chun exclaimed in astonishment. Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, then just go away. The system retorted, feeling unappreciated for its kindness. Splendid. Let us divide it into two portions. One for the unawakened and the other for the awakened, those who have not taken a life, Yun Chun hastily declared, anxious that the system might indeed retract its offer. Moments later, Carlson escorted Yun Chun and Graham to the entrance of the store before taking his leave. Brother Yun, are you both unharmed? Upon seeing Yun Chun and Graham return, Jones inquired with concern. All is well, merely a misunderstanding, Yun Chun replied with a smile. That is a relief, Jones exhaled, then turned her attention to Graham, remarking, Graham, how could you behave in such a manner? Sister Jones, I was wrong, Graham pleaded. clinging to Jones's leg, tears welling in his eyes, appearing quite pitiful. Sister Jones still has matters to attend to. Let us ascend, Graham, Yun Chuan gently suggested, grasping Graham's hand with a smile. No, no, Graham exclaimed in fear as Yun Chuan held him tightly. Regardless, we must proceed, Yun Chuan stated firmly, pulling Graham upstairs. Brother Yun, you mustn't be too harsh, Jones observed as she watched Yun Chuan drag Graham up the stairs, realizing Graham was trapped, but also comprehending Yun Chuan's ire. Fear not, Yun Chuan reassured her. Graham, where do you think you're going? Upon reaching the upper floor, Yun Chuan coldly addressed Graham, who was attempting to sneak away. I need to use the restroom urgently. Graham stammered, attempting to laugh it off as he tried to flee. Let us resolve our matters first. There will be time for that later, don't you agree, Graham? Yun Chuan retorted, pressing down on Graham's fingers. For the ensuing 5 minutes, no one but Yun Chuan was aware of the events unfolding with Graham, who, in the following days, found himself being fed by others even during meals. Reflect carefully. I shall step out for a moment, Yun Chuan remarked, observing Graham sprawled motionless on the sofa. He noticed a pair of slippers in his hand, turned, and exited. A few minutes later, Yun Chuan returned to the garden of the previous villa. Placing the box containing the 2 Orpheus gene separation devices and 2 devices tracking Orpheus's location into the flower bed. He then retrieved his phone and called Carlson. Hello, Mr. Knight. How may I assist you? Carlson, en route back to S.H.I.E.L.D., answered the call, recognizing Yun Chuan's voice and quickly finding a place to pull over. At the usual location, I have something for you, Yun Chuan stated before ending the call. Hello? Upon hearing this, Carlson tucked his phone away, swiftly turning the vehicle around and accelerating towards the location Yun Chuan had mentioned. After hanging up, Yun Chuan departed, continuing to absorb the Orpheus genes. At S.H.I.E.L.D., in Nick Fury's office, a robust man entered and asked, Director, did you summon me? This is a night system brought to us by Hawkeye from the Masked Rider. He recommends you as the user of this night system, Nick Fury explained. Upon hearing this, Rumlow appeared both surprised and exhilarated. Initially, when Nick Fury tested the Garen driver, he had sought out its user. But the fusion coefficient with Block A proved too low for effective utilization, which left him somewhat disappointed. However, with the advent of the new night system, his excitement was palpable. This is the instruction manual. Utilize it and subsequently evaluate the various data. I understand. Ramlow took the manual, perused it briefly, then picked up the belt from the box on the table and donned it. He then extended his right hand to grasp the gauntlets. After securing the gauntlets, Ramlow placed his left palm against the 2 silver holes on the left side of the gauntlet. Ready, an electronic voice announced. Transformation, Ramlow proclaimed. Inserting the gauntlets downward into the belt, the blocks seamlessly merging into a unified whole. Fiston. Subsequently, a red spherical object embedded in the front block of the belt illuminated, projecting a golden cross that gradually expanded, transforming into a golden armor that enveloped Ramlow. Once the armor encased him, Ramlow transformed into a form resembling Kamen Rider Ixa, adorned in predominantly black with a profusion of white armor and a golden cross emblazoned upon his visage. How does it feel? Nick Fury inquired, observing Ramlow's completed transformation. Impressive. Ramlow responded, admiring the armor that adorned him. Let us proceed to the test, Nick Fury urged. Certainly. Ramlow deactivated his transformation, returned the belt and gauntlets to the box, and, together with Nick Fury, exited the office, making their way toward the testing facility. As they journeyed, Nick Fury's phone emitted a series of beeps. Carlson. What is it? Nick Fury answered, inquiring. Understood. Bring him back, Nick Fury instructed before ending the call and stowing away his phone. Meanwhile, Carlson had arrived at the villa, alighted from his vehicle, and entered the premises. He circled around, eventually reaching the garden where he discovered a flower bed and, indeed, a box awaited him. Carlson approached, seized the box, departed from the location, and returned to his car, speeding toward S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Chapter 43. Garen's battle. Upon the return of Agent Carlson, Nick Fury departed from the testing site, leaving Rumble to continue evaluating the performance metrics of the armor. Fury arrived at his office, where Coulson had been awaiting him for some time. "Where are the items?" Fury inquired, closing the door behind him. "Right here," Coulson replied, opening a box on the desk. Inside lay two Ofino gene separation devices, each adorned with a button and a projection light on the side, one white, one green, alongside a manual and a letter from Yunchun to S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury picked up the manual and began to peruse its contents. Item: Ofino Exploration Device. White. Function: capable of detecting the locations of all individuals infected by Ofino who have yet to awaken. Instructions: upon pressing the button, a map will be projected from the output, with each point representing an infected individual. Next was an illustration of the white cube. Following that, details about the second Ofino exploration device were presented. Item: Ofino Exploration Device. Green. Function: capable of detecting the locations of all individuals infected by Ofino who have transformed into Ofino but have not yet committed murder. Instructions: upon pressing the button, a map will be projected from the output, with each point representing an infected individual. Next was an illustration of the green cube, followed by the instructions for the Ofino Gene Separation Device. Item: Ofino Gene Separation Device. Function: separates the genes of those infected but not yet awakened, allowing the infected individuals to revert to their human forms. Additionally, the device can dissolve the extracted Ofino genes into a serum that enhances human physiology. Instructions: within a 10-meter radius of an unawakened Ofino, direct the mouth of the Ofino Gene Separation Device towards the Ofino and press the button. Precautions: 1. The Ofino Gene Separation Device is effective only on unawakened Ofino. It has no effect on those who have awakened. 2. Ofino genes that have not been converted into serum cannot be utilized. Otherwise, the user will be transformed into an Ofino. 3. The Ofino genes, once dissolved into liquid, require further purification before use. Otherwise, employing unpurified serum will lead to loss of control for the user. 4. The enhancement effects of the Ofino gene serum depend on the user's physical constitution. Weaker physiques experience stronger effects, while stronger physiques encounter diminished effects. 5. Each Ofino gene separation device can separate genes from up to 200 Ofino. Upon reaching this threshold, the device will cease its extraction functionality. Following this, images of the Ofino gene separation device, unprocessed Ofino genes, the liquid form prior to purification, and the purified Ofino gene serum were illustrated. After reviewing the manual, Nick Fury handed it to Coulson and began to read the letter. "I am not the type of person to offer my efforts in silence. Only I possess the purification method for the orphan gene dissolution solution. Should you require purification, place the apparatus filled with the dissolution solution in that flower bed, and then contact me. I shall find the time to retrieve it and proceed with the purification. However, in return, I shall require 1/3 of the purified orphan gene potion as compensation. Should you doubt the precautions stated, or believe you possess the capability to purify without my assistance, you are free to disregard my offer. Lastly, those who have awakened but have not taken a life as orphans, while they have transformed, they were once human and have yet to relinquish their desire to remain human. I trust you know how to handle the situation, and I leave it in your capable hands." Upon finishing the content, Nick Fury said nothing, passing the letter to Coulson. He then picked up the white orphan detection device, examined it, and pressed the button on top. A map projected from the device, appearing before both Nick Fury and his companion. However, upon observing the number of orphans indicated, their pupils simultaneously constricted. Next, Nick Fury seized the green orphan detection device, pressed the button, and scrutinized it. "Tomorrow, dispatch personnel with these two orphan gene separation devices to extract the orphan genes from the unawakened infected individuals. Furthermore, I grant you the authority to form a small team dedicated to guiding those who have transformed into orphans yet retain their humanity, preventing them from acting out of fear in ways that could be irreparable." After a moment of contemplation, Nick Fury promptly addressed Coulson. "Understood," Coulson replied. "What of the two candidates for Garen's belt? When can they engage in combat?" Nick Fury inquired. "They are currently resting. They will be ready for battle tomorrow," Coulson responded. Meanwhile, having completed the test, Langlois, resting in his room, retrieved his mobile phone, and pulled a SIM card from a corner of the bed, inserting it into the device. Uncertain of whom he was messaging, he sent a text. Subsequently, Langlois removed the SIM card, entered the restroom, broke it into several pieces, and flushed it down the drain. At the same time, upon returning home, Yinchun noted the time was already 6:30. Over the course of these few hours, he had absorbed 40 orphans, and his points had nearly returned to 600. Furthermore, this area had been entirely cleared of orphans. Yinchun, controlling the wings of heaven, flew back to the store. Upon his return, Jones had already closed the shop and was upstairs, awaiting Yinchun while feeding the sprawled-out Graham on the sofa. You, of all things, why must you act this way? Now look what happened. You've been beaten by Brother Yin, Jones said, shaking his head in exasperation as he fed Graham. Humph, Graham replied, offering no further comment. All right, no more talk. Let us eat, Jones said to Graham, scooping a spoonful of rice for him. I'm back, Yun-chun announced as he ascended the stairs. Brother Yin, you're back. The meal is on the table. Please eat first, Jones stated without turning around. Hey, Jones, what are you up to? Yun-chun inquired, his view obstructed, unaware of Graham's presence. You see what you've done to Graham? Jones turned his head, furrowing his lovely brows at Yun-chun. That's what he deserves for acting that way, Yun-chun replied nonchalantly. I want to allow you to hit Graham again, Jones declared, gazing at Yun-chun with her beautiful eyes, protective like a mother cow. Humph, Graham, having overheard Yun-chun's remarks, took a bite of his meal and snorted. Snort again, and I'll make you regret it, Yun-chun warned, brandishing his bowl toward Graham. Graham was about to snort once more but caught himself, glaring at Yun-chun before resuming his meal. Come on, Jones turned her head back towards them. Fine, I won't hit him anymore, Yun-chun conceded reluctantly, and thus, the evening passed. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Yun-chun was awakened by a series of incessant chimes. Extracting an Ophian gene, earning 10 points. Extracting an Ophian gene, earning 10 points. What is going on, system? Yun-chun yawned, still groggy. The Ophian gene separation device you activated yesterday has successfully extracted Ophian genes, the system replied. Is S-H-I-E-L-D this efficient? Can you set the notifications to once an hour instead? Yun-chun asked. Of course, done, the system responded. Upon hearing this, Yun-chun lay back down to continue his slumber. When he awoke again, it was already 11:30, nearly noon. Is it already noon? Yun-chun thought, glancing at the time, before getting up to wash in the bathroom. After freshening up and sitting for a while, Jones brought him some food. Once he finished his meal, he stepped out to continue clearing the unawakened Ophians. Since the Ophians in this area had already been cleared out by Yun-chun, he took out the wings of paradise and headed to another region. Ding. Defeated undead, rewarded 300 points. Ding. Defeated undead, rewarded 300 points. What is happening? Yun-chun paused in surprise upon hearing the system's voice while extracting Ophian genes. This is the point reward gained from defeating undead sealed by that Garen belt. I didn't expect the belt's owner to be so formidable, taking down 2 level 3.5 undead on the first try without much effort, the system marveled. It seems S-H-I-E-L-D has found quite the capable individual. Yun-chun echoed the system's admiration, noting that he himself wasn't nearly as formidable on his first attempt. With that, Yun-chun resumed his focus on extracting Ophian genes, and by 3:30 in the afternoon, he had collected over 30, leaving fewer than 10 remaining in the area. On the other side, the individual praised by Yun-chun and the system held 2 cards in hand. One was a frog square 3 that enhanced strength, and the other was a rhino spade 4 that amplified the power of his advance. He exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his face, revealing the excitement that bubbled within him. Recently, in his quest to wield the Garen belt and engage in combat with the monstrous beings with agility and finesse, Glaze had undergone grueling, rigorous training. The pressure had been immense, yet the results were promising, proving worthy of the trust bestowed upon him by the director. Well done, exclaimed a member of S-H-I-E-L-D, who had been observing the battle through the recording equipment, cheering enthusiastically. These agents had been training Glaze and Cross, and were acutely aware of the formidable nature of these creatures. Thus, witnessing their comrade effortlessly vanquish the sealed undead filled them with elation. Even Coulson's smile was broader than usual, and Nick Fury's expression lacked its customary seriousness. "Bravo, Glaze. I didn't expect you to become this formidable after training," remarked a young man standing behind Glaze, gently patting his shoulder. "Well, these two were merely low-level undead. If they were any stronger, it might not have been so easy," Glaze replied with a smile. "Now, it's my turn, isn't it?" Cross said, raising an eyebrow. "Absolutely," Glaze responded, handing the belt to Cross with a grin. "Next, we should deal with that trio. They've taken so many innocent lives, and even our comrades. It is time they paid the price," Cross declared, his grip on the belt tightening with tension. "Be cautious. They are not to be underestimated," Glaze cautioned, placing a hand on Cross's shoulder as he observed his solemn demeanor. "Rest assured, I will exercise caution," Cross replied, regaining his composure upon hearing Glaze's words. Chapter 44. The Incredible Hulk. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. had been rendered incapable of battling the monstrous entities during this period, they had never ceased their pursuit of these creatures. The two undead agents, sealed away by Grace, had been under surveillance for quite some time, unbeknownst even to Yun-Chun. Furthermore, the trio mentioned by Cross consisted of the awakened Orpheus, former fugitives whose hands were stained with the blood of countless victims. In a subsequent escape attempt, they were gunned down by the police, awakening as Orpheus and becoming even more audacious. Prior to Yun-Chun's arrival in this realm, S.H.I.E.L.D. had attempted to apprehend them multiple times, only to have them slip away, resulting in the loss of numerous agents. Meanwhile, Yun-Chun was hastening towards the location of the last unawakened Orpheus. Suddenly, he heard a cacophony of screams, gunfire, and explosions emanating from a nearby school. Curiosity piqued. He furrowed his brow at the sight of dark smoke rising in the distance and rushed towards the commotion. Upon arrival, he witnessed a battalion of soldiers attacking a colossal green figure. Could this be the Hulk and his father-in-law, General Ross? Yun-Chun pondered, observing the immense power displayed by the Hulk in combat against the military. "This is truly formidable," he remarked, narrowing his eyes at the unfolding scene. Just then, a soldier foolishly positioned himself before the Hulk, taunting, "Is that all you've got?" In a fit of rage, the Hulk unleashed a kick that sent the soldier flying, who then crashed into a tree, collapsing lifelessly. Yun-Chun assumed the soldier was doomed, unaware that this man was abomination, had he truly perished. The subsequent events in Chinatown would have been averted. "Fall back. Seek cover," General Ross commanded through his radio, prompting the soldiers to retreat and find refuge. At that moment, a striking woman approached the Hulk with determination. Yun-Chun recognized her as Betty Ross, General Ross's daughter and the Hulk's beloved. Observing the situation unfold, Yun-Chun retrieved a handful of seeds he had won in a lottery and began to munch on them, content to watch from the sidelines. This was not his affair. It was a predicament of General Ross's own making, and he ought to resolve it himself, especially with the common folk having fled the scene, leaving only soldiers behind. As Betty reached the Hulk, General Ross, perhaps alarmed by his daughter's proximity to the Green Giant, shouted something into his radio. A combat helicopter swooped in, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon the Hulk. The bullets rained down like a relentless storm. Instinctively, the Hulk shielded Betty, and the bullets merely ricocheted off his form, leaving him unscathed. Witnessing this, General Ross erupted in a furious outcry, the words lost in the chaos. Enraged, the Hulk seized a metal plate and hurled it at the helicopter, striking it directly and sending it spiraling to the ground. The Hulk hurriedly shielded Betty, and as the flames dissipated, he lifted the unconscious Betty, intending to depart. Suddenly, Yun-Chun froze, his sunflower seeds tumbling to the ground. For the direction in which the Hulk was fleeing was precisely where he stood, concealed from view. "Oh no!" Yun-Chun exclaimed, attempting to evade, but it was too late. With a resounding crash, he was hurled aside, while the Hulk, due to his massive size, merely paused momentarily, remaining stationary. However, propelled by inertia, Betty was flung from his grasp towards Yun-Chun's direction. Having been struck, Yun-Chun emerged from his cloaked state, crashing to the ground. As he scrambled to his feet, he noticed someone soaring towards him. Without a second thought, he instinctively extended his hands to catch Betty. "This is bad," he murmured, gazing at the person in his arms. Indeed, upon witnessing Betty in Yun Chun's grasp, the Hulk let out a furious roar, yet refrained from taking action, fearful that Yun Chun might harm her. Meanwhile, General Ross and his soldiers, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Saiga, assumed a defensive posture. "Kamen Rider?" General Ross remarked, his demeanor stern as he regarded Yun Chun transformed into Saiga, recalling how he had previously caused his subordinate to suffer humiliation. With all eyes upon him, Yun Chun gently placed Betty on the ground, raised his hands, and began to retreat slowly. The Hulk, observing that Yun Chun had released Betty, growled menacingly, akin to a cat guarding its prey, inching closer to her. General Ross, reluctant to order his men to fire for fear of injuring his daughter, could only watch as the Hulk approached Betty. Gradually, the Hulk crouched down and tenderly lifted Betty, gazing at her with gentle affection. He then turned his attention to Yun Chun, who stood with his hands raised, and to General Ross and the others behind him, before bounding away. "Capture him!" General Ross commanded his soldiers, pointing at Yun Chun after the Hulk had departed. The general speculated that with Yun Chun's multitude of belts, they might be able to mass-produce them, perhaps even more easily than capturing the Hulk. Upon hearing the general's orders, the soldiers aimed their weapons at Yun Chun, inching closer. "Damn it!" Yun Chun cursed under his breath, quickly leaping into his cloaked state. "Fire!" General Ross bellowed upon seeing Yun Chun vanish. The soldiers unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the spot where Yun Chun had disappeared. "Those bastards!" Yun Chun seethed as he was forced out of his cloaked state, his anger boiling over. The cloaking ability was advantageous, except when it came to evading attacks or retaliating. "Capture him!" Upon seeing Yun Chun reappear, General Ross let out a sigh of relief and continued instructing his soldiers. Realizing it was time to flee, Yun Chun dashed towards a direction, entering the thicket beside the school, intending to cloak himself within before making his escape. "Do not let him enter the woods. Blow those trees apart." It seemed General Ross had discerned Yun Chun's intentions, barking orders at the armored vehicles. "In that case, don't blame me," Yun Chun thought, bracing himself for what was to come. Yun Chun was truly enraged, halting in place as he retrieved the sorrow of the egg card from the system space, aiming it at General Ross. "General Ross!" Yun Chun exclaimed, and the card in his hand emanated a glow visible only to him, shooting towards General Ross, penetrating his body. The card then dimmed, displaying a countdown of 1 hour. Suddenly, General Ross seemed to hear something, his face flushing crimson as he clutched his groin and collapsed to the ground, emitting sounds of anguish. The soldiers, witnessing their commander kneeling in pain, dared not make a move without his command, freezing in place. Seizing the distraction, Yun Chun swiftly dashed into the jungle, activating his invisibility and choosing a new direction to depart. Once the target had vacated the area, the soldiers reluctantly approached General Ross, awaiting further orders. One of the team leaders cautiously approached him. "General?" The leader softly called, reaching out to touch Ross. In excruciating pain, General Ross was unable to respond, his face still flushed and immobile. "Medic! Quickly summon a medic!" The team leader shouted, alarmed at Ross's condition. Meanwhile, Yun Chun had already left, heading towards the last unawakened Ophion. Deservedly so, Yun Chun thought, a sense of satisfaction washing over him as he witnessed General Ross's suffering, causing him to smile. "Oh, you are quite ruthless. Though this affliction brings only pain without real harm, I suspect he will carry a psychological scar from this experience. I wonder if he will ever regain his fortitude," the system remarked gleefully. "Who told him to seek trouble?" Yun Chun felt no sympathy for him. By the time Yun Chun absorbed the last Ophion, dusk had settled. He stowed away the Ophion gene separation device and donned the wings of paradise, preparing to return to his shop for a meal. "Isn't that the Garen belt I provided to S.H.I.D.L.D.? Could that individual be the rightful bearer of the belt?" As Yun Chun soared back through the air, he spotted Cross engaged in battle with an Ophion below, prompting him to land on a nearby rooftop to observe. "Looks impressive, far stronger than when I first encountered him," Yun Chun noted, watching the skirmish below. Cross, wielding a waking gun, fired at a wild dog Ophion, knocking it to the ground. He then deftly kicked away another wild boar Ophion that attempted a sneak attack, while a fierce-looking black man lay motionless on the ground. Cross retrieved the enhanced wrist-strengthening cube that Grace had just acquired, swiping it across the waking gun, causing its numerical value to drop from 5,500 to 4,900. He sheathed the gun and prepared to deliver a punch to the wild boar Ophion, but unbeknownst to him, the wild dog Ophion had already risen, stealthily approaching Cross. "Be careful," Grace, watching from a nearby building, shouted as the wild dog Ophion raised its fist, ready to strike. As Yun Shun could no longer bear to watch, he gripped the handle of the wings of heaven and fired several shots, striking the Ophion behind Cross. "Who is that?" Grace inquired, perplexed, as she observed someone assisting Cross. With Yun Shun's support, Cross was free from any distractions and delivered a powerful punch towards the wild boar. With a resounding thud, Cross sent the boar flying. However, its tough hide and robust flesh meant it would not succumb to a single blow, though it was certainly severely weakened. Noticing this, Yun Shun realized victory was assured. He retrieved the previously acquired zebra cube of duplication and tossed it towards Cross before vanishing back into invisibility. Cross sensed that someone had come to his aid, though he remained unaware of their identity. At that moment, a card soared through the air, which Cross caught with a swift motion. He was somewhat taken aback. Yet he understood that this was not the time for astonishment. He activated the newly acquired card on his awakening gun, causing the displayed number to shift to 3,500. Simultaneously, Cross duplicated himself, launching attacks towards the two Ophions. In no time, he had reverted both back to their humanoid forms, thereby assisting Yun Shun in earning a commendable score of 810 points. Chapter 45. Shuri, who was it that helped me just now? Cross, having reverted from his transformation, inquired of Grace as she approached. "It seems to be Kamen Rider," Grace exclaimed with excitement. "Is that true?" "Thankfully, he was here. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to defeat those three rascals," Cross replied, gazing at the three individuals lying on the ground with exhilaration. At that moment, members of S.H.I.E.L.D. also arrived. In truth, these individuals had been following Cross and Grace all along, but due to the impending battle, Cross had instructed them to maintain their distance for fear of collateral damage. Now that the skirmish had concluded, they came to secure the area, binding the three captives with special iron chains and loading them onto a vehicle. Just then, a car approached, halting before the two, and the door swung open. "Thank you for your hard work. It's quite late. You should head back and rest," Coulson remarked with his customary smile directed at the pair. "Certainly. Thank you for coming to fetch us," Cross replied with a smile as he entered the vehicle. Meanwhile, Yun Shun had returned to the shop, surprisingly finding it still open. "I'm back," Yun Shun announced as he stepped inside. "Welcome back. Dinner is ready," Jones said, carrying a platter toward a table where a gentle-looking middle-aged man sat. Upon seeing Yun Shun, the man smiled and said, "Thank you for returning." "You're welcome, and I must thank you for the milk tea as well." Jones responded with a wave of his hand and a grin. "Who is this?" Yun Shun asked, looking curiously at the man seated at the table. "Oh, hello. I'm the owner of the milk tea shop next door. My name is Shuri. You must be the proprietor of this establishment. I look forward to collaborating," the owner of the milk tea shop said, rising and extending his hand before Jones could respond. "Hello. I am indeed the owner here. My name is Yun Shun, and I too look forward to working together," Yun Shun replied, shaking his hand with a smile. "Brother Yun, the food is here," Jones said as he returned with the dishes, placing them on the table. "Thank you for your trouble," Yun Shun said, sitting down to dine alongside Shuri. "By the way, this is the milk tea that the shop owner brought over," Jones added as he approached with the milk tea. "All right, don't worry about it. Let us eat first," Yun Shun suggested to the busy Jones. "No problem. I'll head upstairs to feed Graham first. You all enjoy your meal," Jones said cheerfully before making his way upstairs. "Mr. Yun, is this your girlfriend? She is lovely and so virtuous. You should cherish her," Shuri remarked with a smile as he watched Jones leave. No, not yet. She is merely my employee," Yun Shun quickly clarified. "Oh, I see. I misunderstood," Shuri replied. "No worries," Yun Shun said before resuming his meal. After a brief interval, both had finished their dinner, and Yunchun lifted the milk tea beside him to take a sip. "Mr. Shi, your milk tea is absolutely delightful. How do you prepare it?" Yunchun inquired after savoring the drink. "This is classified information. I apologize, but if you fancy it, you are welcome to come for a drink, and I shall offer you a 10% discount." Shi replied with a smile. "All right." Yunchun responded with a smile as well. "I shall take my leave now. Thank you for your hospitality. The meal was delightful." Shi wiped his mouth and stood up to say, "Aren't you going to sit for a while?" Yunchun urged him to stay. "No, there are matters to attend to at the shop, so I must leave," Shi replied. "You are always welcome to visit again." Yunchun waved his hand as he spoke. "Certainly," Shi said, opening the door to return home. After watching Shi depart, Yunchun proceeded to wash the dishes in the sink. "Hey, brother Yun, did the milk tea shop owner leave?" Jones, having finished feeding Graham, came down with the dishes and asked. "Yes, he mentioned he had some tasks at the shop and then left," Yunchun replied, not turning his head as he washed the dishes. "Brother Yun, you've worked hard all day. You should rest now. I can handle this," Jones said as she entered the kitchen and saw Yunchun washing the dishes. "What weariness. I hardly did anything today, merely watched a couple of plays. You, on the other hand, should hurry and have your meal. I can manage," Yunchun insisted as he took the dishes from Jones's hands and ushered her out of the kitchen. "Very well, I appreciate it, brother Yun," Jones replied. With that, she went off to eat. At SHIELD. "Thank you for your efforts today. How do you find battling the monsters?" Upon returning to SHIELD, the trio arrived at the director's office, where Nick Fury inquired. "It was manageable. The monsters we encountered this time weren't particularly formidable," Grace responded. "I apologize for my carelessness today. If it weren't for someone else's assistance, it could have been much more difficult," Cross said regretfully. "Oh, what happened?" Nick Fury asked, noticing Cross's demeanor. "I was overly eager for victory and overlooked another Ophion lurking behind. Had it not been for someone intervening, they might have escaped," Cross explained. "Do you know who helped you?" Nick Fury asked, puzzled. "It seemed to be a masked rider. He merely fired a shot to repel one Ophion and handed me a square-themed card," Cross said, producing a square 9 card and placing it on the table. "All right. You may return to rest. It has been a long day," Nick Fury said, glancing at the card before returning it to Cross and addressing the two of them. "Understood," they replied, turning to leave. In Tony's villa, Tony emerged from the restroom, clutching his stomach, his face pale. "Ethan, when can the surgery commence?" Tony asked as he entered the living room and sat on the sofa, addressing Ethan, who was eating. "That depends on when you can refrain from using the iron armor for a week," Ethan replied. "Refraining from the iron armor for a week is impossible, let alone a lifetime. I rely on it for my pretentious displays," Tony remarked. "Winky face, then prove your ability by developing the new element you desire." Ethan sighed helplessly and declared, "I will develop it. I certainly will. I can't take it anymore. I need to make another trip," Tony said, clutching his stomach and hastily making his way to the restroom. Watching Tony, Ethan suddenly found the lobster in his hands unappetizing and reluctantly set it down. At the same time, he felt a pang of sympathy, lamenting that such a remarkable genetic serum was being wasted on Tony. Thus, the night passed in tranquility. The following day, Yunchun awoke early, had breakfast, and ventured out. This time, he intended not to continue extracting the Orpheus genes, but to directly eliminate those who had awakened, hiding away, and lost the hearts of the people. "The business next door is still thriving," Yunchun remarked with a hint of admiration, before turning to leave. In that secluded corner, he donned his Bluetooth headset and called forth the transformation belt. With a resounding declaration of his transformation command, a beam of light emanated from his waist as the belt materialized, his phone already secured within it. Streams of blue photon-like veins extended from the belt, enveloping Yunchun entirely. Another flash of light signified his transformation into Kamen Rider Saiga. Yunchun equipped the wings of paradise and activated his invisibility, soaring towards a base established by a group of Orpheus who had lost their humanity. Soon, he arrived at an abandoned factory in a slum, landing softly while maintaining his cloaked state. "Is this the place?" Yunchun pondered, observing the multitude of yellow dots and 2 blue ones on the panel. noting at least 20 yellow markers. How should I proceed? He mused as he entered the dilapidated factory. It was not particularly spacious, comprising 3 floors filled with metal scraps. On the first floor, 4 individuals were seated at a table playing cards, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. In a nearby corner, several police officers, battered and unconscious, were tied up. Disturbingly, there were also multiple dismembered bodies, identifiable as police officers from their uniforms, with 2 individuals busily disposing of the remains. A bunch of useless fools thinking they can meddle in our white Orpheus affairs. They don't even realize their own insignificance, remarked a burly African-American as he played a card. Enough of this. Let's just bury the rest alive. It's getting tiresome to watch, he said dismissively, as if observing mere insects. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Yun Chun grasped his cane and marched over, intent on striking the man. Host, remain calm, stay composed. If you charge in and kill him directly, you will expose yourself. It will be even more challenging to defeat them later, and it would be too easy for them. Let us take them down one by one. The system urgently advised upon sensing Yun Chun's impulsiveness. Acknowledging the system's counsel, Yun Chun realized it was not the moment for rash actions. He tightened his grip on the cane, his veins bulging, but gradually relaxed his hold and retreated. Are there surveillance cameras nearby? Where are the blind spots? Yun Chun inquired of the system. The corner to the left is a blind spot. The system responded. Yun Chun approached and commanded into his Bluetooth headset, "Phase, transform." A radiant light enveloped Yun Chun as he reverted from his transformation, only to be followed by another flash, which manifested a different belt around his waist. From this belt, an abundance of blue photon veins extended across his body, surpassing the Saiga transformation. The blue luminescence ignited, and Yun Chun transformed into Phase, returning to an invisible state in less than 2 seconds. He drew his sword, poised to await the emergence of those responsible for disposing of the corpses. In less than a minute, 3 individuals emerged, dragging several bags towards a truck. One by one, they tossed the bags inside before proceeding to the door, ready to board. In his cloaked state, Yun Chun advanced, swiftly plunging his sword into the first assailant, dragging the lifeless body and hurling it into the vehicle while he prepared for the next. The second assailant met a similar fate, silenced and discarded into the truck. However, the third encountered an unforeseen complication. As he neared the door, sensing something amiss, he hesitated and began to retreat, alarmed at the prospect of being detected. Yun Chun circled around to approach him from behind, but in his haste, he inadvertently collided with the vehicle, producing a sound. Chapter 46, The Dian Gunhu? The last man shouted, now certain that something was amiss. He turned to flee towards the abandoned factory. However, Yun Chun had already reached behind him, preventing his escape with a swift thrust of his sword. The man realized his fate was sealed and opened his mouth to scream. Yun Chun quickly covered his mouth, but the sound still escaped. What is happening outside? One of the crowd inquired. I don't know. Let us go check, replied another, and together they stepped outside. Seizing the moment, Yun Chun supported the last man towards the vehicle, opened the door, and unceremoniously shoved him inside, following suit and deliberately slamming the door shut. Though Yun Chun had never driven a car, he had observed others do so. He recalled the steps from memory and started the engine, steering the vehicle in a chosen direction. The individuals who had emerged, hearing the engine roar to life, assumed they had misheard and returned indoors. Relieved that he had narrowly avoided exposure, Yun Chun continued to drive until he reached a secluded spot within the abandoned factory. He then alighted from the car, contemplated briefly, and took out his phone to call Carlson. Mr. Knight, what can I do for you? Carlson answered upon recognizing Yun Chun's voice. I just wanted to inform you that I have discovered a group of Ophinos at the abandoned factory in Zone L. I intend to eliminate them, and there are injured individuals here. Please bring a few doctors, Yun Chun stated before ending the call. Upon hearing this, Carlson pocketed his phone and promptly relayed the information to Nick Fury. He then gathered his team and set out, also contacting Cross and Grace to join him. After hanging up, Yun Chun put away his phone and proceeded to the designated location. System, how many points do I currently possess? Yun Chun inquired, eager to purchase something. Certainly, you have 3,560 points. What would you like to acquire, esteemed guest? The system replied. What is the point cost for the DN transformation gun? Yin Chun asked. May I inquire if you desire the original DN transformation pistol or the new Neo DN transformation pistol? The system responded. Do you think I can afford the new Neo DN? Yin Chun asked darkly. Oh, my apologies. I forgot you are rather financially challenged. The system retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Yin Chun's forehead twitched in irritation. Very well. The initial price is 2,500 points, but I can offer you a discount at 2,450 points. If you add an additional 450 points, the system will graciously provide you with a random Kamen Rider card as a bonus. What do you think, esteemed guest? The system's tone dripped with the essence of a shrewd merchant. Fine, add the 450 points. I'll buy it, Yin Chun sighed, listening to the system's sales pitch. Confident that he would soon come into wealth and would not be concerned about this minor expenditure. Congratulations, esteemed guest, on acquiring the DN transformation pistol and a Kamen Rider Uja card. We eagerly await your next visit, the system enthusiastically responded. Yin Chun produced the DN transformation pistol, a uniquely designed blue firearm with a black grip and two small silver barrels, complemented by a card slot on the left side of the barrel. He then retrieved the Uja, Orga, and Leo soldier cards. In a swift motion, he inserted the Uja card into the side slot of the DN pistol and pulled the trigger, extending the weapon. Kamen Rider Uja. The card's position projected a cobra emblem before vanishing. Yin Chun retracted the pistol and repeated the process with the Orga card, pulling the pistol once more. Kamen Rider Orga. Again. The card's position projected and symbol before dissipating. He then took out the Leo soldier card and performed the same actions, subsequently aiming the weapon at the crowd below and pulling the trigger. Several figures, adorned in red, green, and blue, darted swiftly before coalescing into 5 Kamen Riders, a purple cobra-themed Kamen Rider Uja, a black Kamen Rider Orga, and 3 tan-hued Leo soldiers. Who are you? A burly black man bellowed as he sprang to his feet. Yin Chun concealed the D-end pistol, opting to observe from a higher vantage point, prepared to shoot at any fleeing opponents. Kamen Riders? How could there be 5? A portly man beside him remarked, furrowing his brow. Never mind their numbers. Just eliminate them. The black man commanded his subordinates, reverting to his Ofino form. Are they all white? Yin Chun pondered, recalling that after being discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D., the gray figures had truly faded into the shadows, leaving only the whites to wreak havoc. At that moment, Uja charged forward, wielding his snake-fanged sword, and swiftly dispatched 3 Ofinos. Uja was the most cold-blooded, ruthless, and relentless among all Kamen Riders, a natural-born warrior. Orga also engaged, brandishing the Earth Emperor's sword as he approached the Ofinos with regal grace, his combat prowess rivaling that of Uja. Meanwhile, the Leo soldiers fared decently, losing only 2 members to the blue-level Lion Ofino and another blue-level Rhino Ofino, leaving one last soldier paralyzed by disbelief. Within 2 seconds, he followed suit, dissolving into various colored silhouettes before vanishing. Observing the fierce clash between the 3 cavalrymen, Yin Chun helplessly covered his eyes, utterly unable to bear the sight. Fortunately, Wang Shi and Orga managed to eliminate 5 yellow-tier Ophion within mere minutes, earning Yin Chun a commendable 1350 points, gradually transforming his anger into exhilaration. Pathetic. 20 cannot even best 2, the lion exclaimed in fury. Allow me to take over. With that, he retrieved a belt akin to those of Fui's and Saiga from behind and donned it. What? Yin Chun gasped in astonishment. How does an Ophion possess a belt? Where did it come from? The lion brandished his phone, scrolling through it before pressing 913 sanding B. The Ophion covered the phone and inserted it into the belt. Complete. With a flash, yellow photon veins extended from the belt, enveloping the Ophion entirely. In a brilliant display, the Ophion transformed into a Kamen Rider Kaiksa, characterized by a black base, purple eyes, and adorned with striking yellow stripes. The origin of this belt is intriguing. This particular Ophion was the strongest subordinate of Sorang. Yet at the moment Sorang attempted to seize Yin Chun's Fui's belt, this minion was occupied elsewhere. Consequently, Sorang was compelled to seek assistance from other lackeys. Upon the Ophion's return, Sorang had already been defeated by several Clover members and brought before the Gorge village. Simultaneously, the village commenced purging Sarang's remnants. Receiving advance notice, this Ophion ventured to Sarang's hideout, appropriating the Kaiksa belt and rescuing Sarang's remaining subordinates, taking refuge in this location. This is troublesome, Yun Chun noted, realizing that upon transformation, the danger level escalated from 1 to 4, 3, surpassing his own by a margin of 0.1. Let me witness your combat prowess, the lion proclaimed. Seizing the Kaiksa's cross-sword and rhinoceros, charging towards Wang Shi and Orga. The surrounding Ophions looked on, their excitement palpable as they cheered for their leader's participation, confident of victory. As Kaiksa and the rhinoceros emerged, the attention of the two Kamen riders was drawn to them, engaging in combat with fervor. Wang Shi blocked Kaiksa's sword strike with his own, retaliating with a kick that forced Kaiksa to retreat. Switching to gun mode, Kaiksa fired several shots, striking Wang Shi and causing him to stagger back before reverting to sword mode, launching another assault. Meanwhile, Orga clashed with the rhinoceros, aiming to deliver a decisive blow. However, the rhinoceros struck first, landing a punch on Orga's hand, sending his sword flying. The rhinoceros followed up with another punch towards Orga's chest, which Orga deflected with his arm, countering with a kick that pushed the rhinoceros back several steps. Advancing relentlessly, Orga unleashed a barrage of punches on the rhinoceros, sending him sprawling. Regaining the sword he had dropped, the rhinoceros rose, brandishing his staff and preparing to strike Orga. Orga intercepted the attack with a swift swing of his sword, momentarily debilitating his opponent wielding a staff. With a deft pull, he struck the rhinoceros, igniting a spark that forced it to retreat several steps. Orga pressed forward relentlessly, momentarily gaining the upper hand in the battle. Yet was it truly so? Despite the rhinoceros appearing disheveled, it bore no significant wounds. Meanwhile, the king snake found itself slightly at a disadvantage, continuously parrying Kaiksa's onslaught. Enraged, the king snake, though summoned by Yun Chun, possessed the temperament and combat memories of Akasaka Tsuyoshi. However, this summoned king snake's combat prowess paled in comparison to that of Akasaka Tsuyoshi, possessing only a danger level of 4.0. Only when Yun Chun's combat strength was augmented could the summoned knight grow stronger, potentially surpassing the original knight. The king snake ceased to defend, allowing Kaiksa's sword to strike him while simultaneously thrusting a blade toward Kaiksa. With a resounding clash, both warriors were met with sparks and staggered back a few paces. Enduring the pain, the king snake seized the serpent Fong sword and struck at Kaiksa. The impact sent sparks flying, propelling Kaiksa backward to the ground. In a fit of fury, the king snake rushed forward and delivered a kick to Kaiksa. Kaiksa, with a swift motion, grasped the king snake, spun, and hurled him away before quickly regaining his footing. He retrieved a crystal card from his mobile device, inserting it into his cross-shaped sword. Ready, he declared, flipping open the device and pressing the enter key. Exceed charge. Closing the device, a brilliant yellow energy surged from it, coursing through the yellow stripes on Kaiksa's sword, radiating a fierce glow. The king snake, too, hastily rose, producing a staff resembling a cobra. He extracted a card adorned with a cobra symbol from his belt's card holder and inserted it into the staff's head. Final vent. A fearsome purple cobra materialized, slithering rapidly toward the king snake. The king snake charged at Kaiksa, the cobra following closely behind, while Kaiksa brandished his sword. Meanwhile, let us return to Orga's confrontation. The rhinoceros quickly regained its footing, brandishing the staff toward Orga, who charged forward with his sword drawn. Chapter 47. The terrifying Orpheus, a resounding clash of metal reverberated from the location where the weapons of the two combatants had been disengaged, propelling Orga across the battlefield. After all, the rhinoceros was a formidable tank like Orpheus, characterized by its high attack and substantial health. Rising to his feet, Orga removed the crystal card from his mobile device and inserted it into the Earth Emperor's sword. Ready, he flipped open the phone and pressed the enter key. Exceed charge. Closing the device, a brilliant golden light streamed from the phone, coursing along the gilded patterns on his body into the sword he wielded. The exterior of the Earth Emperor's sword emanated an intense energy glow, causing it to swell in size. The Orpheus sensed a dangerous aura emanating from the sword in Orga's grasp, gripping its staff tightly, muscles taut, preparing to strike first as it charged forward, swinging its weapon towards Orga. With a deft maneuver, Orga deflected the attack with his sword, countering with a downward slash that sent the creature flying, leaving a deep gash across its form. In a fit of rage, the rhinoceros discarded its staff, bellowing as it transformed into a fierce form. Morphing into a colossal white rhinoceros, its size multiplying several times over. Is it time to intervene? Yun Chun pondered from his vantage point, observing the rhinoceros's danger level escalate from 4 to 4. 2. Readying himself for action. Perhaps I should wait a moment longer. Yun Chun relaxed, muttering to himself. Orga charged at the rhinoceros with the Earth Emperor's sword raised, aiming a strike at its body. The rhinoceros, noticing Orga's advance, barreled towards him in a collision course. With a resounding impact, Orga attempted to block the charge with his sword, yet the disparity in strength was overwhelming, sending him crashing against the wall. Meanwhile, the king snake lunged at Kaiksa, with the cobra trailing closely behind. The king snake leaped before the cobra, turning his back to it. The cobra unleashed a torrent of venom towards the king snake, propelling him towards Kaiksa. In midair, the king snake executed a series of cross kicks aimed at Kaiksa. Die! As the king snake approached, Kaiksa brandished his sword, prepared to counter the incoming assault. With a loud clash, the two met, and the king snake was sent hurtling away by Kaiksa's strike. Indeed, it is time to act. Observing the unfolding chaos, Yun Chun seized his sword and leaped down, aiming a fierce strike at Kaiksa. Sensing an approaching threat, Kaiksa turned to retaliate, but having just vanquished the king snake, he was utterly drained and unable to withstand Yun Chun's blow. With a thunderous impact, Kaiksa was hurled away, skidding across the ground for several meters. Deal with them. Leave none behind, Yun Chun commanded, directing his gaze at Orga and the king snake. At his words, the two hastened towards the group of Orpheus, striking them down with relentless ferocity, much like wolves among sheep. Especially the king snake, who, in a frenzy, became increasingly brutal, joining forces with the cobra to decimate the Orpheus. Orga followed suit. Their inability to overcome the blue-tier Orpheus did not preclude them from dispatching the yellow-tier adversaries. Damn it! As Kaiksa watched his subordinates fall one by one, he roared with fury, seizing his sword and charging at Yun Chun, who likewise raised his sword in defense. The rhinoceros, witnessing Yun Chun being delayed, bellowed and charged towards the two serpents, who were mercilessly slaughtering his men. The serpents, realizing the rhinoceros was approaching, chose to evade rather than confront him directly. Due to the rhinoceros's massive size and lack of agility, it was impossible for him to retaliate against the serpents, who continued to eliminate his comrades until only 5 remained. Run, the rhinoceros shouted. There is no need to continue this fruitless struggle. After his roar, he charged towards Yun Chun, who was engaged in battle with Kaiksa, and kicked out. Caught off guard, Yun Chun was struck by the rhinoceros's hoof and sent flying. Upon seeing Yun Chun attacked, the serpents abandoned their pursuit of Ophano and rushed to confront the rhinoceros and Kaiksa. The two simultaneously unleashed their ultimate techniques on the rhinoceros's back. With a resounding thud, the rhinoceros, unable to turn in time due to his size, was powerfully struck. The rhinoceros cried out in agony, exploding into his human form and collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The serpents, having exhausted their energy, dissipated into red, green, and blue phantoms, vanishing from sight. Now it is but the two of us, Yun Chun said, rising and addressing Kaiksa with a cold smirk. Curse you! I shall surely slay you next time. Kaiksa, realizing he was alone, uttered a threat and attempted to flee. During his battle with Yun Chun, he had discerned that Yun Chun's combat prowess was not inferior to his own, prompting his hasty retreat. Can you truly escape? Yun Chun sneered, retrieving his phone and pressing the number 9. Ready. He pressed the enter key. Exceed charge. Closing the phone, a spectral blue energy coursed along the blue stripes on his body, illuminating his right foot with a brilliant azure glow. Standing firm, he kicked towards Kaiksa, unleashing a beam of energy that transformed into a blue drill piercing toward him. No! Kaiksa cried, rendered immobile. Yun Chun crouched and leaped, delivering a kick that drove the blue drill further into Kaiksa. The drill whirled violently, burrowing into him. With a thunderous explosion, Yun Chun emerged from Keixa's body, and a blue symbol materialized before Keixa, forcing him to revert to his original form. His belt fell to the ground, and the large black man collapsed, lifeless. Observing the fallen lion, Ofeno, Yun Chun approached, retrieving the belt and examining it before tucking it away. Next, he turned to the rhinoceros, Ofeno, brandishing his sword and plunging it downwards, ending the rhinoceros's life. "No, please, spare us," came a frantic plea from outside, accompanied by the sounds of hurried footsteps and terrified voices. Yun Chun hastily stepped outside, eager to discern the situation. "Host, wait. Do not venture out," the system's voice echoed in his mind. Just as Yun Chun was about to respond, a resounding crash reverberated through the air as an Ophion barreled in from outside, shattering the walls of the abandoned factory before rolling to a stop at Yun Chun's feet. Transforming into human form, the humanoid Ophion gazed at Yun Chun, reaching out as if to speak, yet succumbed to weakness and perished without uttering a word. Turning his head, Yun Chun peered through the breach in the wall created by the Ophion's entrance, and there he beheld a towering, tiger-like Ophion standing imposingly, clutching the neck of another fleeing Ophion and lifting it off the ground. The escaping Ophion struggled futilely to free itself, but to no avail. With a brutal twist, the tiger-like Ophion snapped its neck. The lifeless body of the fleeing Ophion slumped, discarded upon the ground, while the tiger-like Ophion turned its gaze towards Yun Chun through the gaping hole in the factory wall. "What is its level?" Yun Chun inquired of the system, his hands trembling slightly as he surveyed the formidable creature. Five, equivalent to the Ophion king of the Foe's world, the system replied. "Did you not mention that any creature exceeding my level by 1.0 that approaches me would be immediately reported?" Yun Chun retorted angrily. I did not notice. By the time I became aware, it had already arrived," the system replied meekly. "However, rest assured, host, you possess the ability to become invisible. Even if you cannot defeat it, you can still evade." At that moment, the tiger-like Ophion regarded Yun Chun, reverting to its human form before turning away and departing. Observing this, Yun Chun waited a moment, and upon confirming that it had indeed moved far away, he exhaled in relief. Suddenly, the sound of approaching vehicles reached his ears. Realizing that Coulson had arrived, he activated his invisibility and exited the factory. Outside, indeed, was Coulson, who had parked his vehicle. A throng of agents, accompanied by Grice, emerged from within. Some advanced towards the abandoned factory, while others approached the slain Ophion outside to investigate. Seeing this, Yun Chun disregarded the unfolding events, retreating to a secluded corner where he changed his armor to Saiga before making his exit. Once Coulson and his team entered the factory, they were greeted by the sight of numerous bodies strewn across the ground, and in the distance, bound and injured police officers lay in distress. "First, save the people," Coulson urgently commanded. Several agents rushed towards the officers, administering immediate assistance. "Have they departed?" Coulson wondered, scanning the interior. "Mr. Coulson, all the Ophions have perished," Cross reported as he approached. "Remove the bodies and secure the scene," Coulson instructed. "Understood," Cross replied, promptly mobilizing his team. "Was that Ophion a king?" Yun Chun inquired of the system as he hovered in the air. "No, he is the second most powerful entity among all the Ophion in this world," the system stated. "Only the second? Then who holds the first position? Is the current king stronger than the ruler of the Foe's world?" Yun Chun asked, astonished. "No, the first does not hold the title of king. After the Ophion arrived in this realm, for reasons unknown, their combat abilities have significantly amplified, and they are no longer constrained by the brevity of their lifespans. However, they remain the weakest among the 6 types of beings," the system explained. "Yet they are still considered weak? What then could the strongest be like?" Yun Chun expressed a sense of helplessness. "The first is the Blood Clan, capable of obliterating planets. Surely you are aware of this," the system replied. "Damn it," Yun Chun said, exasperated. After a while, Yun Chun returned to his residence but did not enter the shop directly. Instead, he ventured to the neighboring bubble tea shop, intending to purchase a few cups to soothe his spirits. It was then that Yun Chun caught his first glimpse of Shi Yi's bubble tea establishment. The layout was quite similar to his own shop, and the sign above the entrance read, Sure-E Bubble Tea. With the words Bubble Tea inscribed on a piece of paper affixed between Sure-E and the shop, obscuring what was written behind it, giving it a somewhat disjointed appearance. Upon entering the bubble tea shop, he noticed that the crowd was sparse at this hour. Yun Chun approached the counter. Ah, if it isn't Manager Yun. Care for some bubble tea? Sure-E greeted him with a smile upon noticing his presence. Chapter 48. The Limits of Foes Indeed. Do you have any recommendations? Yun Chun replied with a smile. What would you like then? Sure-E asked, handing the menu to Yun Chun with a grin. Let us go with these 3. 2 cups of each, please, Yun Chun said, pointing to 3 types of milk tea on the menu with a cheerful demeanor. All right, please hold on a moment. Sure-E responded, gathering the materials to prepare the drinks. I'm back. A female voice called from the entrance. Yun Chun turned to see a charming girl with short hair, dressed in a pink jumpsuit. Welcome back. Sure-E replied without looking back. Yes. I finally delivered the milk tea. I'm exhausted, the girl said, playfully leaning on Sure-E's shoulder. Let me introduce you. This is Yun Chun, the owner of the restaurant next door, Sure-E said, gesturing towards Yun Chun. And this is my daughter, Sure-Mei, he added, turning to Yun Chun. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. You're welcome to visit our place for some milk tea, Sure-Mei smiled warmly. I'm equally delighted to make your acquaintance. Do come by for a meal sometime, Yun Chun replied, returning her smile. Perhaps due to it being their first meeting. The two exchanged only a few words before falling into silence. Sure-Mei helped her father prepare the milk tea, while Yun Chun patiently waited. Apologies for the wait. Here's a complimentary coffee. I have great confidence in this one, Sure-E suddenly announced, handing Yun Chun the milk tea and a cup of coffee. Upon hearing this, Sure-Mei paused, as if recalling something significant. Is everything ready? Thank you. How much do I owe you? Yun Chun asked, receiving the drinks. No need. Just treat me to a meal sometime. Sure-E waved his hand dismissively. Thank you very much. I shall take my leave now, Yun Chun said. Not wanting to be overly formal, she picked up the milk tea and coffee, bid Sure-E farewell, and exited. At that moment, Sure-Mei suddenly realized something. Turning to Sure-E, Dad, I need to step out for a moment. With that, she hurried after Yun Chun. Is something the matter? Sure-E wondered, puzzled by his daughter's sudden departure, but he continued with his task of making milk tea. Wait. As Yun Chun was nearing the entrance to the store, Sure-Mei called out to her. Ah, it's you. Is there something you need? Yun Chun inquired, looking at Sure-Mei. How should I put this? Just please don't drink that cup of coffee, Sure-Mei said awkwardly before turning to leave. How peculiar. What could that mean? Yun Chun mused, watching Sure-Mei depart. But she shrugged it off and returned to the shop. Take a break and enjoy some milk tea, Yun Chun suggested as she entered the kitchen, addressing Jones and Hank. Did you buy that, Yun? Jones asked, eyeing the milk tea in Yun Chun's hands. No, this was a gift from the milk tea shop owner. It's for you both. I'm heading upstairs to see Graham, Yun Chun replied, setting down several cups of milk tea before taking the rest upstairs. Graham. Time for some milk tea. Yun Chun ascended the stairs and entered the living room, addressing Graham, who was sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in the television. I want it. I want it. Upon hearing Yun Chun's words, Graham waved his hand dismissively, saying, Here you go, here you go. Just don't finish it all. Yun Chun placed the milk tea on the table and handed a cup to Graham, stating, Here. Graham remained silent and promptly opened the cup, taking a sip. Meanwhile, Yun Chun scrutinized the coffee in her hand. It smells delightful. Is there something wrong? She remarked, lifting the lid and inhaling, her brow furrowing in confusion. Suddenly, she took a sip, only to spew it out in surprise. What is this? It tastes awful, Yun Chun exclaimed, sticking out her tongue. What are you doing? Graham asked, startled by the splatter. My apologies, Yun Chun replied, hastily grabbing a tissue from the table to clean up the mess. No wonder she advised me against drinking it. Yun Chun finally realized what the milk tea had concealed and regretted not heeding Sure-Mei's warning. How can the milk tea be so delicious while the coffee tastes like this? She pondered, bewildered. Oh well, I suppose I shall stick to the milk tea. After wiping the table clean, she disposed of the coffee and returned to her room with another cup of milk tea. System, how many points do I currently possess? Yun Chun eagerly inquired. Congratulations, host. You currently have a total of 4,710 points. Perhaps you should treat yourself to something nice, the system tempted. Oh, that is quite a sum. How many points are required for the Foi's burst form upgrade? Yun Chun asked, unaffected by the system's allure. It requires a total of 2,600 points. Would you like to proceed? The system inquired. I'll take one. I have plenty of points, Yun Chun declared confidently. Apologies, my esteemed guest, but your danger level is insufficient and you lack the authority to make this purchase. Even if you bought it, you would be unable to use it. The system responded awkwardly. What? What is going on? Yun Chun was taken aback, bewildered that purchasing an item required a level of authority. The original burst form equipment can be utilized at your current level, but since your Foi's has not been upgraded, it only requires a danger level of 2.8, just slightly above that of an average person. However, once upgraded, it necessitates a level of 3.5, and at that time, your danger level was already 3.8, allowing for effortless use. Similarly, the acceleration watch could initially be used at a danger level of 3.2, but later it requires 3.7. The minimum standard allows for a usage time of 10 seconds, but at your current level of 4.2, you can utilize it for 25 seconds, the system explained. Somewhat awkwardly, how can I raise my danger level? Yun Chun inquired. There are two methods, enhancing your physical capabilities or gaining combat experience, the system replied succinctly. However, you are not planning to rely solely on this belt for combat, are you? The system suddenly expressed surprise. Is there a problem with that? Yun Chun asked, genuinely curious, as this was indeed her intention. After all, Fui's belt has been in use for such a long duration that the body has become quite accustomed to it, having undergone modifications that enhanced its capabilities. Should a sudden change of belt occur, an adaptation period may be necessary, much like with Saiga, which I still find cumbersome to operate. Are you aware that Fui's ranks among the weakest of the primary rider belts? Initially, it existed solely to protect the king, and as previously mentioned, the level of the Fui's World King is merely 5.5. Consequently, the belt's level cannot possibly reach the strength required to defeat the king, as Fui's ultimate upgrade merely attains 5. For, even after system modifications, it cannot surpass 5.8, nor can it be further upgraded, rendering the burst form the pinnacle of its potential. Moreover, usage imposes a strain on the user's body. Which belt of the same level does not surpass his in power and ease of use? Why would you persist in using such a belt? The system remarked to Yun Chun. Is it truly impossible to upgrade? Yun Chun replied in disbelief. I concede defeat. It would be prudent to switch to a different belt. The system responded with resignation. Furthermore, nearly every belt possesses some flaw that prevents it from being perfect or perpetually usable. Of course, if you wielded the combat prowess of E and K, who initially utilized smoke guns, you could operate a silver or gold-grade belt, or even directly employ a diamond-grade belt with ease. Otherwise, it would be wise to either replace your belt or enhance your physique, the system continued. Is there any potion available to enhance my body? Yun Chun inquired, somewhat helpless. None. The Amazon Gene Potion is already the most potent available, and your body has yet to fully assimilate the Gene Potion. So what need have you for further enhancement? The system replied. To what extent can the Amazon Gene Optimization Potion elevate my physical capabilities? Yun Chun asked. Well, directly achieving a physical prowess equivalent to a danger level of 5. 5 is not particularly challenging, the system contemplated before responding. Goodness, achieving the physical prowess of the King of Orpheon? That's astonishing, Yun Chun exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, if you wish to elevate your fusion level, I recommend continuing to engage in combat with Fui's, but not just any combat, extreme battles. Fui's inherently places a burden on the body, yet for you, the effect is minimal. You should utilize the acceleration watch in combat. I shall not elaborate further. But once you employ it, you will understand. This method significantly accelerates the fusion process, and this belt is adequate for that purpose, the system remarked with a smirk. Additionally, you could directly confront creatures of danger level 2, 5 to 3 with your current physique, or, as a final option, seek out a creature of a higher level than yourself and engage it directly. I could assist you in unlocking this option. This method would undoubtedly be the swiftest. Would you like to try? The system teased. Aside from Kongwa and Yajitua, Are there any belts suitable for me at the moment? Yun Chun inquired. Shifting the subject. Given the tone of the system, Yun Chun knew intuitively that it would not offer a favorable solution. The belts from Kong Hua and Yajituo were indeed exorbitantly priced, which led Yun Chun to conclude that purchasing them was out of the question. Perhaps it would be wiser to await a future lottery draw. You may choose between Jiado and Kiva, the system stated directly. Visibly hurt by Yun Chun's rejection of its suggestion. Let's put that aside for now and ponder it a bit more, Yun Chun replied, uncertain of which option to select. By the way, the Ophelian genetic separation device should have completely dissolved the Ophelian genes by now, Yun Chun remarked, retrieving the genetic separation apparatus. Is this sufficient system? Yun Chun asked, gazing at the liquid within. Yes, a simple purification will suffice, the system responded, taking back the device from Yun Chun. Moments later, the apparatus reappeared in Yun Chun's hands. Can I just drink it directly? Yun Chun inquired. Indeed, this should enhance your physical attributes by 3 points, the system affirmed. Yun Chun poured the solution into a cup and drank from it. It seems insufficient. Such a minor enhancement does not elevate the danger level. Yun Chun lamented after finishing the drink. Chapter 49. The Cheetah, Ophion knock, knock, knock. It's tea time, Brother Yun. Jones called from outside the door. I'm coming, Yun Chun replied, rising to his feet. He realized it was already 3:30. Glancing at the clock, he stepped out of the bedroom. A few minutes later, having finished the meal prepared by Jones, Yun Chun took a moment to rest before venturing out again. Intending to test the corporeal C-class monster as the system suggested to elevate his danger level. This time, he chose not to transform using the Emperor's belt, but opted to walk directly towards a yellow-level Ophion location. Welcome back. How did it go? Xia Village inquired of the tiger-formed Ophion. All have been eliminated, though I only killed a few. The rest were dispatched by the Kamen rider. The tiger-formed Ophion responded nonchalantly. Oh. Hearing this, Xia Village appeared puzzled and then asked, what did you do with him? I returned directly, as you had previously commanded me not to engage with him. The tiger-formed Ophion replied. Excellent. You've worked hard. Now go and rest, Xia Village said. Understood, the tiger-formed Ophion replied, turning to leave. President, shall we commence with the plan? The chameleon-formed Ophion approached and asked. Have they established a connection? Xia Village inquired. Indeed, the connection has been made, the chameleon-formed Ophion replied. Then prepare the Delta and Ophion genes and arrange a suitable time. You and I shall pay a visit, Xia Village stated. President, is it necessary to bring Delta? Those belts have already been developed. Although we have yet to find an alternative energy source to replace photon blood for prolonged armor activation. The current energy is sufficient to power the armor for 10 minutes, the chameleon-formed Ophion began. But Xia Village interrupted him, saying, do you consider this adequate? However, Delta is the only belt that still utilizes photon blood, the chameleon-formed Ophion urged again. Never mind. Please proceed with the arrangements, the president instructed. Yes. Seeing the president's resolute stance, the chameleon-formed Ophion refrained from further protest and exited. Meanwhile, Yun Chun walked along, observing the scenery and the throngs of people. Marking the first time he truly scrutinized the world around him. Beep. Hearing the horn, Yun Chun turned to see a taxi weaving through the traffic, eventually heading straight towards him, startling him into a quick sidestep. Panting, Yun Chun clutched his chest, attempting to steady his racing heart. Are you out of your mind? He began to approach to voice his discontent, only to see a man emerge from the vehicle, followed by a woman who shouted at the driver from the window, her demeanor intimidating enough to deter Yun Chun from approaching. Before long, the driver hastily sped away, the woman still shouting, you idiot. The woman, in a fit of rage, watched as the driver fled. Turning to the man beside her, she would reveal that she was Betty, the girlfriend of the Hulk, while the man in question was none other than Bruce Banner himself. Banner, appearing somewhat timid, seemed to exchange a few words with Betty, who gestured for him to be silent, pointing in a particular direction. Together, they departed, leaving Yun Chun standing alone in confusion. Noticing that he was being ignored, Yun Chun resigned himself to misfortune and continued onward toward his objective. Before long, though he did not hasten his pace, he arrived at his destination, a clandestine underground casino. He donned the Iron Man mask he had casually purchased earlier to conceal his identity, despite its limited utility. Upon reaching the entrance, the doorman, perhaps believing that no one would dare cause a disturbance, allowed Yin Chun to pay the entry fee and enter. Inside, the casino was spacious and opulent, bustling with patrons, both men and women, most of whom were wearing masks. Contrary to Yin Chun's expectations, it was not as raucous or chaotic as he had imagined. "What game would you like to play, my friend?" A man approached with a smile. "Thank you, but I am merely here to find someone," Yin Chun replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Very well, take your time. Should you wish to play something, feel free to seek me out." The man continued to smile before turning away. Yin Chun positioned himself beside a table, tapping the shoulder of a man engrossed in a game of dice. "Excuse me. May I ask who you are and what business you have?" The man turned, revealing a similarly masked figure dressed in ordinary attire. Judging by his voice, he appeared to be of similar age to Yin Chun. The man's eyes bore a somewhat disheartened demeanor. His presence was distinguished yet devoid of the nefarious air that Yin Chun had encountered in previous miscreants. He struck Yin Chun as a lost soul, akin to a fish out of water, devoid of dreams. If it were not for the investigative feature identifying him as Ophiuchus, Yin Chun would scarcely believe he had taken a life. Those who had not killed would only display a green status, while Ophiuchus was marked in yellow, strikingly different from the delinquents he had previously encountered. "I have a matter to discuss with you. Can we step outside?" Yin Chun stated calmly. "Very well, just a moment," the man replied, finishing his game before following Yin Chun outside. "May I inquire what you need from me?" the man asked, scanning the empty surroundings with a furrowed brow. "Reveal your true form and let us engage in combat," Yin Chun declared, fixing his gaze upon the man. "I do not comprehend your words. I shall be on my way," the man replied, his pupils narrowing beneath the mask as he turned to leave. But Yin Chun would not grant him the opportunity. He lunged forward, delivering a kick aimed at the man. The man deftly sidestepped, evading Yin Chun's attack and rolling aside. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige," he retorted, as white patterns emerged across his face, his body gradually expanding into the form of a white leopard, Ophiuchus. "Die," he exclaimed. As Ophino the leopard charged forward, his claw swiped at Yin Chun. However, just as the cheetah was about to reach him, Yin Chun crouched low and leaped over the cheetah's head, landing deftly behind it, narrowly evading the strike. Turning swiftly, he delivered a powerful kick to the cheetah's back, causing it to stumble forward a few paces. Alas, the flesh is still too fragile, Yin Chun mused as he observed the cheetah's mere few steps. "If I were to employ Fui's strength, a single kick could easily dispatch this creature rated at a danger level of 3. 2. Fuming at Yin Chun's soliloquy, the cheetah charged once more, claw poised to strike. The whoosh of its claws through the air testified to its fury, and Yin Chun was forced to evade continuously, unarmored and aware that a strike could lead to dire consequences. Noticing Yin Chun's evasive maneuvers, the cheetah abandoned its strategy of clawing while advancing and leapt directly at him. Seeing the cheetah in mid-flight, Yin Chun quickly crouched down and sprang upwards, channeling every ounce of his strength into a punch that landed squarely on the cheetah's abdomen, sending it hurtling away. "Ah!" The cheetah cried out in pain, clutching its belly. Despite being merely human, Yin Chun's strength and speed were formidable. No matter how hard the cheetah tried, it could not land a hit. Frustration mounted as the cheetah lunged again, its claws poised to strike. Yin Chun deftly dodged once more, and as the cheetah missed, it laughed triumphantly but continued its relentless pursuit, running forward with unyielding speed. What audacity, Yin Chun thought, standing up and turning around, only to find that the cheetah had vanished from sight, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Defeated, yet it dares to flee? The cheetah had no intention of engaging Yin Chun further. It opted to escape instead. As Yin Chun realized the cheetah had fled, he quickly glanced at his exploration map and set off in the direction Ophino had taken. Upon reaching a bustling area, he abandoned his pursuit, recognizing that engaging in combat here could endanger innocent bystanders. Reluctantly, he decided to retreat, accepting his misfortune. "System, record this encounter. I shall deal with him later." He instructed the system, removing his mask and stowing it away. "Very well, but how could you be so inept as to be outmaneuvered by a mere 3-2 danger-level creature?" The system retorted sarcastically. "What was I to do? That scoundrel simply ran away without a shred of dignity," Yin Chun replied, exasperated. Meanwhile, the earlier leopard, Ofino, had transformed back into human form and dashed to the rear of a fine dining establishment, halting in a secluded spot devoid of any onlookers. After taking a moment to steady his breath, he glanced around before entering a nearby building. Ascending the stairs, he retrieved a key and unlocked the door, stepping inside. "Who have I wronged to have my pleasant mood so utterly ruined?" he grumbled, shedding his clothes for a fresh outfit, visibly irritated. "Do not allow me to encounter you again. If I do not beat you to a pulp, consider it a testament to your cleanliness." Having changed his attire, the cheetah thought with indignation, "Never mind, it is time to work." Glancing at the clock, he remarked, and then exited the room, descended the stairs, and opened the door at the back of the dining area, stepping inside. "Ah, Tom, up so early today? Have you run out of money to gamble or lost it all?" A man clad in a chef's outfit teased as the cheetah entered. "Gray man, if you retract your earlier statement, we can still be friends," Tom replied with a hint of melancholy in his voice as he looked at Gray Man. "By the way, your ex-girlfriend Anna came looking for you earlier. She left when she found you absent. Why did you two break up?" Gray Man inquired, chopping meat with a curious glance. "It's nothing. Just ignore her. That chapter is closed," Tom said without elaborating, donning his chef's uniform. Yet, for a fleeting moment, a glimmer of sorrow flickered in his eyes. Noticing Tom's reticence to speak, Gray Man chose to disregard it. After all, he was merely a solitary figure, incapable of resolving matters of the heart. Chapter 50. The Emergence of Abomination. It was already quite late. As Yun Chun strolled along, he glanced at the sky, realizing dusk was fast approaching. He had initially intended to seek out another Affolino for battle, but time had slipped away. "Never mind, I shall return home," he mused, turning to walk in a different direction. Suddenly, he noticed a convoy of armored vehicles moving nearby, laden with soldiers brandishing weapons, while armed helicopters soared overhead. "What is happening?" Yun Chun wondered, curiosity compelling him to dash towards the commotion of the armored vehicles and helicopters. "Is that General Ross?" he observed as a group of soldiers carried a man, followed closely by Ross and his daughter. "That must be the Hulk Banner," he thought, positioning himself discreetly in a corner as he watched the scene unfold at the entrance of a building. As the soldiers lifted Banner onto a helicopter, Betty attempted to follow. At that moment, General Ross detained her, seemingly in the midst of a heated exchange. Ross appeared exasperated, while Betty was engulfed in fury, resolutely boarding the helicopter, followed by the general. "Should I make my escape?" Yun Chun pondered, suddenly struck by the thought, and prepared to flee. "Won't your conscience trouble you for running away?" The system interjected unexpectedly. "What else can I do? I cannot contend with abomination. Remaining here is futile," Yun Chun replied, halting in his tracks. "Indeed, I recall now. Abomination is about to make his appearance. I'm not certain, but I roughly estimate that Abomination is not as formidable as the Hulk. His danger level is approximately 5. 3. With a bit of effort, you should be able to handle him. Besides, you still possess the King Snake and Orga cards, right? With so many allies, defeating Abomination shouldn't be too arduous," the system reassured him. "You're quite naive, speaking so lightly of it," Yun Chun retorted. "Did you not wish to elevate your danger level? Why hesitate? Act swiftly and engage in battle. As long as you survive, your level could increase by at least 0. 3. Furthermore, you have one opportunity to undergo the 4th-class Amazon's transformation. Here lies your chance. Additionally, the genes within Abomination can elevate the transformed Amazon's level to approximately 5. 5, akin to the previous Affolino. Lastly, should you defeat him, you will earn 1,500 points, an opportunity not to be missed, the system enticed, persistently urging Yun Chun to fight. However, it conveniently omitted the fact that the cost of activating the transformed Amazons would be steep. Each activation would draw forth Yun Chun's ire. Points? What good are they? Yun Chun scoffed, rolling his eyes, lamenting his current state of poverty, with points as his only remaining asset. "Very well, I shall take the plunge," he resolved, gritting his teeth. "But first, I should call Jones and inform him." Yun Chun suddenly spoke up, retrieving his phone to call Jones. "Hello, is this Jones? I have a matter to attend to. I may return quite late tonight. Please, do not wait for me. Just rest," Yun Chun conveyed to Jones over the line. "Oh, understood, Brother Yun. Please take care. Jones replied upon hearing Yun Chun's words. Well then, I shall hang up, Yun Chun said before ending the call. At last. Let's go? The system exclaimed, thrilled that Yun Chun was finally ready to take action. What are you talking about? The abomination hasn't even appeared yet, Yun Chun remarked. But before he could finish, a loud crash echoed as a chair flew out of the building's window and crashed to the ground, followed by a barrage of gunfire. Moments later, several soldiers leapt from the window, landing on the balcony of another building. A swarm of soldiers rushed towards the structure, communicating frantically through their radios. Suddenly, a colossal figure burst through the wall on the second floor, crashing to the ground, its size reminiscent of Hulk when Banner transforms. Before Yun Chun could discern its features, the creature charged in a specific direction, prompting the soldiers to pursue it urgently. At that moment, a vehicle sped back from the direction of the monster. This looks troublesome. Yun Chun inhaled sharply, stating as he leapt onto a building, immediately giving chase to the creature. It was peak hour, with a multitude of vehicles clogging the streets. Soldiers maneuvered their armored vehicles skillfully, weaving through traffic. Hulk is on the street. Repeat, Hulk is on the street. A soldier in the vehicle announced over the radio. Impossible? General Ross turned to Banner, asking, what is your location? Urgently seeking an answer. The soldier promptly relayed his coordinates. Turn back, General Ross commanded the pilot. Why are we turning back? Banner questioned, perplexed as he felt the aircraft altering its course. Damn it, give me visuals. General Ross barked, disregarding Banner's inquiry. Understood, sir. The soldier responded, activating the helmet's camera to focus on the creature. Boom. Another vehicle exploded, and screams filled the air. By now, Yun Chun had yet to catch a glimpse of the monster, but he had witnessed several vehicles go up in flames. At last, the abomination came to a halt, allowing Yun Chun to clearly see its form, a creature with a hue akin to withered leaves, adorned with lizard-like spines protruding from its back. Its skeletal structure visible on its chest, devoid of any hair, towering nearly 3 meters tall, an abominable being resembling a human. Witnessing the rampant destruction wrought by the monster, Banner and Betty rushed forward, scrutinizing the footage sent by the soldiers. General Ross, observing the creature on the screen, glanced back at Banner, struggling to process the situation. Damn it! Yun Chun, from his vantage point atop the building, watched the burning vehicles and fleeing crowds with mounting fury, exclaiming as he donned his headset, Foes, transform. Yun Chun shouted into his headphones, and a brilliant blue light erupted, transforming him into Foes. He opened his phone and pressed the number 9, directing an energy kick towards the abomination. A stream of energy coalesced into a ghostly blue drill that pierced the abomination's body, rendering it momentarily immobile. Yun Chun leaped forward, delivering a fierce kick into the drill embedded within the abomination, which continued to bore into its flesh, breaking through the skin and causing yellow blood to splatter profusely. Observing this through the soldiers' cameras, General Ross on the helicopter clenched his legs together, recalling the exquisite sensations he had experienced the previous day. After Yun Chun's departure, a doctor summoned by the soldiers examined him but found nothing, leaving General Ross perplexed. The agonizing sensation was undeniably real, nearly invoking memories of his late parents. The abomination, startled by the sudden appearance of the drill and Yun Chun, soon felt the pain and roared, violently breaking free from the ghostly blue drill's grasp, swinging a powerful fist at Yun Chun. Stunned, Yun Chun could hardly believe the abomination had escaped. In all his previous encounters with the drill, none had ever managed to break free. Realizing the imminent danger too late, Yun Chun attempted to dodge the incoming fist, but it was already too late. With a resounding crash, he was sent flying, crashing through the wall of a nearby building. A child's voice cried out nearby. Turning his head, Yun Chun saw a family of 3, frozen in shock with their utensils in hand, evidently mid-meal, when the chaos erupted. My apologies for the interruption. Please, continue, Yun Chun said, brushing off the debris and standing up awkwardly. The couple dropped their utensils in shock. The bowl they had held miraculously unbroken as they continued to stare at him in disbelief. Ignoring the family, Yun Chun stepped outside, witnessing the abomination wreaking havoc, casually throwing a car that exploded upon impact. Damn it, Yun Chun cursed, drawing his DN transformation pistol and retrieving 3 night cards. inserting them one by one before extending the gun, aiming at the rampaging abomination and pulling the trigger. Dozens of tricolor figures rapidly moved before the abomination, eventually merging into one. Seeing this, the abomination seized a vehicle and hurled it at the figures. Just then, the King Snake and Organites completed their fusion and, noticing the car hurtling towards them, hastily leaped aside. However, the Leo Knights were not so fortunate. Their fusion took slightly longer, and as they completed the process, the vehicle was already upon them. With a thunderous crash, the car struck the 3 Leo Knights, sending them sprawling across the ground, sliding several meters away. Observing this scene, Yun Chun could only press his forehead as he had done before. The 3 figures turned over, struggled to their feet, and simultaneously faced Yun Chun, extending their hands. One of them raised 2 middle fingers before dispersing into several silhouettes, vanishing from sight. With a stunned expression, Yun Chun's hand remained frozen on his forehead, rooted in place. After evading the vehicle, Wang Shi and Orga drew their weapons and charged towards the abomination. Wang Shi even summoned a cobra to join the assault. While the crowd continued to flee in every direction, the trio, comprising 2 individuals and a serpent, displayed commendable speed, skillfully dodging the abomination's attacks. They managed to strike the creature with their weapons, leaving faint scars upon its hide. However, within mere seconds, these marks vanished as if they had never existed. At that moment, Yun Chun realized that even the 10-centimeter deep wound he had previously inflicted on the abomination with his azure drill had completely disappeared, leaving no trace of injury. How could they possibly fight under such circumstances? Observing this, Yun Chun furrowed his brow and spoke. Chapter 51. The emergence of the Hulk at this moment, in a fit of rage caused by the attacks from King Cobra and his companion. Abomination seized a nearby car and swung it around, hurling it towards the 2. Seeing the vehicle hurtling towards them, King Cobra quickly crouched down. While Orga and Cobra were not so fortunate, caught off guard, they were struck and sent flying, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a halt. As Cobra turned over, he cast a mournful glance at King Cobra. King Cobra, sighing in relief while clutching his chest, turned back only to find a colossal foot aimed at him. With no chance to evade, he was sent reeling, crashing into another vehicle. Upon witnessing the 2 being flung away, Abomination let out a triumphant roar, celebrating his destructive prowess. As a result of Abomination's rampage, the streets were choked with vehicles, and the crowd continued to scream and flee in terror. Abomination relentlessly wreaked havoc all around, smashing anything in sight. With each swing, he sent several people flying, causing countless casualties. Your people? Banner questioned General Ross with a furrowed brow, glaring at the scene where Abomination had just sent Yun Chun flying. My God, what have you done? Betty exclaimed in disbelief. General Ross merely observed the 2 in silence, offering no response. Fire! Fire! Shouted the arriving police and soldiers as they opened fire, but the bullets merely bounced off Abomination as if he were impervious, leaving no mark whatsoever. Seeing this, Yun Chun drew his sword, leaping onto a car and charging at Abomination. Meanwhile, the soldiers, realizing their bullets were ineffective, hopped into their vehicles. Retrieving a rocket launcher from the back, they aimed it at Abomination and fired a missile directly at him. Yun Chun, sword in hand, had reached Abomination's rear, poised to strike just as the missile approached. Unfortunately, Yun Chun found himself directly in the missile's path and was propelled into the air upon impact. Sour lemons, he shouted as he soared upward. A spectacular explosion erupted in the sky, resembling a grand display of fireworks. The soldiers stood frozen in disbelief, realizing that a perfectly good missile had vanished, seemingly taking an ally with it. At that moment, Abomination, drawn by the sound of the missile launch, turned his attention towards the soldier wielding the rocket launcher, charging at him without regard for the vehicles in his path. With a mere wave of his hand, he sent cars flying. Despite his massive size, Abomination moved with surprising speed. Run, soldier! General Ross shouted into his radio as he observed Abomination barreling towards them. Upon hearing Ross's voice, the soldiers snapped to attention, abandoning their fallen comrade, Yun Chun, who had become a mere firework, and hastily started their vehicles to escape. Seeing the soldiers flee, Abomination wasted no time on the cars, leaping over them in pursuit of his quarry. As the soldiers drove onward, they suddenly found their path blocked. And with Abomination closing in rapidly, despair began to set in. At that moment, a taxi driver, in a frantic attempt to escape, collided with the monstrous Abomination, inadvertently delivering a vehicle as if from a great distance. The Abomination pressed down on the front of the car, causing it to soar into the air. With a swift motion, it seized the vehicle and lifted it above its head. "Let us engage in a proper battle," the Abomination bellowed, and with that, it hurled the car towards the soldiers. Fortunately, King Cobra and Orga had already arrived on the scene. King Cobra executed a powerful maneuver, leaping into the air. Propelled by the venom spewed from the Cobra, delivering a kick that struck the Abomination directly. The force sent the Abomination flying into a building it had previously destroyed. Meanwhile, Orga rushed towards the soldiers, arms outstretched, prepared to catch the taxi. As the vehicle descended towards Orga, he grasped it firmly, neutralizing its momentum and gently lowering it to the ground. Upon witnessing the taxi safely land, the terrified driver scrambled out, abandoning his vehicle, and fled in haste. The soldiers, relieved by this turn of events, exhaled deeply, their bodies slackening as they leaned against the car. Subsequently, the two armed individuals dashed towards the towering structure where the Abomination had taken flight. Observing the soldiers' rescue from the helicopter, the crew breathed a collective sigh of relief. Suddenly, the Abomination erupted from the building with a roar, seizing a large boulder nearby and hurling it at the advancing King Cobra, followed by another rock aimed at Orga, who pursued the Abomination relentlessly. With a series of gunshots, Yun Chun returned fire, shattering the two stones mid-air. Encouraged by this, King Cobra and Orga pressed forward. King Cobra retrieved a card from his utility belt and inserted it into his staff. "Final vent," he declared as he leapt towards the Cobra, which unleashed its venom at him once more, allowing King Cobra to kick the Abomination while Orga continued to chase after him. Orga extracted a crystal card from his phone and inserted it into the Geo Emperor's sword, which radiated an intense energy as he swung it at the Abomination. Meanwhile, Yun Chun, having just regained his footing after falling from above, recognized the opportunity and unleashed his ultimate move, the Azure Electric Drill, aimed at the Abomination. As the three approached, the Abomination instinctively grabbed a car to shield itself. But could such a flimsy barrier withstand their combined assault? The trio's attacks struck the Abomination, resulting in a tremendous explosion accompanied by a fiery blaze, sending them all sprawling in different directions. Yun Chun quickly rose, eager to assess whether their collective assault had inflicted significant damage upon the Abomination. "You have provoked my wrath," the Abomination growled, rising to its feet, panting heavily. "It's grievous." Deep wounds oozed yellow blood, but began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Though not on par with the Hulk, it was formidable nonetheless. The Abomination seized several vehicles, hurling them at the three assailants. As the cars soared towards them, Yun Chun leapt into the air, narrowly evading the vehicles that crashed to the ground behind him. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, both the King Snake and Orga sought to evade the impending danger. However, with others trailing behind and their strength nearly depleted, they found themselves unable to escape, directly struck by the vehicle. With a resounding thud, the two used their bodies to shield those behind them, only to dissipate into vibrant, colorful shadows. "Damn it!" Yun Chun exclaimed upon seeing their disappearance, compelling him to charge forward with his sword. "Commander?" The driver called out to General Ross. "Have them gather everything, including the helmets, to assist that night," General Ross instructed after a moment of contemplation. "Allow me to go," Banner implored General Ross. "What are you saying? Do you truly believe you can manage this?" Betty incredulously questioned Banner. "No, not manage, but I will try," Banner replied earnestly. "And if you fail?" General Ross inquired. "This is a situation of our making, all of ours. We cannot stand idly by while an innocent soul fights for their life below. He cannot contend with that creature. I beg you," Banner pleaded, fully aware of the Abomination's formidable prowess. "Find a suitable place to land," Ross commanded the helicopter pilot. While Banner insisted, "No, this altitude is sufficient, open the rear door." Nodding in agreement, Ross directed the soldiers to open the hatch, prompting Banner to stride towards the exit. Bruce, no. Stop. What are you doing?" Betty chased after him, grasping his hand. Consider this. You may not even transform. There is no need for this. Please, don't be foolish, she implored, her voice laced with sorrow. Betty, I must try. I'm sorry, Banner responded, planting a kiss on her lips before tilting back and plunging downward. Betty leaned over the hatch, gripping the door as she anxiously watched Banner fall. Oh, shoot. Banner muttered mid-air, plummeting and creating a sizable crater upon impact, unnoticed amidst the ongoing panic of the crowd. Pull her inside, General Ross bellowed. Come in, miss. A soldier urged as they assisted Betty back inside. Meanwhile, Yin Chun continued his struggle against the abomination, who wielded a vehicle as a weapon, launching it towards Yin Chun. The latter could only deflect the onslaught with his sword while dismantling parts of the car, fragments scattering in all directions. At that moment, under the watchful eyes of Betty and General Ross from the helicopter, a forgivingly hued hand abruptly emerged from the crater created by our young friend Banner. Subsequently, a towering figure, entirely cloaked in that same forgiving hue, ascended from the depths. Indeed, it was our beloved green giant, the Hulk, who had finally made his long-awaited entrance. While the crowd continued to flee in frantic disarray, with a thunderous roar, Hulk declared his presence, inadvertently spelling trouble for our dear Yun Chun. Originally, Yun Chun was on the verge of utterly destroying the vehicle in the hands of his adversary. However, he was startled by a sudden roar, causing him to pause momentarily. In that instant, the villain discarded the car and launched a kick towards the unsuspecting Yun Chun. With a resounding thud, Yun Chun was sent flying, crashing into a nearby building. It was only then that the villain, filled with excitement, turned to face the source of the voice, spotting his long-cherished companion, the green giant, Hulk. Hulk! The villain exclaimed, striding towards the young giant with the intent of playfully subduing him. As the villain approached, Hulk removed his tattered garments, revealing his muscular chest, and joyfully moved towards the villain's embrace. Unable to contain his eagerness, the villain charged forward, prompting Hulk to do the same. Meanwhile, the crowd continued to flee in disarray. As the two neared each other, the villain spread his arms and leaped, with Hulk mirroring his actions, leaping directly into the villain's embrace. However, in his exuberance, the villain exerted too much force, causing them both to soar into the air and crash down, rolling across the ground. In a moment of carelessness, he inadvertently tossed Hulk away, while the crowd remained in a state of panic. Hulk rolled a few times before regaining his footing, feeling slightly dizzy and unsteady. The villain approached him, arms wide open, and said, "Come here." Chapter 52. The battle between Hulk and Abomination. Hulk, in a fit of temper, had initially desired to embrace Abomination, only to be cast aside, sustaining minor injuries in the process. Abomination, far from offering any consolation, wore a mocking grin, displaying a complete lack of concern for Hulk's plight. Enraged, Hulk vented his fury on a nearby police car, smashing it repeatedly before tearing it asunder and brandishing the remains in his hands. Recognizing Hulk's ire, Abomination rushed over in an attempt to placate him, but Hulk, ungrateful for the gesture, wielded the split police car as a weapon, hurling it at Abomination. The impact left Abomination defenseless, collapsing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Hulk mounted Abomination, continuing his assault until the creature was nearly buried beneath the earth, the police car reduced to mere fragments. Not yet satisfied, Hulk grasped Abomination by the throat and delivered a powerful uppercut to his face. "Is that all you've got?" Abomination retorted, his own temper flaring. "Was it really necessary to strike me so fiercely over a mere tumble?" Witnessing Abomination's insolence and mockery, Hulk's anger intensified. Just moments ago, he had questioned whether he had been too harsh, but this provocation only fueled his rage further. He prepared to deliver another blow, but Abomination, anticipating the strike, kicked out forcefully, sending Hulk crashing into a building. Upon realizing he may have overexerted himself, Abomination hurried after Hulk to ascertain his condition. As he sprinted, he cleared the path for maintenance workers and dismantled an illegal structure along the way. Finally reaching the building, he leapt, grasping the gaping hole on the second floor, peering inside for any sign of Hulk. "Use that. Give him a hand, soldier." General Ross, observing from a helicopter, could no longer tolerate the spectacle of Abomination and Hulk's tumultuous interaction. Just moments ago, he had shared a tender moment with his daughter, and now, Witnessing his son-in-law being pummeled, he found it unbearable. While he could accept a personal vendetta, he would not stand idly by as someone else assaulted his kin. Unable to restrain himself, he ordered the soldiers to intervene. Help whom? The soldier, equally frustrated, contemplated attacking both, but hesitated at the thought of striking his superior's son-in-law. The green one, you fool. What do you think? Eliminate the other. General Ross scolded the dim-witted soldier. Thus, the soldier drew his weapon, firing a barrage of bullets at Abomination. Feeling the sting of the assault, Abomination turned and glared skyward, spotting the father of the woman who had stolen his best friend. Enraged by the double affront, losing his friend, and now facing potential death, Abomination roared with fury. With a mighty leap, he ascended, evading the soldier's gunfire, while another soldier piloted the helicopter in pursuit. Upon reaching the rooftop, the soldier continued to shoot, but Abomination skillfully dodged the incoming bullets as he pressed forward. At this moment, Hulk finally regained his composure, rising to his feet. Hearing the gunshots from above, he looked up to see his father-in-law pursuing his close friend. Unable to bear the sight any longer, he rushed to intervene. As Hulk ascended, he suddenly spotted his girlfriend on the helicopter gazing at him, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. He had intended to be the savior, yet had found himself in such a predicament. Meanwhile, Abomination, growing increasingly irritated by the situation, charged towards the helicopter, intent on obliterating both the aircraft and its occupants, thereby eliminating any competition for Hulk's attention. Realizing Abomination's intentions, Hulk felt a surge of urgency. His father-in-law and girlfriend were aboard that helicopter. Though Abomination was his steadfast ally, he could not allow such treatment of his beloved. He hastily sprinted to intercept Abomination. With a powerful leap, Abomination seized the helicopter midair, while Hulk also leaped, grasping Abomination's foot, and the two found themselves suspended in the air. Determined to prevent Abomination from harming Betty and the others, Hulk climbed higher, relentlessly striking Abomination with his fists. Enraged, Abomination shouted, "You ungrateful wretch! Enjoying what you have while coveting what belongs to me. Why do you need a girlfriend when you have me?" He retaliated with powerful kicks aimed at Hulk, trying to shake him off. The helicopter, now precariously gripped, began to falter, shaking violently and colliding with the surroundings. "We must descend," the soldier exclaimed anxiously. "Hold on," General Ross bellowed. The helicopter, with its two combatants, could no longer withstand the strain and began to plummet. Meanwhile, Yun Chun, having been forgotten amidst the rubble, crawled out and surveyed the desolation around him. "There's no one here," he muttered, realizing he needed to rush to the battlefield. "It seems it's time to utilize the acceleration watch," he said as he ran, initially reluctant to use it, wanting to gauge the disparity between himself and Abomination, while awaiting Hulk's arrival to weaken Abomination's defenses. Now, understanding that he stood no chance against Abomination, he resolved to activate it. "Are you truly going to use the acceleration watch? Perhaps you should reconsider and save it for another time," the system interjected suddenly. "Another time? Where is this another time?" Yun Chun, oblivious to the system's disquiet, replied urgently, rushing towards Abomination. On the other side, after the helicopter had crashed, oil barrels ruptured, spilling their contents. The occupants remained uncertain of their fate, with only General Ross and his daughter conscious, struggling to crawl out as the cabin door was jammed. Hulk attempted to save them, but Abomination pinned him against the wall, forcing him to witness the impending demise of his girlfriend and father-in-law. Hulk's fists pounded furiously against Abomination. Yet he remained steadfast, refusing to relent. Finally, Hulk broke free from Abomination's grasp, delivering a powerful punch to his head, grasping it and slamming it against the wall, embedding Abomination into the structure itself. At this moment, Hulk glanced towards the helicopter, only to be startled as a tiny spark fell onto the oil, igniting it instantly. In a swift response, he rushed over and, with the force of his palms, hardened by over 2 decades of solitude, struck down fiercely, generating a gust that extinguished the flames. Just then, the Abomination rose, seizing an iron chain nearby. "Be careful," Betty shouted from the helicopter, but it was too late. The Abomination swung the chain, sending Hulk flying. With a powerful tug, the Abomination yanked the chain completely free, its ends adorned with heavy stones. He began to whirl the chain menacingly, targeting the newly risen Hulk, sending the unfortunate creature soaring once more. Hulk attempted to rise, but found himself unable to do so momentarily. At that instant, a white knight, accompanied by a group of individuals clad in black combat gear, sprinted over, rescuing General Ross and Betty from the helicopter. The white knight was none other than Ixa Romulo, leading the rapid response team. "Who are you?" General Ross inquired, observing the newcomers. "We are from S.H.I.E.L.D. This area is perilous. We must evacuate quickly and discuss later," Romulo instructed, urging his team to escort the two to safety. Meanwhile, he cast a glance at the Abomination and Hulk, who were poised for action. "Romulo, your current mission is to evacuate civilians and tend to the injured. Leave the other matters for now," came the voice of Nick Fury through Romulo's earpiece. "Understood, Director," Romulo replied, turning away to assist other civilians. Back at the scene, the Abomination grasped the chain and turned to see General Ross and his daughter escaping with the help of the rapid response team. In a fit of rage, he spun the chain, aiming to strike the fleeing figures. "Any last words?" he taunted as he twirled the chain. "Fire!" roared General Ross. The soldiers opened fire, but their efforts were futile. With a thunderous roar, the Abomination prepared to unleash the chain. Die! At that moment, Yunchun arrived, charging forward and delivering a powerful flying kick that sent the Abomination crashing into a building. Mid-air, he executed a flip and kicked the chain, now laden with stones, towards the Abomination's direction. Seizing this opportunity, Hulk dashed towards the Abomination, grasping the chain and executing a powerful hold, binding it around the Abomination's neck, intent on strangling him. The Abomination struggled fiercely, pummeling Hulk with his fists, yet Hulk clung tightly to the chain, enduring the onslaught without relinquishing his grip. With the Abomination finally restrained, Yunchun hastily removed the crystal card from his acceleration watch and switched it with the one from his phone, declaring, "Complete." A belt emanated a surge of azure light, which coursed along the blue stripes adorning Yunchun's form and entered the chest armor. The armor rotated outward, revealing an intricate circuit board within. At its center, a ghostly blue energy core ignited, transforming the blue stripes into a brilliant white and shifting his eyes from crimson to cerulean. At that moment, Tony, having received word of the event, arrived, hovering in the air, observing the metamorphosed Yunchun without intervening. "Jarvis, record this," Tony suddenly remarked, struck by a thought. Eager to discern the capabilities of Yunchun's new form. "Hulk, get out of the way," Yunchun called the banner, before pressing the timer button. "Startup, timer activated." A wave of electronic sound resonated. With a thunderous roar, a fierce gust of heat erupted from Yunchun, causing his garments to billow wildly and distorting the surrounding space. General Ross and the others were caught off guard by the intense wind, quickly turning their heads and shielding their eyes. Upon hearing Yunchun's command, Banner, transformed into the Hulk, hesitated momentarily. However, witnessing Yunchun's transformation and driven by a flicker of rationality, he ultimately chose to step aside. What an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yunchun mused, feeling the immense force from this form, as it relentlessly sought to crush and tear at his very being. Yet, there was no time for regret. Chapter 53. Tony takes away Yunchun upon witnessing Hulk evade the attack. Yunchun unsheathed his sword, suppressing the overwhelming pressure he felt, and took a step forward, vanishing in an instant. Moments later, a multitude of grievous wounds appeared on the Abomination, deep enough to reveal bone. Within 10 seconds, a figure materialized beside the Abomination. Halting its advance, it was Yunchun. "Ah!" The Abomination cried out, clutching its body in agony as yellow blood drenched its form. "Jarvis, what is happening? Is it similar to the last time? Yet, was it this formidable before?" Tony, astonished by the bizarre scene, inquired of Jarvis. The onlookers shared his bewilderment, witnessing such a powerful creature reduced to this state so swiftly. According to the analysis, his speed in that brief 10-second span reached 50 times the speed of sound. In that fleeting moment, he has struck the creature hundreds, if not thousands of times, Jarvis responded. "What?" Tony was further astounded by Jarvis's revelation. "Ah." Yunchun, too, let out a pained cry, collapsing to the ground. Had he not been clad in armor at that moment, the witnesses would have seen his body marred by countless wounds, crimson blood staining his form. Yet, even through the armor, his blood began to seep through, subtly tarnishing its exterior. At that moment, he grasped the meaning of the system's prior warning. Struggling to his feet, he noticed the wounds on the abomination beginning to heal. Realizing it was time to showcase his true skills. Enduring the pain, he leaped once more, disappearing into thin air. Subsequently, azure drill-like projectiles emerged around the abomination, piercing its flesh. Upon counting, there were a total of 28. One by one, they struck the abomination, then vanished. The air was filled with the resounding echoes of enormous explosions, engulfing the abomination in a fierce blaze that not only encased it entirely but also spread outward. "Take cover," General Ross shouted, swiftly embracing Betty and pressing her down to shield her from the impending danger. The surrounding crowd followed suit, crouching low as the flames expanded to a radius of 15 meters. It was only when the flames reached General Ross's back, protecting Betty, that Hulk reacted, rushing toward them to shield them from the inferno. Amidst the flames, several large holes perforated the abomination, its heart obliterated, the flesh within writhing, yearning to heal. However, without a heart, recovery was impossible. After a few futile twitches, it lay still, succumbing to death at last. Seeing this, Yun Chun extended his hand, touching the lifeless body of the abomination, absorbing it into his system space, his well-earned trophy. 3, 2, 1, timeout. Yun Chun reverted to his original form, and soon, due to his injuries, he could no longer withstand the pressure of the Fee's armor, leading him to reluctantly relinquish his transformation and collapse onto the ground, with his belt falling beside him. After Yun Chun stowed away the loathed corpse, the flames gradually subsided. In the fleeting moment before the flames extinguished entirely, the Fee's armor shielded Yun Chun from the last remnants of fire. The onlookers on the battlefield remained utterly oblivious to the multitude of eyes observing this fierce conflict. Upon Yun Chun's detransformation, all eyes turned anxiously towards him, eager to glimpse his condition. "Oh no, this is dire," the system lamented. "Jarvis, disable all cameras that can be obstructed." In that instant, Tony, for reasons unbeknownst to him, commanded Jarvis, then dashed forward, scooping up Yun Chun and seizing the belt, hastily making his escape from the scene. As the video feed was blocked, a wave of frustration washed over the spectators, akin to a duck slipping from their grasp, stirring an unusual agitation among them, though not all shared this sentiment. Immediately dispatch a team to Tony Stark's residence to unearth the identity of the Kamen Rider. Ordered those who, having watched the footage, harbored thoughts regarding Yun Chun's belt. Has the Kamen Rider ascended to such heights? Pondered a serious man holding a green mechanical locust on the battlefield. Should we take action to eliminate him? Inquired a seductive woman approaching him. No, it is not yet the opportune moment. Wouldn't you agree? He replied, gazing at the mechanical locust. On the opposite side of the locust, a slender middle-aged man with spectacles sat silently before a computer, observing the recorded footage. His left arm cradled a white, bald doll, while his right hand tinkered with several coins, remaining mute as he watched, with a plethora of coins and cans of various colors strewn across the table behind him. "Let us depart," declared the man with the locust, turning to leave. The woman cast a scornful glance at Yun Chun before coldly following suit, accompanied by another man who also glanced at Yun Chun before exiting. Unbeknownst to them, a middle-aged man wearing yellow glasses stood at a nearby building, peering through the window not at Yun Chun, but at their departing figures. He had originally thought that bringing his daughter here would allow for a peaceful existence. Yet this world proved perilous, and they had managed to track him down. The tranquil days were dwindling. Perhaps it was time to call upon your assistance. The man sighed, glancing at the item in his possession before turning to leave. In several other buildings scattered across different directions, others were also watching the unconscious Yun Chun lying on the ground. "The curtain has fallen. Let us hasten and remain discreet," instructed a man, thoroughly clad in dark attire, to a group of indifferent women dressed in black. Afterward, he departed, leaving behind a few corpses that appeared to be the home's owners, their bodies unscathed. A similar scene unfolded in various buildings, as ominous winds and rain began to gather. "Dad, over here," Betty urged, supporting General Ross as he rose to his feet, his back a gruesome sight, tears brimming in her eyes. "I'm fine," General Ross replied, recalling the far more severe injuries he had endured during his time as a soldier. "How are you?" he asked Betty, concern etching his features. His indifference could be directed at anyone, but not at his daughter. "I'm fine," Betty responded, her eyes still glistening with tears. "That's good to hear," he said, gazing towards the direction Tony had departed in the large crater, which held nothing. He believed the abomination had been utterly obliterated. Did I truly err? General Ross pondered aloud, reflecting on the lives lost in pursuit of the super serum. Was it truly worth it? Betty struggled to find an answer, merely offering her support to her father. Suddenly, the thundering sound of an armed helicopter approached. Upon hearing it, Hulk seemed to recall a haunting memory, instinctively letting out a roar. "Banner," Betty called, turning to him and approaching. "It's all right, Banner," she comforted through her tears. He reached out, intending to wipe her tears away, but noticing his form still resembled Hulk, he feared losing control and inadvertently harming her, so he turned away. Preparing to leave, soldiers raised their weapons, aiming at Hulk. "Let him go," General Ross rasped. Hulk glanced back at Betty one last time before leaping onto a rooftop and departing. "Sir, we will handle the scene. You should leave," Langley said, approaching General Ross with the rapid response team as Hulk vanished. "Thank you," Ross replied hoarsely, assisted by soldiers and Betty as he boarded a helicopter to depart. "All right, let's manage the scene," Langley instructed, his hands poised to act when Nick Fury's voice echoed in his ear, "Collect the blood." Taken aback, Langley turned to the rapid response team. He then gestured behind him. One of the team members hesitated momentarily before resuming their task. With a scoff, Langley watched Tony and Yun-Chun depart. At this moment, Tony cradled Yun-Chun and discreetly arrived at the house he had previously acquired for Jack and the vampire clan. He placed Yun-Chun on the sofa in the living room, unconcerned about the blood staining the fabric, and pressed a button on his left hand. The armor on Tony began to twist and rotate, shedding its exterior. The Iron Man suit transformed into a gauntlet, adorning his left arm. This was the Mark IV, a modification Tony had crafted using the IXA system technology developed alongside Jack and the vampire clan, as it was merely a preliminary test of the armor's compression technology. Only a sample had been manufactured. However, despite being a prototype, its combat capabilities were only slightly inferior to those of the Mark III. Tony glanced at Yun-Chun, who lay on the sofa, his face stained crimson with blood, obscuring his features. Contemplating Yun-Chun's condition, Tony began to remove his clothing, bemused by the unexpected nature of his actions. After stripping Yun-Chun down to his undergarments, Tony remarked with a hint of resignation, "What do you truly look like? You appear quite youthful." Observing Yun-Chun's form, he furrowed his brow and, taking a piece of paper from the table, began to clean the congealing blood from his skin. "So young?" Tony gasped in astonishment as he cleared the blood from Yun-Chun's face, revealing his true visage. The momentary surprise quickly faded, and he resumed his ministrations. At this point, Yun-Chun, aided by his healing abilities, had ceased to bleed, though his body was riddled with numerous wounds that, while not deep, bore the marks of a brutal assault, as if someone had systematically carved into him with a knife. Once Tony had nearly finished cleaning the blood from Yun-Chun's body, he surveyed the room in search of a medical kit. Retrieving it, he returned to the living room, opened the kit, and carefully applied cotton and antiseptic alcohol to Yun-Chun's wounds, methodically disinfecting them. Chapter 54, The Battle of the Undead. 10 minutes later, Tony finally disinfected all of Yun-Chun's wounds and observed that they were healing at a visibly rapid pace, confirming his suspicions. After a moment's contemplation, Tony lifted Yun-Chun and carried him towards the guest room. Once he placed Yun-Chun on the bed, he retrieved his phone and called Happy, instructing him to purchase a set of clothes for Yun-Chun before leaving the room. "Sir, over 20 calls have come in and have been screened for you." Jarvis's voice resonated in Tony's ear as he entered the living room. "Oh," Tony responded, pulling out his phone to check. Indeed, after a brief glance, he let out a cold chuckle, remarking, "All the incoming numbers belong to politicians of considerable status." Beep, beep, beep. Ignoring the persistent notifications, Tony received a call from Pepper. "Tony, what have you done? Why are so many politicians calling me?" "I was trying to rest." Pepper's incredulous voice came through as he answered the call. "Apologies, apologies. Just ignore them. This month's salary is doubled," Tony replied with a smile. "It's not a matter of salary. This is affecting my rest." "Oh, here comes another one," Pepper said, suddenly pausing before exclaiming, I'm so sorry. With that, Tony hung up the phone. Seeing that Tony had ended the call, Pepper promptly turned off her other phone, which had been incessantly ringing. A while later, Happy called. Have you arrived? Tony inquired. I'm here just at the back. Happy responded. Upon hearing this, Tony made his way to the kitchen and peered out the window at Happy. Have you gone unnoticed? Tony asked, scrutinizing Happy. I'm a professional, Happy replied, handing Tony the clothes he had brought. Go take a rest, Tony said as he accepted the garments and turned to head back to Yun-chun's room. After Tony left, Happy glanced around before departing himself. Tony entered Yun-chun's room, placed the clothes nearby, glanced at Yun-chun, and then exited. The following day, Yun-chun was awakened by the incessant ringing of his phone. Beep, beep, beep. The phone buzzed. Rubbing his eyes, Yun-chun groggily reached for the phone beside him. Hello, who is this? Yun-chun answered. Is this Brother Yin? Did you not return home last night? Came Jones's voice from the other end. Oh, Jones. I was caught up with matters last night and ended up sleeping outside. Sorry to worry you, Yun-chun exclaimed as he sat up abruptly, surveying his surroundings and his own condition. Oh, I'm relieved to hear you're all right. When do you plan to come back? Have you eaten? Jones asked. I might be a bit late. I'll eat out, Yun-chun replied, noticing his belt still beside him, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he continued speaking. Very well, Brother Yin. You may continue with your tasks. I shall hang up now. Upon concluding the call, Jones on the other end exhaled in relief. System, who brought me here last night? Have I been exposed? What did the person who returned me do to me? After ending the call, Yun-chun recalled the events of the previous night. He rose from his bed, scrutinizing his bare body, feeling a tightening sensation, and inquired of the system. It was Tony Stark who brought you here, aside from him. No one else is aware of your identity. He assisted in cleansing the blood from your body, then brought you to this room and provided you with clothing. After which he departed, the system replied. Upon hearing this, Yun-chun felt a wave of relief wash over him, but as he gazed at his body, which was marred with dried blood, a shiver coursed through him, triggering his trypophobia. He hastily began to pick at the scabs on his skin. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Tony, who entered just as Yun-chun was tending to the bloodied areas of his hips. Tony had intended to check on Yun-chun's condition, but was taken aback to find Yun-chun's hand in such a compromising position. His face a mask of horror. My apologies for the intrusion. Do take care of yourself. With that, Tony stepped back and closed the door behind him. Wait, it's not what you think. Let me explain. Yun-chun, disregarding the risk of his identity being revealed, called out after Tony, eager to pursue him. However, upon realizing his state of undress, he felt a wave of embarrassment and hastily grabbed a nearby garment to don. After hastily dressing, Yun-chun opened the door and stepped into the living room, intent on clarifying the misunderstanding and inquiring about the events of the previous night. Upon entering the living room, he spotted Tony dining. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, It's not as you perceive. I was merely cleaning the scabs. I didn't say anything. Why are you so flustered? Tony replied teasingly, still munching on his food. Yun-chun's expression darkened at this remark. You should hurry and brush your teeth. The food is getting cold. Here are your toothbrush and towel, Tony said, gesturing to the items prepared by Happy. Hearing this, Yun-chun felt a pang of hunger. After such a lengthy ordeal the previous night and with his injuries still fresh, he realized he needed nourishment. However, he refrained from immediate action, instead looking at Tony and stating, Your identity should remain undisclosed. Let us discuss this after we eat. Understanding Yun-chun's intent, Tony interjected. With that, Yun-chun picked up the toothbrush and towel, making his way to the bathroom. A few minutes later, he returned, seated himself, and began to devour his meal ravenously. By that time, Tony had finished eating and was occupied with his phone, seemingly engaged in some task. Meanwhile, at a villa situated in a slum area, two young men weakly extended their hands to prevent a strikingly beautiful yet aloof woman from entering. Please stop. You cannot go in. Step aside. The woman coldly glared at the two men, her voice devoid of warmth. The men, sensing her unwavering resolve, remained silent, struggling to maintain their composure. Will you not let me pass? The woman spoke once more, her impatience evident. I'm afraid you cannot enter. The two men, though filled with trepidation at her words, were even more fearful of the individual within, and thus mustered the courage to persist in their obstruction. "Do not blame me," the woman declared, delivering a swift kick towards the pair. As the kick approached, the duo transformed into two undead, one resembling a deer wielding a sword, and the other a bug-like creature brandishing a shield. Both undead sported a black belt around their waists, positioning their weapons defensively to absorb the blow. Yet, with a resounding thud, they were effortlessly sent flying, crashing to the ground, their weapons clattering away. The woman cast them not a single glance, striding onward into the building. "You cannot enter." As she attempted to proceed, the two scrambled to their feet, one of them clutching her ankle. Infuriated by the audacity, the woman transformed into a tiger-like undead, her upper body a vibrant yellow while the rest remained black, adorned with a belt at her waist. The tiger leapt, shaking off their grasp, and descended with formidable force, stomping down upon the two undead. With a sickening crunch, they were left spitting blood, having been vanquished in mere moments. The circular emblem on their belts snapped open to reveal numbers. One displayed as Spade 6, the other as Spade 7. The tiger undead extended her paw, sending one of the undead flying several dozen meters away, far from the villa, before turning her attention to the other. "Who was making such a ruckus this early in the morning?" A young man clad in red pajamas emerged, yawning, followed closely by an expressionless companion. "You finally decided to show yourself," the tiger remarked, lowering her paw. "Ah, if it isn't Queen. What brings you here?" The red-clad man approached, offering polite greetings upon recognizing the tiger undead. "My apologies, sir, it is my inadequacy," the Spade 7 undead struggled to articulate as he noticed the red-clad man approaching. "If you recognize your own worthlessness, then why linger here?" The man's demeanor shifted ominously as he delivered a kick that sent Spade 7 flying, landing alongside Spade 6 in a defeated heap. "My apologies for the spectacle," the man said with a smile. "Enough with the pleasantries, let us engage in combat," the tiger declared with a cold glare. "Why bother? Without the Philosopher's Stone, what purpose does further fighting serve?" The man sighed, reflecting on his own once idealistic aspirations as an undead, now crushed by the weight of reality, resigning him to a life of mediocrity. "Furthermore, you stand no chance against me. Surrender," he added with a disdainful smirk. "I relish the challenge. Whether I can prevail, I shall discover through action." "Let us begin," the tiger proclaimed, charging towards the man with a fierce swipe of her claw. To my surprise, the Kamen rider is remarkably young, merely a child. Observing Yun-chun finish his meal, Tony turned to him and spoke. "I apologize, but I am already of age." Yun-chun responded nonchalantly. "I am curious about what battle feels like for you." "Why do you fight?" Tony inquired. "It feels like nothing, to be honest. Initially, I was quite fearful, but eventually, I merely wish to eliminate those deranged monsters. Fighting is simply my occupation, nothing more," Yun-chun replied. "You do not belong to this world, do you?" Tony asked. "Indeed, like those monsters. I hail from a different Earth in a parallel universe." Yun-chun leaned back in his chair and stated. "Who assigned you this role?" Tony questioned. "I am afraid that is under a confidentiality agreement," Yun-chun jested. "Are you weary?" Tony asked. "Not at all. As long as the monsters do not appear, I have no work to do. Recently, they have been hiding, and I have enjoyed a long vacation," Yun-chun explained. "Well then, thank you for bringing me here. I hope you will not disclose my identity." "I must take my leave," Yun-chun said, rising from his seat. He took out his headset and declared, "Saiga, transform." After transforming into Saiga, he immediately entered a state of invisibility, leaving no chance for Tony to speak, and exited, heading back to the store. Watching Yun-chun depart, Tony was left in contemplation. Chapter 55, Types Q and K. Subsequently, Tony stood up, pressed a button on his armor, donned the iron suit, exited the house, closed the door behind him, and then took to the skies. "System, are you there?" Yun-chun inquired while soaring through the air. "Yes," the system replied. "What is my danger level?" Yun-chun asked. 4, 6, the system responded. "That means I can purchase explosive form equipment, correct? Then please procure a Kabuto belt for me." Yun-chun contemplated and stated. "Understood, sir. It will cost 2,400 points." Upon hearing this, the system's tone softened significantly. "All right, go ahead and buy it," Yun-chun commanded. "Certainly, sir," the system exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Wait a moment," Yun-chun suddenly called out. What is it? The system queried. A hint of concern about Yun Chun changing his mind evident in its voice. I recall that the Kabuto Zector selects its suitable wielder, requiring a perfect combination of perfection, rationality, and wisdom to unleash its full power. After purchasing, will I be able to use it? Yun Chun pondered aloud. Oh, you mean that? Fear not. The Zector drive will automatically grant a buff to enhance rationality and elevate intelligence, along with boosting your capabilities by 13 levels, so there is no need for concern. The system reassured him with a sigh of relief. That's good to hear. Proceed with the purchase, Yun Chun responded excitedly. The belt has been placed in the system space. Please check, came the system's voice. Yun Chun did not retrieve it immediately. Instead, he intended to return to the shop for further examination. As he flew through the skies, his spirits were lifted by the acquisition of the Kabuto belt, allowing him to revel in the beauty of the scenery below. What is that? Yun Chun pondered as he suddenly spotted two dark mounds on an open patch of grass, an image that felt eerily familiar. Could it be that Yun Chun was losing his mind? He plunged downwards at 50 times the speed of sound, reaching the ground in a mere half-second. Ha! Yun Chun landed, gazing at the two undead before him, dispelling his invisibility and erupting into a terrifying laugh. Who are you? The two undead stammered in fear, struggling to escape but finding themselves utterly immobilized. Yun Chun's grin stretched from ear to ear, and without uttering a word, he swiftly produced two empty cards and flung them towards the undead, impaling them. The cards absorbed the two undead, returning to Yun Chun's hands. Ha, cough. Hawk cough. Yun Chun laughed uncontrollably, pounding the ground in sheer madness, punctuated by bouts of coughing. All right, enough of that, the system interjected, unable to bear the spectacle any longer. Coughing a few more times, Yun Chun staggered to his feet, slightly unsteady. That was exhilarating. He exclaimed, I wonder if there are any more? Yun Chun turned to scan his surroundings. Alas, it is indeed true. Since that is the case, I shall graciously accept it. He. Yun Chun gazed at the two undead, engaged in battle several hundred meters away. A foolish grin stretching across his face as he entered stealth mode once more and dashed forward. Wait, host, those appear to be queen and king level undead. Is it truly wise to approach them? The system interjected suddenly. Upon hearing the system's words, Yun Chun's countenance turned ashen, and he abruptly halted his forward momentum. However, having run too swiftly moments before, he could not stop in time and slid forward uncontrollably. In a desperate attempt to regain his footing, he leaned back, his feet furiously digging into the earth, carving out two 5-meter-long, 30-centimeter-deep trenches. He finally came to a stop 3 meters away from the two undead, pivoted, and unleashed the full power of his heavenly wings, soaring backward. For those familiar with Tom and Jerry, envision the scene where the cat encounters something terrifying while in pursuit of the mouse. Who goes there? The two undead sensed an anomaly, simultaneously ceasing their assault and calling out. Fortunately, Yun Chun was cloaked in invisibility. Otherwise, he would have surely met his demise. Indeed, Yun Chun had become timid. At his current level, he could only confront species level 9 or 10. If faced with level J, he might manage a hasty retreat. But should he encounter anything above queen level, he would be wise to find a cool spot to lie down and avoid stinking up the place. The danger levels of Jack, Queen, King, Ace, and Joker range from 5 to 7, 0, with the weakest being the Offanor King. Even a mere fart from Yun Chun would be insufficient. The disparity between species level 10 and above and those below is vast, incomparable. In any case, he had chosen to be cowardly. Let whoever dare confront them do so, for he absolutely would not engage. Only a fool would do battle with them, especially since they were merely engaged in mutual destruction, causing no harm to others. Unbeknownst to him, a fool indeed approached the two undead after he left, attempting to challenge them directly. Enough distractions, let us continue the battle and not seek to evade it. Although Species Q had sensed another presence moments ago, it had detected nothing further and, concerned that King might depart, pressed forward in pursuit. You startled me. Thank goodness for my invisibility, Yun Chun murmured, patting his chest and sweating profusely as he flew back toward the store. Meanwhile, after Yun Chun's departure, several S, H, I, E, L, D, Vehicles arrived near species Q and K, and two individuals emerged, none other than Cross and Grace. The others remained in the vehicles to avoid the conflict's fallout. At last, we have located the undead again. I wonder if this time they are of the cubic variety, Grace remarked, observing the two undead locked in combat. Though a sense of foreboding lingered in his mind. Regardless, we shall defeat them. It matters not whether they are cubic in nature. With that, he grasped his belt, inserted a card, and prepared to charge forward. Wait, do not be rash. Let me ascertain their species levels first. Glaze observed as Croth prepared to charge forward and remarked, "What are we waiting for? Just strike. Do you truly believe they would allow us to encounter them so easily?" With that, Croth swiftly dashed ahead. "No, come back. They are indeed of Class J or higher," Glaze shouted, remembering the information Yun Chun had provided, which indicated they were classified as Q and K. However, Croth had already plunged into the fray, oblivious to Glaze's warning. He brandished the Square 9 card against the awakening gun, transforming it into 2 Garen, and raised his fists to confront the two undead. At that moment, the two undead were visibly agitated. The queen was irked by the king's constant refusal to engage in battle, merely opting for a defensive stance, while the king was frustrated by the queen's incessant need to provoke him. As they noticed Croth charging toward them, they leaped simultaneously, one delivering a kick to his abdomen and the other striking his head, sending Croth flying backward, crashing behind Glaze and the other agents. After which they resumed their battle, ignoring him entirely. "Croth," Glaze called out, rushing with the agents toward him. "Are you all right?" Glaze exclaimed, assisting Croth to his feet. At that moment, Croth's face was swollen, resembling that of a pig's head, having been forced to revert from his transformation, with his belt lying shattered nearby, rendering it utterly unusable. "Ambulance," Croth murmured, clutching Glaze's hand with difficulty before slipping into unconsciousness. "Quick, get him in the vehicle and retreat," Glaze instructed the nearby agents, grabbing the destroyed belt and helping Croth into the car, departing hastily. Fortunately, the two higher-level undead showed no interest in them. Upon their return to S.H.I.E.L.D., Croth had regained consciousness during the journey. After all, in the eyes of Q and K, he was merely an ant. The strength required to eliminate an ant is minimal, and thanks to the belt's protection, his injuries were not severe. Though the wounds on his face would take time to heal, Glaze sought a doctor to treat him, and afterward, they proceeded to the director's office together. "Director, I apologize," Croft said, placing the damaged belt on the table, standing quietly beside Glaze with his head bowed. "Speak. What did you do?" Nick Fury inquired, his expression grim. "I'm sorry. Director, it's my fault. I failed to stop him in time, which led to this situation," Glaze said, concerned for Croth as he noticed the director's dark demeanor. "No, it's my fault," Croth interjected hastily, aware of the repercussions of the damaged belt. "I was too reckless and impulsive. I only wished to know how this belt was destroyed." "Is that too much to ask?" Fury's expression darkened further, though his tone remained calm. "Just moments ago, I received intelligence regarding the appearance of peculiar beings. Upon our arrival, we discovered they were undead, engaged in combat. In my haste, I failed to ascertain their levels and charged forward, only to be sent sprawling back. It was later revealed that they belonged to categories Q and K. Upon hearing the words of the boiled egg, I sensed the fury within, prompting Cross to interject hastily. However, as he noticed the boiled egg's growing ire at his remarks, Cross's voice dwindled to a whisper, and Grace dared not interject further. "Coulson, are you in the office? Come to my office at once." Upon hearing Cross's command, the boiled egg pondered for a moment before picking up the nearby phone to call Coulson. "Did they harm anyone when you arrived?" Nick Fury inquired calmly. "No, they were engaged in battle," Cross replied. "Were they fighting in a crowded area?" Nick Fury asked again. "No, it was quite desolate. There was no one nearby." As he spoke, Cross lowered his gaze further. With a deep breath, Nick Fury massaged his temples, choosing not to speak further. An oppressive silence enveloped the room, leaving both men hesitant to utter a word. Chapter 56. The Fourth Class Amazons. A series of knocks reverberated through the air. "Come in," Nick Fury commanded. "Director, what do you require of me?" asked Coulson as he entered the room. "Both of you, please step outside," Nick Fury instructed, gesturing toward Cross and Grace. Understood, Grace said, gently ushering a hesitant Cross out of the room. Take this over there and contact the Kamen Rider to see if it can be repaired, Nick Fury said, rubbing his temples. Yes, Director, but what about those two? Coulson inquired as he gathered the belt. Cross is temporarily suspended. We will assess the belt's condition before proceeding further. Grace, remain on standby, Nick Fury replied. The device known as the Ophiuchus gene separation apparatus, its genes should have dissolved by now, correct? Bring that along as well. Nick Fury added, producing the Spade A card and handing it to Coulson for transport. Understood, Coulson replied, accepting the card, collecting the belt, and turning to leave. Mr. Coulson, what did the director say? Grace and Cross approached him as he exited. The director wants me to find the individual responsible for our belts to see if they can be repaired. You are to remain on standby. And Cross is suspended pending results, Coulson stated plainly. That Ophiuchus gene separation apparatus is with you, right? Hand it over. I will take it for purification, Coulson insisted. Oh, very well, Grace said, retrieving the device from her bag and handing it to Coulson. Mr. Coulson, may we accompany you? Grace inquired, observing as he accepted the apparatus. Apologies. But no, Coulson replied, shaking his head before departing. Do not worry. If the Kamen Rider can provide us with belts, surely they can repair them as well. Consider this a brief respite, Grace comforted Cross, noting his despondent demeanor. I am fine. There's no need to fret over me, Cross replied with a forced smile. Though pain and concern lingered in his eyes as he turned away, covering his face. Grace watched Cross depart with worry, feeling helpless as she turned to leave herself. A series of knocks echoed at the door of a room upstairs, where the quick response team agent who had witnessed the gesture from Ramu stood outside. Enter. A man's voice called from within. Hearing the invitation, the agent glanced around before carefully stepping inside and closing the door behind him. How did the task proceed? The man at the desk inquired as the agent entered. Here, as you anticipated, his blood is indeed quite extraordinary. We are currently conducting research, the agent said. Producing a vial of blood and placing it on the desk, his gaze lowered. And his identity? The seated man straightened, examining the blood sample with a hint of excitement in his expression. Originally, he had relinquished his transformation, however. The explosion's flames were so immense that we could not discern the details. Once the flames dissipated, Iron Man, Tony Stark, stood with one leg crossed, taking him away, leaving us unable to glimpse his true identity. The agent replied, no matter, having blood samples is sufficient. We can investigate his identity later. The middle-aged man chuckled. Very well. Take him away. I expect to see results within a month. The seated man handed the blood samples to the agent, stating, understood. The agent responded quietly, Hail Hydra, before turning and departing. Meanwhile, Yun-chun, having just acquired milk tea from next door, placed several cups on the kitchen table before ascending the stairs. He set the milk tea on the living room table, retaining only one cup to return to his room, where he sat down, wiped his cold sweat, and began to drink, calming his nerves. Phew. Thankfully, I wasn't discovered, Yun-chun sighed in relief, continuing to sip. Once he finished a cup of milk tea, he retrieved the Kabuto belt from the system space and examined it closely. Before him lay a silver Zector Drive belt and a red Kabuto Zector. The Zector Drive belt, while simple in design, boasted a sleek and stylish appearance, exuding a robust metallic quality. Its center featured a black outer rim with a silver inlay, flanked by two square components. The right component housed a button for activating super speed. The other square component served as a slot for a device that enabled super speed and time travel, the Hyper Zector. The Kabuto Zector, resembling a beetle, was predominantly red, its base matching the belt's silver, and its head sported a prominent horn. After a brief inspection, Yun-chun returned the Zector Drive belt to the system space, while the red Kabuto Zector fluttered its wings and took flight, disappearing through the window, only to reappear in Yun-chun's hand when needed. System, he called out, watching the Kabuto Zector depart. I am here, sir. What do you require? The system replied humbly. Transform the abominable corpse into a Class 4 Amazon, Yun-chun instructed the system. Understood, sir. The abominable corpse is quite formidable. The transformation will take some time, approximately 4 hours, the system responded, initiating the process. As the system began its transformation, Yun Chun climbed onto his bed to rest. After such an intense night and being awakened early by Jones, he had scarcely any sleep, which was far from sufficient. Coulson drove to the villa garden where he was to exchange items with Yun Chun. He placed the box containing the Garen driver, the Orpheus gene separation device, and the Ace of Spades card in the flower bed, then took out his phone and called Yun Chun. The ringing phone awakened Yun Chun from his slumber. "Hello, who is this?" Yun Chun groggily opened his eyes, sat up, and inquired as he retrieved his phone. "Sir Knight, it is Coulson. The Orpheus gene separation device has reached full dissolution, and we would like to request your assistance in purifying it. Additionally, we have sealed the Ace of Spades, which I believe may prove useful to you, so I have brought it along. Furthermore, due to unforeseen circumstances, the Garen belt you provided us was inadvertently damaged, and I would like to ask if you could repair it," Coulson explained. "Repairing it is certainly feasible, but what exactly happened?" Yun Chun asked, puzzled. "This morning, we received intelligence indicating the presence of undead near the slums. We located 2 suitable candidates for the Garen drivers and set out with them to investigate. Unfortunately, we encountered 2 superior undead engaged in battle. The user, rather rashly, charged in to fight them and was subsequently defeated, resulting in the destruction of the belt. Thankfully, the individual sustained no serious injuries," Coulson recounted. Relieved to hear that Yun Chun could repair the belt, Coulson sighed. "Your S-H-I-E-L-D is truly remarkable. Even daring to confront superior undead that I would hesitate to face, and yet they emerged with only minor injuries." Upon hearing this, Yun Chun felt a sense of admiration, simultaneously realizing the identities of the 2 undead that Cross had provoked. "You misunderstand, Mr. Yun. Those 2 superior undead had no interest in our Garen candidates. Otherwise, they would not have escaped," Coulson replied, recognizing the teasing tone in Yun Chun's voice. "Just leave the items there. I will come by to collect them shortly," Yun Chun stated before ending the call. After the call was disconnected, Coulson departed. Saiga transform. Yun Chun put away his phone, stretched, got out of bed, donned his headphones, and exited his room, exclaiming. Once his transformation was complete, Yun Chun equipped the wings of heaven and, while controlling them, entered stealth mode, flying directly out of the window. A few minutes later, Yun Chun arrived at the flower bed, retrieved the box left by Coulson, and departed. Upon returning to the shop, Yun Chun deactivated his transformation, sat on the sofa, and opened the box to inspect its contents. He picked up the Garen belt, noticing a noticeable dent on the left side of the front. "I'll leave these 2 to you," Yun Chun remarked, shaking his head at the system. "Understood," the system replied, taking the Garen belt and the Orpheus gene separation device. Yun Chun then examined the Ace of Spades. "The 4th type of Amazon modification is complete. Please take note," the system's voice suddenly announced. "Oh, it's already finished?" Upon hearing the system's words, Yun Chun joyfully inquired, retracting the Ace of Spades and the box. "Indeed, esteemed guest," the system replied. "Wonderful," Yun Chun exclaimed, rising with excitement and stepping into the room. "Hurry, let me see," he said as he sat down, subsequently summoning Amazon from the system's space. Before him, a magical circle emerged, subsequently retracting and vanishing. As the magical circle receded, a figure appeared before Yun Chun, a man with a resolute face, dressed impeccably in a black suit, holding a black belt adorned with 2 purple orbs resembling eyes, beneath which were 2 red handles. "Greetings, Master." Upon his emergence, Amazon placed his left hand on his chest, bowing respectfully to Yun Chun. "Excellent, excellent." Yun Chun was utterly thrilled. But system, why does he not appear as a creature of loathing? This form, does it not affect his combat prowess? Yun Chun inquired of the system. "Rest assured, his combat ability remains unaffected. In fact, he will be even more formidable than before. This appearance is designed to conceal his prior identity. The system has undergone modifications to his physique, enhancing his features and completely transforming his former visage. Moreover, the genes of loathing have been altered and fused with those of Amazon, ensuring that even in his transformed state, his size remains consistent with that of his original form. I trust you find the system's enhancement satisfactory," the system proudly elaborated. Absolutely. I am exceedingly pleased. Yun Chun responded with enthusiasm. Please bestow a name upon me. Amazon bowed once more, requesting a name. Do not call me master. Simply refer to me as sir. Yun Chun gestured dismissively. While he would be exhilarated if a cute girl referred to him thus, hearing it from a robust man felt somewhat unsettling, despite Amazon's handsome appearance post-transformation. Understood, sir. Amazon replied. Chapter 57. The cat bug. Let us call you Sigma. Yun Chun suggested after a moment of contemplation, opting for the name bestowed upon him post-transformation. Very well, thank you, sir, Sigma replied, bowing his head in acknowledgement. By the way, how's he powered? Yun Chun suddenly inquired, pondering what could possibly fuel such formidable combat prowess. Allow me to introduce Sigma. The system swiftly changed the subject, a cold sweat breaking out. Firstly, Sigma's danger level in his untransformed state is rated at 4. 5. Possessing combat skills. Upon transformation, his threat level escalates to a silver 5. 7. Moreover, he is devoid of pain and emotion, essentially a killing machine. When combined with the original Amazon cells and the cells of hatred, he cannot be vanquished unless obliterated instantaneously. Additionally, any being with a danger level below 5 stands no chance of inflicting harm upon him. Sigma possesses sensory antennas that detect surrounding sounds and movements of foes, enabling him to evade danger and eliminate targets with optimal efficiency. His compound eyes can effortlessly adjust focus and field of vision, accurately tracking objects up to 1,000 meters away. His jaw is equipped with fangs capable of easily shattering steel, and his arms are razor-edged, capable of breaking through rock slabs up to 80 centimeters thick. His claws possess high penetration capability, causing severe internal damage to adversaries, with instant cellular activation enhancing his mobility. A single kick can fracture rock slabs up to 95 centimeters thick. The left handle of his belt is for transformation, while the right can be drawn out to become a weapon, transforming into a dagger, trident, spear, or whip. When the handle is extracted, it reads the user's consciousness to select and form a weapon suitable for the situation. The system meticulously detailed Sigma's capabilities. Yet, how exactly is he powered? Yun Chun queried. Noting the system's evasion of the question, a sense of foreboding settling over him. Each activation requires at least 2 vials of supercompressed protein liquid. In his untransformed state, his combat ability is comparable to that of an elite special forces soldier, if not greater, nearing the pinnacle of strength. In full combat mode, he can fight for an entire day. However, in his transformed state, he can exert full power for merely 1 hour per activation. With each vial of supercompressed protein costing 800 points, the system awkwardly responded. Indeed, Yun Chun gasped, realizing the implications. The system was once again a source of frustration. Activating him would consume a staggering 600 points, equivalent to 2 Fui's belts. Was this truly a worthwhile investment? Yun Chun had hoped that with the enhanced Amazon, he could ascend to the pinnacle of his existence, free from concerns over monstrous threats. Yet, the system delivered a harsh reminder, grounding him back in reality. And now, is there any energy within him to facilitate this transformation? How much is available, and for how long can it sustain him? Yun Chun inquired, his expression darkening. There are indeed 2 tubes, a gift during the transformation, just as previously described. The system promptly responded, you have a conscience. Yun Chun exhaled in relief, and then stowed away the Sigma. After all, even without combat, every moment consumed points, a luxury that Yun Chun, being rather impoverished, could not afford. By the way, host, a week has passed, the system suddenly whispered. What's that supposed to mean? Yun Chun initially thought nothing of it, unsure of the system's implications. Just as he was halfway through his thought, he paused. What? Another chance to draw? Yun Chun perked up immediately. Hurry, I want to draw. He clicked the lottery button on the system panel and entered the ordinary lottery. The familiar scent and flavor enveloped him. Yun Chun casually clicked on a card. Congratulations! You have obtained a peculiar item, the adorable catworm. What is this nonsense? Yun Chun was bewildered. He examined the card, which depicted a fluffy, orange cat without legs, exuding an overwhelming cuteness with its large, round, innocent eyes. Name, adorable catworm. Combat power, 0 traits, undying abilities, cuteness, super duper cute. Counter to dog flower remarks. The nemesis of dog flower, feasting on its petals. Although it lacks legs, its speed is undeniably swift. No female creature can resist its charm. Not even males may withstand its allure. Usage. As it is not an enemy creature, simply state the command to use it. Ah, I haven't used the dog flower yet. And now I have its nemesis. This seems delightful. It would make a splendid birthday gift for Jones, Yun Chun mused, nodding at the card. Indeed, tomorrow marked Jones's birthday. Use, Yun Chun declared, holding the card. The card in his hand began to glow, transforming into a beam of light that moved to a meter before him and landed on the ground. Gradually, the brilliance faded, revealing a cat. As the cat worm appeared and spotted Yun Chun, it let out a cry. Meow. The cat worm slowly crawled over, nuzzling against Yun Chun's pant leg, producing a soothing sound. How adorable! Yun Chun exclaimed, excitedly picking up the cat worm and petting it, reluctant to let go. Goo goo. A sound emanated from within the cat worm's body. Meow. The cat worm gazed up at Yun Chun with an innocent expression. Oh, are you hungry? Yun Chun inquired, his hand still unconsciously petting the cat, unwilling to release it. The cat worm continued to look at Yun Chun, this time adopting a pitiable demeanor, its large eyes glistening with a hint of moisture. All right, I'll feed you. Yun Chun relented, unable to withstand the cat worm's gaze. He took out the dog flower card. Use. Yun Chun commanded, addressing the card. Like a whimsical creature, the card transformed into a radiant beam of light, leaving Yun Chun's hand and settling a meter ahead of him. It morphed into a pot of sunflowers, at the center of which lay a canine visage, evoking an irresistible urge to swat it. Inhale, exhale. Is this the new world? Are you my master? What is your name? The dog flower emerged, inhaling the fresh air of this new realm, then began to bounce and chatter nonsensically. And you belong to me. I create, you are the whimsical creature. Suddenly, the dog flower spotted the whimsical creature nestled in Yun Chun's arms. Just as it was about to continue its idle chatter, it caught sight of the creature's appearance and was taken aback, leaping back against the wall, panting in trepidation, its petals quivering incessantly. The whimsical creature, peering intently at the dog flower, let out a call, extended its tongue to lick its lips, and then, in a sudden leap, bounded towards the dog flower. Before Yun Chun could comprehend how the creature, lacking feet, managed to jump from his embrace, it had already appeared before the dog flower, opening its mouth to bite off a petal and began to munch enthusiastically. No. The dog flower, witnessing its petal being devoured, leapt in fright and scurried aside. At that moment, the whimsical creature had finished its morsel and, fixated on the dog flower, pursued it. What am I doing? Yun Chun finally realized he was not merely drawing cards, but had inadvertently engaged with the creature. Shaking his head, he dismissed the chaotic chase of the whimsical creature and the dog flower, returning to his card drawing. He clicked on another card. Congratulations. You have acquired a fragment of an element that constitutes the world. The name seemed audacious. What formidable item could it be? Yun Chun, thrilled by the extravagant title, examined the card. Is this the so-called element that constitutes the world? He gazed at the card, perplexed. It depicted a small stone, and then vanished, leaving nothing behind. Did I perhaps open it incorrectly? In deep confusion, he glanced at the description. Name, fragment of an element that constitutes the world. Note, stone, no issues here. Yun Chun was utterly baffled. What on earth? You are quite adorable. Is this truly a fragment of an element that constitutes the world? Infuriated yet unable to argue back, he pondered whether the earth that transformed into stone was not an element of the world. In his vexation, he summoned the stone and hurled it forth. Ah, the dog flower, hopping and evading the whimsical creature, was struck down by Yun Chun's throw. The whimsical creature hurried over, climbing atop the dog flower, pressing it down and biting off another petal, relishing the feast. No. The dog flower cried out, for it had only 6 petals in total, and 3 had been devoured in one go. Fortunately, the whimsical creature had satisfied its hunger. Otherwise, the remaining petals would have met a similar fate. The little cat caterpillar, having satisfied its hunger, wriggled its body toward Yun Chun, brushing against his pant leg and emitting a contented sound. Meanwhile, the dog flower retreated to a corner, quietly pondering the essence of canine existence and the nature of flowers. How obedient. Yun Chun gazed at the cat caterpillar. His spirits instantly lifted. He remembered that this was merely a commonplace lottery. What treasures could it possibly yield? He scooped up the cat caterpillar and began to stroke it. Then clicked on the final ordinary lottery card. Congratulations! You have received an empty card. Yun Chun felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he remained indifferent, swiping away, clicking, and exiting the ordinary lottery to enter the intermediate lottery, selecting a card. Congratulations! You have received a handful of candied hawthorn. To think, even this was included. Such a promising intermediate lottery had been squandered. Yun Chun grumbled, yet he still retrieved the card for the candied hawthorn to peruse its description. Name: a handful of candied hawthorn remarks, a collection of 30 pieces crafted from the finest materials available. These candied hawthorns promise an unparalleled taste that all who have savored them rave about. Once tasted, one is left yearning for more. You deserve to possess them. Such lofty claims. How exquisite could they truly be? With that thought, Yun Chun continued to stroke the cat while he took out a piece and bit into it. Chapter 58. Drake's Ector. Yun Chun was enjoying his snack when suddenly his eyes widened in astonishment. Without uttering a word, he continued to indulge. And within a mere 2 minutes, he devoured 6 candied hawthorns. They really are delectable, he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he swallowed, still yearning for more. Unable to resist the temptation, he retrieved another skewer and swiftly finished it, revealing a look of utter satisfaction. All right, now it's time to resume the lottery, Yun Chun declared after finishing his treat. Congratulations, you have received nothingness. Yun Chun clicked on a card, only to find it void of any reward. See, he cursed upon witnessing his empty draw. Oh heavens, please grant me something worthwhile this time. He released his grip on the cat, clasped his hands in prayer, and murmured his hopes aloud. Taking a deep breath, Yun Chun cautiously tapped on the advanced lottery card. Congratulations, you have received the transformation device for Kamen Rider Drake. What is this? A mere trinket? It arrives just as I purchase Kabuto. What a jest! Yun Chun lamented, feeling disheartened by the transformation device that seemed utterly useless. Yet, after some reflection, he considered himself fortunate to have received it at all. He retrieved the transformation device, Drake Grip and Drake Sector, examining them closely. The Drake Grip appeared as a blend of black and blue, its appearance rather unremarkable. As for the Drake Sector, it bore the likeness of a dragonfly, adorned with large silver wings and a long blue tail, significantly larger than the Kabuto Sector, and possessed an attractive design. Such a useless item, Yun Chun sighed in resignation, releasing the Drake Sector while storing the Drake Grip in the system space. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Who is it? Yun Chun inquired. Brother Yun, dinner is ready, came the voice of Jones from outside. Oh, right, I'm coming, Yun Chun replied, suddenly aware of how late it had become as darkness enveloped the room. Meow, the cat bug chimed in, prompting Yun Chun to smile. Time to return. We have matters to attend to. We shall venture out again tomorrow. He transformed the cat bug back into a card and stored it away. And you? Don't think that hiding will make me forget you, Yun Chun said, glaring at the flower dog that was facing the wall. Look at me, so adorable. How could you let me go? The flower dog turned, gazing at Yun Chun with tearful eyes. Though it couldn't rival the cat bug in charm, it was still quite endearing, especially since its petals, previously consumed by the cat bug, had regrown to 4, with only 2 remaining. I've stored away the cat bug, which is far cuter than you. Are you as charming as the cat bug? As she spoke, Yun Chun swiftly transformed the dog flower into a card and stored it away. She opened the door and stepped outside. Brother Yun, are you conversing with someone? I could have sworn I heard a cat meowing. Have you adopted a cat? Jones tilted his head, glancing towards Yun Chun's room. Not at all. Perhaps you misheard. Yun Chun replied with a smile, stepping aside to allow Jones a glimpse of her room. That must be it. Brother Yun, it's time for dinner. Manager Sher from next door and his daughter have also arrived. Let's head down together, Jones remarked, observing the emptiness of Yun Chun's room with a grin. Oh. Manager Sher is here as well? Yun Chun inquired. Indeed, Grim has already gone down. You should hurry, Jones replied before making his way downstairs. Yun Chun pondered for a moment, retrieving the candied hawthorn she had drawn earlier from her system space, placing it into a clean bag before descending. "Hey, Manager Yun, you've only just come down at this late hour." Stone E greeted as Yun Chun reached the lower level. "Yes, I stayed up a bit late last night and just took a nap," Yun Chun replied with a smile. "Hello, Brother Yun." Stone Mei approached with a plate of dishes, cheerfully greeting Yun Chun as she placed the food on the table. "Greetings, Stone Mei. It's lovely to see you." Yun Chun responded warmly. "Indeed, I've been here several times. But you were never home." "This is the first time I've seen you here," Stone Mei remarked with a smile. "Haha, I'm usually busy with matters outside of mealtimes," Yun Chun said with a yawn. "All right, let us eat quickly. The food is getting cold," Jones urged, carrying dishes towards the table. "Very well." They all took their seats. "This is the candied hawthorn my friend gifted me when I returned at noon. You can take some home as a dessert after the meal. It's quite delightful," Yun Chun explained as she placed the bag of candied hawthorn beside her. "Oh, with that description, I must certainly try some later," Stoney expressed, intrigued by Yun Chun's words. "I want some." Grem eagerly reached for the bag. "Let us wait until after dinner. Otherwise, you won't have room for the meal." Yun Chun grasped Grim's hand, maintaining a friendly demeanor in the presence of guests. "Indeed, Grim, hurry and eat," Jones added. Reluctantly, Grim began to eat his meal as instructed. The five of them dined quietly, without conversation. 20 minutes later, Grim finished his meal first and eagerly grabbed a stick of candied hawthorn, devouring it with delight. "Wow, this is delicious," Grim exclaimed, savoring the treat, quickly finishing one stick before reaching for another. Seeing Grim's enjoyment, the other three, aside from Yun Chun, exchanged puzzled glances and hastily finished their meals, each taking a stick for themselves. Having just finished one, they all widened their eyes, quickly consuming the candied hawthorn in hand, grabbing another, all the while remaining silent and devouring eagerly. Hiss. Observing the situation, Yun Chun felt that if he delayed his meals, he would likely miss out entirely, prompting him to hastily devour his food. At last, having finished his meal, Yun Chun joined the spirited competition. Within mere minutes, 28 candied hawthorns were consumed by 5 individuals, with only 8 remaining. It was not a lack of desire to eat, but rather an inability to indulge further. As they leaned back in their chairs, hands on their stomachs, in a state of contentment. "I apologize, Brother Yun. They were simply too delectable," Jones remarked, blushing as he realized he may have overindulged. "I'm sorry as well," Shermay chimed in, noticing her own posture of holding her stomach and leaning back, feeling it might be somewhat inappropriate, and quickly sat up, her cheeks flushed. "No need to apologize. They were meant to be enjoyed. What matters is that they were delicious." Yun Chun waved his hand dismissively. "By the way, Manager Yen, where did your friend acquire these?" "They are far superior to any I have previously tasted," Shuri inquired, leaning back in his chair. "Dad," Shermay nudged her father upon hearing his question. "I've heard they were custom-made, using only the finest ingredients, and prepared by the best chefs. There were quite a few made, and I happened to be there when they offered me some. Next time, I shall ensure to bring more," Yun Chun replied nonchalantly. "I'll go wash the dishes now," Jones announced as he stood up, beginning to gather the bowls. "Let me help you, Sister Jones," Shermay offered, rising to assist with the dishes. "No need. Please rest. I can manage," Jones quickly responded. "It's quite all right. I have nothing else to do," Shermay replied, continuing to gather the utensils. "Thank you then," Jones said gratefully as the two made their way to the kitchen sink, scrubbing the dishes while the 3 men languished in their chairs like sloths, resting. After a while, "Dad, we should be leaving," Shermay said as she approached her father, who had just finished washing the dishes. "Huh?" Shuri opened his eyes to look at her. "What do you mean, huh?" "It's time to go," she stated. "Oh, right." Shuri stood up. "Well, we shall take our leave now. Thank you for your hospitality," he said as he rose. "You're welcome." "Want you stay a little longer?" Yun Chun inquired as he also stood. "No, we must head back. Thank you for the candied hawthorns." Shuri waved his hand and, along with his daughter, returned next door. "They have left," Jones remarked as she emerged from the kitchen. "Indeed," Yun Chun yawned, moving to close the door. "Graham, it's time to head upstairs," Jones called to Graham. Thus, the night passed. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, having slept far longer than intended, Yin Chun found himself wide awake and rose early. He opened the door, stepped out, and entered the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. At this hour, Jones had yet to awaken, as the shop typically opened at 7, and she usually rose at 6:30. Yin Chun recalled that today marked Jones' birthday. Descending the stairs, he resolved to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for Jones. 20 minutes later, when Jones arose, Yin Chun had already completed the meal and placed it upon the table upstairs. "Yin Gu, you're up so early," Jones remarked, observing Yun Chun as he held the plate. "Indeed, I slept far too long yesterday and found no further inclination for rest. Now, hurry and wash your face and brush your teeth. Breakfast awaits." Yin Chun replied with a smile as he set down the plate. "All right," Jones acknowledged, retreating to the bathroom to freshen up. As he watched Jones attend to his morning routine, Yin Chun returned to his room and retrieved a box, summoning the little creature. The cat caterpillar. "Shh, be quiet and gentle," Yin Chun instructed the emerging cat caterpillar, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. The creature understood and gazed at Yin Chun with stillness. Gently cradling the cat caterpillar, Yin Chun placed it into the box and secured the lid. He then took out his phone and dialed Hank's number, intending to grant Jones a day of rest for her birthday, while also hoping to afford Hank a day off as well. Why is no one answering? Yin Chun pondered, listening to the phone's ringing tone. Never mind. I shall inform him when he arrives, he concluded, assuming Hank was already out and deciding to wait until he returned to share the news. Chapter 59. Hank's identity. Yin Chun cradled a box as he exited the room. At that moment, Jones was already dining. "Yun Gu, aren't you going to eat?" Jones inquired as he observed Yun Chun's emergence. "No, I've already had my meal," Yin Chun replied, approaching with the box in hand. "What is inside that box?" Jones asked, continuing his meal. "Happy birthday. This is a gift for you." Yin Chun placed the box on the table, smiling. "Oh, today is my birthday. I completely forgot," Jones exclaimed as the realization dawned upon him. "Thank you, Yin Gu. May I open it?" Jones asked as he accepted the box. "Let us finish our meal first," Yin Chun suggested, delaying the unwrapping. "All right then," Jones acquiesced, hastily finishing his food and wiping his mouth. "I'm going to open it now," he said, lifting the lid. "Meow," the creature within the box chirped. "Ah, how adorable," Jones exclaimed, gazing with delight at the cat caterpillar inside. "Do you like it?" Yun Chun inquired, grinning. "Yes, I love it. Thank you," Jones replied, cradling the cat caterpillar and petting it. "I'm glad you like it. Since it's your birthday, take a day off to relax," Yun Chun suggested, observing the ecstatic Jones. "Yes, thank you," Jones responded joyfully. "But why doesn't it have legs?" Jones asked, frowning as he examined the cat caterpillar. "This is a new species. It's the only one of its kind in the world," Yin Chun casually fabricated an excuse. "Oh, is that true?" Jones questioned skeptically. "Of course. Would I deceive you?" Yun Chun replied with an unperturbed demeanor. "That's a relief," Jones sighed, reassured by Yun Chun's words, and continued to pet the cat. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated from downstairs, followed by the sound of something falling. "What is happening?" Yun Chun heard the commotion and dashed downstairs. Jones, feeling a bit anxious, followed closely, clutching the cat caterpillar. Upon reaching the lower level, they saw a man staggering towards them, cradling a small girl. "Hank," Yun Chun exclaimed in surprise as the man approached. Indeed, it was Hank, holding a little girl who appeared to be around 10 years old. He looked disheveled, with tattered clothing and some injuries. The blood oozing from his wounds was an unnatural green. The girl in his arms was unconscious, sporting minor abrasions, her clothes slightly soiled. "Manager, I'm sorry. Please help me take care of my sister. She shouldn't be involved in my troubles." "I beg you," Hank panted wearily, handing the girl to Yin Chun and kneeling on the ground. "Of course, but what happened?" "Please get up and tell me," Yin Chun asked, furrowing his brow as he accepted the girl. "I'm sorry. I have to go," Hank said, offering no explanation as he turned and fled. "Yin Gu, what is going on?" Jones queried. As Jones descended, he witnessed a disheveled figure dash out, causing several chairs at the entrance to topple and a table to be displaced. Yun Chun was cradling someone in her arms. "I'm not certain what has transpired. That person is Hank. Please take care of this child while I investigate," Yun Chun stated, entrusting the little girl to Jones. "All right, be cautious," Jones replied, placing down his pet and accepting the child. "It's nothing," Yun Chun assured before hastily exiting, shutting the door behind her as she pursued Hank. As Yun Chun caught up to Hank, she noticed three differently attired individuals in pursuit of him: a construction worker, a chef, and a corporate worker. Despite their varied appearances, their expressions mirrored one another, cold and devoid of emotion, resembling soulless automatons. Who are these people? And what is happening with Hank? Yun Chun pondered, perplexed as she followed them. Must you leave no survivors? Hank demanded angrily as he led them to a desolate and vacant location, where he halted. "Betrayers do not deserve to live," the chef replied coolly, also coming to a stop. At that moment, Yun Chun arrived nearby, opting not to intervene directly but instead concealing herself in a corner to observe Hank and the trio. Hoping to discern the unfolding situation. "I merely wish to live in peace. Is that too much to ask?" Hank, shedding his previous demeanor of fragility, shouted through gritted teeth. "Your identity predestines you to either thrive and evolve, conquering this world, or to become mere cannon fodder," the chef declared, his form suddenly radiating with light, expanding grotesquely. As the luminescence faded, he transformed into a monstrous creature with a green exterior, a helmet-like carapace atop his head, and elongated red claws. "You shall be eliminated," he proclaimed. Subsequently, the other two figures underwent similar transformations, morphing into creatures akin to the chef. "What is this?" "These are aberrant insects," Yun Chun exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the three grotesque beings, marking her first encounter with such entities since arriving in this world. Aberrant insect data successfully recorded. Monster detection functionality updated. A voice from the system announced. "Ah," Hank roared, also transforming into an aberrant insect, charging at the other three. "A traitor devoid of the heart of an aberrant insect has no right to live. Perish." One of the aberrant insects retorted, rushing forward as well. Hank clawed at the aberrant insect, which, unable to evade due to its cumbersome form, braced for impact. With a series of violent collisions, sparks erupted from the bodies of the four aberrant insects as Hank, enduring the blows of the other two insects upon his back, summoned the last of his strength to strike one of them. The creature Hank struck exploded, igniting with an eerie green flame. In that moment, however, Hank succumbed to the assaults of the two remaining insects, collapsing to the ground, utterly spent. "I'm sorry, I can no longer accompany you, Hannah," Hank murmured, tears streaming from his eyes. As he beheld the claws of the two aberrant insects descending towards him, he closed his eyes in resignation. "Are you truly intending to leave like this? Who will take care of that little girl?" A voice echoed from the side. While the claws of the monstrous creature remained poised, not yet descending, Hank opened his eyes in confusion. "Manager." Upon awakening, Hank beheld that both claws of the aberrant creature were firmly grasped by Yun Chun, rendering it immobile. Hank was astounded. He had never realized the manager possessed such formidable strength. "Who are you?" the creature inquired, cold sweat trickling down its brow. Despite being merely the weakest larva, its strength was not something mere humans could withstand. Yet, the man before it had merely seized its hand, leaving it powerless. "Manager, you," Hank stammered, witnessing Yun Chun effortlessly thwart the creature's attack, his surprise palpable. "Begone," Yun Chun commanded, pushing the two aberrant creatures away, forcing them to stumble back and crash to the ground. "Your family is your responsibility," he turned to Hank, stating resolutely. "But Hank began, only to be abruptly interrupted by Yun Chun. "Here, defeat them yourself and return to care for your sister." As he spoke, Yun Chun produced a peculiar item he had drawn the day before, the Drake grip, and tossed it to Hank. "What is this?" Hank asked, catching the grip, inspecting its unusual form. "Whether you earn its acknowledgement depends solely on you," Yun Chun replied, retreating a few steps before leaping onto a nearby building, thus relinquishing the battlefield to them. Though Hank was uncertain of Yun Chun's intentions, he understood he could not afford to give up. He needed to return to care for Hannah. Rising to his feet, he charged at the two recovering aberrant creatures, delivering a powerful punch to one. With one creature down, he swiftly turned his fist against the other, managing to knock both creatures to the ground. Suddenly, a sound arose from behind Hank. Turning, he saw a dragonfly-like entity soaring through the air, circling him. After a moment's contemplation, he raised the grip in his hand. The dragonfly spun around and aligned its tail with the grip, merging to form a weapon resembling a dragonfly gun. Hank gazed at the newly formed gun, bewildered. At that moment, segments of silver and blue hexagonal objects extended from the grip, enveloping Hank entirely. He transformed into a figure clad in black, adorned with a thick silver chest plate, a seemingly useless belt around his waist, and two black power cables encircling his midsection. His arms were shielded with protective gear, and he bore four square eyes atop his head, with his mouth connected to a power cable. Thus, Hank became the masked warrior, Kamen Rider Drake. What tremendous power! Hank marveled, feeling the strength of Drake coursing through him. Betrayers must not survive, one of the aberrant creatures roared, charging at Hank alongside its companion. Without a moment's hesitation, Hank pulled the trigger as the creatures rushed toward him. With a resounding bang, a bizarre insect was swiftly dispatched by Hank's gunfire, igniting a vibrant green flame that erupted in a violent explosion, sending shockwaves that flung nearby creatures into the air. The insect, however, managed to rise again, letting out a fierce roar as its body began to redden and heat up, warping the surrounding air. Gradually, the exoskeleton of the creature began to melt away, cascading to the ground and transforming into a yellow-striped, spider-like adult insect. In a flash, the insect activated its hyperspeed, vanishing from sight. Hank, witnessing its disappearance, swiftly turned to survey his surroundings, bracing himself for the impending assault. Yet, before he could anticipate its next move, sparks erupted from his body, propelling him into the air amidst a shower of fire. With a painful thud, Hank crashed to the ground, letting out a cry of agony. At that moment, the insect exited its hyperspeed, reappearing directly before Hank. Struggling to rise, he fired his weapon. Bang! 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 Just as the bullets were about to strike, the creature vanished again, reappearing in a different location. Hank continued to pull the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets, but to no avail. Each shot was evaded, and ultimately, he was struck down, collapsing to the ground. The insect chose not to pursue its advantage, relishing in Hank's suffering as he knelt, panting heavily. Chapter 60. The origins of Hank pulling the lever behind the gun. Yunchun could no longer bear to watch and called out to Hank. Huh? Hank, puzzled by Yunchun's words, turned to look at the Drake sector. Is it this? He asked, tugging at the lever. Cast off. The gun emitted a sound, and Hank's armor began to shift, cracking and detaching piece by piece. Sensing an ominous premonition from Hank's actions in the transformation of his armor, the insectoid rushed forward. With a loud bang, Hank's armor flew off, several pieces striking the insectoid and sending it hurtling away. Changed Godfrey. As the armor burst apart, Hank's overall appearance became slightly slimmer, the armor taking on a more aerodynamic and lightweight form. While his lower body remained unchanged, the alterations were evident in his upper body. All the power cables had vanished, and the gauntlets on his arms were significantly reduced. His chest armor transformed into a vibrant blue, adorned with silver dragonfly wings on both the front and back, the wingtips curving rightward, and his eyes became large and blue. What a light and buoyant sensation, Hank remarked, admiring his new form. Observing Hank's transformation, the insectoid grew increasingly agitated and activated its acceleration mode, charging toward Hank. Bang! Hank soared into the air once more, sparks flying around him. Press the button on the right side of the belt to enter clock-up mode. Yunchun shouted at Hank, who was airborne. Responding to Yunchun's command, Hank swiftly pressed the button on the right side of his belt. Clock up. In an instant, he felt time slow around him and spotted the insectoid charging at him. Hank quickly dodged its punch, but due to his lack of combat experience, he resorted to firing directly. Bang! Bang! The insectoid was forced out of acceleration mode by Hank's shots, yet Hank continued firing without pause. Finally, as a bullet struck the insectoid, it exploded in a burst of green flames, though to Yunchun, it seemed as if only mere seconds had passed. After defeating the insectoid, the Drake Zector detached from the Zector grip and transformed into a dragonfly, soaring away, while Hank reverted to his human form, turning to watch the dragonfly depart. Seeing this, Yunchun leapt down from the upper floor and approached Hank. Manager, Hank began, wanting to say something, but Yunchun interrupted. Let's discuss it later. Manager. This is for you, Hank said, offering the Zector grip to Yunchun. Since you have received his acknowledgement, I shall temporarily entrust it to your care, Yun-chun replied, not taking the Zector grip and walking toward the store instead. Thank you, manager. Hank, not wishing to be sentimental, accepted the situation and followed Yun-chun out. Upon returning to the shop, Yun-chun found that the downstairs had been tidied up by Jones, with all items returned to their rightful places and the floor cleaned. He did not ascend immediately, opting instead to take a seat. Please, share your circumstances with me, Yun-chun said, gazing at Hank, who stood there in a daze. Hank hesitated, uncertain of how to begin. Manager, do you believe in parallel worlds and universes? He suddenly inquired as a thought struck him. Speak, Yun-chun responded, unperturbed by Hank's question. Continuing, Hank spoke. Although you may find it hard to believe, I, along with the 3 others you encountered earlier, hail from a parallel species known as the Ichong from another universe. A few months ago, we were invited to this world. I had just been born and came along. Unfortunately, an accident occurred, leaving only Wong and a few leaders, along with dozens of our kin in this realm. Hank's voice faltered. We possess the ability to mimic any human and replicate their memories. 2 days prior to arriving at this shop, several of my kin and I received a directive from our leader to assume human forms and conceal ourselves within human society, biding our time to conquer this world. It was on that day that I encountered a man who met with a tragic accident and perished. I took on his appearance. Hank glanced down at his own body. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming impulse propelling me to his home, and before I knew it, I found myself there. I encountered a little girl. Through her memories, I discerned that she was his sister. Strangely, I began living with her. However, I soon found myself without funds, so I sought employment and fortuitously came across your shop. The rest, as you know, unfolded. Hank lowered his gaze. Since assuming this identity, I have never intended to harm anyone. Hank suddenly raised his head, speaking fervently, fearful that Yun-chun would perceive him as a mere monster inclined to violence. Do you not recall the item I gave you? Yun-chun inquired, observing Hank closely. I have no recollection. Is there an issue? Hank replied, puzzled. Have you never heard of the night system? Yun-chun pressed further. No, Hank admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. Weren't you claiming to be from another world? How could you be unaware of it? Yun-chun found himself at a loss. Well, I came to this world right after my birth and had never heard of such a night system, Hank replied, exasperated. Could it be that you, manager, are also from another world? Hank asked, astonished by Yun-chun's words. That is of no concern to you, Yun-chun replied, fixing his gaze on him. Never mind. Go upstairs and check on your sister. I wonder if she has awakened. As for your previous residence, if you feel it is unsafe, you might consider relocating to the adjacent rental unit for better oversight. Yun-chun gestured dismissively, aware of the superfluous nature of explaining why there were rooms available upstairs. Oh, understood. Thank you, manager, Hank said gratefully. Hank stood up, bowed slightly to Yun-chun, and after exchanging pleasantries, ascended the stairs. System, what is the status? Yun-chun inquired of the system. As he had indicated, it appeared he had indeed not taken any lives, for the probe function displayed a green status. The system responded. Furthermore, prepare yourself psychologically, and take a look at the map within the probe function. Suddenly, the system spoke with a tone of compassion. What is the matter? Your words are making me anxious, Yun-chun admitted, feeling a twinge of fear at the system's comment. How should I put it? You should see for yourself. Brace yourself. Additionally, due to recent updates, there are new symbols and colors that represent different entities. Interpret them for yourself. The system continued, bringing up the probe map. Upon viewing the map, Yun-chun was taken aback, exclaiming in frustration. The map revealed various new symbols in different colors, with annotations in the upper right corner denoting the monstrous entities, the aberrant insects, concentrated in 3 distinct locations. The aberrant insect symbols on the map exhibited 5 colors, the soil yellow, representing larvae of a danger level between 2 and 3, although weak, their numbers were considerable. Nearing 600, a primary cause of Yun-chun's exasperation. The yellow, indicative of recently evolved aberrant adult insects at a danger level between 3 and 4, numbered slightly over 40. The blue symbol, representing higher-tier aberrant adult insects at a danger level of 4 to 5, was even scarcer, with only 10 individuals present. The silver symbol, denoting egg-laying aberrant queens at a danger level between 5 and 6, was limited to merely 6. Due to his own level, Yun-chun was unaware if there were any additional advanced aberrant insects, as the map did not disclose this information. Lastly, the white symbol, unlike the unawakened Orpheon, bore no danger level and represented insect eggs, numbering around 1,000. This was the principal cause of Yun-chun's distress, as their hatching would herald catastrophe. In the upper right corner of the system's interface, beneath the description of the aberrant insect symbols, a line read, "Only aberrant queens from other worlds can lay eggs and produce aberrant larvae. Queens born in this realm lack such capabilities." Upon reading this, Yun-chun exhaled in relief. With 3 concentrated points of aberrant insects, he pondered whether to eliminate one of them. Gazing at the densely packed clusters on the map, he squinted, contemplating the toll these aberrant insects had exacted on humanity. Though there were 3 locations, the majority were concentrated in one, which likely served as their stronghold. However, there were not many high-tier aberrant insects within. The other 2 points seemed to function as branches, a strategic measure akin to a cunning rabbit's multiple burrows. System. Does this gathering point harbor any more formidable aberrant insects beyond those displayed? Yun-chun asked, pointing at the cluster with the highest insect population. No. Only those depicted on the map. The more powerful ones reside at other gathering points. However, if they become aware, with their capabilities, they could arrive in a mere 10 minutes, the system cautioned. This meant that if he were to eliminate this gathering point, it was imperative to maintain secrecy. Any leak of information could necessitate defeating all aberrant insects within 10 minutes. Yun-chun spoke with an impassive demeanor, indeed, but I would advise against hastily eliminating them. Although there are no more formidable aberrant creatures within, they are still beyond your current capabilities. The system replied. Who said I would tackle this gathering point alone? Yun-chun responded nonchalantly. Oh, whom do you intend to involve? The system inquired. You will find out shortly. Do you possess any devices that can temporarily grant super acceleration abilities? Yun-chun posed a question to the system without providing a direct answer. Such devices can be forged, but they are limited to armor and cannot be equipped by ordinary individuals, as they cannot withstand the pressure exerted by super acceleration. Furthermore, the devices are single-use. Once activated, they are effective for only 1 hour, and the strength of the armor must also be monitored, as it cannot sustain super acceleration for the entire duration, the system explained. What is the cost? Yun-chun asked. 300 points, the system replied. Are there any weaker, more affordable options? Yun-chun inquired. The pure acceleration device like Fuiza's costs 150 points, but even then, a human in armor may not be able to utilize it effectively. Kabuto's acceleration synchronizes both the brain and body, while Fuiza's only accelerates the body, necessitating exceptional reflexes. If the brain cannot keep pace, it is utterly ineffective. You must have sensed this yourself, the system elaborated. Chapter 61. The gathering point of the alien insects indeed, Yun-chun mused, each time he utilized the system. He felt a lingering sense of nearly being left behind. Let us forge 3 Kabuto types and 5 feast types, Yun-chun instructed. Very well, that will be 1,350 points. The system replied. Proceed with the forging, Yun-chun commanded. Understood, sir, it will take 30 minutes, the system cheerfully responded. By the way, can the monster detection feature be viewed by anyone other than myself? Yun-chun inquired, suddenly struck by a thought. Yes, as long as you wish for it. The system affirmed. Upon hearing this, Yun-chun contemplated another matter, whether or not to bring Hank along. Despite being a traitor among the alien insects, he was still one of them. Brother Yin, why are you not coming up? At that moment, Jones approached with a question. Oh, just a moment. How are Hank and his sister doing? Yun-chun asked. His sister has awakened and is doing well. She is currently playing with Gremlin. I came down to prepare some food for them. They haven't eaten yet, Jones explained as he entered the kitchen. After a moment of thought, Yun-chun stood and ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, he found Hank seated on the sofa, watching over his sister, who was enjoying snacks alongside Gremlin, who was engrossed in a television show. For some reason, Yun-chun sensed a hint of shyness from Hannah. Hannah, this is the store manager. Call him brother. Hank instructed as he noticed Yun-chun's arrival. Hello, brother. Hannah greeted softly while gazing at Yun-chun. Hello there, little sister. What is your name? Yunchun inquired with a smile as he took a seat. My name is Hannah, she replied timidly. Very well, you are quite well-mannered, Yunchun complimented with a smile. Hank, come here for a moment. Yunchun beckoned, then made his way to the balcony. Manager, is there something you need? Hank followed him and asked upon reaching the balcony. What are your thoughts on your race and kin? Yunchun asked directly. I disapprove of their actions. But I cannot change anything. I no longer wish to be associated with them, Hank replied, shaking his head. Do you believe there is any hope for coexistence between other alien insects and humans, aside from yourself? Yunchun continued his inquiries. I find it unlikely. Our leaders harbor great ambitions. They seek to dominate Earth and annihilate all humans. They would never allow coexistence. Otherwise, they would not have sent someone to kill me. Hank shook his head again. Moreover, you humans would not coexist with us either. After all, those who are not of our kind cannot be trusted. Therefore, humanity will never believe in us. Perhaps only one side can survive, Hank lamented. Take good care of your sister. I have matters to attend to outside. From now on, the safety of the store will be in your hands, Yunchun said with a smile, patting his shoulder. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided against bringing Hank along and turned to leave. Understood, I will not disappoint your expectations. I will ensure the safety of this place, Hank solemnly assured Yunchun as he watched him depart. Ah, Brother Yun, where are you headed? As Yunchun descended the stairs, he encountered Jones, who was ascending with a tray of food. I have a matter to attend to, Yunchun replied with a smile. Be careful, Jones remarked, aware that Yunchun was once again preparing for battle, and stepped aside. All right, thanks, Yunchun said, continuing on his way as Jones proceeded upstairs. Upon reaching the entrance, Yunchun paused, glancing back to see that Jones had already ascended. Garen, has the belt been repaired? And is the liquid purification in the Orphean genetic separation device completed? Yunchun inquired of the system. Both are ready, the system replied. Understood. With that, Yunchun projected a panel before him, selected the aberrant insect category, and captured several photographs with his phone before shutting the panel and dialing Carlson. At that moment, Carlson was engrossed in paperwork when his phone buzzed with a notification. He reached for it, but before he could unlock it, another call came in. Noticing it was Yunchun, he promptly answered. Please pass the phone to your director. This matter is critical and must remain confidential, Yunchun stated directly upon connection. Understood, please hold, Carlson replied, sensing the gravity of the situation, and hurried to the director's office. Within seconds, he arrived and knocked on the door. Come in, Nick Fury's voice beckoned from within. Director, the phone call from Kamen Rider, Carlson announced as he entered. Nick Fury responded, noticing Carlson's serious demeanor as he took the phone. Hello, Ryder. What is the matter? He inquired into the device. I have located a concentration of aberrant insects, comprising approximately 700 eggs, along with numerous larvae and adults, including 2 females capable of laying eggs. You are likely aware of the dangers posed by these creatures, so I am seeking your assistance in eliminating them, Yunchun stated without hesitation. What? Where? Nick Fury exclaimed, rising abruptly. I have sent the location to Carlson's phone. You can check it there. I will also be recruiting others to assist, so we can meet about 500 meters from the site. Their abilities involve rapid movement, so sheer numbers may not suffice. Weaponry and defense are paramount. Additionally, I will prepare a specialized Kamen Rider system to combat the aberrant insects. The Garen driver and Orphean genetic separation device are ready, and I will bring them along. With that, Yunchun hung up without waiting for Nick Fury's response. Transfer the files to my computer, Nick Fury instructed as he returned the phone to Carlson. His expression grave. Yes, Carlson replied, taking the phone and beginning his tasks. System, procure the Kamen Rider the Bee and Kickhopper systems, Yunchun commanded as he ended the call. Directing his request to the system. Your points have been exhausted. Please replenish them in a timely manner, the system responded. Very well, I shall proceed with the purchase. Yunchun remarked nonchalantly. Purchase successful. Items have been placed into the system's space. Please check, the system notified. System, can you retrieve Tony Stark's number? Yunchun intended to send the image to Tony, only to awkwardly realize that he did not possess Tony's contact information. Certainly, the system replied. Upon hearing this, Yun Chun input the number and sent the image, then proceeded to call Tony. In Tony's villa, within the subterranean laboratory, he was diligently developing a new suit of armor. "Sir, an unknown image file has been received," Jarvis announced. An incoming call from the same mysterious number. Jarvis continued before Tony could speak. "What is the number?" Tony inquired. 555, Jarvis replied. "Answer it, and open the file," Tony commanded. "Is there something amiss?" Tony asked upon answering the call. "Have you received the item?" Yin Chun inquired. "Are you referring to the map?" "Yes, I have it. What do those colored symbols represent?" Tony asked, studying the map displayed by Jarvis. "Those signify a type of creature known as Ichome, which I previously sent you on a USB drive. The colors denote their ranks. And there are annotations in the upper right corner," Yin Chun elucidated to Tony. "Are those the creatures that can mimic and replicate anyone's memories, as well as accelerate their abilities?" Tony asked, gazing at the map with a look of trepidation. "Indeed, I believe you have noticed their numbers as well. Hence, I seek your assistance to combat them. I have gathered some allies. Together, our chances of defeating them will be markedly improved. I also possess devices that can temporarily endow those in armor with accelerated abilities, which I can lend to enhance your combat effectiveness and odds of success," Yin Chun explained. "Very well, I shall head over immediately," Tony replied, preparing to end the call. "Wait, bring all the weaponry you can carry, the more powerful, the better," Yin Chun urged as Tony was about to hang up. "Understood," Tony affirmed before terminating the call. He swiftly gathered all his most potent weapons, activated his gauntlet, donned the Iron Man suit, and was poised to depart when he suddenly halted. "Jarvis, mobilize the other suits as well," Tony instructed, glancing at the previous sets of armor. "Certainly, sir," Jarvis responded, initiating the deployment of the iron suits. In an instant, the arc reactors of all the suits illuminated, advancing toward Tony. Seeing the armors mobilized, Tony took flight, the suits following closely behind, flames erupting from his feet and palms as he ascended into the air. Do not concern yourself with how Tony acquired this technology so swiftly. S-H-I-E-L-D, Coulson, immediately assemble Ramlo and his rapid response team, and find another similar unit. Ensure they bring all the most powerful weaponry available. Additionally, Cross and Grace were summoned to remain on standby at the location indicated by the Kamen Rider. Nick Fury, after examining the map, hastily remarked, "Yes, but this is within the city. Can we proceed without orders?" Coulson inquired with a hint of concern. "The insectoids have disguised themselves as humans, and there is no evidence to prove they are monsters. They would not believe us. Besides, the area is completely overrun by the insectoids, and there are no others present. We shall report once the situation has concluded," Nick Fury pondered before stating. "Understood. I shall attend to it immediately." Upon hearing Fury's resolute stance, Coulson turned and summoned the agents. Meanwhile, after concluding the call, Yun Chun transformed into Saiga, becoming invisible as he ventured forth, accelerating to 50 times the speed of sound, heading towards the insectoid's gathering point. Chapter 62. Kamen Rider Kabuto. Moments later, Yun Chun stood atop a grand edifice, surveying the surroundings, noting that others had yet to arrive. After a brief contemplation, he summoned Sigma with a twinge of sympathy. "Here, use this combat gear shortly," Yun Chun instructed, presenting the Zek buckle and the green hopper Zector to Sigma. "Understood, sir," Sigma responded respectfully as he accepted the items. Observing Sigma don the belt, Yun Chun retrieved the D-end pistol, inserting the cards for King Snake and Orga into the weapon, poised to pull the trigger. After a moment's thought, he added the card for the Leo Trooper, then squeezed the trigger. In an instant, several silhouettes, each adorned in varying colors, erupted from the gun, swirling before coalescing. Kamen Ride Uja, Kamen Ride Orga, Kamen Ride Riot Trooper. Before him appeared King Snake, Orga, and the Leo Trooper. Upon their arrival, King Snake and Orga brandished their weapons, scanning the area with vigilance. Conversely, the three Leo troopers raised their hands, kneeling submissively in a display of surrender. Yun Chun's expression darkened, and he strode over, delivering a swift kick that sent them sprawling to the ground. "What are you doing?" he barked, inwardly regretting their summoning. The Leo troopers scrambled to their feet, glancing around. And upon realizing the absence of enemies, they sighed in relief. However, upon noticing Yunchun's grim demeanor, they mimicked King Snake and Orga, hastily brandishing their weapons in a feigned state of alertness. Witnessing this scene, a vein throbbed on Yunchun's forehead, igniting a murderous impulse within him. Yet, he had no time to dwell on their antics. He donned the Zector drive belt and extended his hand skyward. A cacophony resonated from above. Yunchun looked up to see a luminous portal materializing in the sky, from which emerged a crimson rhinoceros beetle, flapping its wings as it approached. With a swift motion, Yunchun grasped the red beetle. "At last, I hold the future," he proclaimed dramatically, gazing at the beetle. "Transform." Seizing the Kabuto Zector, he inserted it into the Zector drive from right to left, declaring the transformation command. Henshin. A brilliant yellow light emanated from the core of the Kabuto Zector, and hexagonal segments extended from the belt, enveloping Yunchun in an imposing armor. Yunchuan transformed into a figure adorned in a deep black base, clad in thick silver-white armor. Portions of the armor on his chest and arms were painted a vibrant red, while his eyes glimmered a striking blue. He wore the mask of Kamen Rider Kabuto, characterized by two prominent horns on his forehead. Upon assuming the form of Kabuto, Yunchuan felt his mind sharpen. His reflexes quicken, and an overwhelming calm envelop him, as if no external circumstance could perturb his inner peace. He grasped the horn of the Kabuto Zector and twisted it. A surge of purple electricity coursing over his body, causing the armor to shift and fracture. "Cast off," Yunchuan declared, twisting the horn of the Kabuto Zector to the opposite side. "Cast off." The center of the Kabuto Zector illuminated, electricity continuing to flow through him. With a thunderous explosion, the armor erupted, revealing a prominent horn that rotated from his chin and settled on his forehead. "Change Beetle," he exclaimed, transforming into the knightly form of Kamen Rider Kabuto. His body a harmonious blend of black and silver, with a red armored upper body and blue eyes, crowned by a singular red horn. "Clock up," Yunchuan shouted, pressing the button on the right side of his belt. "Clock up." As he activated the ability, time around him seemed to slow, propelling him towards the gathering point of the insectoid creatures, entering a state of invisibility as he ran. Within mere seconds, he reached the gathering point, which turned out to be a steel processing plant, bustling with activity and order. Had he not known these were insectoids, he might have mistaken them for ordinary humans, as their mimetic expressions were indistinguishably human-like. Yunchuan refrained from eliminating the insectoids directly, wary of alarming them. Instead, in his invisible state, he retrieved his phone and activated the recording mode to capture the environment within. He moved stealthily, documenting every corner filled with insect eggs and their human-like forms. Ascending the stairs while maintaining his composure, unaffected by the sight of the dense clusters of eggs, under the rational influence of Kabuto. Meanwhile, at Sigma's location, Tony arrived with 3 armored suits. Observing the presence of King Snake and the other riders, he descended. Upon Tony's arrival, all the riders and Sigma turned momentarily to glance at him before returning to their previous state of distraction. "Where is he?" Tony wondered, noticing Yunchuan's absence with a hint of confusion. "Where's Kamen Rider?" he asked, approaching Sigma and inquiring about the belt in his possession. Sigma, however, offered no response to Tony's probing. Witnessing this, the proud Tony felt a surge of irritation. At that moment, a sudden screeching sound of brakes echoed from downstairs, capturing Tony's attention just as he was about to speak. He stepped forward, peering down to investigate. A contingent of agents clad in black combat suits emerged from a vehicle, weapons in hand, led by Nick Fury. They halted beside the building, leaving only Fury and a few others to enter the premises. "Is that not Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., along with Coulson?" Tony pondered, perplexed. As he contemplated this, a series of footsteps resonated nearby, prompting him to turn. The iron door at the back swung open, revealing Nick Fury and several associates approaching. The moment Fury stepped out, he was struck by the sight of numerous armored figures, as well as a man dressed in a black suit, his expression inscrutable. "Tony Stark?" Fury recognized the armored figure and inquired. "It is I." Has he come to seek you as well? Tony replied nonchalantly. Indeed, Fury acknowledged, then shifted his gaze towards Sigma, momentarily taken aback before walking over. Mr. Knight? Fury and Coulson addressed Sigma with curiosity. Meanwhile, the others, Rumble, Cross, and Grace, also regarded Sigma. Their thoughts varied. However, Sigma remained unresponsive, eliciting further confusion. Mr. Knight? Fury called again. But Tony interjected. Enough of that. He is not. He was also summoned here. This revelation eased Tony's mind somewhat. And where are the others? Fury inquired, choosing to sidestep Sigma and approach Tony instead. I have no idea. I did not see them upon arrival, Tony retorted, visibly irritated at being left in the dark. Fury frowned at this response. The gentleman has gone to assess the situation inside. Sigma suddenly interjected. What? How could he have entered so swiftly without alarming anyone? Fury questioned, his brow furrowed. Yet Sigma lapsed into silence once more, leaving Fury and the others in a state of exasperation. They also recalled Sigma's reference to Yunchuan, further deepening their curiosity about their relationship. Meanwhile, Yunchuan had ascended to the top floor, where he observed 4 high-ranking aberrant insects guarding 2 recently laid, resting queens. Quietly, he retreated, ceasing the recording and switching to photography mode, capturing every corner of the facility. Minutes later, Yunchuan emerged, reactivating his speed and heading back to Sigma. Have you all arrived? In mere seconds, Yunchuan returned to the rooftop, deactivating his invisibility and addressing Nick Fury, Tony, and the others. Startled by his sudden appearance and voice, they turned to him, momentarily taken aback by the transformation of his armor into Kabuto. Mr. Knight? Subsequently, Nick Fury came to his senses and inquired. It is I, Yunchuan responded, stepping forward. He glanced at everyone present and was astonished to find that, after arriving in this realm, it was the first time he encountered 2 individuals from S.H.I.E.L.D. here. The only one he had not met before was Langlo, who held the Aixa belt, and Yunchuan experienced an uncanny sense of familiarity towards him. What is happening inside? Tony asked. This is what I captured earlier. Take a look, Yunchuan replied, retrieving his phone to display the recorded videos and photos. His device projected several images, showcasing the footage he had taken. Observing the projections, the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony approached. Are these all aberrant insects? Coulson inquired, astonished. Indeed. They have all morphed into human forms, Yunchuan affirmed. Allow me to outline my plan. There are 3 strongholds of the aberrant insects, and this is the largest yet weakest among them. Our target is this significant gathering point. The most troublesome aspect lies with the top floor and those few individuals there. I lack confidence in defeating them all, Yunchuan stated, pointing to the 4 advanced aberrant insects and 2 queen insects in the photograph. Moreover, the other 2 strongholds harbor even more formidable aberrant insects. Should they appear here, none among us would stand a chance against them. If they become aware of our attack on their stronghold, they could arrive here in 10 minutes or even less. Hence, we must destroy this stronghold in the shortest time possible, Yunchuan declared with gravity. Thus, our primary objective this time is to eliminate these eggs and larvae. Although it would be even better if we could eradicate the advanced aberrant insects and the queens as well. My plan is for Sigma to hold off the 2 queen insects while I distract the 4 advanced aberrant insects. The rest of the adults, larvae, and eggs will be entrusted to all of you, Yunchuan said, looking at everyone before pointing towards Wang Shi and others. Your Garen drivers have been repaired. Yunchuan produced the Garen driver, which had been damaged by the undead, and handed it to Nick Fury. Nick Fury accepted the Garen driver, glanced at Cross and Grace, pondered for a moment, and then passed it to Grace. Observing this, Cross felt somewhat awkward. Chapter 63. The battle commences. This device, worn upon the wrist, is exclusively operable by those who have transformed and donned armor. With a mere press of a button, one can enter a state of superspeed. However, it is a one-time use, limited to a duration of merely 1 hour, so it must not be squandered. Moreover, possessing the ability to achieve superspeed does not guarantee uninterrupted use for the entire hour. The wristband will automatically allocate time based on the individual's physical condition and endurance. Should the user exceed their physical limits, the device will disengage from the state of superspeed. Yunchun produced 3 silver-white wristbands, handing 2 to Nick Fury and 1 to Tony, stating, "Additionally, this device allows entry into superspeed, but it can only be utilized on a robot. Conveniently, you have 3. Next, Yunchun revealed 3 black wristbands, offering them to Tony. After presenting them, a thought struck him, prompting him to glance toward Wang Shi and the other knights, momentarily pausing before returning his attention. Tony and Nick Fury examined the wristbands in their possession, after which Nick Fury distributed the 2 wristbands to Grace and Ramlo, respectively. Tony, on the other hand, donned one himself and entrusted the remaining 3 to the iron armors behind him for Jarvis to allocate. Lastly, this is the specialized knight system I previously mentioned, designed specifically to combat the insectoid invaders. Yunchun produced a wristband and a wasp, handing them to Nick Fury. How does this operate, and what requirements does it impose on the user? Nick Fury inquired, gazing at the items in his hands. This is the knight system of Kamen Rider the Bee, which facilitates the use of superspeed. It is operable by anyone who leads a team, Yunchun elucidated. Director, allow me to utilize it, Ramlo interjected, approaching Nick Fury. Very well, it is entrusted to you. After a moment of contemplation, Nick Fury handed the bee to Ramlo. Upon receiving the wristband and superspeed device, Ramlo transferred the Ixa belt and superspeed wristband to Cross before accepting the bee. Simply wear the wristband on your left hand and attach the wasp to it, Yunchun instructed Ramlo. Is this how it is done? Ramlo queried as he followed Yunchun's guidance, transforming into Kamen Rider the Bee, clad in thick yellow armor with eyes resembling those of an insect. This is the Bee's masked form, possessing formidable defense and attack power, albeit with diminished speed. By repositioning the wings of the wasp and adjusting them, it can shift into a night mode that enables the use of superspeed. However, the night mode sacrifices some defensive and offensive capabilities, yet it remains sufficient to contend with ordinary adult insects, Yunchun explained to Ramlo. Upon hearing Yunchun's words, Ramlo adjusted the wings of the wasp. With a resounding boom, the segments of armor on Ramlo began to shift and separate, revealing a knight adorned in a striking black and yellow ensemble with dark eyes. Finally, by pressing the button on the left side of the belt, he could access superspeed. Now, are there any further inquiries? Yunchun gazed at everyone and inquired. Have we lost everything? Nick Fury responded, Indeed, we have. I have a question. The mother bug must be formidable, correct? You just mentioned sending him to confront the mother bug. Is that feasible? Tony directed his question to Sigma while looking at Yunchun. If he cannot succeed, then no one here can withstand the mother bug, Yunchun remarked. All right, everyone, transform. The battle is about to commence, Yunchun continued. Sigma, transform now. He called out. Understood, sir, Sigma replied as he donned the belt. Opening the box in the center of the belt, he found that the system had already implanted the usage instructions and information into his mind upon receiving the belt. With a wave of his hand, a green grasshopper hopped over and ultimately landed on Sigma's palm. He placed the grasshopper into the box, and then green blocks extended from the belt, enveloping Sigma entirely. Change Kickhopper. Sigma transformed into a figure clad in black, adorned with green armor, red eyes, and a golden armor on the heel of his left foot, complete with a pointed horn on his head and additional spikes on his shoulders, resembling Kamen Rider Kickhopper. Yunchun, along with the transformed Sigma and Wang Shi, descended the stairs with Nick Fury. Let us depart and proceed to our destination, Nick Fury stated as he walked down. Upon hearing his words, the agents remained silent and orderly made their way toward the gathering point, observing their surroundings and seeking cover to conceal themselves. Soon, they arrived outside the assembly point. Once inside, no matter what they encountered, they were to eliminate it all. As the director, Nick Fury did not approach but remained in the vehicle, communicating with his subordinates via radio, while Coulson sat alongside him in the car. Then we shall enter first. You all can follow shortly, Yunchun declared, and with that, he and Sigma activated their superspeed mode and dashed inside. Ignoring the low-level bugs, they ascended directly to the top floor. System. Should there be any unusual movements from those high-level bugs, notify me immediately, Yunchun instructed the system. Understood, the system replied. Upon reaching the top floor, Yunchun wasted no time and delivered a powerful kick to a high-level bug, sending it flying. He drew Kabuto's dagger, gripping it in reverse, and charged forward, determined to eliminate one of the bugs before the others could react, thereby reducing the pressure he would face later. With a series of swift strikes, Yunchun relentlessly slashed at the bug, and in less than a second, sparks flew as the creature remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos due to their lack of super speed. Sigma, not to be outdone, charged at the mother bug, delivering a kick of his own. However, unlike Yunchun, he did not send the mother bug flying. Instead, he seized her hands, pulling her toward him and driving his knee upward. The outer shell of the mother bug was shattered upon impact with Sigma. Although the insect possessed the ability to accelerate, its defenses were inferior to those of other creatures of similar rank. Coupled with Sigma's relentless attacks, each delivered with full force, the fracturing of the mother bug's shell was to be expected. Yunchun relentlessly struck at the insect, delivering blows from the left, right, above, below, and all around, leaving it marred with countless wounds. Sensing that the time had come to conclude the battle, he paused behind the creature and pressed the 3 buttons on the side of the Kabuto Sector. 1, 2, 3. With a swift motion, Yunchun twisted the horn of the Kabuto Sector to the side. Rider kick, he exclaimed, snapping the horn back into position. Rider kick. A surge of violet energy coursed from the belt to Yunchun's upper body, flowing into the horn atop his head and emerging to envelop his right foot. He extended his leg, turned, and delivered a powerful kick towards the insect. Meanwhile, Sigma's battle was reaching its climax. Rider jump. Sigma forcefully pressed the protruding rear foot of the Hopper Sector. Rider jump. The opposite side of the Hopper Sector sprang upward, propelling Sigma into the air. What is happening? The insect, witnessing its comrade soaring, finally reacted and entered its accelerated state. How can Kamen riders be here? How did they find this place? Upon entering the acceleration, the insect noticed Yunchun transformed into Kabuto, who executed a swift kick towards one of its companions. Surprised, the insect hesitated to assist its ally. However, upon seeing the mother bug being assaulted by another Kamen rider, all the insects abandoned their pursuit of Yunchun and charged towards Sigma, intent on rescuing the mother bug. The insect fainted in despair. With a powerful kick, Yunchun obliterated the insect, while Sigma, having leapt into the air, activated the Hopper Sector once more. Rider kick. Sigma directed his kick towards the mother bug. At that moment, another mother bug approached her injured counterpart, attempting to shield her. Alas, it was too late. The injured mother bug narrowly avoided a fatal blow but was struck on the shoulder by Sigma's kick, sending her crashing into the other approaching insects, propelling them away. Sigma calculated his actions in midair, executing a double jump before targeting one of the flying insects with a kick. Due to the vast disparity in their ranks, the blue-ranked insect was instantly obliterated by Sigma's strike. In less than 5 seconds, Yunchun and Sigma had dispatched 2 blue-ranked insects, while a silver-ranked mother bug lay defeated on the ground, devoid of the will to resist. What a pity! With a sigh, Yunchun exited the realm of acceleration, harboring the hope of swiftly vanquishing a mother insect. System, my points should be sufficient. Manufacture 2 more acceleration bracelets for the king snake and Orga, Yunchun instructed. Yes, sir. The system replied, initiating the process, albeit requiring a modicum of time. Damn it, kill them. Another mother insect hissed through clenched teeth. Boom, 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 boom. At that moment, agents downstairs kicked open the door and charged in without hesitation, opening fire immediately. Those who were struck by bullets, caught off guard, transformed into grotesque green monsters, exploding into a blaze of eerie green flames. Witnessing this spectacle, the agents intensified their assault, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the aberrant insects. Romulo, accompanied by Cross and 3 Leo cavalrymen, surged forward as well. All being in human form, they were oblivious to which were mature insects, thus engaging in indiscriminate attacks. Romulo activated acceleration, raising his fist to strike at those yet to revert to their insect forms, instantly obliterating several, none of whom were mature. Cross and Grace similarly pressed the buttons on their bracelets, entering acceleration mode, wielding their firearms to relentlessly eliminate the aberrant insects and their eggs. In a fleeting moment, The first floor was largely cleared, engulfed in burning green flames, with the remnants of the insect eggs oozing green liquid. At this juncture, the aberrant insects finally reacted, transforming back into their original forms and charging towards Romulo and his companions. The three Leo cavalrymen were exhilarated, nearly beside themselves with excitement. Since their initial summoning by Yunchuan, they had been consistently knocked out, never once defeating a monster. Now, faced with a majority of larvae, they seized the opportunity to showcase their prowess, charging in with weapons drawn, systematically hacking away at the creatures. In no time, the trio had dispatched 5 or 6 of them. However, this was but a mere drop in the bucket for the aberrant insects, hardly worth mentioning.